You're listening to the Wimbledon radio channel on Wimbledon.com, 87.7 FM and the official Wimbledon app.
Day 7 of the championships is a feast of tennis with all the big names in last 16 action.
What a remarkable comeback in the fourth set for Andy Murray.
Goes for the winner!
Brilliant from Venus Williams. The celebration from Konta.
And Djokovic has done it.
Rafa gets through to week 2.
What an exhibition from Roger Federer.
And that man Federer is third on centre against former Wimbledon semi-finalist Grigor Dimitrov.
Yeah, he's in his prime of his career, you would think, right now. So I expect that every time that I have played him, he has become better. And I expect the same on Monday.
In fact, Day 7 at Wimbledon is so good that the Court 2 crowd gets to enjoy Garbina Muguruza against the top seed, Angelique Kerber.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing against her and trying to giving again my best and trying to win against her. I have to play from the first point good tennis against her and be aggressive as well and trying to playing my game from the first ball that we hit.
We've live commentary on the Championship's top matches, plus interviews with players, celebrities and fans. We'll bring you the full Wimbledon experience from every corner of the All England Club and beyond, right here on the Wimbledon radio channel. A very good morning to you from me, Marcus Buckland, positioned once more in the Lavazza tent on the golf course, very close to the queue, which is full of expectant fans, hoping for a memorable Monday. It's certainly going to be a manic one with all the round of 16 matches to be played today. It's incredible to think that this time last week 256 singles players were in the mix. Now it's 32, and by this evening only 16 will be clinging on to their dreams, ready to tell us who's going to win and who'll be heading home come the end of the afternoon. Our former top American and slayer of Serena in 2005, Jill Craibus, former British star, now top coach and broadcaster, Naomi Cavaday, and former world number 6 and a quarter-finalist here, Wayne Ferreira, who we are confidently predicting will win the senior invitational doubles with Goran Ivanisevic a little later this week. I'm sure he's been preparing diligently during his rest day yesterday. Just a reminder that as well as listening to us, you can watch us between now and 10:30 on the Wimbledon channel. Hello to all of you. Naomi's stunning yellow dress is definitely worth a look at. It mixes very well with Wayne's multicoloured shirt. I think we've got just about every colour under the rainbow between the two of them. But I think it goes. And do get in touch. In the usual way, you can email us radio@aeltc.com. That's radio@aeltc.com. And you can tweet us at Wimbledon CHNL. Anything you want to say now that we've reached effectively the halfway stage in the championships. Any questions, any thoughts, anything at all. We'd love to hear from you. And the Daily Social debate today features on which Wimbledon champion has displayed the greatest physical and mental stamina. Hashtag what makes great. Which Wimbledon champion for you has displayed the greatest physical and mental stamina? Love to hear your thoughts. We'll find out first of all what our esteemed guests did get up to yesterday. I know that Jill, you were going to make use of your day off with a trip up to the centre of town.
I did. I went to Covent Garden for pretty much most of the morning and afternoon, had a really nice lunch. So it was very nice, very relaxing. But sometimes, I mean, I enjoyed the middle Sunday off, but sometimes I get kind of sad there's no tennis to watch on TV when I come back.
You need your fix.
I know. But it was a very nice day off, but I'm happy to be back now this morning.
Wayne, I'm assuming you were on the practice court from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
I did absolutely nothing yesterday. I mean, actually,
you lay in bed all day?
I did less than nothing yesterday. And even though it's not possible, I did it.
This suggests to me that Saturday night was a late night then.
It was a good night. I wouldn't say overly late, but it was a fun night. I had a good time.
I thought you were going to play golf yesterday at least.
I had a lot of things on my list that I was going to do yesterday that didn't quite happen. So.
Naomi, I'm sure you were busy.
Well, I was out on Saturday night I was at the British Tennis Ball, so had a lovely time there. So I was recovering on Sunday, but well, we just went down. We went to the park, our local park, Brockwell Park, and we just threw a ball around. Missing the tennis so much, we just threw a ball around. So that was fun. It was a lovely evening.
Well, it's interesting that Jill says that because, yeah, you'd feel you would want a day off, but when you get into the hub and the bubble of these championships, it does seem almost strange that there is no tennis, but we're certainly going to make up for that today. This order of play is quite extraordinary. A reminder that, as usual, centre court and number one will get underway at 1 o'clock this afternoon local time. Anna Kunja first of all against Venus Williams, then Andy Murray and Benoit Paire, followed by the match featuring Dimitrov and Roger Federer. Number one court starts with Joanna Konta and Caroline Garcia. Then it's Rafa against Gilles Muller, who has sent down more aces than anybody else at these championships so far. Adrian Manarino and Novak Djokovic, the third match on number one. Number two, what a start at 11:30. Angelique Kerber against Gabina Muguruza, the runners-up for the past couple of years. And then Victoria Azarenka and Simona Halep. I think everybody's been really impressed with Victoria, coming back so soon, of course, after becoming a mum and coming from a set down to beat Heather Watson to make it through to this stage. And Simona Halep, seeded 2, of course. Not much has been said about her, but as we all know, it's impossible to predict what's going to happen in the ladies' singles. I think you could state an argument. Well, somebody said to me yesterday for 15 of the 16, and we'll talk about the one player who was left off that list a little bit later, but it's so complicated. Milos Raonic against Alexander Zverev is the third match on number 2. And on number 3 court, Agnieszka Radwanska, who came from a set down on centre against Timur Brzezinski on Saturday. She plays Svetlana Kuznetsova, who's so very, very experienced, most certainly can't be written out of the equation. Coco van der Wey and Caroline Wozniacki, who again demonstrated her fighting instincts more than anything else on Saturday, coming back from the brink of defeat. And Dominic Thiem, growing in strength and assurance every single day. What a fine young player he is, seeded 8 at these championships against Thomas Berdych. Go out to court 12 for the French Open champion, Yelena Ostapenko against Alina Svitolina, seeded 4 from Ukraine. That's an 11:30 start. Then Roberto Bautista Agut, who seems to do so well wherever he plays, a model professional, up against Marin Cilic. And Wayne has been pointing out Cilic's credentials since the start of the championships. And on court 18, Magdalena Rybarikova, who's got this wonderful record on grass. She plays Petra Martic of Croatia. Sam Querrey meets Kevin Anderson, second on court 18. And elsewhere, plenty of doubles and lots of junior matches as well. And as we always said, it's very interesting just to get a glimpse of the future. So certainly if you're here, do pop around to courts 4, 5 and 6 in particular and have a look at some of the players who 5 or 10 years from now may be the main attractions. Naomi, I mentioned that I was having a chat with a couple of people over the weekend, and they said they could paint an argument for 15 of the 16 remaining players in the ladies' singles. The one person they both said didn't have a chance is Petra Martic, who is in that first match on court 18 against Magdalena Rybarikova. Now, you had that famous conversation last week with Chris Wilkinson, who was suggesting that, you know, anybody could win it. You weren't having that. But at this stage, are you prepared to write off Petra Martic?
I'm not even sure. It's so difficult. I think she probably is the least likely of everybody in the tournament to win it. But, I mean, who put money on Ostapenko winning the French Open? So, yeah, I mean, I think they all really do have a chance now. I still think it's going to come from one of the 5 we probably would have predicted.
Which are?
Oh, well, I think, the winner of Kerber Muguruza has got to have a great chance really going on to win the whole thing. You know, you've got Konta. Venus is the only one left who's won it before. Yeah. Is Van der Wey as well. There's question marks over all of them as well. You think that, oh, yeah, Van der Wey could win it. And then you think, well, actually, 7 matches, 2 weeks, that's a lot for her. And she is prone to up and downs. And then, you know, for somebody else like Simona Halep, you know, easing her way through the draw, but grass not really her natural surface. So they've all got reasons why they could win it and reasons why they couldn't. There's no standout.
Well, the Sydney Morning Herald is reporting today about Manic Monday, awaiting this mad scramble for the women's title, and goes on to say that it is the Wimbledon where anyone who tells you they know who is going to win the women's title should be administered an anaesthetic. And there's a quote from Martina Navratilova: I literally don't know if I would single any one player out and say there's no one who can't win. Martina should know, of course, because she won this title 9 times. Jill, are you prepared to write anybody out of the equation who remains of the 16 in the ladies?
See, I agree with Martina. I think anyone can win.
Even Petra Martic?
Yes, yeah. I think there's been a lot of talk about, I mean, when she was a youngster, I don't know, it was, God, probably 8 or 10 years ago already, she was already picked to be top 10. And unfortunately for her, she's had quite a few injuries that she's had to deal with, so she's really struggled in that department. But you know, she's come back strong. She had a great French Open, and she's doing well here. And she's got a really good game. I don't know how many people have seen her play, but I think I wouldn't write her off at all. So I would go for 16 of the 16 to have a possible chance.
But this is fantastic. What a great position to find ourselves in, where we really have no idea. It's perhaps a little more straightforward, Wayne, on the men's side. You've been listing 3 names on a consistent basis, and I think I'm right in saying they were Federer, Nadal and Cilic. And Cilic, though, if he's going to do it, he's going to have to do it the hard way, because he'll have to beat 3 of the big 4.
Yeah, he will. It's going to be tough for him. But, you know, I think from an outside standpoint, he's got the best shot out of them. His form coming in here is about as good as anybody's. And he's shown it already. I mean, he's been breezing through his matches and stuff. So I think he's out on the outside, has the best chance.
Do you expect Andy Murray to have a relatively comfortable day today? Of course, he's the only one of the big 4 who's actually dropped a set so far, and it looked, to all intents and purposes, as though he was going to drop 2 to Fabio Fognini. But he's had the weekend off now to get that hip injury sorted out, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think it'll be a tough match today. I don't think he can possibly lose a set and maybe 2, but I don't think he's going to lose the match. Benoit is a difficult person to play against, but I don't think he has enough game to beat Andy. So it'll be a good matchup and fun to watch, though.
Naomi, of the men, who has impressed you the most so far?
I think Nadal. And I know he was just in outrageous form over the clay. I just wasn't sure. I knew he was going to play well. I wasn't expecting him to fall early in this tournament by any stretch of the imagination. But for him to look just that devastatingly good on grass, off the back of winning Roland Garros, I think, you know, at this age, with all the injuries, everything that's happened, I mean, it's not a surprise, but I wasn't expecting that to happen.
I must say he's captured my attention, Jill. As Naomi said, those first 2 matches, if he had gone out, bearing in mind his record over the past few years, not too many people would have been that surprised. But the intensity, and of course we had Uncle Tony here in the Lavazza tent a few days ago. They all seem to be very happy with the way things are going in Camp Nadal at the moment, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Wayne. I think the 3 that have looked the best so far to me are Rafa, Cilic, and Federer. But out of those 3, I mean, I picked from the beginning. I thought Federer. I picked him as the champion in the end, but after watching this week so far, out of everybody, I would say Nadal looks the sharpest and just he's playing the cleanest out of everyone.
I'm going to throw in a real deep outsider. I've been, you know, spending a little time watching Kevin Anderson play. He's got to play Sam Querrey today. He's playing tough. He is serving enormous, and he's being really aggressive off the return of serves. And I think he'll come through against Sam. He's going to put Murray up against the wall.
Does he have the belief, though, that he could become a Wimbledon champion?
That's the only issue. If he can believe that he can do it, he could actually almost win this. I mean, talk about a bookie's choice, you know. But watch him. He's playing great tennis.
Well, I remember him knocking Murray out of the US Open a couple of years back. Murray had one of those awful days where everything mentally seemed to...
You only play as well as your opponent allows you to play, Marcus.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Actually, talking of the mental side of things, The Guardian this morning has a headline: Ivan Lendl puts faith in Murray's mental strength to retain the title. Goes on to say that Lendl, no mean fighter on court himself, was pleased to see that quality emerge in Murray's ugly battle to subdue the danger of Fabio Fognini over 4 sets in the gloom of centre court on Friday night. And he suspects there'll be more of those moments to come. The quote from Lendl: "That's how people win tournaments. They fight. It doesn't come easy. You don't always play your best, and you have to get through that. Fighting is part of it." And maybe, Wayne, one advantage for Murray is that he has already had to dig quite deep, whereas for Rafa and for Roger in particular, it's almost been too easy up to now.
I wouldn't say too easy, but I mean, their form is much better too coming in as well. Okay, Roger's taken some time off and everything, but you know, their confidence level is much higher. than Andy's at the moment. So I don't think that really makes a difference. I think that the age that they're getting to, for them, it's more important to get through the matches quick and easy and conserve the energy rather than have to be pushed. I don't think it makes much of a difference. But I do think that having a tough match against Fognini was helpful for Murray.
Well, we've got two Brits to focus on, of course, with Jo Konta still involved. A picture of her in one of the newspapers today, shopping a local supermarket. It's amazing that everyone's got a fixation. Goodness me, tennis players actually go shopping?
She's human.
I mean, she is.
We've got to eat, don't we?
Yeah. I guess they assume that they have minions to go out and buy whatever they require for the weekend. But I think she was making muffins over the course of the weekend.
Yes, she's only just started doing that. She did a trial, I think, during the Eastbourne week when she was at home, and it was successful. The team were all alive and well, I think she was saying. She was quite anxious about it, so she's tried again. I don't know how they went down this time.
She says they got the thumbs up.
Okay, great.
Yeah, she would say
So I
that.
think at this stage of the tournament, even if they weren't, they're not going to tell her, are they?
She's not going to say I poisoned the entire camp. There'll be no one in my box today. The Times of India has a headline about Jo says Konta swinging freely towards the title, according to her coach. And that paper goes on to say that Konta is often parodied for her mantra of sticking to the process. But far from being a tennis robot, coach Vim Fasset says when his player goes out on court, she can think on her feet. Quote, I give her lots of messages the day before a match and she goes over them with me again before she goes on court. But I don't give her too much information. I've had players who are extremely rational and open for statistics. Johanna goes more on the feeling. I mean, Naomi, she is a fascinating character. Again, I've seen 2 or 3 interviews after some big wins that she enjoyed last week. And, you know, she's obviously been told what to say. You don't get much from her. I'd love to get right inside her mind and know what she is thinking at the start of what could be the biggest week of her life.
I don't know if she is told what to say. It's one of those things. I think we've all worked with sports psychologists that, you know, sell that process and the way of thinking, but sometimes it's incredibly difficult on the court to do that. And Jo has just thoroughly bought into it. It's become her life now. Everything, I think it probably transfers off the court as well. Everything is just, right, I want to get there. How am I going to get there? Setting the targets. And she has just got such great control over her thoughts and her emotions on the court. And it's just been a military operation with her, and I think that and that just it spills over into her interviews. Unfortunately for us, because you know she isn't a robot, but it just does sound that way. But it's only because most of her interviews happen in the middle of tournaments, and when she's in the middle of the tournament, she's just in that zone. It'd be interesting to chat to her maybe in an off season and have kind of a normal conversation. You know, go to a restaurant or cafe. I don't think she'd want to go to a pub or anything, but you know, get her in a different environment. I mean, she's just so kind of in the work mode. It'd just be really interesting to do that. But within a tournament, she's just, you know, blinkers on, eyes on the prize.
Wayne, during the height of your career, for example, when you were making quarterfinals here, did you have a set modus operandi when you were giving interviews, or would you come out of the box a little bit?
I'm not quite sure if I was that different to normal. Normally, I mean, I obviously was invested in what I was doing, but I didn't really change my demeanor in any way. I wasn't, as put it this way, as seriously focused as some of the people like Nadal when he's on the court, and I'm more like a kind of like a Roger, sort of, you know, kind of breezes through stuff and everything. So I didn't really change up much, but you know, everyone has their own different personalities that they deal with. You know, I mean, like Azarenka is serious on the court. I mean, so it's just a different personality.
Yeah, you've got to do whatever works. And by the way, if Murray and Konta do triumph at the end of this week, it'll be the first time since 1934 that the host nation has had a pair of winners. Back then, of course, it was Fred Perry and Dorothy Round. Let's join Barry Can for the first time this morning. He's at Orangi and he has a guest alongside him.
Yeah, good morning, Marcus. Yes, very nice to be back after my, well, actually, it was meant to be a rest day, but for me, actually, it was the busiest day of the tournament. So now is a rest day for me, having to look after my 3-year-old and 1-year-old. But a man who never has a rest day during the championships, the practice court manager, Peter Finn, who's been in the job now, the big boss, for 18 years. Good morning, Peter.
I have to correct you there. It's 21 years, thank you.
Sorry, my first unforced error.
No, it's been. It seems like a long time, but it's gone in a flash, as most of the time here at Wimbledon does. Wimbledon tends to come around so very quickly for us all. But 21 years, yeah.
And how has it changed your job over 21 years?
The job itself hasn't changed a great deal. Obviously, physically around us, the buildings and the fantastic facilities have changed. But the way that we operate and the way that we operate our practice has remained pretty much the same.
Because my first championships was back in '94. And you had to call up. It was the days before the internet. You had to call up, find out, first of all, if you were playing, and then when you were playing, and then you had to book a practice court. So it's a big difference now.
The system pretty much is the same, but obviously these days we've come into the 21st century. We're very much computerized now, so everything is done much slicker, much quicker. Players have to wait less time over the phone, so everything is moving along much better than it used to.
It's very quiet at the moment, but it's going to be very busy at 10 o'clock, where more or less all the women are practicing ahead of their last 16 matches. So what sort of requests do you have from the women in terms of, and the men as well, in terms of what court they like to practice on, what opponent, what partner they like to practice with?
The requests come in from, as you say, both men and women. It's not specific to either. They sometimes have a request for a particular court. Some players are perhaps a little bit superstitious and like to retain the same court time after time. And wherever possible, we'll try and help them to get that court. Obviously, at 10 o'clock, very, very busy time because all the first round matches, they're doing their practice now. And we're trying to accommodate all of them as best we can and give them a nice relaxed atmosphere before they go out and play their very serious match.
Well, I noticed our very own Chris Wilkinson, who works on the Wimbledon radio channel, he's on court 13, and lucky for someone, court 13, is that because it was as far away as possible?
No, it's one of our top courts. And
very diplomatic.
No, we have available to us 16 courts up here, and all of them are in great condition. Every single one of them is in great condition. So court number 13 is just as good as court number 1.
Well, apart from the 3 weeks or 4 weeks of the championships, you're also a referee. So which of these players have you refereed, and can you remember them in their younger days? Maybe Andy Murray?
Well, casting my mind back a few years now, it must be sort of 18 years since Andy's just gone into his 30s. I remember Andy at the Junior National Championships in Nottingham. In fact, if I cast my mind back, I think I gave him a code violation for ball abuse, but I have to think twice about that.
Wow.
Well, yeah, he was a fiery character, but he was very, 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 very confident on the court, and he was very, very driven, even at 12.
And even, you say driven, I mean, I don't want you to mention names, but when the players walk around, can you see the difference in the body language of certain players that really, truly believe that they can go the whole way, as opposed to players who are just happy to be here and soak up the Wimbledon atmosphere?
Well, I think it's obvious. The players who are at the top of the game are there for a very good reason. They're very good players. They have extreme confidence. And when you see them walking around, walking on the court, there's a big difference between Rafa and Murray and Nadal, I beg your pardon, and Federer, than sort of the lower-ranked players who may be arriving here for the first time. They ooze confidence and relaxation. So that obviously transfers then into their game.
In terms of length of time they like to practice, which sort of players would you say like to practice for a long time? Actually, as over to my left, Andy's just walking up the steps, so good luck to him today, of course, for the British. But in terms of, as I was saying, are there any players that like to practice more?
Well, that very much depends on whether they're playing a match or whether they are just practicing for the day without a match. With a match, they probably practice for half an hour. Sometimes they might want to stretch that to 40 minutes, 45 minutes. But most of the time it's 30 minutes. When they're not playing a match, we give them an hour. Again, if we have the opportunity, we can perhaps stretch that to an hour and a half. It very much depends on the day and the program that we have.
The people who are able to get into the gate at 10:30, sometimes they have the real fortune of being able to watch some of the top players on the main championship courts warm up. How do you decide which players get that luxury?
The players who are playing in the program on Centre number 1 court are given the opportunity to practice on the championship courts themselves. They always allocate 1 or 2 courts for that purpose, and sometimes the players take advantage of it, sometimes they don't. It's their choice, but it is offered.
And Wayne Ferreira, who's also on our team, he's playing in the invitational doubles, was meant to practice yesterday, I believe, and it was a no-show. does that mean there's a black mark against him for the rest of the week, or are you someone who forgives and forgets?
We try to be forgiving.
Even for Wayne?
Even for Wayne, but especially for Wayne. He's been with us a long time, Wayne. And no, we obviously take a note of players who don't show. And when it's at a very busy time, obviously that time slot has been taken away for use of another player. So, but generally speaking, by the time we get to middle Sunday, things are pretty relaxed.
Well, as we speak, Marcus and Wayne, Peter's just writing it down, saying Wayne Ferreira practice court 22, which is in the college, 8:30 p.m. and for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And he's on his own.
And tomorrow, actually, Barry, if you could just pass the message across. Wayne says he'd like a 6 a.m. Start tomorrow morning.
Oh, actually, Wayne's request, Peter, is 6 a.m. tomorrow morning because he's heard that you're here bright and early.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to book him an indoor court at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, but unfortunately I won't be there to give him the balls.
There you go, Wayne.
It suits him because he'll be on his way back from whichever party he's been at, and that's why he can definitely make it.
That's when I'm at my best.
Thank you, Barry. We're not going to be nasty to you, Wayne, all morning. Barry, thank you very much indeed. Very interesting insight into events up there. Thanks for all your early tweets. Joanne's been in touch. Says we're spoiled for choice today for good matches. You are absolutely right. Joe, on the subject of which Wimbledon champion has shown the greatest physical and mental stamina, Navi says, I think Roger Federer has to win that physically and mentally. But Mridul says Djokovic is just an animal physically. Who on earth can play a 5-hour semi and then a 6-hour final and win? He's done that a few times. And he goes on to say mentally, what about the US Open? We're talking about Wimbledon here primarily, but he does mention that US Open final in 2015 when Djokovic played Roger Federer, and I don't know what the capacity is at Flushing Meadows, but if it's 25,000, then 24,500 were cheering for Roger Federer, and somehow Wayne Novak, maybe that helped him actually, he dug so deep to win the match anyway.
Yeah, he does have a little chip on his shoulder, Djokovic, about Rafa and Roger, so I can imagine if people are going against him, it's going to inspire him more than be a problem for him. But yeah, there's been some great matches between all of these guys over the years. It's incredible.
Susan's also been in touch, says hello to all of us, in particular to Wayne.
Good morning.
Yeah, very popular, Wayne. And if you're with us on Facebook Live as well, great to have you. Hello to Michael Fortune, says it's 4 a.m. Where are you, Michael? Let us know exactly where you are at 4 a.m. in the morning. Cloud's been in touch. He's in Argentina, 5 o'clock in the morning. So we appreciate, I hope have you woken up especially to watch us? I mean, that's you may be regretting that decision if you have. But we're going to keep you entertained throughout. Lots of lovely messages from you all. It's great to have your company. Do keep your tweets and your emails coming. radio@aeltc.com. You can email us at WimbledonCHNL. Which Wimbledon champion has shown the most mental and physical stamina? And when we say Wimbledon champion, of course, it could be a doubles player. It could be going back a number of years. I'd love to get your thoughts on that. And as we've reached the start of week 2, Danny, our producer, thought we should have the week 1 awards, and he's listed a whole different bunch of questions that I know in particular Jill's been having kittens about, struggling with some of the answers. So we'll come to her in a moment. But we've got best match, best moment, biggest shock, biggest crowd noise, most impressive match performance, player you wish hadn't been knocked out, best dressed player, player who's come from nowhere, and funniest moment. And very quickly, from my point of view, best match, Gulbis v Del Potro. Best moment, Gulbis beating Del Potro. Biggest shock, Gulbis beating Del Potro. Biggest crowd noise, the cheers when Gulbis beat Del Potro. Most impressive match performance, Gulbis when he beat Del Potro. Player you wish you hadn't been knocked out is clearly Gulbis after what happened on Saturday.
Surely not best dressed. Surely not.
Come on, he's the son of a billionaire. Has to be.
With that beard?
What's wrong with beards?
Well...
Player who's come from nowhere.
You dug yourself into a hole there.
Player who's come from nowhere, 589 in the rankings. It's got to be Ernest Gulbis. Funniest moment. Now that's where we're
funniest moment is
someone saying Gulbis being knocked out, which I find not funny at all.
Funniest moment is you right now.
Thank you, Wayne. In your dark glasses, in your multicoloured shirt and all the rest of it. But Jill, you've been pondering the funniest moment, and actually I noticed you still haven't come up with an answer.
No, I think it's your obsession with Gulbis.
Okay, my obsession. What? Give us your other answers. Best match for you in the first week.
Best match, I chose Konta versus Vekic, second round match. I mean, that was just phenomenal. And the way the two women played at really pressure moments, their serving was great. So I thought that was probably the best. Am I going through my list now?
Go through it.
List?
Yeah,
okay.
come on. You've worked hard on this.
All right, that was my best match. My best moment, I just put the start of the tournament. I know that's kind of lame, but...
That is a bit lame. What would you say start of the tournament?
Yeah, I was just ready for it to get underway. That's my best moment is when the tournament starts. I love it. There's all this energy and vibe, and I like it. Everyone's
it is like
queuing
Christmas,
up.
isn't it?
Yeah,
like
I like it. That's my best moment. Don't take it away from me.
All right, carry on.
Biggest shock, I put Rybarikova over Pliskova.
Yes.
I thought that was because everyone had Pliskova was one of the favorites in everyone's mind to win. Biggest noise crowd, I went a different route. Instead of a match, I chose Saturday when they were honoring the Olympians, when Murray came out onto center court. It might not have been the biggest crowd noise, but it was, I think, the longest. He got a huge standing ovation for quite some time, so that was my pick. Most impressive match performance, I've put Nadal over the course of the tournament, because I just think he's been very impressive, as we've talked about. Player you wish you hadn't been knocked out. I went with you, Marcus, with Gulbis.
Oh, good girl. Excellent.
I did want Gulbis to win that match. Best dressed player, I put Camilla Giorgi.
Yeah.
I feel like she's kind of one of those that does like a wardrobe change every match she plays. So I got something new on, and she looks nice. Player who has come from nowhere, I put either Rybarikova or Ostapenko. And I put Ostapenko over the course of the last month, as she was out of nowhere.
Okay.
And my funniest moment.
We're still waiting for that.
I'm still working on it. But I said it.
I got a question on the best dressed when she says Georgie every time she comes out with a different.
She's got a different outfit on.
How do you come out with a different white?
Doesn't her mum make her
She has
outfits?
like lace and all on the back on her back of the dress.
It's not a brand. It's all unique.
I obviously haven't been watching her to see.
It's true. She's always got something new on.
Keep up. No, I'm hoping you're going to get a better, funnier moment than.
No, I like my funny moment.
Than the Gulbis one.
I think
we've still got a week to go.
You've been entertaining with your obsession with Gulbis.
Okay,
Do you know what he's doing right now?
No, actually, if you're watching us on Facebook Live, Ernest, what are you up to? He probably let his hair down over the course of the weekend, and he deserved to, because he did win 2 matches. He's on the way back. This time next year, you watch, could be a top 10 player again. Wayne, best match for you?
You know, there hasn't really been any sort of great matches in sort of like epics.
Where have you been?
No, there's been good, but I'm still waiting. I think the one good match, I thought a match was pretty good, was the Querrey-Songa match. I thought that was great, the way that it ended at 6-5 in the 5th. They had to come back the next day. It's always that, is it one game or is it an hour and a half? And Querrey came out and did well and won that game. So I'm going to go Querrey-Songa was that one. My best moment, I think, was really more a point, was the match point that Dimitrov had against Baghdadis.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, what an end to a very cool match with 2 guys who were just so much fun to watch. And, I mean, that point just solidified that match between the 2 of them. Biggest shock for sure for me is the Willis-Clark win in the doubles. I thought that was unbelievable. I watched that. It was crazy. Just like up and down. They served for it, lost their serve, lost the set, came, and then I'm like, they're done. Yeah. And then came back in the 5th and won. So that was pretty cool. And then obviously the crowd was so into it. They were the loudest I've seen out of tournaments so far. I got 2 impressive match performances. I think Dudi Sela beating John Isner, for me, is the David and Goliath. Very impressive. I would have not given him a chance in that match. And then the other one would be the Gulbis Del Potro. I got also player knocked out. I put Monfils because I love watching him play, but I actually was so disappointed that Del Potro lost, because I love the matches against him and Djokovic. They always bring out just the best matches and the fun moment. So I was a little disappointed to lose out on that match. I think that one could have been a really, really good match. Best dressed, Roger, by far. I loved it the year he came out with his jacket. So elegant, just absolutely perfect for Wimbledon. I mean, it's just elegant like you've never seen. Player from nowhere for me, Ostapenko. I think it's unbelievable what she did at the French, and I think the fact that she came in here with all the little bit of extra pressure and she's just breezing through the draw again. I think it's an absolutely amazing story. Funniest moment, haven't got one yet.
That's still to come when you walk out on court with Goran, even as a finisher.
That's not funny.
No, you're going to win this. You are going to win this title.
Well, I picked a good partner to at least give it a go.
Yeah. I know. I bet he wasn't lying in bed all day yesterday.
I think he was so disappointed when they told him he was playing with me. He's like, I'm like, yeah, I got a chance to win. He's like, oh no, that's my chance gone. So I'll have to work with him.
Yeah. No, I think you're going to complement each other. And actually, a tweet. Where is it? It's about you somewhere. Well, yeah, it's come from Media Friendly, actually, who's in Ealing, which is my neck of the woods. Says there's a distinct look of David Hasselhoff about Wayne with those specs on.
I'm not quite sure if I appreciate that, but anyway. I hope it's Hasselhoff of old, not Hasselhoff of now, you know.
If you were to take that shirt off, would there still be a Hasselhoff look about you?
I don't have hair on my chest like him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's a nice one. Hello also to Brett. 3 a.m. here in KC. Kansas City, would that be?
City.
Yeah. Says, yeah, today is the best round of the championships. I think we all agree about that. Midrill's come back again. Yeah, I think you've already come up with your answer, Midrill, but the champion, you know, the best Wimbledon champion in terms of physical and mental stamina. But now you're tipping Bjorn Borg. Says, don't think he ever felt tired in a match. He had that incredible, or still has, I think, the incredible resting heartbeat.
Yeah, he's unbelievable. I mean, he was just in the best shape of anyone. But, you know, he worked 6-7 hours every day. He used to almost play until he kind of spit blood at the end of the day. That's how much effort he put into. So, yeah, he was one guy that never ran out of energy. But for me, I think along that same line has to be Nadal. I mean, the amount of energy that he has to put into a match, even the matches that he wins easily, the effort and the amount of energy that he has to give out is absolutely incredible. And the fact that he's had such a long career and been around so long with that amount of energy is absolutely incredible.
Simone Erasmus is with us on Facebook Live. Says, have I missed Rupert's gardening anecdotes? Quite love them as the additional tennis news. I haven't heard any of... Have we had some...
Yes, well, I was with him. We did it the other day. Well, we met the head gardener, and there was a lot going... I mean, I don't know anything about gardening. I don't have a garden. I live in London in a flat, so... but Rupert was very knowledgeable and getting a lot of going into huge detail. Okay. It was great.
Well, Simone, we'll make sure he comes up with a few more little tips and anecdotes for you. 8 p.m. in New Zealand, that's where Time Casa is watching us. 3:30 a.m. in Iowa. Hello to Ander Rutledge. Likewise, Randy Gerber, Orlando, checking in very early. It is great to have your company. You're listening to the Wimbledon radio channel, and you can watch us as well on the Wimbledon channel between now and 10:30. We're going through our Week 1 awards. Naomi, best match for you?
Well, I think the Vekic... Well, I don't know where you've been, Wayne, because on the women's side, we've had some epic battles, and there have been some phenomenal matches. So, absolutely, the Vekic-Konta match for sure, but also the Wozniacki-Kontovic match the other day. And it's with Wozniacki, it's just one of those things. You know she's going to do it. You know, your back was against the wall, 2 points away from losing. Kontovic playing unbelievably great grass court tennis, but Wozniacki just knowing she can dig deep and she's just going to hang around and make balls and just another hugely resilient performance from her. And it must be so annoying if you're Kontovic, because you know she's going to do it, and you know that 2 points away feels like 5 games away from winning when you're playing at someone like Wozniacki when she's in that mood. Another amazing effort from her. Best moment, seeing Kvitova back. That was really nice just to see her back at the tournament, and with everything she's been through, it was emotional, and I really felt for her that people made her the favourite as well, and she just wanted to play. Yeah,
don't remind Barry Cowan that she was made the favourite. We've just about got over that storm.
Okay, moving on. Biggest shock, Pavlyuchenkova going out to Irina Rodionova, and I think some people may know her older sister Anastasia Rodionova, who's been in the top 50, top 100 for a long time, more a doubles player now, but Irina Rodionova never really been ranked that high, has been playing good doubles with Anastasia, but she came through the qualifying, and to take out Pavlyuchenkova on grass, great effort. That was a tough 3-setter, and it wasn't like Pavlyuchenkova played awful at all, so that was a huge shock just because of where Rodionova has come from. Biggest crowd noise, well, in my slightly biased opinion, and a lot of this noise came from me, was when Bedene beat Karlovic.
Yes. Well, fair enough. We should remind everyone that your brother is coaching Bedene, and he had a great week.
Yes, and it was just an epic match. There were no breaks until 8-7 in the 5th, or was it 7-6 in the 5th? I can't remember. It was all a blur, but it was epic, and I mean, it was pretty boring at times, to be honest. There was a lot of just serving. But I nearly jumped onto the court, which would have been inappropriate. But I've never made that much noise for a player. So that was the biggest noise for me, anyway. I've never made that much noise for a match. So that was exciting. Most impressive match performance. I think how Heather Watson came out against Sevastova in the second round, because she just was like a completely different player. I don't think anyone has ever seen Heather Watson play like that, and it was just all practically perfect. And I think I'm surprised she wasn't made the favourite after that, seeing as everyone's just picking a new one each day. Player I wish hadn't been knocked out is probably Annette Kontaveit, because I think we're going to see a lot from her. I absolutely see her getting to the top 10. She played so well for almost a whole match. And, of course, up against Wozniacki, as I mentioned. But she is really one to watch, and I love watching her play. Best dressed, I mean, I'm with Wayne here. Fed, but I mean, Fed could wear a bin bag and look pretty cool.
I've heard he's thinking of doing that.
A white one.
Yeah.
Well, there was those times where year on year he got kind of more and more flamboyant and extravagant with what he was wearing. There was the jacket, then there were the trousers with the belt, weren't there? I thought, God, one year he's going to stroll on a white horse or something, and it was getting bigger and bigger each year. But I don't think the club went for that. Maybe he pitched it. I don't know.
Start with a pony and work up to a horse.
Exactly.
It's possible.
So yeah, I'm not sure. What's next?
You've got two more. Player who's come from nowhere.
Dudi Seller.
Yeah.
I just don't think many people would have known who he was, or where he came from, and what an amazing result, as you said, against John Isner. I just think I think even some of us were kind of like, really? So that was pretty good. And I do have a funniest moment, and this is funny. Joe Salisbury and Katie Dunn, British team, they were playing mixed doubles in the first round, and a smash was put away. Really.
Something going on the HSBC Court 20. I don't know if it was your answer. I was hoping for a minute there. No,
everyone loves Joe Salisbury.
Captured the crowd's imagination, but no, it's something else, I'm afraid.
No, a smash was put away really wide, and he sprinted out wide, and he actually hurdled over the green barrier at the side of the court. He nearly took out a photographer, ended up in the front row, got the ball back. He was actually in the chairs. He ended up leaning on the chairs, got the ball back in play, hacked it up high, jumped back over the fence, onto the court, ran to the net and put the volley away and won the point. That was pretty funny.
I'd like to have seen that.
I'm sure you can. It'll be on something.
Actually, you can catch anything these days, can't you? Willis got hit on the back of the head during that doubles match the other night, which, I don't think he found it very funny, but it was quite amusing. Anyway, he bounced back and he won. The guy's quite remarkable. Zion's been in touch on Facebook Live. Says, I think Offner getting to round 3 after qualifying is a great story.
It's a good call.
That was a terrific effort.
Yep.
Hello also to Kalian, who's in Irvine. In Ayrshire in Scotland. Kalan is in Stockholm. And we had somebody who's in the Philippines and has got home early just to listen to us from work. That's Sosot. So hello, Sosot. Great to have your company. So yeah, you can watch us on Facebook Live or on the Wimbledon channel until 10:30, and of course you can listen to us on the Wimbledon radio channel every morning this week from 9 o'clock till around about half an hour after the close of play. And do keep your tweets and your emails coming as well. Tweet us at Wimbledon CHNL. Email us radio@aeltc.com. And our daily social debate topic today: which Wimbledon champion has displayed the greatest physical and mental stamina? And also, if you've got any funny moments or anything from week 1 that you think should be featured in the awards section, then do get in touch. Let's get out to Anna, who is just in front of us, actually, in the queue.
Thanks, Marcus. What an absolutely glorious morning it is here in the Great Wimbledon queue. And I'm actually feeling all a bit nostalgic because I've been here and done this queue many years upon years. And I'm looking at these lovely faces, and it's a mix of exhaustion but pure excitement about what lies ahead in those Wimbledon grounds. I'm joined by James and Em. Now, guys, what time did you get here in this queue?
10 to 5?
Yes.
Yeah, so we've been queuing since 10 to 5 this morning.
Yeah, just quite an early start for a Monday morning. And if I'm right, you landed from Australia last night pretty much just to come to Wimbledon.
Yes, exactly. Yes, we're very excited to be here.
And have you guys been to Wimbledon before? I'm sure you've watched it on TV. Is this your first time?
First time at Wimbledon. Seen it on the telly, but it's the first time actually coming here.
So what on earth do you expect then? When you go through those gates, the great Wimbledon lies ahead. What can you expect?
Lots of people, some good tennis, hopefully. Yeah, just a good day out.
I mean, talking of great tennis, this is Manic Monday. This is the time to be in this queue because your ground pass can access so much tennis today. We'll keep walking. The queue is ever going. Em, who are you looking forward to seeing today?
I'm actually hoping to catch Andy Murray play if possible, or at least be around while he's playing. Yeah.
And what's the plan? Are we up on Henman Hill? Are we walking around the outdoor courts? What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think we'd like to sort of take a walk around and see as much as we can. Yeah, just whatever takes our interest. Yeah.
Eyes on any merchandise?
Maybe, whatever I can fit in my suitcase back home.
Very good point. Now, I know the Wimbledon queue is all about making friends, and these lovely girls behind you, you've been chatting away to them since about 5 o'clock this morning. Girls, how's your queue going? You've been in here for what? Almost 5 hours now.
Oh, it's brilliant. I think the queue makes it, like meeting different people, and it's great fun, like entertainment along the way and stuff. So.
What supplies have we got? You've got a very big picnic bag here. Have we got strawberries, bit of Prosecco? What have we got in there?
Mostly Prosecco, but I didn't pack it actually. It was my friend who did, so I'm just going to eat it and drink it.
And there is so much mouth-watering tennis. Who are you guys looking forward to seeing?
Definitely Murray. We'll get our place on the hill. Federer as well.
Yeah.
All the greats are playing today. So.
They certainly are. Well, guys, have an incredible day. Enjoy the rest of the queue. You haven't got that much left. The excitement is building. Enjoy every moment. Have a good one.
It's a very calm queue this morning, thank you. And I know it's because it's Monday morning, but certainly the people we can see, there's probably about 25 or 30 people who are just in position in front of us right now. They look serene. I mean, a bit more energy perhaps is required. There's a slight Monday morning feeling in that queue, but Anna will get them going shortly. Hello to Jonathan, who has emailed us. 6:30 p.m. here in Tokyo. Been watching all week. And listening to you guys, great way to get ready for the action. Wayne is right. Sela Isner was an absolute shocker. And he'd love to see Gulbis back as well. Well, we all would. And Joe, I don't wish to make this the Ernest Gulbis breakfast show, but having seen him win a couple of matches, it would be nice if he could build on that.
Yeah,
again.
Absolutely. And that's been a struggle for him throughout his career. I mean, he's had some great success in the past, but to continue to do that throughout his career, I mean, we've seen a few mental lapses. I think he even had one in the match against Djokovic in the second set. He just kind of went away for a whole set after getting broken in that first. And I think we would all love to see him back. He's such a good, talented player and so much fun to watch. And I think if he could build on this, I think it would be really good to see him back.
And there was a great quote from him, Wayne and Naomi, actually, either before or after his match with Novak, and they said to him along the lines, Djokovic has been struggling a little bit. He went, yeah. He said, that's the difference between Novak and I. When I struggle, I drop to 600 in the world. When Djokovic struggles, he slips down to number 4. And that's, Rupert, and you were asking me, but there's something different about the guy.
But I think that's why we like him so much too, is because he's honest. When he's asked those questions, he's really honest about where he is mentally and physically, and he's not afraid to say that I need to work on this, or I mean, he's even said in the past, I do choke sometimes, I need to work on that. So I think we love that honesty about him.
Tom Alexander on Facebook Live says, funniest moment maybe Fanini challenging when he had no challenges left.
Yeah.
Which was certainly an awkward moment for him. I don't think he found it too funny, but yeah, thanks for that suggestion. And Max Bond, a lot of people actually asking about this match in particular. Max Bond wants to know who you guys think is going to win the Dimitrov versus Federer encounter on centre later today. Well, Roger has been speaking about his opponent.
Good shot maker. One-handed backhand always brings a bit of a different feel to the match because of the slice and coming over. Which shot is he going to choose? He's always got 2 options. Not that the double-hander doesn't, but the double-hander most likely will always come over, and he will only really slice as a mix-up or, just because maybe he's in defense. So with him it's different. And he's in his prime of his career, you would think right now. So I expect that every time that I have played him, he has become better, and I expect the same on Monday.
What are you expecting, Wayne? Should be a very elegant encounter, if nothing else.
Yeah, sort of look like in a mirror. We're going to see a little bit of that effect in that. But I think Dimitrov has, improved of late. He's pretty confident and playing well. His game is getting to be very mixed with the aggression from the attacking as well as the defending. I mean, he's a great player, but I just don't think he's quite ready yet. Maybe he'll never be ready, because I think Roger's just got too much for him. I mean, they play such a similar game, but Roger's just better at it.
Head-to-head record 5-0 to Federer. So baby Fed is going to have to grow up very fast today, Jill, isn't he, if he's going to win that losing sequence?
Yeah, I think it's tough too, because just the way he plays, you can tell he's looked up to Federer throughout his career and coming onto the tour. So when you're playing someone that you've admired for so long, it's a tough situation to deal with. But we all know he has the tools to do it. But as Wayne said, I think Federer just does stuff just a little bit better.
Okay, hello to Kei Matsunaga, who is listening in Hawaii. Kei, we're going to head off to Orangi, and Barry has a couple of special guests who were the stars of Saturday night.
Yeah, two men who will definitely please Wayne Ferreira this morning, because he described it as his moment of the first week with Marcus Willis and Jay Clark. A sensational performance on Saturday night. Morning, guys. That was something else, wasn't it, Marcus?
Yeah, weren't quite expecting it to go that way, but we played awesome, and the crowd got behind us, and yeah, things can happen here at Wimbledon.
Well, Jay, I interviewed you a week ago, and you were practicing with Murray. What an amazing week it's been. Can you scarcely believe?
No, not really. Obviously, first time playing the men's event and making it to the second week, it's huge. So, yeah, just can't really put into words.
Well, Marcus, you were the story last year with an incredible run where you pre-qualified, you qualified, you won your first round, you lost to Federer on centre. Was that moment on Saturday night, was that better than last year?
Well, yeah, we won. I got thumped by Federer. I got thumped by Federer. So, no, obviously last year was great for me personally, but for us, this is great for our confidence as well. And we did pretty well. I lost the last round quality singles, and no, it's been a good tournament so far.
Well, I was watching it at home on television. Have you seen any of the footage? Do you know how nuts your family, your friends were going in the crowd?
Well, I saw the match point, but lots of people sent me videos, so I saw it from about 15 different angles. Yeah, but that's it. That's the only point I saw. Yeah.
We had the rest day yesterday. Yeah. Game face has got to be back on, because you're playing first up, I believe, and you're practicing in a few minutes. So what were you doing yesterday, Marcus, and what are the plans for today?
Just sharpening up, keeping on it, and doing what we're doing. Working on a few things, and we'll do the same this morning and get out there and try and hit the ground running.
Well, guys, you look relaxed. Thanks very much for talking to the Wimbledon Radio channel and the Wimbledon channel. Good luck. Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks.
Yeah, we wish them a lot of luck. It was, as Wayne mentioned, just a fantastic end to the first week, unless you're French, of course. And I agree with you, when they appeared to blow their chances in the fourth set, you thought there was no way back for them.
They served for the match and played pretty ordinary game and just looked like they had lost it, and then regrouped in the fifth. It was a good effort, you know. So many times percentage-wise, when you have an opportunity and you're the underdog and you do that, you blow it. But they did a great job to hold their own on the fifth set. It was a good match to watch too.
And it's extraordinary, isn't it, Naomi, actually, as Marcus mentioned, they lost in the last round of qualifying this time, having come through pre-qualifying and qualifying last year to then face Roger Federer in the second round. But he just seems to be intrinsically linked with headlines. You can't keep him out of the news at the moment.
He loves the limelight, right? That's what it's all about. It's it's amazing. I mean, he has a game that is just so suited to grass, and he really uses the grass to the most he possibly can. So it's no surprise that he plays his best tennis over the grass. But I mean, the difference in what he achieves the rest of the year in comparison to at Wimbledon is absolutely extraordinary. But for him and for Jay Clark, you know, first time, I mean, he's just out of juniors, and he had such a heartbreaker in qualifying as well, because he was 2 sets up on Öffner, who came all the way through and lost that one in 5, which was really tough for him. That was in the last round of qualies. So he was really heartbroken. So really nice for him as a young player to get a big boost from this as well. But Willis just yet again. How long is it going to be every year? It'll be mixed next year.
Yeah.
Who's he?
Yeah, he'll eventually be playing with Wayne, won't he?
He's not going to win then.
Well, we'll keep a close eye on their progress. First match on court 14 against Marek and Pavic. The best of all the action, of course, on the Wimbledon radio channel and the Wimbledon channel, and we'll have dedicated commentary from centre court and number 1 court on the Wimbledon radio channel from the moment play gets underway there just after 1 o'clock. Brett Welsh has been in touch. He's tweeted, Naomi will like this, says best upset Pliskova, which I think is what you said. Best dressed Naomi and her lovely yellow dress.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Well, I mean, it is yellow. Is it mustard?
Before we came on, you asked me what colour is it?
Well, only because, and you may not know this,
yellow.
but you can't just say yellow, because last week the world's most popular colour is apparently marron green, whatever type of green that is. So I'm assuming there's a shade of yellow that you're wearing.
Yeah, it's just yellow.
Sunshine yellow.
I mean,
it's not tennis ball yellow. It's yellow.
It's not Wayne Ferreira's microphone yellow as well.
That's quite close.
Similar.
She would be blended if she was using my microphone.
She would. Well, anyway, Brett likes it. And in fact, 'cause on Saturday you had the play suit on as well. You've been cutting a sartorial dash this week.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I thought that this would be really good because it's bright, and I know there potentially is rain incoming, and I just want to keep the sunshine vibes. I mean, it's been such an unbelievable week for British summer last week, so I'm keeping it in spirit.
We try not to mention the R word too much today. Forecast has been very changeable. Last night, before going to bed, I looked, and it did suggest that we could get some rain today. At the moment, above us, we've got lots of white fluffy cloud, plenty of blue sky, and in fact the forecast is, I think, pretty good for today. Tomorrow, Jill, it has to be said, for ladies' quarter-finals, there may be some interruptions on number 1 court anyway.
Well, I might have to wear my bright colours tomorrow to try and bring the sunshine out.
Yeah, I mean, you always look elegant whatever you wear.
Jill, you're just a ray of sunshine.
Oh, isn't that nice?
She doesn't need to wear clothes to be a ray of sunshine.
You didn't speak to her first thing this morning before we came on air, before the coffee.
I mean, that last quote, I'm not going to... Whatever you just said, that was interesting. Anyway, let's go back to Barry Cowan before we get into trouble here.
Oh, my goodness, I didn't know you were coming to me this soon, Marcus. I'll just have to gate crash Ugo. Ugo Colombini. Good morning, Ugo.
Good morning.
I didn't know they were coming to me so soon. Ugo is agent to Andy Murray and agent to Jelena Ostapenko, but also to some of the juniors. So, busy time for you.
Yeah, good busy. This is why we come here, to try to make things happening, and then you watch the clients. Hopefully they perform well, so you can carry on and do the best job for them.
How does your role differ from working with Murray as opposed to Ostapenko?
Well, with Andy, I just do a little bit of his business. He has a bigger team that each one does a specific thing, where with all the other clients I do 360 degrees job, so there's a bit of a difference on that.
How long have you been with Jelena Ostapenko for?
With Jelena, we started 7 years ago when she was 13.
Fantastic. So did you approach her?
It was like we saw each other in a junior event. I was looking for new talents, and I saw her, and then I guess she liked me. And I was lucky because there was other agency that were trying to sign her up, and I got lucky.
Well, you say you got lucky with a smile, but you were also with Del Potro for many a year. So what, as an agent, because I know you look at the juniors and a lot of agents do, what do you look for in a player that you feel can go the whole way?
Well, obviously you look at the skills, the talent, the upside that they have during the match, so the way they play the match, the way they manage the situation, and you can see that already in a younger age. The players that they make the difference, somehow they have a different look, a different way of interpreting each and every point.
So you're just saying, really, for you, it's experience, because you were an ex-player. So is it just...
Bad one. Bad one, as you know, but yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, there are things that you can improve and you can work on the technical side, on the tactical side. But there are some things that is difficult to teach, and the great players, they do have it inside. You know, the way they play, maybe the important point, the way they prepare the matches, the confidence they have, that probably makes a difference.
So which juniors are you on the lookout for?
I have one that won the Australian Open Juniors. The Hungarian kid is very talented. Unfortunately, lost on Saturday here. There's another one playing today, and then, unfortunately today I will not have time to go to the juniors because I have a couple of clients playing. But
more important business to attend with Murray and Ostapenko.
I also have Gilles Muller playing against Rafa Nadal today, so it's going to be quite a full day.
You think there could be a shock there? Served the most aces in the men's draw?
Yeah, I mean, usually he's playing the best tennis of his life. And at 33, he's overcome a few tough years due to injuries and operations. So he's very confident. Obviously, Nadal is a different task. It's a tough call. Obviously, I would like him to win, but yeah, we'll see. If he serves well and if he's brave, I think he has a small chance. If he's conservative, then I think it's too tough.
Last question. It's actually two questions in this last question. Best part of your job and toughest part of your job?
Best part of my job is when you succeed on the court. So when you're there watching your client and they win, that's like kind of rewarding. Tough part, I would say probably managing the parents.
Why am I surprised with that answer, Marcus? Ugo, thanks very much. Have a good day.
Well, I'm sure Mr. and Mrs. Can were a delight when you were playing, Barry, so that's not a direct reference at you. But yeah, I guess what we all know, through the years there have been some interesting parents. What were your parents like, Jill? Did they sit back and let the business side of things take care of themselves?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I was lucky because my parents admitted that they didn't know anything about tennis, and they knew they didn't know anything about tennis. So they kind of just let my coach and my team around me kind of deal with everything, which was nice. They came to the U.S. Open every year because it was only a 2-hour drive for them. But other than that, they really didn't travel that much. They didn't watch me play, and so they were actually really good. Really didn't put a lot of pressure on me. They just wanted to make sure that I was enjoying myself and having fun. So I was pretty lucky.
Oh, that's the perfect combo. Naomi, Wayne, pushy parents or okay in that regard?
No, mine were relaxed too. Very,
Which is
very,
where you get it
very
from.
relaxed.
Not surprised to hear that. The most laid-back family in the world, the Ferreiras. I like it. But you have great Christmases just lounging around on the sofa.
Doing less than
Doing nothing.
Perfect. Naomi?
Well, I was quite lucky. They were reasonably intense, but I was lucky because my brother, when I was a junior, my brother was really good, and he was training with Jamie Murray and Andy Murray, who was the same age group, so he was really one of the top ones in the juniors. And I really wasn't, so I was just left to kind of get on with it. I just used to hit the ball really hard. And it just kind of went in the back fence or the net a lot of the time. So I'd often lose matches in about 25 minutes, but I had a whale of a time, so it was great. But it was quite nice. I was allowed to just do what I wanted to do, and it worked out great.
We will look ahead to that Rafa match in just a moment against the in-form Gilles Muller. Could be interesting. Before that, though, back to the queue and Anna.
Thanks, Marcus. Well, this queue is going at the rate of knots. Everyone is moving fast so quickly, but I've got a nice young couple of Italian buddies here. You guys you live in London, but you're here, and this isn't your first time at Wimbledon this week, is it?
It's not, because we came Thursday and it was also a great day. We hope that it's going to be a great day too.
So the bar was set quite high on Thursday. Who did you see?
Fognini. And Seppi on double, and then we see Del Potro, and then others, Berdic, and others.
But it obviously wasn't enough. You've come back for more. What are you looking forward to seeing today?
So today there's going to be a great match that is Berdic against Thiem, and I really think that it's going to be a great match, great skills, talented players. So
I get the feeling you guys know your tennis quite well. Are you players yourselves?
No.
No. However, what I have noticed is that you guys both just had a very delicious breakfast. What was that you just ate? Because it looked delightful.
I hate Nutella with bread. It's like a typical Italian breakfast, I would say so.
Absolute breakfast for champions. Do we think Federer will be starting his day with a bit of Nutella this morning?
I think so, definitely.
It's my friend's birthday. I would like to do a happy birthday to Matala.
Matala, yes.
Happy birthday, Matala. Well, we'll keep walking because the queue is going so very quickly. So what is the plan? Are we on Henman Hill? Are we walking around the outdoor courts? What are you going to do today?
Today, we are going to enjoy, first of all, strawberries with cream, because a typical Wimbledon dish. And then just enjoy the atmosphere, because it's crazy. It's the best tournament in the world. We're not going to forget it.
Certainly will. Well, you're looking very dapper in your wicker hat, so enjoy your day, guys. It's going to be a great one. Back to you, Marcus.
Thank you, Anna. I'm guessing that Roger Federer will not have Nutella for breakfast this morning, but I could be totally wrong. I mean, you never know. I mean, you've got to have a little bit of what you fancy. I remember Djokovic saying after he won, because he's very careful, isn't he, in what he eats? And after winning the Aussie Open, I think it was last year, he allowed himself one little piece of chocolate.
Oh my goodness.
That's the extent to which these players
I
now
sometimes have
go
Nutella.
to. Do you?
Only occasionally.
In the
Have
morning?
yeah, well, my morning breakfast was exactly the same for pretty much 16 years of my career. And it was either a bagel or toast with peanut butter, chunky peanut butter, super chunk.
Good.
And then sometimes I'd put a little smear of Nutella on top of the peanut butter, which is amazing. I highly recommend it.
Personally, I'm not a Nutella fan, but, you know.
Oh, really?
No, but my children love it.
No, I wouldn't have it for breakfast.
So, Wayne, were you, I mean, as laid back as you are, were you very careful about what you put in your body when you were playing?
No, I like to do the egg and toast in the morning. Maybe throw in a little bit of bacon, you know. Just live it up, live it large.
See, but I mean, because everything came so naturally to you, I guess you could, you know, you've still got this incredible physique, even though you're knocking back 2 packets of sweets today. You just get away with murder.
I've gone from 2 eggs in the morning just to 1 now.
Oh, okay.
1 piece of toast.
An acknowledgement that you're no longer a professional.
You didn't want
so
to give up
be a
the
bit
sweets.
careful.
You gave up the egg instead.
Yeah, we all have a
Two
sweet tooth. Naomi, you've got a
packets
bit
to
of
1 packet.
is it chocolate that you've
yeah, and I have a lot of Nutella in the house. And also we get it free because one of our really good friends works for Ferrero, which own Nutella, so we just get it, every few months, get a little package of Nutella.
You're going to get even more now that you've just given that plug out.
Absolutely.
Hello to Mark, regular correspondent. This is on the social debate topic, which Wimbledon champion has displayed the greatest physical and mental stamina. He says Leighton Hewitt, energetic and just ticked a lot of boxes. Ayush, going to go with Pete Sampras, always calm and subtle throughout the match, full of energy as well. I mean, Sampras was remarkable. Do you think, strangely, he actually maybe doesn't get as much credit as he deserves? When we look back at the lists of greats, and we'll talk about Borg and McEnroe, and they come up with a lot of names, do you think that Sampras perhaps has not received quite as much praise as he deserves for, 7 times a Wimbledon champion here, Jill?
I mean, I think he got a lot of praise, and I think he was more known for his serve and his forehand rather than his physicalness on the court. I mean, I think in my opinion, I feel like anyone that can get through 2 weeks of a slam is physically and mentally and doing an amazing job. I think to get through those 2 weeks, it's not easy, especially on the men's side with the 3 out of 5 sets. But I think it's just an amazing feat to get through that. But I mean, I would agree with Wayne. My first choice would have been Nadal, just because every single point he plays is a massive physical exertion that he has to give to the way he plays. I mean, he just puts so much energy into every shot, and I mean that would be my choice. But I mean, I think Sampras over the course of his career has gotten a lot of praise.
Do you think that his demeanor, he didn't?
You don't agree, or you?
No, he didn't give much out on court.
You got to give him credit for the success that he had as a tennis player, but he's by far not a physical man at all.
Yeah.
I mean, the game that he plays, it's a lot of big serving and short points. I mean, look at the couple of matches where he had epic battles. I mean, Korecha comes out and stands out. There's been a few matches at the US Open where he's got so tired and out of shape that he's, got sick in the back of the court. I mean, he was not in the best of shape, and he wasn't a physical specimen like Nadal. Plus, he had to work half the amount of effort that most of the other guys did, so he doesn't come even close to being on the physical side. But obviously, a fantastic tennis player who you have to give a lot of credit to for his success.
Morning to Charles Ball, who's with us on Facebook Live. Thinks the Kerber-Muguruza match will be the most interesting in the women's singles. He's also hoping that Konta and Murray win today. He says, I wish I was there and not stuck at home, but I've got to be cautious with money this year. Well, we'll look ahead to Muguruza and Kerber in just a moment. But I mentioned Nadal against Muller, which should be an interesting match, bearing in mind the way that Muller is playing just at the moment. And this is what Rafa has had to say about his opponent.
He's one of the toughest opponents possible on this surface, especially. Probably is his best surface without a doubt. And he has a great serve, great volley, and he plays well from the baseline here. No? So he's a tough obviously opponent, but at the same time, we are in the round of 16, and you cannot expect to have an easy opponent. So he's a very tough one because he played a lot on grass this year. He won, as you said, more than nobody, I think. But that's the second week. So all the matches are difficult, and let's see if I am able to keep playing well.
Well, one or two eyebrows were actually raised when Muller was seeded at 16, which is actually 10 places higher than his world ranking of 26. But Naomi, to be fair, the way he has performed in the first week shows that the seeding committee knew exactly what they were doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they based it off the formula, and he's a great grass court player. He loves this tournament. Great serve volley. He's got the lefty swinger. He hit, I've banged on about this a lot this week, but he hit a lefty swinger on the deuce side when he was playing Bedneg, because I was on that match. He swung it down the tee. I mean, it swung so much, it could have been a great body serve from the ad side. It was ridiculous. But he's got that. He's got the volleys. You know, it's going to be a great clash of game styles out there. You would think, with what we've seen from Nadal, he would be, you know, just really way too solid for him, pick him off at the net. But he's a tough guy to get past at the net. He's got long levers and he positions himself so well when he does serve volley. But for Nadal, the scary thing was after his last match, in his post-match interview, and he's normally pretty modest about how he's playing, and he says, yeah, I played really well, the guy's pretty tough, he's normally pretty fair. He just smiled and said, well, for most of the match I played fantastic, no? So I think that has got to be really worrying. If even by Nadal's crazy standards he thinks he's in fantastic form, then I may be feeling a little concerned for Gilles a little later on.
Well, the head-to-head record is 4-1 to Nadal, but Muller has beaten him here at Wimbledon. Admittedly, that was back in 2005. You know, and in 2011, Nadal got his revenge in straight sets, a couple of tie breaks, and then a bagel in the third. How close is this one going to be, Wayne?
Yeah, it can be close. I mean, he's got the serve and the power to get through his serve games. He can put a little bit of pressure under Nadal. He's got to start off really well. I think if he can try to get on top of Nadal and get a break, I mean, because his serve is so good, and he's, you know, the placement and the power, and he's, you know, he's got more aces than anyone else. If he can serve exceptionally well, he's got a great chance.
Well, he hit four in a row, 4 aces in a row, game of aces in his last match.
I think a lot's going to depend on how Nadal serves too, because a friend of mine on the tour, Manny Manella from Luxembourg, I mean, we were watching Joe Mueller's match the other day on TV, and he finally had break point against Rosal, I think he was playing, in that long match, and he won that point, and my friend Manny was like, okay, that's the match right there, because she knows how well Mueller's been serving. So I think he's going to be tough to break, and I think if Mueller gets a chance to break Nadal, I think that's going to be really interesting.
You're going to call him Mueller today, are you?
Am I choosing him to win?
No. Back to pronunciations.
Yeah,
we had our knuckles wrapped last week.
Manny gave me like a half an hour session on how to pronounce his name, and I still can't pronounce it right. It's the difference, because there's the 2 dots over the U. And you say, instead of saying "u," you say "u." To me, it sounds almost exactly the same. I can't say it. I tried saying it for half an hour, and she just was laughing at me the whole time.
You're not commentating on that match.
No, I'm not.
You got a Muller and a Müller.
Muller against, a Müller.
Müller.
You're having a mare with your Müllers. Hello to Marinella, who says it's going to be a battle of the lefties. Absolutely right. And also, good morning to Claire Lola, who says Marcus is very smart today. It's not just about you guys. Thank you, Claire. Back to Barry, who's on the practice courts now.
Marcus, well, behind me, 2 former finalists in the women's draw. And, of course, you came over to me earlier on and I interviewed Peter Finn, who's the practice courts manager, has been for 21 years. But I've now fallen out officially with Peter, because Peter had down that on court 16, on court 15 practicing was Wozniacki, and it's actually Angelique Kerber. And he had on court 1 Rabarikova, who's on court 5. And Svitolina was on court 5, and she's practicing on court 1. So I've been everywhere, and I'm a little bit out of breath. But I'll tell you what it is. It is not only is it a great ticket to have on the outside courts, but it's also great viewing to be able to come here at Orangi Park, because all the women, bar a couple, are actually practicing now before their first match is 11:30. Radvanska, who's currently hitting some returns with her practice partner, Angelique Kerber to her left, the German top seed, who no one has mentioned at all. Well, she's practicing her serves with her coach alongside, and no doubt going through a few last-minute tips. And interesting, actually, that I saw an interview with Wim Fizets, who coaches Konta, and he sends Joe a text message the night before with all the tactics that Joe's going to need for the following day. And it'd be interesting to hear from Wayne and Jill whether their coaches used to give them that sort of information the night before a match.
Find out straight away. Jill, how much info did you want? How much were you given by your coach?
I was given quite a bit. And a lot of times I would take a piece of paper out with me with just a few simplified notes, so it's not too much. But the night before, we definitely go over it extensively and on how to play my opponent and what I need to do well to win the match. And then we'd simplify it in the morning on just like a little note card so I could take it out on the court with me, just as little reminders during the match.
I suspect you didn't take notes.
What a professional. I didn't even know you could do that.
I thought you were going to say you didn't even know who your opponent was until you walked out.
The things that you missed out on without knowledge, right? No, I figured if the warm-up was where I'd figure out what their strengths and weaknesses were, and I'd just go from there.
You are the coolest man in the world. Naomi, attention to detail important for you. I know as a coach you are very detailed and precise.
Yes, I am. I think that comes. Maybe I didn't have much attention to detail when I was a player. Not from me, from my coaching team. I did go on courts. Well, it was hard to find the balance because sometimes I'd go on court with actually a picture of a court and, you know, X's and like a kind of a playbook sort of thing. But then just so much stuff. It was just way too much information, and you know. And then we tried to simplify it. So, I think you've got to do a lot of trial and error with that sort of stuff. I think, and you figure out what works kind of well for you. But I just had my coach shouting stuff at me.
That's illegal.
It is, but I couldn't stop him.
That. Get warned for that.
Well, I know, but I got a code violation because he was pointing once, and there's nothing I could do about that. I mean, to be fair, I was playing a lefty and my return position was way out. I was just getting ace the entire time, and he was like, move over.
He was basically going, they're left-handed.
I don't know what was going on.
Oh, dear. Craig Gabriel's been in touch. I think it's probably the famous Australian broadcaster and writer. Says, can they get a bigger mic sock because it looks as though Wayne Ferreira has a tennis ball in front of his face.
I know. You need to give us to Naomi. It'll fit. You should have better suited.
I mean, Craig, being an Aussie's got time to focus on these sorts of things because I think all the Australians have long since gone home, haven't
Craig's given me a lot of hassle over the years. Great guy. I mean, he's been around the game for many years. He knows tennis. He's one of the best.
Shane's been in touch. He's in Dublin. A quick question. He says, will the weather and the rain that's coming maybe affect Nadal's chances later in the week? If it does get a little cooler, could that be significant?
I think it's better for him. I think the slower the ball goes through the air, the more time he has to make returns, the better it's going to be for him. I think if it's going to be for the guys, the Cilics and the big servers, they needed to stay warm.
It's interesting, actually, I think, because for Nadal on clay, he likes it to be lively and dry so that the ball can really bounce up. Yeah. But on the grass, you've already got it coming through quite a lot. And I totally agree with Wayne. I think on this surface, he'd prefer heavier conditions. But on the clay, he wants it dry as you like. He wants no rain for weeks on end.
Joe's been in touch. He's been queuing since 4:30 this morning. Court 12 is his destination. Ostapenko, the hot ticket in tennis. Her match against Svitolina will be fire, he says. And Midral, and we'll come back to this, but he's quite right. He says probably the biggest shock of the first week on the women's side was the horrific injury to Bethany Mattek-Sands. And of course, she posted a video on Saturday night. She's in for a long period of recuperation, but hopefully she will come back fitter, stronger and better than ever. We'll go back to the queue and rejoin Anna.
That's right. Well, Marcus, I know you said this morning that there was a bit of a Monday morning feel to the queue. It was all a bit calm, all a bit relaxed, but I have found 4 very jolly, excitable friends to be making it through to Wimbledon. And they're not just buddies, they're also doubles partners. Absolute quality tennis between the 4 of you, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, my serve is something special, for sure. No, I'm not very good.
So how long have you guys known each other? How did you become such close tennis partners?
We've known each other probably about 4 years, 3.5 years, through just living nearby, basically. And we just suddenly got a passion for tennis and decided we'd buy tennis rackets. And the rest is history.
Do you have the same partner every time between the 4 of you? Is there a rivalry?
I think it switches. My mum started playing recently too.
She's actually
she's quite good. Hi, Mum.
she'll be trying to muscle in on the 4 of you then.
Yeah, she's got some experience that we don't have. Yeah, she's very good. But I wouldn't say there's rivalry. I mean, I get a bit upset if I lose, but I lose every week, so I'm just a bit used to it by now.
So when you head into the gates this morning, you'll be watching the doubles, and if not, just like looking at a reflection of your own game.
Pretty much, yeah. I think we're heading for the mound, aren't we?
Yeah.
Murray Mound, and then head to Court C, is it?
3.
Court C, that well-known court.
I really haven't been to Wimbledon before.
There is so much incredible tennis to see today. You guys have never been inside the gates. What's your plan?
I'd like to sit on court 3 because I saw there's a few good matches there, but go with the flow.
And merchandise, there's a lot to get your hands on. What do you reckon?
The merchandise? Yeah, I mean, we talked about getting some new balls, but we lose them, so maybe we'll go for a different sort of souvenir that we can't lose or break or something. Maybe a pen.
I mean, it sounds like your natural tennis talents. Guys, enjoy the day. Pick up some tips on the doubles courts, and we'll catch you later. Thank you.
Yeah, court 3, definitely a good destination today with Agnieszka Radwanska and Svetlana Kuznetsova. First up at 11:30, so in just over an hour from now, then Coco van der Wey, who has found her way through to this stage up against Caroline Wozniacki, and as we mentioned earlier, her fighting prowess is remarkable. But as we've also mentioned, she wins a lot of matches, doesn't win enough titles, certainly the biggest. Will this week be her week? And Dominic Thiem against Thomas Burdick is the third match on number 3. Mark on Facebook Live says, actually, Wayne looks as though he's got a lemon stuck to him.
I mean, you know, bring him on, that's okay.
I think it's the same lemon actually was in that gin and tonic last night. Just haven't moved it.
I ate that, I finished that.
And hello to Tracy, she's with us on Facebook Live from Halstead in Essex, so not too far away. Keep your tweets coming at Wimbledon CHNL, email us radio@aeltc.com, and you can keep watching us here on the stands at the Lavazza tent until 10:30 on the Wimbledon channel. Now, Jo Konta faces Caroline Garcia today. Tough match. This is what the Brit has had to say about her French opponent.
She's a very good player, and she's someone who's playing, I believe, with a lot of confidence right now. I think she made the last 8 in Paris as well, so she's definitely playing with confidence in the slams. So I think it's going to be a very tough match. Like you said, we played in Indian Wells, and I lost to her, I think, 7-6 and third there, so it was a very close match there. And I don't anticipate anything different other than a really, really tough battle for me.
Well, that was Jo talking earlier. Right now, she's on the practice courts. She's being watched by Barry. How's she looking?
Well, Marcus, she isn't. But her coach and her hitting partner are, which is that you don't often find it, actually. Court 16, and it's Andrew Fitzpatrick and her coach, Wim Fizette, and they're just hitting balls up and down while we await for Jo Konta. She is here because she passed by about 5 minutes ago, but I think she's just warming up behind practice court 15 and 16. So as and when she starts her warm-up, which I would imagine will be in a couple of minutes, but certainly her hitting partner, Andrew Fitzpatrick, will be ready because he's in a nice groove, actually. Of course, Andrew Fitzpatrick, a former tour player, I think his highest ranking was about 450. Kerber, well, she's just finished her practice session, as has Radwanska, and warming up, ready to walk on to their practice session is Martina Hingis, who, of course, could potentially do a double, winning the ladies' doubles, and her new mixed doubles partner, which, of course, is Jamie Murray.
Yeah, what a dream combination, and they look very impressive. A couple of nights ago, they had a bagel in their second set, Jamie and Martina. Hugo Hugster Lundstedt's been in touch, says, I didn't even see that it was Wayne. The sunglasses, the lemon, and the headset completely covers his face.
Incognito. Hiding away.
You're getting a lot of love this morning, Wayne.
I don't know if I would call it love, but I'm getting a lot of something at me.
You're getting some love, actually, Jill, in terms of your pronunciation of, we're saying Muller, but Mark's been in touch again and says it's Muller, which is, I think, what you're trying to go for.
Muller. I'm trying. I'm still practicing.
Jill Muller.
Muller.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about the other day when one or two of our listeners were having not a go as much, but just saying, you know, with some of these Eastern European names in particular, can we have a degree of consistency? And the trouble is, Naomi, you speak to 3 different people, often connected with the player, and they come out with 3 different pronunciations.
Yeah, and often umpires are different, and then sometimes they change as well. You know, so Safarova, she calls herself Safarova, but now all the umpires are calling her Shavashova. Have you noticed that?
Oh
yeah, so all of the umpires are calling her Shavashova.
For our benefit too. I think they're trying to make it easier for us to pronounce sometimes.
They are, and we went through the whole thing with Hachanov. You know, it's supposed to be Hachanov. umpire kept calling him Kachanov.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's a lot of inconsistencies.
But also, and also with the overs, some like it as over. So Sibylkova
Like a long
says,
O.
I like Sibylkova, which is more kind of, I think, a Western edge on it. I think we would always say like Sharapova. But then others, you know, would call her Sibylkova because that's maybe, you know, more like the Slovakian, but she says, no, I'm Sibylkova. So, I mean, it's really hard, unless you actually ask all of the players. But as you say, I mean, umpires do it differently, everyone. So, I mean, it's hard. You know what we mean.
I know, and we appreciate, on radio, it can be frustrating when you're hearing the same name mentioned several times. We will endeavour today to get our Mullers and our...
We got to also do that Krabas or Krabas.
Oh, yeah, she gets very upset the moment you get that wrong. It's Krabis, isn't it? Not Bass, but Bis.
Well, how did you say Pete's name?
Sampras.
What?
Sampras.
Sampras.
Or Sampras.
No, but you wouldn't say that.
Sampras. Oh, so you're Krabas?
Krabas, yeah.
I've always called you Krabas.
Everybody has, I know.
It's
I had
Jill.
an umpire call me Kraybar one time. I'm like, where'd the R come from?
Kraybar?
Kraybar.
Right, I get called Naomi Campbell when I walk on school. That's happened. In a match, I was announced as Naomi Campbell.
And
I mean, I didn't argue.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You just got to go with the flow, haven't you? At least Caroline Garcia is the name that perhaps only Rupert Bell could get wrong. But how tough is she going to be for Konta today, Jill?
I think she's going to be really tough. And I actually spoke to her father yesterday and had a nice conversation with him up near the player lounge. And he was very relaxed, and he was just very happy that Caroline could get through her last match against Madison Brengel, because Brengel, as we know, is a tricky player. But he said Caroline's feeling really confident. She loves playing on the grass, and she's been more mentally focused this last month. Had a quarterfinals at the French Open, and now playing Konta today, first match on court 1. So he said she's feeling really good, just really happy to be in this situation, and is really looking forward to this match.
Well, court 2 is the venue for the match between the last two beaten finalists here at Wimbledon. Serena Williams overcame Garbina Muguruza in 2015 and Angelique Kerber last year. And the German knows that she is in for a tough afternoon.
Yeah, I think I have to play from the first point good tennis against her, and I have to be aggressive as well and trying to playing my game from the first ball that we hit. But I think it's a completely different match than the last 3 matches I had here. So I'm looking forward to playing against her and trying to giving again my best and trying to win against her.
Well, a lot of people have been getting in touch with us today and saying this is the match they are really looking forward to. It's got a slightly unusual setting in terms of the venue, but it's got a lot of potential, Naomi, hasn't it?
3 Grand Slams between them. And as you say, a couple of finals here. Phenomenal players. Really nice clash of game stars as well, which I always love to see, particularly with the top ones, because that really makes matches, I think. And you're going to have Muguruza with big bludgeoning blows, really trying to play on the front foot, take it to Angelique Kerber. Kerber is just going to try and be as consistent as possible, redirect the pace, try and get Muguruza off balance, because she's so tall, she can get knocked off balance if you get her wide a couple of times or go right at her. And Muguruza's just going to try and bludgeon her way through. So I think it's a really interesting one. I said it's a really tough one to call. It's tough to know where both of them are at with their form and their season, because there's some really good stuff and they're still winning matches, but they haven't necessarily achieved what they have done. Of course, Muguruza won Roland Garros last year and came out early this year, so form maybe not as good as it was. Same with Kerber, not as good as it was. But, I mean, they're two of the greatest players we've got out there at the moment.
Yeah, certainly looking forward to that. And, of course, you get the best possible coverage right here on the Wimbledon channel and the Wimbledon radio channel. Kerber, Muguruza, then Azarenka against Halep, Raonic against Zverev. How's that for a line-up on number 2 court? We're just about out of time. Had a nice email from Aaron Kumar, says, I think Federer is amazing. He ticks all the boxes. And, hey, Jill, you have a great voice. It's sweet. Wayne, nice shades. Nice yellow dress, Naomi. And Marcus, you're the best host. Now, these are the listeners and viewers that we appreciate.
That's the one we pay, don't we pay them?
Yeah, I think that was my brother. We're just about out of time for the moment, but Naomi, thank you very much indeed. Enjoy the afternoon ahead. Wayne, stay cool. I'm sure you will. And Jill, keep practicing your Mullers and your Mullers. You can see us again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock here in the Lavazza tent. For now, from the Wimbledon channel. Bye-bye.
Well, good morning. It is the 10th of July and Manic Monday, as many people call today, one of the best days in the tennis calendar. Yes, this is unique to Wimbledon, and we have thousands of people pouring through the gates to enjoy what is a day that will feature every single fourth round singles match in the 2017 Wimbledon Championships. We've had a consistent number, over 40,000 people attend here every day in the first week, and well, that doesn't look set to change in the second week as all the spectators pour around the corner of centre court there looking to take their seats, because there is a bevy of spectacular matches today across each and every one of these courts. That was the wide view of the outside courts. This is the path along centre court, and you can choose to turn left down to court number 2 or court number 3 if you would like. And while you are hard pushed to make a choice today, because there is an incredible lineup and we will guide you straight through them in just a moment. But we're delighted to be joining you from the corner of centre court. Kai Robinson, alongside, I should say, a man who has played a final on this court. Didn't end up quite the way you wanted, Mark, but you seem pleased, Mr. Philippoussis, to be back on centre court.
Yes, I'm back on centre court. You know, I'm not on there, but I'm pretty close. It's so, what an atmosphere. It's so beautiful. It's such a special court. Honestly, the best court in tennis, full stop.
You had the final here in 2003, faced a somewhat unknown Roger Federer then. Maybe unknown is not the quite word, but he didn't have a Grand Slam title in his name. Does it surprise you, baffle you, please you that he's still in contention here in 2017?
It doesn't surprise me, no. We've talked about just how smart he has been with his scheduling over the years, always priding himself in making sure that he's peaked for those big tournaments. Of course, priority is always Grand Slams, and then after that would be Master Series events, and his results have shown. And this year, looking as fit as ever, as relaxed as ever,
right.
And hitting the ball, moving as good as ever. I mean, it's incredible, it's inspiring, and it's so good for the game.
If you could give Grigor Dimitrov a little bit of advice today, because he is due up against Roger Federer. It's the clash of what people call Fed against baby Fed. Grigor was nicknamed that a long time ago. I know we're a few years removed, obviously. Many people have played Roger Federer since. But what do you think someone needs to try and beat him on this surface?
They need to push the envelope. They need to get out of their comfort zone a little bit. You need to get him off balance. You need to take some risks, without a doubt. If Roger gets in that groove where he's relaxed and he feels like he can dictate the point whenever he wants, and he hits out and uses that slice and comes in the net, then he gets comfortable. As soon as he sets himself and he's comfortable in the match, it's going to be a very tough day for anyone he's playing. I think it's important, especially on the big points, you need to do something. You need to whether it be attack the net, put him off balance. just make him come up with a pass, something to just to put him off balance. You know, you definitely need to get out of your comfort zone for these players.
He hasn't lost a set yet. In fact, the only one of the big four who has is Andy Murray, and that was in that epic on Friday night against Fabio Fognini. He was pushed, though, Roger Federer, all the way to a tiebreak in the first set in his second-round match against Lakovic. Came off the court then admitting to nerves. I think a lot of people were surprised that he was very open about the fact that he was nervous in a second-round match that is usually relatively easy for Roger. But he said, you just never know when they're going to strike. Were you surprised to hear him admit that?
No, because I think that's sports. It just shows that champions, no matter how many matches they've won, how many tournaments they won, they still get nervous. They're human.
Yeah.
And nerves is a good thing. It means that you want it. It means that it's important to you. So I just feel like nerves get you, on your toes a little bit more. But again, I love how open he was about, he wasn't shy to say that he gets nervous. And that's a beautiful thing. And it just shows, Roger Federer still gets nervous, and there's a chance he can put some pressure on. You never know what could happen.
Well, here's the third and final match scheduled up on centre court today against Grigor Dimitrov, the 13th seed. Will be hoping to try and beat Roger for the first time in 6 encounters against the great king of grass. Just to update you on the weather, we're experiencing a lovely, wonderful sunny morning again. It is a dry start, plenty of sunshine. The temperatures will continue to rise. However, there is one of the strongest risks of showers today that we have had throughout the 2 weeks so far, and a 20% risk to affect the All England Club actually between 11 and 11:30 this morning. I'm pleased to say it doesn't currently look like that might be the case, but that will increase later on this afternoon. We've got about a 30% risk of showers this afternoon. There's an awful lot of tennis to be played, so hopefully there won't be any weather delays, but we will keep you posted. We will be with you until 7 o'clock British Summer Time this evening. We've got reporters all across the ground, so let's check in for the first time with Rob Walker.
Well, good morning from Orangi. This place is going to be an absolute hive of activity. Manic Monday, Magic Monday, whatever you want to call it. It is a plethora of global stars on display here, and more importantly, on centre. Number 1 court, 2, 3 and 12. All the show courts absolutely packed. We're having a look here at Agnieszka Radwanska through to the second week of Wimbledon. And what a great record she's had here over the years. Twice she's made the quarters, twice she's made the semis, 2013 and 15, and runner-up back in 2012. She's going through her paces here behind the baseline. This is practice court 16. One of the more private of the courts down here at Orangi. And she's getting ready to face Svetlana Kuznetsova, the number 7 seed. Kuznetsova coming back to something like the form that took her to 2 Grand Slam titles, US in 2004, French in 2009. And Kuznetsova, I think, leads their head-to-heads 13-4, although they've met twice on grass, and it's 1 win apiece. So Radwanska, this is her 12th Wimbledon campaign. She's beaten Jelena Jankovic, Christina Mikhail. That was a long one in the second round, 2 hours 43 minutes, and Timea Bakczynski of Switzerland. And Radwanska, who's first up on court 3 on this match, I think will fancy this one. The winner will face either Angelique Kerber or Garbine Muguruza. They're first up on court 2. So time is ticking as far as Radwanska's preparations are concerned. She will be on court very soon, contesting yet another big 4th round match. Great for the Polish tennis fraternity to have her in the second week once again. Now stepping a couple of feet inside the baseline. And she'll be expecting a big match against Kuznetsova, who, as I said, is coming back to some decent form. So much good tennis to come on 2, 3 and 12. All the show courts absolutely packed throughout this, arguably the biggest singles day of the fortnight. Radwanska, poised and ready.
Thank you, Rob. Well, Agnieszka Radwanska opens up the action on court number 3 at 11:30. In just about 50 minutes' time, she plays Svetlana Kuznetsova. They're 2 seeded players. There are amazing matches all over the grounds today, and Mark Philippoussis joins me now. Looking at today's order of play, what stands out to you the most? Which is the must-watch?
Oh, my God. Where can you start? Like you said, there's so many great matches. I mean, I'm very excited to watch the Dimitrov and Federer match.
On the ladies' side as well, Angelique Kerber, Garbine Muguruza open up court number 2. Coco Vandeveen and Caroline Wozniacki second up on court number 3. Amazing, no matter what court tickets you have today.
Absolutely. I mean, the outside courts, court 2 and 3 got some incredible matches. You know, Raonic versus Zverev is going to be a great match as well. You know, Berdych and Thiem, that's on court 3. You have some amazing matches in the second week, and like I said, this is an opportunity for the crowd to get out on the outside courts and watch some amazing tennis.
Let's speak a little bit about that, because Zverev and Thiem are the two kind of up-and-comers, or they've already come up in considerable amount, but they're kind of this new wave, the new generation coming up through. It's amazing to see both of them in the second week of Wimbledon with the likes of who they face today. Milos Raonic, a former finalist, so is Thomas Berdych, a former finalist all the way back in 2010 here at Wimbledon. Could they upset the veterans, do you think, today, these young guns?
Absolutely. They have the game to do that without a doubt, and what's more impressive is how they handle themselves. They're very mature for their age. They're still young, but they're very mature for their age. They've got great heads on their shoulders, and their games are always improving. And they're not intimidated. Like you said, they're not intimidated by these top guys.
Well, good morning to you. Good Monday morning. Good Manic Monday. Whatever you would like to call it. It is a wonderful day here at the All England Club. It is the 10th of July, and we're saying good morning to all of you joining us from Henman Hill. Good, big, happy waves there. You guys have got an awful lot of good tennis to watch today, so I hope you're settled in for a long one. We've got over 40,000 people here attending the All England Club once again. It's been a blockbuster of a first week, and we're delighted to be kicking off the second week with you right here at SW19. Now, play begins on the outside courts in just about 45 minutes' time at 11:30 this morning, and then play will begin on centre number 1 at 1 o'clock. And gosh, I don't know what you choose, but there are so many good matches. Mark Philippoussis joins me now, former finalist here at Wimbledon from 2003. The grass has had a day off, as we all have yesterday. This is a very unique factor to Wimbledon. No other Grand Slam does it. As a result, we do get Manic Monday. We're saying hello to these guys on the hill. Seem to be having a very good time. Yes, good morning. Everyone's sitting there high and low around the 2017 sign. But today is a day that you don't get at all the other Grand Slams because no one else has the day off in the middle weekend as we do here on the Sunday. It's a unique thing that Wimbledon does because of the nature of the court. The grass needs some time to rest and develop. And how important is it for a player that the ground staff here are able to take that time?
It's very important. There's not too many years where the weather has been this perfect from start to finish. And it definitely needed to have that day off. I'm not sure actually if they even watered the grass a little bit yesterday. With the weather like this, the courts are incredibly hard. And you can see that wear and tear, especially in the baseline with all these guys with the movements and these rallies. But, you know, I came here yesterday and it was kind of like a weird, odd day where it felt like a ghost town.
Yeah, you still came in.
Yeah, it was a beautiful thing. It's kind of once you were here, there's kind of no one around except the players wanting to warm up, and it was really nice and quiet.
Perfect day as a player to come and practice. No one here to hassle you, and you've kind of got the walk of the grounds on your own accord. Because of course, on a normal day, the players aren't going to rarely walk up and down. Good morning. We're saying hello to everyone waving at us from the hill. Players aren't going to walk around the grounds with ease, depending on how big a name they are, because of course there's fans there who'd like photos and autographs, but on a day off, that's very different. Now, just one day, as we continue our conversation about the grass court, saying hello to everyone on the hill. Glad to see that everyone's awake and lively this morning, ready for the tennis to start. How much difference can one day no play make on a grass tennis court?
It makes a lot of difference. Grass is a very particular surface where it needs so much care, and the grounds team do such an incredible job all year round. I mean, I would imagine this place does not stop even once Wimbledon is done. They're almost preparing for next year already because the conditions are that perfect. But like I said, the day off was very much needed yesterday, and again, everything's looking perfect today.
Don't forget, last year we didn't have the day off. We had a very wet first week and we needed to play on Middle Sunday. Well, we've barely had any rain this entire first week so far. Just a few drizzles on the first Monday on the opening day in the afternoon. Really only lasted for about 30 minutes, and we have had these glorious temperatures all week long, and it's going to get set for what is one of the best days in the tennis calendar today. Just a quick note about the court and about the players. How do you try and prevent yourself from possible slipping? Is there nothing you can do? Do you ever walk on the court a little bit conscious about the condition?
No, there's nothing really you could do. Normally, when you go on for a match, if there's a wide ball, you're committing to that wide ball. You're not thinking about how much you should push off if you're going to slip or not. You know, if there's referees walking the grounds before the court starts, making sure that everything looks perfect as far as the conditions of the court. Are they wet? Any kind of dampness on grass court, it becomes slippery and dangerous from the word go. So they're making sure that when tennis is, once tennis starts, that the courts are in perfect condition and match condition, and players know that they have nothing to worry about. They can just focus on doing what they have to do.
Which is why it can be frustrating, but as soon as there is any wet weather in the air, play has to be called.
Absolutely.
And of course, these grass courts covered. Well, I mentioned it, we have 16 singles matches today. Every single one of them in the fourth round will be completed, and all those players, well, they've got 64 Grand Slam titles between them, and Rob Walker is watching another one prepare.
Well, there is so much excitement and so much media attention in Great Britain on Johanna Konta. No wonder she's chosen to knock up here on one of the more private practice courts. She's been down behind the baseline, now just toweling down, and she looks fairly relaxed here. She is the bookie's favourite, but she's been very quick, and rightly so, to put that kind of chat to the back of her mind. She's saying that it is a case of one match at a time. Many experts are predicting that this is the least predictable of all the women's slams for a very long time. She's just been behind the baseline for around about the last 5 or 6 minutes. She's bidding to make it through to the quarterfinals here at Wimbledon against Caroline Garcia. Garcia's had a very smooth route through to the second week. The French woman, third round here a few years ago. She showed good form at the French, but Konta is aiming to become the first British woman in the quarterfinals since 1984. She had that great run to the semis of Australia last year. She's won Miami and Sydney this year. It's been a good year. She's first up on court 1. And there should be an absolutely brilliant crowd assembled there. And look, she just seems pretty relaxed. It seems as though she is indeed taking it one match at a time. Very mature for a 26-year-old. The winner of Konta and Garcia will face Victoria Azarenka or Simona Halep. They're second up on court 2. And there's another piece of British history waiting, because not only would she be the first British woman through to the quarters since '84, if Andy Murray wins his match against Benoit Paire, it would be the first time in 44 years that a British male and female had made the quarterfinals. You'd have to go all the way back to Roger Taylor and Virginia Wade in 1973. But those kind of lines are for the boring statisticians like me and all the rest of the journalists. Konta will be fully focused here on the match to come against Caroline Garcia. The tournament here really seemed to ignite after she beat Donna Vekic in that absolute epic deep in the third, 10-8, 3 hours and 10 minutes on court. After a very quick win over He Xie of Chinese Taipei in the first round, that win against Vekic just seemed to get everybody fired up this year at Wimbledon, and it proved that Konta knows what it takes to win matches when they do go deep over 3 hours. So there's a moment of history awaiting Johanna Konta. But she is not interested in the headlines. She is fully focused and ready for the match against the French woman who is in fine form. Konta, first up on court 1.
Johanna Konta, welcome to Wimbledon. We've got a quiz here for you. How do you think you're going to do?
Well, I'm already quite nervous. You've said that Andy did reasonably well, so I'm kind of hoping I I don't let the team down.
Okay, the pressure is on. First question, I think you're going to nail this one. You made a memorable debut in the Wimbledon main draw 2012, 3-set loss to Christina McHale.
Yes.
Can you tell me the score?
The full score. Oh no, I just remember it was 10-8 in the third.
We'll give it to you.
Okay.
10-8 in the third.
Okay. Ding, ding.
1 for 1. Your fastest serve at Wimbledon of 112 miles an hour came in 2016.
Okay.
And you've sent down 20 aces in your Wimbledon career.
Okay.
How many winners do you think you've hit at Wimbledon overall? I'm going to give you options.
Okay.
106, B 112, C 126, or D 136.
126?
Aim high.
136.
Yes, you got it. 2 for 2.
Not getting it. I'll take it.
Who is the last British woman to win the singles title here at Wimbledon?
Virginia Wade.
And in what year? Can I give you a hint, Joe?
Yes,
It's
please.
an anniversary year this year.
1977.
Very good. Well done. You made your first.
That could have failed.
It didn't though. You made your first Grand Slam semifinal at the 2016 Australian Open, the first British player to do so at a major in 32 years. Who was the last, and when did she do it?
Joe Jury. Do I have any multiple options here? No,
You don't.
I don't. Okay. 1983.
4.
Oh.
Very close. Do you know where she did it?
I don't know.
We're very close to that place.
As in Wimbledon?
Yes.
Okay.
And if you could choose one superpower, what would it be?
Teleport. Because I waste so much time, and I guess all of us waste so much time on planes and trains and cars, and so just one place to the next, bam, we're there.
We wish you the best of luck during Wimbledon.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thanks.
Shot of the tournament so far. I don't know what it is. Look at that. Full spin.
Unbelievable. It was great. Now, if we can just get Andre to wear a handkerchief on his head in this sunshine with the 4 knots in the corner, then we really know. He's an honorary Brit. He's engaged. It was a lovely note that he held there, I thought.
Sorry. It's Pat. Sorry, guys. Hey, Pat. Pat. Total butt dial. All right. Mr. Cash with the butt dial.
Well, it really is just a galaxy of stars here at Orangi today. Over my shoulder on practice court 2, the reigning French Open champion, the surprise package at Roland Garros, Jelena Ostapenko. The Latvian seeded 13 here. She's preparing for battle on court 12. She'll be first up against Alina Svitolina of Ukraine. Ostapenko, of course, coming back from a set down with Simona Halep. 3 up on game point for that absolutely incredible victory in Paris. This is already her best Wimbledon performance. Taken to 3 sets in the first and second round, though, against Sasnovich and Abanda. Beat Camilla Giorgi 7-5, 7-5 in the third round. She's just behind her baseline there. It's incredible when you think of Ostapenko's record. Her best performance in a slam before going to Paris was reaching the third round of the Australian Open. It was a victory that captured the public's imagination. And I wonder how different it feels for Ostapenko, because this is the first slam she's been at as a champion. So although that magnificent victory came on clay and she arrived here without a particularly big record on grass, she is here as a Grand Slam champion, and people are taking a lot more notice of her than they would have done before the French. She is the second youngest of all the players into the round of 16. Only Anna Konya at 19 is younger. She withdrew from Birmingham with a back injury. But so far here, there doesn't seem to have been any signs that that's been giving her a problem on the grass. So, just 20 years of age, bidding for what would be her first appearance in the quarterfinals here at Wimbledon, where she would face the winner of Anna Konya or Venus Williams. So could have a 20-year-old against a 19-year-old, but Svitolina will be hoping that she can get into the quarterfinals, as she did at the French, not just this year, but back in 2015. And Svitolina's in good form this year. She won her 4th WTA title in Rome, quarterfinalist at last year's Olympics. So the Ukrainian will be keen to advance through to another last 8 encounter. A really intriguing match. Ostapenko has spent 4.5 hours on court, as opposed to under 4 hours for Svitolina. Understandable as a result of those first 2 rounds taking her to 3 sets. So the reigning French Open champion will be on court very, very soon, aiming for her first appearance in the Wimbledon quarter-finals.
Well, good morning again to all of you watching us from Hemon Hill here at the All England Club. Looking forward to an amazing day of tennis on Manic Monday. Yes, it is the 10th of July and one of the most anticipated days in the tennis calendar. And that looks like a picnic that I would like to join. These guys have got it sorted. Rugs, Pims, food, drink, refreshments. They look set for a very good day right on the edge of the steps there, with all the big matches to be shown on the screen. They will, of course, include the 2 British players that have made their way into the 4th round here. It's been 4 years since we had 2 Britons on singles duty in the second week, and Andy Murray and Joe Conter look set to continue the hype. Not that we're getting ahead of ourselves, but they could become the first home pair since Fred Perry and Dorothy Round in 1934 to win in the same year. Well, Andy knows all about those records from the 1930s, and these are some pictures of him now over in the practice area, just tying up his shoelaces and making sure he's got his supports on. He always wears these ankle supports, doesn't he, Mark? Is it just normal for him now, I suppose, nature that he gets used to?
Absolutely. He's been wearing them for years, and when he was a lot younger, first got on a tour, he had some problems actually with rolling his ankle. So a lot of guys actually have tapes underneath their socks before they go out on the court, and a lot of other guys prefer to wear the braces on the outside, and I think he's gotten used to the outside braces, and it's a lot easier. You don't have to always worry about having tape with you and getting them on and off.
And this is really interesting to watch. Like, he's on one of the practice courts at Orangi. He's taking a couple of light jogs and a couple of butt kicks and slowly trying to warm himself up, obviously, for the day. Now, he doesn't know exactly what time he's going to be playing because he is the second match on court. Last time he was in this position, I made the mistake of saying to Mats, what time would you expect? And he said, well, ladies' matches take about an hour and a half to 2 hours. Then Joe Conta played that epic match with Donna Vekic, and it went on for 3 hours plus. So who knows? But the point is, as a professional tennis player at a Grand Slam, knowing that you're playing on one of the biggest stages in the sport, how do you sort of plan your practice in the morning and your warm-up, and how much of this do you do before actually hitting balls?
Yeah, everyone's different. Certain guys, you know, men and women like to have less time on the court. They kind of prefer almost warming up and then having 30 minutes, even less than an hour, and going straight on for the match. And other people like not to be rushed, and they want to kind of go up and have something to eat and hang out in the locker room a little bit more and have at least an hour to 2 hours before a match. So everyone is completely different in their preparation, but one thing that's the same is they have to be ready to go. Knock on wood, you never know what could happen. Someone might hurt themselves and they might have 20 minutes to prepare, and it might not be a full match, or it could go for 3 hours. So they've been around long enough, and with tennis, you know that anything can happen, and you're just going to be best prepared for that.
Is it a case of not overdoing it as well before the match? Because while you want to be warmed up and ready to go, you don't want to have exerted any more energy than you need to, because you could be entering a five-setter.
No, absolutely, but these guys are incredibly fit. It's more important to make sure that you're ready. You want to go on for the practice sessions with a little bit of sweat already.
You do? Okay.
Absolutely, because you don't want to be cold or go for one ball and you know, pull a muscle or anything like that. But also, depending on how long, you know, Andy wants to hit for, some people warm up. It might be 30 minutes, might be 40 minutes. But normally when these guys hit that first ball, they're already warmed up, ready to go.
This is a nice little drill as well, just working on his movement, not obviously with a racket in his hand, just trying to get across for wide balls. Obviously, he's not catching every one. I guess he is trying to go for them all, though. Maybe some he is leaving for a bounce. What were your kind of drills that you would do at this stage?
Especially on the grass, this was a great one for me, because I would do the same thing, but I would try and catch it, and I would kind of shadow my volleys. Because I was, you know, for me on grass, I was serving volleying first and second serve and getting to the net. That's where my game was. So especially on grass, I think you'd adjust, and in your warm-ups would be maybe a little bit different compared on what kind of tennis you'd be playing. But I would imagine Andy's would be very similar, very consistent, no matter what surface he's on, because he plays the same game.
Does he look good to you? Does he look fully fit?
Oh, he absolutely. I mean, he's been moving great in his matches.
Okay.
He's had a day off. Actually, has he had 2 days off?
Yep.
Yeah. So half of the guys have had 2 days off. That's plenty to make sure that they're feeling. It's almost like start to Wimbledon all over again. You know, a lot of the guys say that the Grand Slams actually start in the second week, and they do everything they can just to get through that first week. So.
Would you believe we have the big four, that is, of course, Roger Federer, Rafa Nadal, Novak Djokovic and Andy Murray, all into the second week of Wimbledon for just the second time in 6 years. It's quite amazing to see them all back and really in some of their finest form. Well, we've got plenty of coverage continuing for you on the Wimbledon channel here. It's an absolutely glorious day. Hope you're enjoying our coverage from the Hill and getting ready for the action that will start in just 30 minutes' time on the outside courts. And to get you set for just what you can watch today, let's say good morning to Nick McCarville. He's on the broadcast centre roof at our touchscreen.
Thank you very much, Cara. It is like Christmas morning here at Wimbledon. Manic Monday, hashtag Manic Monday for all of you who are out there in social media land. Let's run around the order of play. It's very full. We've got all 8 on both the men's and women's side fourth round matchups. Of course, that's starting on center court, where we've got Venus Williams at 37 years old taking on Ana Kunja. Ana is the youngest player into the fourth round. She's just 19 years old, and when Venus made her debut here in June of 1997, Ana Kunja wasn't even born. These two players playing for the first time, and Anna Kunja trying to make her second Grand Slam quarterfinal. She made that round at the U.S. Open last year. Venus Williams, of course, a 5-time champion. This is going to be a hard-hitting affair. Anna Kunja is a smaller player, but she hits one of the hardest balls from the back of the court. We'll see if Venus Williams can get into the quarterfinals here, having won this tournament 5 times prior. That's to be followed by Andy Murray taking on Benoit Paire. Murray bringing in a 25-match winning streak against French players, and he's 28-3 against Frenchmen at Grand Slams. If you look at head-to-head here, this is a 1-0 for Murray, and actually Benoit Paire served for this match. He had a lead in the second set. He tried to close it out in the third, so this could be interesting, but he's a player, Benoit Paire, that didn't really like the grass courts a couple years ago. He's come into his own now. 46 seed, plays an unorthodox style of tennis. Lots of ball bashing. He's got a big backhand on him, so we'll see how that one goes for the world number 1. Andy Murray, defending champion here at Wimbledon. We'll see if he can march into the final 8. And lastly, on center court today, of all the matches, we've got 16 of them today on the single side. I think a lot of people, this is their pick of the day. Grigor Dimitrov taking on 7-time winner here, Roger Federer. Now, if we look at this head-to-head, 5-0 to Federer. He's actually only dropped 2 sets in 5 meetings with Grigor Dimitrov, but Federer was asked about Dimitrov in press on Saturday, and he said Dimitrov has only improved every time that he's played him. Dimitrov, someone that has been called baby-fed for a long time with that backhand. Can he shed that name, that nickname today with a win over the man himself, Roger Federer? That would be a big win for Grigor Dimitrov. Of course, he was a semifinalist here in 2014. Federer, 7-time champion. Can he continue that march into the quarterfinals? Perhaps. Let's go ahead and go to the number 1 court, and Johanna Konta taking on Caroline Garcia. These two players have played a few times, 4 matches actually, and if we look at this one here, just a few weeks ago in March, it was a 7-6 win for Caroline Garcia on the hard courts of Indian Wells. Can Johanna Konta become the first British woman to make the quarterfinals here since Joe Drury back in 1984? She's going to try against Garcia, who's 23. She was actually called in 2011 a player that could be world number 1 by Andy Murray when she played Maria Sharapova at the French Open. She started to come good now at 23. She made the quarterfinals at the French Open, her best Grand Slam result to date. She's going to try to get back to that round here at Wimbledon today. That's to be followed by Gilles Muller taking on Rafael Nadal, the number 4 seed. Rafa, of course, a 2-time champion here. Is Rafa gaining steam into the second week of the championships here? You look at their head-to-head. 4-1, obviously. Rafa, total matches won. He leads that one. They've met twice before at Wimbledon. You see this one here in 2011. Rafa won that match. But Gilles Muller, the one match he has won against Rafael Nadal, that came in 2005 at Wimbledon. So obviously that was 12 years ago. But the veteran Muller, who's had a great grass court season, he's actually 10-1 on the grass this season. That's the most grass wins of any player. So that gives him that confidence to take on a Rafael Nadal. But gosh, hasn't Rafa looked good? He has yet to drop a set in this championships. We'll see how those two go on the number 1 court. And then you really could have the number 1 program be the center court program today, because look at this. Novak Djokovic, a 3-time champion, the number 2 seed, taking on Adrian Manarino, who took out Gael Monfils in the last round, his countryman from France. This one, 1-0 to Djokovic. They met here a year ago, so we'll see if Novak can get into the quarterfinals. The big 4, they're all there on those 2 courts. Roger Federer is actually looking for his 15th quarterfinal here at the All England Club, and that would extend his record of 50 Grand Slam quarterfinals. 5-0 for Roger Federer. That is insane. Look at the number 2 court lineup today. That's also insane. Angelique Kerber and Garbiñe Muguruza are 2 previous runners-up to Serena Williams. Kerber did it last year, Muguruza in 2015. This should be a fantastic match. Look at this one, the head-to-head here. 4-3 Muguruza, but she's actually won the last 4 meetings, including this one. It was a great one. 3 sets a couple years ago in the 3rd round when she made that breakout run to the final. So can Angelique Kerber sort of find her way? And if we look at here for Kerber, let's see if we can get to it. Kerber's actually spent 5.5 hours on court so far, almost twice as long as Garbiñe Muguruza. So that's a stat today that could come into play. Does Kerber have the stamina? She probably needed that day off yesterday for Middle Sunday. That's to be followed by another incredible women's match. Victoria Azarenka taking on Simona Halep. Kerber and Muguruza are that top match, the #1 seed, and then this is anchoring our draw. This matchup, look at it, 2-1 to Azarenka, but look at this match here. I use my little pen here to circle that. 2 years ago at the U.S. Open, this was a match that Simona Halep used to get into the semifinals there at Flushing Meadows, and this is a match that we've all been waiting for. This could be a great one. Obviously, Victoria Azarenka taking out Heather Watson, much to the chagrin of all you British fans out there. But this will be a wonderful, wonderful match on the #2 court. And then another match, it really is like Christmas Day today. Milos Raonic taking on Alexander Zverev, the youngster. Zverev has a 1-0 record. This was played on clay, so I think that's our importance there. Is this was a clay match. When you look at, for Milos Raonic, he was a finalist here last year. He's using that confidence, working with Mark Knowles, a former Grand Slam champion in doubles. Milos Raonic taking on Alexander Zverev. And actually for Zverev, it would be his best ever win over a player. You look at the #6 seed, Raonic. Alexander Zverev has never beaten a player that high ranked. So another challenge for an ATP Next Gen player. And then we've got some doubles to close out the day. The Skupski brothers, yes, they're going to close out the day on #2 court. #3 court, we continue on. It's Agnieszka Radwanska against Svetlana Kuznetsova. These two players are meeting for the 18th time. Look at this, 18. They've played 17 times prior. Kuznetsova with a 13-4 record. And look at these last few matches. The last 3 times that they've played on the WTA Tour, it's almost gotten to 3 hours. Look at these third set scores. So if you're at the #3 court, settle in. That first match after 11:30, you could be out there for a while. We'll see how those two Grand Slam veterans go. Obviously, Radwanska, a former finalist here. Svetlana Kuznetsova has 2 Grand Slams to her name. And then after that, a player trying to get a Grand Slam to her name, Caroline Wozniacki. She's got 25 titles on the WTA Tour, but she's yet to win that coveted Grand Slam. She's been a finalist on tour 4 times here, and Coco Vandeweghe takes her on today, 2-0. Look at this, Caroline Wozniacki. She's got this win just last year against Coco Vandeweghe, who's now working with Pat Cash. So another great match there that we can watch out for. The women's side stacked today, as is the men. Look at this, Dominic Thiem taking on Thomas Berdych. Thomas Berdych with a 1-0 record here, former finalist here, but can Dominic Thiem, he's the higher seed, can he break through and win that match? There's a lot going on today on here. It's Manic Monday. Use hashtag Manic Monday if you're on social media. Of course, follow us on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram, and our Snapchat. Our Snapchat challenge today is, can our Snapchatter get to all 16 of those 4th round matches? We'll see, we hope. And for now, it's back to Cara Robinson.
Thank you, Nick, and good morning again to everyone watching us from the Hill. We are just about 20 minutes away. You'll be pleased to hear from tennis beginning on this Manic Monday on all of the outside courts, and then it's just about 2 hours' time until play begins on centre and #1. Now, centre court is known for many things. One of them is Rufus, and I'm delighted to say that he joins us now in the
Surprise! In the human form.
In the human form.
Yeah.
Chris, you were famously known as the Strawberry Man last year.
Yes.
You came to watch the action on centre court. We're going to remind the viewers before we get into this year's outfit, in case they didn't see it. There you are. Had your cream as well.
Oh, there's the little gif, of drinking the cream.
Everyone just loved the effort that you put into this costume. So you're back for year 2.
Yes.
And you felt like you need to do something new, right?
Strawberry will still be around, but I wanted to introduce a new costume. And I knew I had a lot of points to defend from last year because Strawberry was such a big hit, that I wanted to do something that was iconic. And Rufus is getting to that. Rufus is actually, he's probably an icon already.
He is.
Yeah.
So for anyone that doesn't know at home, Rufus is the hawk that flies around centre court every morning to get rid of any pigeons that have nestled nicely in the comfort of centre court. Why did you choose to dress up as Rufus, and what went into this outfit?
Well, like I said, it was from Strawberry. It was, I knew I needed to do something special, And I knew I wanted it to be Wimbledon-centric because that's when it gets really popular, is when everyone's like, oh my God, I know blah, blah, blah. So it took about like 2 months to do the costume. I got this top piece from Denmark, and then from that I designed everything else. The helmet is an old bomber helmet, and I painted it and then just did all the little pieces on top.
You painted this helmet?
Yes.
Mark is looking at me baffled, but I think you're quite impressed.
No, I'm looking at the details because you've thought of everything, and also the belt.
I'm going to hold this to make it easier for you.
On the claws, I mean, I love the detailing.
Thank you.
Everything, you thought of everything.
How long did it take to put together?
Probably a month and a half. Yeah,
wow.
A month and a half, and but it was worth it because at the end, when you see the product come together, it's just, and everyone's reaction when I'm here is really cool.
Okay, so we caught sight of you on centre court, just behind us over here. Chris was trying to find his seat.
Yeah.
So I said to him, knowing which seats they were, he must have queued.
Yes.
When did you start queuing for today?
I queued Thursday noon. So, but it was worth it because I got the same exact seat as I got for Strawberry.
So 4 nights camping?
Yes, 4 nights. But I mean, it's fun because you get to meet everyone from all over the world, and you have your friends there from the prior years. So it's I love to do it.
And you were what place in the queue?
3, but the 2 girls in front of me went to court 1, so technically I was number 1.
Number 1 on centre court. Wow. That's pretty impressive, isn't it, Mark?
The dedication is awesome. I love it.
Are you going to get hot, do you think, today in this?
Well, if you see a fainting bird over there, the answer is yes, probably.
Do you think you'll be able to keep it on all day? The nose, the glasses, everything?
I have to. For the costume, for Rufus, I have to keep it on all day.
Okay, well, this costume is head to toe, I have to tell you, ladies and gentlemen. And we have not mentioned your bag.
Oh, yeah, the Rufus's pigeon.
Can you show us the bag?
Oh, yeah. Here you go.
Look at that.
Rufus's Pigeon
Patrol. And then I do have another side, Scaring Birds since 2000, but some of the letters fell off, so we won't show this side.
You know what? We have to admire this sheer dedication. Wimbledon wouldn't be the same without people like you, so thank you for coming to talk to us.
Thank you.
Thank you for your effort.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Thanks, yeah. Thanks for having me.
I'm sure we'll see you on coverage later today.
Yep, hopefully. We'll
okay,
see.
The Strawberry Man is now Rufus, and would you believe that our very own Rachel Stringer met the real Rufus just a few days ago?
Look who is here. This is Rufus, and he patrols the courts here at Wimbledon. Make sure there's no pesky pigeons lurking around. And Imogen is here as well. This is Rufus's owner, Imogen. How are you both, firstly?
Yeah, very good, although today's quite hot, so we are going to probably be popping some water on him because it's rather hot for Rufus today.
It's hot for the athletes and hot for Rufus, so I'll let you give him a little water. There we go, keeping him cool because he is super important. Imogen, I just mentioned there, he patrols all the courts here. Just can you tell in more depth exactly what his role is?
Yeah, of course. So he is Chief Pigeon Scarer here at Wimbledon. So he's been here for 10 years and his main job is to keep the pigeons off of the court. So they often come in and will try and eat the grass seed. So all year round here it's really quiet, nothing to sway them away. They've got a really nice little place to live, nice place to roost. So they would be tempted to nest and obviously to have their young here. They breed all year round, so it can be quite a big problem in a very short space of time. So Rufus is here to just remind them that actually it's not a safe territory because it's his domain and they're not welcome here, and they need to just give him some space and go find a tree somewhere else.
But we never see Rufus on TV when the matches are going on. So when does he do this? Is he quite sneaky?
Yeah, so we start at 5 o'clock every morning. So nice early starts during the championships. But the good thing is that then it means that we're out of the way by the time it's really hot during the day. And obviously Rufus trying to pick me out in a crowd, it would be fine, but he'd get completely swarmed by people wanting selfies. So it's not ideal.
And Rufus, I've been here for a few years now. Rufus has been here longer than me. How many years will Rufus have this job for, and when does he retire from this?
Yeah, so he's been here for 10 years, and basically, he's a working bird, so as soon as he isn't flying is probably when he will no longer be around. So we'll keep bringing him until then, anything up to 25 in captivity. And for Rufus's life, he gets fed a really high protein diet, gets exercise daily, has a nice bath, just chills out. He's going to go on forever.
I hate to see Wimbledon without Rufus, but if Rufus no longer could fly, have you got anyone in training coming up through the ranks?
Yes, we do indeed. So Rufus has his young apprentices, which aren't quite ready for the championships yet. They're not quite used to this whole media side of things, but they'll get there eventually. So and Rufus is going to fight them off anyway. He's like, this is my patch.
And so we know Rufus gets up at 5 a.m. Then he obviously goes and scares the pigeons off. Then what does he do after he's finished his job?
Yeah, so after he's done that, generally we'll go and find some. If it's really hot, we'll go and find some shade because it's not ideal for him to be out in the heat of the day. We'll go and find somewhere nice. And look at him, he's just fanning his wings because he's
showing off.
Quite hot, yeah, exactly.
So you mentioned the protein diet. What else does Rufus eat? What would you feed him?
So generally it's quail, chicken, a little bit of rabbit, a little bit of pigeon. So he's got a really refined diet actually.
And Imogen, how hard was it to train him? Because he looks so tame here. He's happily sitting on your hand there.
Yes, it is a really intensive process. So we get them at 16 weeks when they've been reared by their parents, who are actually really completely wild. So it's very intensive. It takes up to a good like 6 to 12 months really until you're confident that you can fly them free, because obviously if you fly them free and they don't come back, that's a lot of waste of time.
Has he ever not come back?
He has his moments. Don't you, Rufus? He definitely has his moments, but generally he's pretty well behaved.
He knows who his mum is, doesn't he?
Exactly, yeah. He knows who gives him the food. He's got it sussed. He really has.
So do you think if I put my hand out and asked Rufus if he could come and sit on my hand, he would oblige?
You're at this now, aren't you?
Well, I'm not sure about that. Here we go. Rufus is coming to join me. There we go. This is Rufus. He patrols the courts here, making sure there are no pesky pigeons interrupting play at Wimbledon. There he is. What a beauty. Thanks, Imogen. Thanks, Rufus.
Thank you.
It's day 7 of the daily debate with IBM, and today's topic of discussion is stamina. Yes, we want to see which of the modern greats performed best when it came to physical and mental stamina. But just note, we're only looking at the match duration information that's been collected from 2002.
And we are going to start with, here we go, we are going to start with the men, and it's matches won. That's our first data set. We're going to pop around and look at some different things. Roger Federer, when he's winning matches here at the championships, which he's done 80 times, the average is 1 hour and 54 minutes. He's the shortest of the big four. Roger's game style is all about first strike tennis. The serve hits the corners, and a lot of times he's serving out wide initially to open up those holes. He's looking to approach early in the point. The #1 rally length in our sport where we see an approach is a rally length of just 3 shots. So Roger's game is built all around first strike tennis. Quite often his service games only take about a minute to play.
But is it any surprise Djokovic and Nadal take the longest when it comes to matches won? Djokovic, we all know how long he takes before serve. He bounces the ball a number of times. And Nadal, I mean, he's got all sorts of little ticks going on in between points, likes to fiddle around with lots of different things. So that's why he probably takes the longest.
We now move on to the very specific category of the long matches. So if the match goes at least 3 hours, we saw Federer doing so well. Kind of the sweet spot of his game is to get into the match and get things over quick. When the match goes long, he's at 3 hours and 34 minutes, and his win percentage plummets. So if you're an opponent of Roger, you say, I've got to extend the point. So during the point, making more balls, going deep, keeping Roger back, and also between the points, I don't want you to get a time violation, but I want you to take that full 20 seconds. When you sit down, wait for the umpire to call time. You've got to extend Roger as much as possible to have a really good chance of beating him here at Wimbledon.
Whereas if Djokovic is extended over 3 hours, his percentage goes right up, 87.5% of matches won. I think personally it might have something to do with his vegan diet.
Well, of course it does. I think, and I'm actually about 87.5% of the way to a vegan diet myself. So thanks for the inspiration, Novak. We now move on to matches won in the ladies. Right at the top, the short is Lindsay Davenport. only 16 matches, and again, this data is only from 2002. Lindsay, you know, when she's in the locker room, somebody says, "Good luck, Lindsay, have a great match." She says, "I'll be back in about an hour and 7 minutes." Things go very quickly for Lindsay. Huge serve, big return, huge forehand, and she gets the job done very quickly. Serena Williams is second, 75 matches, so a much bigger data set because of the recent matches, about an hour and 20 for Serena.
Yeah, no faffing around for these two ladies.
We now move on to the very specific category of 5-set matches. And personally, I'm a huge fan of the 5-set match. I mean, sometimes there's a little debate about, oh, you know, it should go best of 3 or best of 5. Best of 5 is fantastic for me. We see Goran, 22.2% of his matches here at the championships have gone to 5 sets. He's #1 on our list of the greatest of the great at 14 of 63. You know, he's got a big game. Maybe it's a little bit hit or miss, which forces those longer matches. But that must have been fun for Goran in those 14 matches, going 5 sets.
But surprisingly, Murray has only played 5 sets here at the championships. So I don't know whether that's more surprising or impressive. How do you see it?
Well, and I think that's impressive because we just go back to his last match against Fabio Fognini. He was down 5-2 in that 4th set. We had a chance or an opportunity for Andy to add more here to his 5-set matches, but he came back and won that 4th set. So I think it's more on the impressive side of life. We now go to the wins in 5 sets. So we've played a long match. We've got the W. Novak Djokovic 8 times. He's been in a 5-setter. He's won 7. He's way ahead. It's 87.5% of the time. And I think this is great information for an opponent as well. He's going to play Adrian Mannarino, who played a 4-setter, then a 5-setter, then another 5-setter. And he's going to say, well, if I go 5 sets with Novak, I've got to know that Novak's record is great. So I've got to step up and play even more aggressive, kind of like what Lucas Rosol did against Nadal here at Wimbledon a few years ago.
But interestingly also, the 2 men who lead the way on this chart, Djokovic and Murray, are 2 guys who pride themselves on their fitness. So when they're stretched all the way, they come out strongest.
We are now looking at total 3-set matches for the ladies. Petra Kvitova, 30% of all of her matches here at the championships have gone 3 sets. And when we look back in history, how about this? Martina has played 134 matches here. 31 have gone 3 sets. She's got to look back as some of those matches. They're long and she's won some and lost some, but you know, what great memories from the championships.
Yeah, but this chart on Petra Kvitova also reflects her tennis outside of the championships. I mean, on the WTA Tour, she plays more 3-set matches in general than anyone else. Something to do with her dangerous style of play, maybe her concentration, a little in and out, but she gets there.
We now look at wins when the matches go 3 sets. And Steffi Graf has popped up a few times. Her data is amazing. What I see here, if it goes 3 sets, she's played 18 times a 3-set match. She's won 15. She's at 83%. The Williams sisters very high up there. You've got to look back and say, you know what, I'm pretty proud of that record.
But Sharapova, not so impressive when it comes to 3-set wins here at the championships. So if we see her here back again next year, maybe that's something for her opponents to really think about.
Yeah, and to be fair, though, she is still above 55%. So, you know, we're looking at the greatest of the greats, and that's still, you know, it's not a losing record.
All right, now Watson, what does Watson tell us? So Watson has been looking at how players' physical and mental stamina has been described in the media. Mentions of physical stamina are dominated by the men's game, with the top 10 mentions actually all being male players. But for when mental endurance comes into play, it's just as important on the women's side. Serena Williams talks about this being incredibly important to her. She came out on top from Watson's analysis. This is largely due to her top score for mental endurance and her solid physical stamina score. When it comes to the men, Novak Djokovic was the highest ranked male player for stamina with the top score for physical and second behind Serena Williams for mental stamina. Watson has identified Djokovic as having a lot of mentions in the media early on in his career surrounding his fitness and his stamina.
Yeah, I think early on Novak had some problems with the heat. We saw a few retirements, and to his credit, he's looked at that area and said, you know what, I need to improve, I need to be stronger, I need that stamina to get through. And right now, I mean, there's, you know, you look at Novak, you look at Andy, and those two guys are absolutely leading the way with the fitness work they do and the stamina they have. And the IBM data has proven that of how well they do with their 5-set records.
All right, hit us up on social media, as always, on Twitter, Facebook. Use the hashtag #WhatMakesGreat. Who has the best stamina of the modern greats? Let us know.
Practice court 15 is the home for Andy Murray as he heads into yet another huge match on centre court. He's second up against Benoit Paire, hoping for what would be his 10th consecutive Wimbledon quarter-final. And only Connors and Federer have done more at one particular slam in a row. He has been limping a little bit as he arrived this morning, but he's in really good spirits. He had to wait 5 or 6 minutes because it's absolutely packed down here at Irangi today. He had to wait a few minutes for his usual knock-up court to become available. And he's been joking with Ivan Lendl and the young lad with whom he's knocking up. What an opportunity. I'm pretty sure it's Aidan McHugh down the other end of the court. Murray's been ribbing him a little bit because McHugh is wearing a new pair of trainers that look exceptionally white. So it's all pretty light-hearted here. And how fantastic for McHugh, who's through to the second round of the boys' singles, that he's having an opportunity at the age of 16 to work with the world number 1 and the defending Wimbledon champion. Murray takes a keen interest in all levels of the sport, and he's hoping he can dish out a few nuggets to McHugh as he embarks on the career that Murray has enjoyed now for 14, 15 years. He's absolutely hammering the forehands here. He did a little bit of jogging when he put his practice trainers on, just trying to loosen that hip up. Managed to avoid being taken to a 5th set by Fabio Fognini, with whom he had a 3-all record heading into that 3rd round match. So he did Fognini in 4, Bublik in 3, Dustin Brown in 3. His record actually now is just fantastic. He's made 23 of the last 25 quarterfinals in the slams that he's contested. That's how consistent he's been. The winner will face Sam Querrey or Kevin Anderson, and for the statisticians among you, Murray has a 7-1 head-to-head advantage over Querrey and a 6-2 head-to-head advantage over the other huge server in that one, Kevin Anderson. So Benoit Paire, his opponent, also made the 4th round of the US in 2015. He's twice been in the 3rd round at Wimbledon, but he's aiming in his 27th slam. He's 28 years of age, so he's been around a while. He's aiming for what would be his first Grand Slam quarter-final. Murray's won both the matches that they've played. One on the hard courts, one on the clay. But Murray seems fairly relaxed, despite the fact that there was a little bit of limping in his gait as he walked on to practice court 15. But it's all been smiles and banter this morning. Second up on the centre court, the eyes of the British public will be on the defending Wimbledon champion, something he's certainly got used to here over the last decade or so.
I'm thinking it's the point where I almost end up in the crowd to win the 3rd set against Gasquet.
He's turned it round. 3-set points, Murray.
So, yeah, I remember I was down 2 sets to love at the time. I think he also served for the match in the 3rd set, and I managed to get a break. I was obviously pretty close to going out of the tournament, and then I think I was 6-3 up in this breaker, and he had a pretty good serve, and I basically popped the ball up right on top of the net. I just basically anticipated exactly where he was going to go, and I sprinted pretty hard.
There's no way he just did that.
And then ended up almost in with the crowd and the cameraman. So yeah, it was it's a good way to finish the set and started a big comeback as well. So long ago now, I mean that's like 9 years ago. There's been some good ones since then, but in terms of like points and important, like the way to finish is such an important point. That was a big one. I've not played too many like that.
Well, Andy Murray will be in action later today on centre court. He's the second match up after play starts at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Umbrellas are already up, but not because there's any rain. It is set to be another warm and sunny day here at the All England Club. We hope you enjoy this manic Monday if you are watching from Hemon Hill. I know you're all waving at us right now. We will be continuing our coverage of the Wimbledon channel online or on the Wimbledon app, so please do tune in for that, and we will be covering as much as possible on a day that we will see every single fourth round match in progress. 16 matches in total, players with 64 Grand Slam titles in all. It is set to be a truly manic Monday. Well, welcome along to the Wimbledon channel, wherever you're joining us from around the world, or even local here to the All England Club at SW19. It is London in the glorious English summer. We have been spoiled with the weather this opening week so far, hoping that will continue through the second week. For now, it's sunny, blue skies once again over southwest London, and those are the views we have of the city. You can see the Gherkin and a few other, the Shard, a few other big standout tourist points that you might want to go and see if you're here at London. The London Eye, Big Ben, Houses of Parliament, all very popular spots. We are staying, though, in SW19 to enjoy what is set to be another fabulous day of tennis. We've been talking to you about how these matches are going to take place all around the grounds. Well, if you take a look at this shot, the bottom right-hand side is court number 2. Bottom left-hand side is court number 3. You can see centre court where we are with the roof open, and number 1 court in the distance. Now, court number 2 will have play beginning in any moment now, because it was scheduled for 11:30 this morning, and it is one of the best matches I think that's scheduled. It's Angelique Kerber, the number 1 seed in the ladies' draw, against the 14th seeded Garbiñe Muguruza. Now, don't forget, both of these ladies are Grand Slam champions. Neither of them have triumphed here. Angie, of course, won the Australian Open. She won 2 Grand Slams last year, and Garbiñe Muguruza won the French Open last year. So they've both got the Grand Slam caliber. Interestingly, despite the fact that Angie is seeded higher than Garbiñe coming into these championships, Garbiñe has actually won their last 4 encounters, Mark, and one of those was on grass here at Wimbledon 2 years ago in the 3rd round, and she was the one that marched through. She has been playing incredibly well, arguably in better form than Kerber. Do you expect an upset today, or do you think this is pretty even on paper coming in?
It's very even on paper. I don't know if you would call it an upset. Yes, there's a difference in their rankings, but like you said, Muguruza has been showing a lot of confidence in the way she's been playing, and I think I feel like a big part of that has been her having Conchita Martinez in her corner as a coach. Martinez, obviously a champion here in the past. She knows what it takes to win here, and I feel like she brings something comforting. Muguruza looks very relaxed on the court, a lot more relaxed than she has been in the last few months.
Well, when you take a look at the route that they've both taken to here, Angie Kerber actually was pushed almost to an exit here in her last round against Shelby Rogers on Saturday. She lost the first set, had to win the second set in a tiebreak to come back and win the 3rd set. And here they are now, arriving on court. Angelique Kerber, the number 1 seed from Germany, arrives, clad head to toe in white, and Garbiñe Muguruza will be following her in just a moment as well, as these two prepare to begin play on court number 2. Garbiñe, of course, the Spanish 14th seed. And what is interesting about these two as well, Mark, is that they, sadly for them, have both lost to Serena Williams in the finals at Wimbledon the last 2 years. Muguruza made the final last year as the French Open champion, and Angelique Kerber made the final in 2015. Both of them know what it's like to reach that stage of Wimbledon. Neither of them have quite managed to cross the line. How reassuring for them that Serena Williams is not in the draw this year?
Absolutely. I think everyone knows when Serena isn't in the draw, it completely opens up and it gives everyone huge opportunity to win a Grand Slam. It's shown that at the French Open, and it's no different here for Wimbledon. You know, it's like I said, Serena is an absolute champion. In what she's accomplished in tennis, even as an athlete, full stop, will go down as the greatest of all time. But this is a huge opportunity for everyone playing today, and especially these two ladies.
Well, Garbiñe hasn't dropped a set the entire championship so far as she jumps up and down by the net, ready to do the coin toss. Angie Kerber, as I mentioned, dropped just one set, and that came in her last round, the third round, against the American unseeded Shelby Rogers. We cannot wait to see what happens here today. They've played each other 7 times previously, but Garbiñe leads their head-to-head 4-3. And as I was saying, those 4 wins came in each of the previous 4 times they played each other, so perhaps she comes into this encounter as the more confident player. The crowds poured into court number 2, still a few more to take their seats, but we will join this one with some commentary as we lead you into the opening game.
A fabulous game for grass Muguruza, and I just feel mentally she's really got a number over Kerber at the moment.
23 years young, 14th seed at this year's championships. Looking for her second quarter-final here. Conchita Martinez in the middle of that picture, the champion here in 1994, Fed Cup captain, involved in the Davis Cup too, and is taking the place of Sam Sumik for this tournament. Sumik will be back for the hard courts in America.
Maybe not if she wins Wimbledon.
Yes.
But Conchita is a fantastic influence, and I think she's great for Muguruza, because Muguruza very much a linear player, and Conchita just had such variation. I've just noticed the things that Garbiñe is doing. You can see the direct relationship with what Conchita would have been telling her. It's certainly the slicey serve opening up the court.
What a magnificent picture that is. Centre court, number 1 court beyond. Number 2 court, bottom right-hand corner of your screen with over 4,000 seats. But when you think centre court with a £100 million roof, all of that, court 10 immediately in front of us, and just to the right is court 11. But all of that for maximum 4 players. It's the most hallowed turf, the court where everybody wants to step onto to hit tennis balls.
Yeah, still a little bit of green on that court, although there's been a lot talked about the centre patches, as you can see. Both players will be really dialing it in through the centre of the court today.
2 Grand Slam titles last year from 3 finals. It was the most outstanding year. Number 1 for the first time on the 12th of September. 5'8" is 1m73. The seeded position has improved. She's got to at least make final here to try to hang on to that number 1 world ranking. But those stats now are historic. She's having trouble backing it up. I'm sure Louise Plemming will have her views on why that is. And it's similar as well for Garbiñe Muguruza as well. But she's been in impressive form. And that was a terrific win for Kerber, because she was a set and 4-2 down against Shelby Rogers in that 3rd round. So that's really got her battling instincts right back up there.
Well, it just shows what a great competitor she is, isn't she, Kerber? You're right, she's certainly lacked a little bit of match toughness over the last 12 months. Torben Beltz, he's been an incredible influence with Angelique. He was a part of the reason why she started playing such great tennis again 12 months ago.
Torben Beltz on the right. There's Mum Beater in the pink. They're going to be nervous too. Excited but nervous. Beater's trying to put a smile on. It's a lovely court, this, you know, like a sunken court, really, the way the court is structured. placing in terms of the number of the court, the graveyard court, which is now court 3, graveyard for the seeds, in the same site. And she's a taller woman. Narbini 4 inches taller, or 9 centimetres. Only won the 3 singles titles. It's interesting, isn't it? Of course, the French Open last year, beating Serena Williams again at the French Open, where she first made a huge name for herself, beating Serena in 2014. So those are the 2 wins that she's had against the world #1 and a world #1. They're not bad scalps to have.
Well, she knows how to step up, this young lady on screen, and gee, she has a great competitive edge. And she's only one of a few players really that haven't lost a set coming through Wimbledon. And to me, just 3 hours 31 minutes, that's going to play an advantage as well. I've got a feeling this is going to be a really long match, Chris.
Yes, it could well be, and that will help the Spaniard, you'd think, because she's been on court 2 hours less.
Yeah, I spoke to Conchita after the first match, and she said that Gabinia wasn't that comfortable with her forehand in that first match, but then I did her second match, and that was certainly a big part that she improved, and that's going to be something we're going to really have to look at, because it's going to go into Kerber's backhand, that short cross backhand that can really do some damage.
Confirmation of the head-to-heads. It is very, very close, but of course the one match on the grass that they've played in all of that time was in the match at Wimbledon here a couple of years ago. Muguruza winning on the way to the final. How significant is that?
Well, it's incredible, isn't it? She's got the mental edge over Kerber. There's no question about it that she will really draw from what she did exactly on this court 2 years ago. And it was phenomenal, the quality.
The voice.
Yeah.
Nuni of France in the chair.
Yeah, he's like the Barry White of tennis, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah, there's one stat that I'm really going to be watching heavily today, and that's the amount of times that Muguruza will come to the net. That was a big number back in 2015. It was around the 70 mark. That is unheard of.
Warm applause. It's another warm day. Quarterfinals up for grabs. The women's event wide open. Muguruza to begin.
Straight away, she's going to look to move forwards.
Challenge straight away, is it? Nope, it was turned back. Or has it? She is challenging.
$15. Miss Gabby has 2 challenges remaining.
First ball landing on the line might be a microcosm of this match. They might both be living on the edge. They're going to have to push it really hard, both players. To me, that's the influence from Conchita Martinez. That shorter, more slicey, angled serve. Part of what Conchita did against Martina Navratilova in the 94 final. Shoulders just lifted a little higher up near the ears for Muguruza. Very tense start.
40-30. First game.
I see my team, but I don't know which round it was. Yes, so I'm serving against Venus. That was the semi-final. So yeah, I remember the match. It was very good from both of us. It was the match point, yeah. I remember I remember the feeling when I won against her, and I knew that I'm in my first Wimbledon final, so I will never forget it. It was really emotions for me. I mean, it was really special to playing and winning on the amazing center court with all the fans. They are cheering for you, and it was great. I mean, the feeling to know you are in your first Grand Slam final here in Wimbledon, of course.
All right, well, we've got 16 fourth-round matches played today. That means you've got 8 on the men's side, 8 on the women's side. Let's actually first check out the players that are remaining. We know these guys very well. The big four, the top 4 men, they've dropped just 1 set combined. That was Andy Murray against Fabio Fognini in the 3rd round. And then, of course, your second tier of players, Milos Raonic, a finalist here last year, Marin Cilic, the 2014 U.S. Open champion, Dominic Thiem, who's been making his way up the ranks, Alexander Zverev, as this is the breakthrough slam for Sasha, the youngster from Germany. And then you've got the challengers in Berdych, Dimitrov, Gilles Muller, Roberto Bautista Agut. But how about our 3 unseeded guys, Kevin Anderson, Benoit Paire, and Adrian Mannarino. Now 7 of the 16 guys into the 4th round, they're over 30 years old, which is a Wimbledon record. But if we go over to the women's side, there's your 3 unseeded guys. Let me just scroll to the bottom here really quick, because you've got the same case here. Victoria Azarenka, Petra Martic, and Magdalena Rybarikova, another 3 unseeded women on that side. Now 10 of the 16 women are those top 16 seeds into the 4th round. That's the first time that's happened at Wimbledon since 2007. So the top of the women's draw, of course, these are familiar names to us as well. You've got world number 1 Angelique Kerber, Simona Halep, Elina Svitolina trying to make her Grand Slam breakthrough, and can Caroline Wozniacki, she's got 25 singles titles to her name. She's never won a Grand Slam. She's been in 2 Grand Slam finals. Is this her year? Is this her event? And then, of course, the home hope in Johanna Konta. We had a Wimbledon discussion yesterday, a Wimbledon.com story I was discussing with Michael Beattie, one of our writers. We call it Wimble Wars, as far as can Johanna Konta, who's the bookies' favorite to win this tournament, can she finally break through? I said this is not going to be the Wimbledon for Johanna Konta to win. She's going to be around for a while. She could win one day. But who out of these women is going to break through and take this tournament? Venus Williams, a 5-time champion here. Garbiñe Muguruza has had a little bit of a fall from form this year. Can she make this her turnaround event? Coco Vandeweghe, who takes on Caroline Wozniacki. Anna Kunja, she's a young player at just 19 years old, battling the oldest player in the round of 16, Venus Williams. So a lot of storylines today, of course, but let's go ahead and take a dip around social media. And a lot of you out there in the world of social media using this hashtag Manic Monday. There's a lot going on out there, of course, on the courts. You guys can keep up with it. Use that hashtag Manic Monday on any of our social platforms, and of course, follow us at Wimbledon. But some fans out there, of course, ready for the day. Sheila saying it's the best day in the tennis year. I would agree, Sheila. I think it absolutely is the best day of the tennis year. What about Kat getting the opportunity to be on center court? She's got her center court ticket there. She's ready to see Roger Federer and Grigor Dimitrov take on each other. That's the 3rd match on. I love this one from Carthy. Looking at, these are the fans trying to come into the grounds this morning. Court 14 for Marcus Willis and Jay Clark. Now, that was a story that we didn't get to on Saturday night. But Marcus Willis and Jay Clark, the British pair, if you look at here, they beat the defending doubles champions, Pierre-Hugues Herbert and Nicolas Mahut. It was a 5-set thriller on number 3 court late on Saturday evening, and this made some social media rounds. Of course, Marcus Willis, the story of Wimbledon last year, qualifying, making it all the way to the second round, taking on Roger Federer. Well, he and Jay Clark, who's an up-and-coming British player, they were making headlines again on Saturday night. Marcus Willis having a little ice bath after that win. Doesn't look very happy about that ice bath, but let's see what else people were up to. Obviously, Thomas Berdych excited about week 2, and then I loved this one from you too. A little shout out to Johanna Konta, wanting her at their concert on Middle Sunday. Well, Johanna Konta, of course, she took the day off. She said that she's going to be headed to see them in a couple weeks' time. So Johanna Konta has some work to do this week, hoping to win that Wimbledon title. Love that little shout out. What about last night, Judy Murray spending some time with the one and only Billie Jean King, a couple sheroes, a couple women's tennis stars in their own rights, Judy Murray and Billie Jean King. And then look at Svetlana Kuznetsova's, is this her game face? I guess so. This little cat emoji. She's ready for play today, taking on Agnieszka Radwanska, their first on number 3 court. Let's go ahead and dip into our Instagram page. And I loved this video this morning from the Wimbledon team, getting the nets ready. Everything's so pristine here around the All England Club. Love this, getting everything ready to go. These are the little things that we love about the championships, about Wimbledon. Getting that net ready. Very detailed work goes into this actual court setup every day. Who else is ready? Rafael Nadal taking on Gilles Muller today. He's 4-1 against the player from Luxembourg, the veteran. He's got that one win against Rafa, but way back in 2005, Rafael Nadal obviously taking a little break there. This was yesterday, Middle Sunday vibes. That's kind of what I looked like on Middle Sunday too, just not quite as sporty as Rafael Nadal, I wouldn't say. Nice moment here for Adrian Mannarino taking out Gael Monfils today. Or excuse me, that was on Saturday. Today, Mannarino, his reward for winning that 3rd round match, it's a matchup with Novak Djokovic. Little Sunday vibes here, Middle Sunday vibes for Andy Murray yesterday. Love him carrying, look at this, guys. Going to get these rackets restrung, but I love seeing the players. Everything is so precise. We talk about the care of the courts. The players take care of their equipment. And this was the moment I was talking about. What about that epic win for Marcus Willis and Jay Clark over the number 2 seeds and defending champions? Some emotional scenes out there for these two guys. Some smiles out there. They're going to play here today in the men's doubles. They're actually court 14 against Oliver Maruk and Mate Pavic. Let's actually dip in and look at that score really fast. We're underway now. There's court 14. Uh-oh, these guys got some work to do. They won over 5 sets against Pierre-Hugues Herbert and Nicolas Mahut, so they're going to have a little bit of work to do. Now, he is winning the day, our friend Imogen. Last year, he was a giant strawberry. He talked to Cara Robinson earlier today. But Imogen this year coming as Rufus the Hawk, and really what pulls this through is his assistant. Come on now. That is great execution. It's basically Rufus the Hawk doubled. And this helmet, that was a lot of time spent at home, but I think Imogen here enjoying the tennis today, that is the kind of Wimbledon spirit that we love out around the grounds. And Johanna Konta was not at U2 yesterday. She was actually getting some flowers, relaxing. Everyone needed a little bit of time off yesterday, Johanna Konta included. She, of course, is first up on the number 1 court against Caroline Garcia. Again, another shot. We can't get enough pictures of Rafael Nadal just hanging out yesterday, using that net as a little backdrop for his practice session. He's up today. And Angelique Kerber, she's, oops, we kind of decapitated Angelique Kerber. What about this one? Angelique Kerber, little recovery with Agnieszka Radwanska. They've got quite the connection, both Polish families, and these two playing today in the 4th round. Can they book a spot into the women's quarterfinals? Let's take a dip just before we head out and look at our draws now. We're into Oh, look at that. We're into week 2. So you've got these draws. It looks so nice, doesn't it? Down to 16 players. The top half, of course, anchored by Andy Murray. Bottom half by Novak Djokovic. But who's going to come through? What if we just imagine our top seeds winning today? This is what our 4th round would look like. And how about those? That's just the top seeds, right? So you had Stan Wawrinka, who was, oops, excuse me. Oh, look at that. I've clicked away. You had Stan Wawrinka in that part of the draw, and he no longer is there, of course. But let's go ahead and look at the women's. We do this. There it is. And what about if we go here and look at our top 8 seeds on the women's side as well? Kerber, can she beat Garbine Muguruza today? But look at this. We have got a mouth-watering day of tennis ahead. And this is just if we had our top seeds, but that's quite the day of tennis. It's Manic Monday here today on the grounds at the All England Club. Of course, use hashtag Manic Monday on all of our social media channels, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. One guy who is prolific on social media, Rob Walker, let's check in with him.
Well, the temperature is definitely growing down here at Orangi. So is the sense of expectation. A few members of the public have now crowded into the viewing areas. And over here on practice court 1, they're getting a glimpse of Simona Halep, the Romanian number 2 seed, who is preparing for her match against Victoria Azarenka. And Azarenka potentially is one of those players that none of the top seeds would want to be meeting in the 4th round. Azarenka, the 2-time Australian Open champion, coming back from having her baby son Leo in December. In fact, Azarenka leads Halep 2-1 in their head-to-heads. Both of them have gone deep here at Wimbledon. Halep lost in the quarterfinals in straight sets to Angelique Kerber last year, made the semis in 2014, and has twice finished runner-up at the French Open. And she'll regard this year's final against Ostapenko as the one that got away, winning the first set and being 3 games up on game point in the second set. But she has won 15 major career titles. This is her 29th Grand Slam appearance. She's looking really focused and ready here. The winner would face either Johanna Konta or Caroline Garcia. They're first up on court 1, but it's second up on court 2 for Halep. Really being put through her paces here. Little ripple of applause there from Darren Cahill, who's down the other end of the court. He's her coach. He's the figure in the dark T-shirt just off to the left of court there. Darren Cahill, one of the game's intricate senior analysts. Up until a couple of minutes ago, he was no more than about 2 or 3 feet away from Halep. And Halep, by the way, has a chance to go world number 1. For that, she'd have to make the semis. Kerber, who was also in action today, she needs the final for an opportunity to take top spot again. And interestingly enough, from the point of view of Pliskova, who we know the number 3 seed was knocked out last week, if both Simona Halep and Angelique Kerber lose today, it will be Pliskova who goes world number 1 next week. Halep just beginning to work up a little bit of a sweat. We had a lot of cloud cover here 2 hours ago, but it's really, really hot now as we head towards the midday sun. And Halep looks absolutely ready and focused. It is going to be a huge match against Azarenka, who really does seem as though she's playing herself back into form less than 8 months after having her baby. That is a match not to be missed on court 2.
I'm with Dan Bloxham, the Master of Ceremonies here at the All England Club. Sounds like a very important role. Dan, just tell us a little about it, please.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the sort of guy that gets everything rolling really every day. So they always say to me in the dressing room, what time's liftoff? And really my job is to make sure that the right players get to the right court at the right time, but try and make it kind of really friendly and relaxed, but also make it special. So the club are almost inviting them to come and play on centre, and what a special occasion it is. And for us, time is everything. So we're talking about seconds, not minutes. And obviously in the international world, time is very different in different countries, and that's the fun bit. Trying to explain to them the All England time, and they say, well, what's that maybe in another country? And I said, well, maybe it's a minute for you, you know. So it's quite good banter, and sometimes I'm never quite sure if they're joking or not joking, so I always take it as a joke.
So one of those roles, like you just tried to mention there, is escorting the players from here, or from the men's dressing room down there, or the ladies just behind us over there, all the way onto centre court. To get there on time for their match. They come through here then, and then where do they go from here?
Well, we normally gather here, so this bit of area here is a very tense little moment before we actually move off towards centre. We know it's a 2-minute 30 walk, and if we do it that sort of easy speed, we've got 20 seconds left. If we get delayed by whatever reason, and maybe a royal party walks past us and we might wait a second, then we'd probably walk a bit quicker. So it's a 2-minute 20 probably is the exact time to get there. And as we go along the corridor, it's on finals day, it's like very calm in here. We just have the military stewards on all the doors. But as we come across here, you go past the general public on the walkway here in St Mary's Steps, and all of a sudden it goes... and they suddenly realise it's Andy or Roger or Rafa or Novak or whoever it is, and they actually go, it's amazing. They start jumping up and down, and maybe the parents with the kids, and the kids are looking at their parents saying, why are you going so crazy? So the players on finals day just ignore that. They kind of just stay right in their zone, walking ahead. You've got some more people here just behind the doors, and again, they try and just stay in their game, and some of them have their headphones on really loud, which is always quite funny to me, because I'm trying to listen to what they're playing, but I haven't quite managed that yet. And I'm just trying to keep a nice, easy pace. And all the way along here, if they weren't already excited about their match, they've got literally a countdown to who's been winning over the last sort of 80 years.
And they're hoping I'm going to be next on that.
Absolutely. On this side, you know, they've got players from their own countries, and they want to be part of history. So this whole walk it's kind of just is a build-up to that crescendo when we go out onto centre.
And do you actually have to knock on the dressing room door to get them out, or are they poised and ready, waiting for you?
That would be the dream. No, I spend probably the whole day in and out of the dressing rooms, checking they're okay, checking they're happy, making sure they know what they're going to be doing, and really hanging with them, yeah. So I don't just breeze in and breeze out. I try and sort of stay around. On finals day, I'm probably in the dressing rooms 5-10 minutes before, but I'll be quite relaxed. We might have the cricket on or the Grand Prix, or I'll pretend I'm reading the paper. Any trick that I can have. Yeah,
we've got some trophies as well around here, haven't we?
Yeah, these are all the events and the sort of matches the club are involved in. And there's little landmarks that I know that I can hear as we walk across here. There's a slightly different sound on the floor, so I can gauge how far back the players are behind me.
And this is plush carpet. If you can't see, it is plush carpet. I think it was Halep who said that actually it's like a hotel in here. It's like a 5-star hotel. And even when you come out on the ground as well, and you kind of don't notice that for people watching, do you?
We only have plush carpet at Wimbledon, obviously. Yeah, no, well, we're entering into the members' area. So we've come off the sort of way to the stands. We're now in the members' areas, and we're going into the royal box. And as we come into this area here, it's often lined with the guests of the day who'd like to see the players go onto court. But if you have the president of, say, Spain or something, they will say to whoever's going down in their own language. Sometimes I don't know what they've said, if it's Serbian or it's another language, but they would say good luck, I imagine. That's what they're saying. And as we come down here, it gets very tense. The trick here is obviously not to fall down the stairs, so I always hold on with 2 hands. And by now we're getting very excited, so the players are speeding up, and then it's getting quicker and quicker. Luckily there's a cameraman ahead of us who actually he slows us down a little bit. Otherwise I think we'd be running by the time we got down here. So I think as we come down, again, I can hear where the players are with the footsteps, and also I can look back just to see how far they are behind me, because what wouldn't be great is to arrive with one player and the other player miles down the corridor.
And can you tell which ones look really nervous? Do any of them ever look nervous, or are they that much professionals that they are so composed and calm?
Yeah, I think the guys who've never been on centre before, they're more nervous. So as you get to the quarters, semis, generally the guys have been on here before, and I think they are super calm, because they wouldn't want to give away anything to the opponent. So I'd say the phrase is excited, but it's controlled excitement. And again, here, if ever they wanted to know about, history, we've got 1877 on the board. So we're talking a big time that the events have been running, and they want to be part of that board. They all want to be the most Grand Slams. They want to be the most Wimbledon champions. So it's another physical reminder for them that the gravitas of what's going to confront them is huge. It's historic.
And it's actually nice and cool in here as well. There's some good air conditioning in here. And when you get here then, Dan, is it about 10 seconds? You might have to wait about 20 seconds here, isn't it?
We're nearly there. So we come into this magic bit of carpet, which today looks like a little bit of carpet. But on finals day, it has a camera here and a camera here. And I think it's 150 territories around the world it's going to. So we try and look very composed, and we'd say to the guys, so just check everything's ready for us. So I leave them here, and if I kind of know from glancing at my watch we've got a little bit of time, I'll be a little bit calmer and have a bit of a Hollywood moment.
And then we walk out here.
I look around here, and you can see the digital, the clock here. So I can look across here and see on the wall the times. So I literally stand here and wait for that clock to tick over to 2:00. I think in this commentary booth is Patrick McEnroe, who, I know him quite well. Often will do some strange face at me, which obviously I ignore completely.
Because you're also being broadcast to about 150 million people around the world.
When he's going, I will just look at he's not there. I check the clock, and then if it goes to 2:00, I think, thank goodness for that, we're right on time. And then I'd say, I think we're quite relaxed when we talk to the guys. I could say, gentlemen, are we ready to play? But I say, okay, guys, should we go? Or keep it very, very sort of informal. And as we come out here, the crowd there's a hubbub before we come out. But as I step out here, it starts to get much louder. Obviously, I think it must be for me, but then I realise there's a couple of guys behind me that's probably a little bit more important. So we come along here, and then we take our step over here. You always hear that little clonk there, so you know the players are behind you. And then as I get to here, it goes... So it's incredibly loud. And then, again, just look back to make sure I've got both players, because it would look not so good if one just stopped to do his laces or whatever, and you've got one player and not the other one. So there's always kind of things, even when you think you're there, that can kind of go wrong. So I come out to here, keep going.
Don't step on the grass.
Step on the grass, and I come to about here, and then I would just say to the guys, good luck, and I clap them onto court, because I think from here they can't go back into the dressing room. And if they did, I probably would work around them and stop them from going back in, because once they're on the court, kind of for that moment, then that's my bit done.
I was going to say, during the match then, do you ever get involved?
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite a good link between the players' boxes and the players. So sometimes I think, like on Monday, Kyle wanted some other shoes, and he was probably the only guy who might know to get the shoes hustled up for him. So that would be an interesting one. Or they need some more of their drink. They might just pass the drinks over to him. We might take them on. And then my other one, which is my new top of my CV, is I'm the toilet break king. Which I didn't think that would be on my CV, but
talk us through it then. What'd you do?
Well, when they come off court, they're very pumped. Generally, they're either had a high or a low. They've been playing for 2 hours. Their body's like flying around, and as we go out to the bathrooms, they're kind of through a corridor, turned through some doors and on, and it's accessed by members, and it's accessed by a few people, so it's not like only players. And often the players will run in and they could knock someone over, or so I try and make sure that I keep everyone out the way and make sure they go to the right area, because if they go back upstairs, back to the dressing room, that's like 5 minutes, which we don't want to take 5 minutes from the play. So it's to be ready for the toilet breaks, and then to make sure they get to the bathrooms okay, make sure the umpires are with them, and then get them back out, which sounds quite trivial, but it saves some time, but also it makes it quite calm for them, because it's probably not many areas in an international in the middle of the match where they would go into a semi kind of area where there are other people other than that just working on the event.
And last question, what would it mean to get Joe Conter and Andy Murray potentially in the finals, and for you to walk them out because you know them both personally? Do you think that would kind of put them at ease more as well, knowing that they have a friendly face? escorting them onto centre court.
Absolutely. So for the ladies, we have a really nice girl called Lorraine who helps with me, who looks after the ladies, who's played at Wimbledon as well and is a member. So again, a friendly face. And certainly for Jo, I probably would see her just five minutes before and on that one smile. But I think with Andy, I was probably the last person he spoke to before he went for his first final and one of the first people that he saw when he came off. So it must help because they like familiar. They like to feel a routine. The routines they take to the dressing rooms and back here is the same each time. And when the guys actually win, I think, well, that's okay. I must be doing something right because actually they've won. But if they lose early on, I think, oh my goodness, did I ask them the wrong way, or did I say it too? You can actually end up, you could worry a lot, to be honest. So if you have a really big player lose first round, you think, was it my preparation that didn't help? And I don't think I've done anything different, but that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to perfect that simple thing to get from there to here, but make it as cool as possible.
Well, thank you so much for showing us that champion's walk there out here on centre court. You do have an amazing job, and this guy is probably the most punctual man at Wimbledon.
Yeah, no, I've learned well. We get taught early on that on time is on time here. You don't want to mess around with that.
Well, I'm not going to keep you any longer because you might be late for your second job of the day.
Quite right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Well, putting himself through his paces, producing some very impressive looking volleys on practice court number 1 here at Orangi, is a number 11 seed, Thomas Berdych, finalist in 2010, losing out to Rafa Nadal on the second of his titles, semi-finalist here last year. He's up against the number 8 seed, Dominic Thiem. They've only met once before, that was back in 2014, so Berdych leads their head-to-heads 1-0. But it's a really intriguing match. He's 8 years older than Thiem. Dominic Thiem's had a couple of really deep runs at the French in the last 2 years. He's bidding to become the first Austrian into the Wimbledon quarter-finals. But Berdych is aiming for a 16th Grand Slam quarter-final. It is the surface on which, arguably, we see his very best tennis. Perhaps a little bit surprising then, as he laughs and looks fairly relaxed, that only one of his 13 tour-level victories has come on grass, and that was 10 years ago when he beat Baghdatis at Halle in the final. But he's got a lovely touch for a big man. Third round of the Australian Open earlier this year. Only the quarter-finals this year at Stuttgart and Queen's. Feels like he's been around a long time now. Yet another player still producing great tennis in his 30s. He's 31, so he's a mere boy in comparison to the likes of Roger Federer, now closer to 40 than he is to 30. But Berdych does seem very, very relaxed. He's third up on court 3. The winner will face the victorious player from Mannarino against Novak. They're third up on court 1. And he's acting like a man who has been there so many times before, as indeed he has. But Thiem is being heralded as one of the stars of the future, just 23 years of age. He won in Rio earlier this year and made the final in Barcelona and Monte Carlo, losing out to Rafa Nadal on both occasions. So Thiem has shown some cracking form so far in 2017. But Berdych knows he's got what it takes to go very, very deep in this tournament. And he will believe that he will be watching and waiting to see the outcome of the match between Mannarino and Novak Djokovic, bidding for a place in the last 8 once again here at SW19.
You're watching the Wimbledon Channel, live coverage of the championships on day 7, Manic Monday here at the All England Club. Cara off for a well-earned break. Centre court now getting ready for its first match of the day. A big hello to everyone watching in there on Centre Court TV and court number 1 as well. It'll be filling up in both of those courts later for the brilliant matches we have on the schedule today. As I said, it's known as Manic Monday. Mats Wilander is sat alongside me in the sunshine. And Mats, it's another scorcher. They just keep on coming.
Yes, it's great for the players because it's not too hot for them. The tennis balls will be flying quite quickly through the air, so it favors some players, and some players I think prefer when it's a little bit slower. When they guys like Thomas Burdick, for example, who doesn't play with a lot of spin, he would enjoy when it's a little cooler and the ball is not as lively. But somebody like Rafa Nadal, Roger Federer, they would love these conditions. Dominic Thiem most probably enjoys it too.
Much made of the scheduling today. Everybody left in the singles is playing somewhere, so a treat really for a lot of ground pass holders who might not be able to get on a show court, but they're going to see a singles match at least today. Who does that suit and who does it hurt? Are there any players who will have looked at that and thought, I didn't fancy being out on court number 2, I'd rather be on centre, or do they not even think about that?
Well, no, I think everybody wants to be on centre court in court number 1. So somebody like Angelique Kerber and Garbine Muguruza, you would have thought that would be a centre court match, or at least court 1, but it isn't, of course, because, like you said, everybody is playing. I mean, Rafa Nadal is on court 1. I think he would prefer to be on centre court too. So the big names, this is the day when they suffer a little bit, but they should be out there anyway. In the Pete Sampras days, for example, or John McEnroe, they used to play on court number 2 quite regularly, or at least 1 or 2 matches per championships, and we don't do that anymore at the slams. The best players always get to play on centre court and sometimes on court 1.
Yep, great matches all around the grounds here at SW19. We'll continue our build-up, plenty more from Mats to come, but let's send it over to the touchscreen now. Nick and Craig are standing by.
Well, as Adam Hunt said, it is a whopper of a day on #Manic Monday. We pulled out a few matches, Craig O'Shaughnessy. It's really hard to pick 4 ones that you have to watch today, but Kerber, Muguruza, they're on court right now. We're going to talk about them a lot.
Yes.
Nadal against Zhu Muller, Azarenka Halep, Dimitrov Federer. It is Christmas morning, Christmas Day. It is a feast of world-class tennis on Manic Monday.
Well, people have asked me, what's the best day of the year? I strongly believe that today is the #1 day of the entire year to get the round of 16 of men and women all playing on the same day. It has to be the best day of the year.
You know what I find funny is I asked Caroline Wozniacki about it a couple years ago in press, and Roger Federer was asked about it Saturday in his press. The players aren't quite aware what Manic Monday is. I think they're just tunnel vision. They're playing tennis.
Yeah, they probably don't know that everybody else is playing at the same time, whereas us as fans, we're covering them.
Yeah.
We know exactly what's going on. So it's just an absolute festival of tennis. Gorgeous weather, hot day. Let's get it on.
Well, and Craig and I cover the tour year-round, and we give lip service to a lot of different things, but there really is nothing like Manic Monday. The other slams, the schedules are played out differently. Indian Wells has a couple great days, but Manic Monday is what it is because there literally is no other day like it in tennis.
Yeah, you've got everyone playing in the round of 16. Just to get to the second week, to get to this day is a big achievement. To get through it, it's another level.
All right, well, we're going to see this pair. First off, Kerber, Muguruza, they're on court now. But let's go ahead and take a look at them side by side because you've got some interesting stuff here.
Yeah, so when you're watching these matches, typically you're going to think Garbine is going to go for it more. We're going to see some aggressive points. We've got some video to show you, to teach you what's going on out there.
Yeah.
And when we look at these stats, how they've arrived.
These are their stats so far, first 3 matches at Wimbledon at the championships.
Leading in. We only see 13 forehand winners for Garbine and 32 for Angelique. You're like, wow.
Yeah.
Angelique is just crushing. Maybe she's even more aggressive.
Right.
But you pop over here to tournament progress, and we see these matches for Angelique. There's not one of those sets that hasn't been kind of, not a blowout, but they've all been very, very tight.
Very close matches. Just 16 games dropped for Muguruza. Only Svetlana Kuznetsova has lost fewer games this tournament.
So it's a good lesson for all of us. When we're looking at stats and numbers, we're always looking in context. More points, more matches, and a little bit more of a quicker way through the draw over here. We are now going to go, why don't we go out and see actually what's happening out on that court, and I'm going to
press. There you go. I got you.
You're the best at
I'm familiar with this thing.
Yeah, there we go.
4-all on serve, early going. I don't think there's been a break of serve yet in this match, right?
There hasn't been a break. And we see here, and I want you to understand the relationship. When you look at a stat sheet, you're going to see all these different numbers, and you want to see what goes with what.
Yeah.
On first serve, when the first serve goes in, you're generally at all levels of the game going to win around 3 out of 4. That's around 75%. Let's check and see if that's happening. We're right around there at 71%. We're right around there at 73%. That's playing out as we would normally expect. The second serve is the real battleground in tennis. You want to do well against your opponent's serve.
Right.
You want them to win less than 50%.
Yeah.
Both ladies are actually doing very well in second
this
serve.
match.
Points won, 57 and 64. And the big moments in time are the break points. Angelique has seen 1. She hasn't converted. And just so you know, when you're going out there to practice, I know when I was a young player, I would stay up late at night in Albury, Australia, and you know, I'd go to bed at like 7 o'clock in the evening, I'd wake up at 11, I'd stay up to 4, and then as soon as school ended the next day, I'm on the courts.
Yeah.
So inspired. I want you to understand, when these big points happen, they're going to happen way more in the ad court.
Right.
In the deuce court, it's only 40-15 and 15-40 where you're going to see those break points. In the ad court, love 40-40 love, 30-40, 40-30 and all the ads. So I'm telling you this because when you go to practice your serve, normally you're going to go and stand in the deuce court because that's where everything starts.
Sure.
Don't do that. Go and stand in the
Go to that ad court, get
which
those
is where,
wide serves
exactly.
in. Yeah.
This is where all of those big points are going to be
It's a little bit like golf, and you want to hit the putting green first. Everyone wants to go to the driving range. Go to the putting green, work on your short game. Well, shall we dive into a little bit of video here, Craig, and take a look at these two women side by side? They're both former finalists here.
Yes.
They're both Grand Slam winners,
Yes.
and only one of them is going to make the quarterfinals.
Yeah, there's so much to learn. So again, for all of you young players out there that are, you know, developing your game and need to learn, you need to improve. Pause SpongeBob right now. Turn off the PlayStation. Get the pen and paper out. We're going to have these two ladies coach you a little bit. And I like here's the passion of the game. Once you get to Wimbledon,
yeah,
they're
these were their
advancing.
third round wins. Very happy about those.
Exactly right. So we're going to start with Garbini. We're going to zoom in here on a return of serve. So the first thing that happens is we're ready. We've seen a step, and then we've seen a split. And this is the bottom of the split. And I want to see you be wide. I want to see a base. When you come out of that step, you land. And the next thing is there's not much time to do anything else. So we have step, we have split, and right now we're going to see another short split. Step, split, and this is all you've got time for. In slow motion, there's the other small little adjusting split, and there's contact. So what should we do on the return of serve? Step, split, split again, and adjust and go to the
and
ball.
Muguruza does that, I think, as well as any woman on tour. She's one of the best returners in the game. That helped her win that French Open title last year.
She's leaning on that ball. She's getting energy.
Yeah.
Now, the next thing is you're like, Craig, I love it. You've taught me how to do it. Teach me where to hit it. Where is the target?
Right. This is against Janina Wickmeyer a couple rounds ago.
And once again, if you've been following us, which I know you have through the first week, I see it again and again. All the players that come up that we interview, I keep saying it.
Yeah.
Your number one target area when you're returning serve.
Can I guess? It's up the middle and towards the back of the court.
You are the best. This area here, you want to have a big target area. You don't want to miss. And one of the great things is that you get to push the opponent back. Another element is, which is, you know, the relationship between direction and depth. For most of you out there, the first thing you're going to think about, and I'll get rid of that for a second, the first thing you think about is, I want to attack my opponent, so I'm going to go wide. I want to hit the ball where they're not.
Yeah, right.
It kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
But at the start of the point, the first thing that you want to do is you want to push back.
Well, and I love the body language here of Muguruza herself moving into the court, right?
Exactly.
She's inside the baseline. It's Agassi-esque.
Exactly right. Number one thing is push back, which will then bring the short ball back to you, and then you go wide.
Roll the tape here and show us what that creates for Muguruza.
Yeah. We've pushed the server back.
Foot for, then she creates the angle, right?
And then she goes short. The opening's at the front of the court.
Right. Muguruza is such an aggressive player. When Sam Sumik is courtside, her coach, all I ever hear is move forward, move forward, move forward.
You've got to be feeling that. You know that's a game point there. You've got to be feeling it and playing well.
Here against Sorana Cirstea, again up the middle. You like that with the return, and then she opens the court.
This is the backhand cage. Just keep pounding the backhand. All right, this is another great opportunity to learn. Now, you're in exactly the same position. You've got that forehand volley. Where do we hit it? The enticing thing is like, well, Craig, there's just, I don't ask forehand or backhand. Look at this paddock over here.
Yeah,
don't tell me where to hit it. I'm going to go to the open court.
Right.
Not so fast, my friends. Let's come back and look at our opponent and see where is the commitment of energy.
Yeah, it looks like Cirstea is going to cover that open court.
She's going straight to the other side. It's going to take 3/4 of a second for that volley to reach there.
Right.
You can easily run that ball down in 3/4 of a second. So even though we have the opponent over here, by the time that ball reaches, they're going to have to take 4 or 5 steps. They're going to end up here. The best place to hit that when you're defensive with your first volley around the service line, or as we see here, under the height of the net's 3 feet high.
Right.
If you're making contact below 3 feet, go behind.
And Craig, do you want that ball here or you want it here if you're going behind?
I love it. Generally, this is going to be easier to go deeper. So I'll remove. I'll just remove everything, and I like where your head's at here. Let me press those X's again. Generally, just go deep with that, float it behind. Let's see what happens here.
Right. There she goes.
It's
oh,
amazing.
perfect. Well done, Garbinier. Service here from Cirstea. Another ball up the middle, pushing her opponent back. Great depth, Garbinier Muguruza.
All right, so in this situation, it's going to happen again. We've seen good defense. Now, you've got an opponent at the net that's about 6 feet from the net.
Right.
You don't have any chance. The one thing that you don't do is stay where you are. Don't stay there. The ball will not go there. You've either got to guess this way or you guess this way, and you do it right before the player hits the ball, which is generally what we're seeing right here.
Full swing from Muguruza up at the net, too.
You've got no chance if you just stay in the middle of the court. Good guess, and now you're back in it.
Yeah,
Too good.
Still an advantage.
But one of the things is make your opponent hit one extra ball, which is what we just saw.
So we move on to Angelique Kerber. Why is she world #1? Why did she reach the final here last year?
She puts the ball in play. She is so good at defense. She's so good, as we're seeing here. She's so good at just one more.
Yeah, and outduels Shelby Rogers there. She plays a lot of tennis, but I think she likes to play a lot of tennis. It gets her grooved in her game style.
Yeah, and we saw the forehand winner, so she's finishing well, but there's a lot of times, on a court you say, well, how many opponents do I have? And, the obvious answer is we've got one opponent standing down the other side of the court, but players will tend to beat themselves much more than the opponent will, and Angelique Kerber doesn't do that. She puts the ball in the court. She continually asks the question of, can you put one more ball in the court? And these shots, they're not that heavy, they're not that hard, but they're in, and that's the key.
Yeah, let me just pause it right there. You're talking about her hitting in, but is it also the depth? Because a lot of what I'm seeing from Kerber here is balls that are landing here at Kirsten Flipken's feet, not necessarily here, where a lot of players, even if they hit harder than Angelique Kerber, they're going to get in trouble. It's more about the length of the court.
Right. You've just set me up perfectly right now. Thank you so much for that. Now, there's 2 ways that a point's going to end in tennis, a winner or an error. And in general, it's about 70% errors.
Yeah.
And when you break those down, you're going to see forced errors and unforced errors. An unforced error is just an easy error. The #1 way a point ends between all those 3, winners, forcing errors, and unforced errors, is to force an error.
Right.
Now, your question to me, young junior, wherever you are in the world, is, Craig, okay, I get that. How do you force an error? Here it is. Consistency. There's 8 ways. Consistency, which we're seeing here.
Okay.
Direction. Depth, which you just talked about. Height. So we can't cut the court up anymore. Then we go to spin, power, court position, and time. One more
There
quick
will
one.
be a quiz at the end of this, by the way. There will be a quiz.
Consistency, direction, depth, height, spin, power, court position, and time. Angelique Kerber is incredibly good at depth.
And how does she win this point? Lots of depth, nice, moving the ball around. And again, really staying in the point. I like her court positioning here, too.
She's hugging the baseline. There's a great deep ball. And now, depth off depth is wonderful tennis.
And she's so good on defense, Kerber.
You've got to mentally...
I love the racket throw.
That would not be legal if it went back, by the way. Your racket must be in your hand. Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. Now, I want you to tell me, we have this match that's going on right now, if you were to actually pick your winner based on what we've seen, what we've talked about.
And I don't know the score. We didn't go to that. I know it was even through the middle of that first set. So I'm going to go with Garbina.
Ah, really?
I think overall, over that, this is going to go an hour and a half, 2 hours. I think over that period of time, I think the offense and the grass and the good form coming in, Garbina's won, I think, 4 of those sets, 6-2 coming in so far.
All right, well, so far you're not right.
In 3 sets. In 3 sets.
Oh, you're going to go this in 3 sets.
Absolutely. It's not going to be straight sets for either of these ladies.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's actually check in on this match. Angelique Kerber with a 6-4 first set lead on Garbina Muguruza.
Thanks, guys. Very interesting, as always, there from the touchscreen with Nick and Craig. Plenty more from them to come a little bit later. Sun shining, as we can see, on court number 2. And it's Angelique Kerber, the #1 seed, who in front of that packed crowd has taken the first set 6-4. And we can join the commentators for the first game in the second. Garbina Muguruza serving.
Love.
That self-doubt.
Yeah, she's just not executing at the net. 8 of 16, so now it's 8 of 17 approaches. And again, just keeping that wrist a little firmer. And it's a little self-doubt and a little frustration as well.
Playing nowhere near as much doubles these days, Muguruza. Is that hurting her now?
Perhaps. To see the difference, and when she comes in on the backhand side, how many times she's converting as opposed when she comes into the forehand side. This one, easy pickings though.
Finished the year at #3, 2015. I wonder what Conchita Martinez thinks about the singles doubles combo. She also made the final of the tour finals, as far as Navarro in 15. Super.
Just terrific anticipation here from Kerber. So secure. Loves the target too at the moment. She's getting used to it. It's an exceptional shot though. It's interesting though, Chris. It's a completely different complexion this year's match from 2015 here, because right now Muguruza just would have won the first set, and I think it was 12-10. It was a real grind, that opening set back then.
First game, second set.
So they're on court number 2. It's Angelique Kerber looking very good at the start of the second set against Garbina Muguruza. Still on serve there, Muguruza able to hold serve, and this is the shot of the most recent Grand Slam champion in the ladies' game. Jelena Ostapenko announced herself on the world with that amazing victory in Paris at Roland Garros, her first ever WTA Tour title, winning a Grand Slam. Not bad for a start, and she's down on court number 12, one of the treats for those with a ground pass today, because court 12 is completely unticketed. You only need a ground pass to head down there. And she's up against Elena Svitolina, the number 4 seed, and it's Ostapenko who's taken the first set 6-3, and we can join it at 2-1 in the second.
I don't think it's a bit of a nightmare at the moment.
Well, I don't mind a double fault either, because she has to go a little more aggressive on the second serve. She's either got to do a little less on the first serve to make that percentage go up, or she's got to be more aggressive on the second serve, and with that there'll be a few more double faults. Those are 2 options, because as I say, off the second serve, Ostapenko's just all over it and bossing the points.
Really battling now, Svitolina. This is hard graft.
Two games all, second sets.
All right, you lady, you won the Wimbledon junior title here in 2014. Do you remember who you beat and what was the score?
Yeah, I do remember that I won against Kristina Schmidlova. That was 3 sets, but the score exactly I don't remember.
That's okay. It was 2-6, 6-3, 6-love. You actually scored your first ever win over a top 10 player the following year here in the ladies' draw. Do you remember who that was?
Yeah, I remember that was Carlos Suarez Navarro, and I beat her 6-6 love.
Good memory. And she was the 9th seed, and that was in the first round. The French Open, amazingly, was your first WTA tournament win. Do you know who the last player was to get their first tour victory at a Grand Slam? I can give you a hint. It happened on the day you were born.
That was Gustavo Kuerten?
Yes! At the French Open as well, back in 1997. And that was actually the first Grand Slam champion from Brazil, and you were, of course, the first from Latvia. Congratulations. One lady has the most all-time wins here at Wimbledon. Do you know who it is and how many?
Is it Serena?
No.
Is it Navratilova?
Yes. Do you know how many times she's won?
I know that she has 18 Grand Slams in total, but I don't know how many.
Half that number.
9.
There you
She
go.
has 9.
Perhaps we should learn a little bit more about you. When did you first start playing tennis, and who got you into the game?
I started to play when I was 5, and I think my mom was the one probably who invited me to tennis, because she was a coach, and that's how I started.
There you go. How popular is tennis in your home country, in Latvia?
I mean, I think now after my win it's getting more and more popular. Before it wasn't very popular because it was kind of expensive sports and not everyone could afford it, but right now it's getting more and more popular. More and more kids are coming to practice, and that's really nice.
Yeah, I bet you've certainly helped that one. Last question. Who were your tennis idols growing up, and whose style on tour do you admire the most?
It was always Serena Williams, because I love the way she played and she has nice personality, and right now it's tough to say because I'm also on the tour, and I mean I'm playing by myself, so still probably this is Serena.
You should just admire your own style. Quite rightly. Good luck as you chase the trophy.
Thank you.
Well, one of the most intriguing matches today is that involves Milos Raonic against the very talented German youngster Alexander Zverev. Zverev has caused shockwaves in tennis because he won the Rome 1000, beating Novak Djokovic in the final. Raonic knows this is a huge, huge test over the man seeded 10th. Of course, the big Canadian, who is just behind me, has the memory and the knowledge that he's gone all the way to the final here at Wimbledon before, but Zverev is a big, big danger man. In fact, Zverev beat Milos Raonic in the quarterfinals en route to that win in Rome, and it's a mark of how big a victory that was, that he was the youngest winner of a 1000 event or equivalent since Novak Djokovic 10 years ago. Zverev's only just turned 20, Raonic 26 in contrast. Feels like he's been around a while. He's won 8 career titles so far, bidding for his 3rd Wimbledon quarter-final. It's been a solid year for Raonic, but not spectacular by his own high standards. Quarter-final of the Aussie, 4th round of the French. He's had a few right hamstring issues, and he certainly looked as though he was annoyed with himself at times in his 2nd round match against Mikhail Eugenie. Eugenie broke him right at the start of the first set, and in fact, he only got on the board and levelled at 1 set all, Milos Raonic, in a very tense, tight tiebreaker, and a few people, certainly who watched the match closely, feel as though if Eugenie had won that 2nd set tiebreak, Raonic would now be back home contemplating his next tournament. As it is, he came through and then looked pretty good against Albert Ramos Vinolas. He was serving some absolute monsters against him in the 3rd round to once again book his place in the 2nd week here at Wimbledon. He's knocking up on practice court 4 at Orangi. You can see just behind the fence how many members of the public have now crowded round. It's still absolutely baking here. A few clouds around the complex, but not too much. That match between Raonic and Zverev will be 3rd on court 2, and the winner of that one will face the winner of a huge encounter, 3rd on centre, between Grigor Dimitrov and Roger Federer. And Raonic, if he is going to get to the final, it's a tough route, because if he overcomes the big confident youngster from Germany, he trails Federer 3-9 in their head-to-heads, and Dimitrov he's only beaten once in their 4 meetings. So it's a big couple of days in the career of Milos Raonic. He'll certainly feel as though his serve needs to be operating at the level it did against Ramos Vinolas in the 3rd round if he is going to dominate the young German, who many people say will become a Grand Slam champion. Not only did Zverev win Rome, but he won Montpellier and Munich, and he'd be the youngest player in a quarter-final of a Slam since Kyrgios, the Australian, a couple of years ago. So there is the potential for an upset there. Raonic will need to produce his very best form if he is to make a 3rd Wimbledon quarter-final. He's 3rd up on court 2.
Yeah, good to see Milos Raonic there, looking very relaxed with Rob Walker, hitting the ball well, seeing him come in and serve and volley, something he tries to do more and more now on a grass court, something he's worked on over the last couple of years, and saw him make the final here at SW19 last year before losing to Andy Murray. It's very busy on Henman Hill at the moment, everyone there getting their picnics down, enjoying some lunch and watching the matches on the big screen, and we can take you to another match on court 3. Agnieszka Radwanska in your picture there, the number 9 seed, up against Svetlana Kuznetsova. And it's Kuznetsova who started brilliantly in this one. She won the first set 6-2, which surprised a lot of people. She was out the gates very quickly, and we can join it at the start of the game at 2-1 in the 2nd set.
Time. Quite often looks cool as a cucumber, does Agnieszka Radwanska, with all the running she does on court. It's amazing.
It's a bit like Roger Federer, isn't it? Yeah. He never sweats, does he?
I don't think so.
Will Kuznetsova have a little reaction to missing those 4 break points? In the view from up on the balcony, from the reverse angle. Kuznetsova serving at 1-2. No, we don't want people shouting out if someone misses a first serve.
There we go again from Kuznetsova. Cool and calm.
15 love.
Waits for the winner, the right shot.
As a courtesy to both players, be quiet between the first and second serve. Thank you.
Well said, Louise Engzel. She knew as soon as she struck that she'd undercooked the drop shot.
And also Kuznetsova was making the move. She was watching so carefully for the drop shot.
Not quite the longest rally. That's been 21 shots so far.
But it's shots like those which are worrying for Radwanska. So that just came off the racket with no control.
Let's second serve. Game. Miss Kuznetsova. 2 games all, second set.
This is a really interesting match, Mats. I don't think people were expecting Kuznetsova to have quite so comfortable a time of it in the first set, 6-2. It's 2-all in the second. Why so comfortable for her so far?
Well, she's up. I believe she's up 13-4 in the head-to-head meetings as well. So she has a little bit more power than Radwanska, Kuznetsova, and she's also tricky. She can play that little game that Radwanska likes to play as well. So Kuznetsova complete, one of the most complete players in the women's tour, and that helps when you play Radwanska.
OK, very interesting. We'll keep monitoring that match on court number 3, Radwanska against Kuznetsova, and that's the picture inside centre court at the moment. Unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye to everyone watching on Centre Court TV and on court number 1 as well, because you've got matches to get ready for. Konya Williams on centre and Konta versus Garcia on court number 1. Mats, let's have a quick look at those 2 matches. We'll start with the match that's taking place on that famous arena in a few minutes' time, about 10 minutes before they'll be heading out. Anna Konya versus Venus Williams. Given what's happened in the lead-up to Wimbledon for Venus Williams, have you been surprised by how impressive both mentally and her game has been, considering what happened?
I am very impressed. Yeah, it looked like in the first round that she was carrying the weight on her shoulders, that's for sure. But I think she's gotten into the groove of winning matches here, and obviously maybe there's a different perspective as well. You know, once you realize that, oh, I can actually focus and I can actually play tennis and I actually do care about winning and losing, but with a different kind of perspective, just same as Victoria Azarenka, just having her first child. And Anna Konya, though, on the other hand, that's dangerous. She's a dangerous opponent. She hits the ball very, very hard. It'll be interesting to see if Venus can stay with Anna Konya, and of course, if Anna Konya can actually keep the ball in play.
Absolutely. We'll preview that match in more depth just a little bit later when they head out onto court. But now down to court number 18, which isn't too far away from where we're sitting, just the other side of the balcony here. Plenty of people craning their necks to look down on this one. Magdalena Rybarikova, who beat the number 3 seed, of course, Karolina Pliskova. Big upset earlier on in the tournament to take her place in the 4th round. She's up against Petra Martic. In your picture there. Rybarikova took the first set 6-4, and we can join it 3-2 with a break to Martic in the second.
In the first.
Love 15. Love 30.
And those nerves are returning. Pretty similar, as we've alluded to. Just look at the unforced error count. Just one shot between them. Another
15-13.
Tough rally, 17 shots that one. It really is a battle of wills here on 18.
Commendably, Petra Martic looking a little bit more dependable in the trading phase of the rally now.
Sergio.
Yeah, it's good tennis. Good 1-2 tennis here from Petra Martic. Digging deep from love 30 down.
And of course, it's all founded around landing a really good first serve. And she's backing up really nicely again now. She's got the rhythm back.
Game.
And that time it was Rybarikova who was the
Ball change,
tense.
please.
The tense one. Very deep. Both players very deep behind their baselines here.
Set.
Everybody always comments on how beautiful the championships look, and that's because of the flowers. Yes, they do make the championship just come to life. And there are about 50,000 plants that are supplied here every year to make the championships look exactly how they do. And this is kind of a little where it all happens down here. A little gardening at Wonderland. And this is the head gardener over here, Martin Falconer. It does always look so beautiful. What is your secret?
Lots of staff. And lots of hard work throughout the year. It's not just for tournament. We're here all year looking after the site, making sure everything looks really good. So yeah, all work all the time. It's not just for this tournament. So.
But you are the head gardener, so how many staff members do you have that help you out to make it look just so?
So we got full-time staff, 7, and then we enhance and get an extra sort of an amount in for the build-up to the championship. So we kind of can go up to anything from 16 to 18 staff in total.
But what are all those staff doing when the championship is happening? Because it looks so great.
Yeah, once the public are in, we kind of scuttle out the way back to this lovely area down here. You'll see staff sitting around doing a bit of deadheading, a bit of watering, just preparing if there's any changeovers to do the next day. If lots of people sit on things, stamp on things, trying to get a look into the court. So we go out there next day making sure things are tidy by swapping a few bits out. So
The gardening fairies, and actually the gardening fairy isn't very happy, is he? Because he saw someone sitting in the flower beds just having a rest, didn't you?
yeah, it's not the first, but that one was pretty bad. It was almost too comfortable.
And Martin, I've come down here a few years, and it looks very, very tidy this year. Why is that?
We had a little visit from royalty this morning. We had the Duchess of Gloucester come to pay us a visit, so the guys had a good tidy up. We didn't want it too messy.
What was her feedback? What did she say about how the championships look?
She was complimentary about everything we do. Loved all the complimentary on the hanging baskets, the petunias. So yeah, very very nice, unexpected visit.
Is she going to take any tips back to? Does she live in the palace? I don't know where she lives. A palace somewhere.
Yeah, no, I think she was talking about her cottage garden, and she tries to spend a day, kind of a week, concentrating on keeping that tidy with her gardener. So she'd done a bit of deadheadiness and companion actually. So
oh, got her hands there. That's what we like.
So she said she was going to go back and tell her gardener she'd done a bit of work, which is nice. No, it was a really nice visit. It's good for the lads. A good bit of feedback.
But it obviously is a year-long process, probably even more than that. When does everything start coming into place for you? Do you kind of replant all the plants every year?
No, I mean, there's permanent beds, so a lot of stuff stays. We just enhance them beds. We add a splash of colour. So that kind of starts from end of April. We've got the extra staff come in, so we've got that extra set of hands because, like you say, there's 50,000 plants that potentially can come in, and we've got to be all hands on to get them in. So not everywhere's replanted, but.
And where do you get new ideas? Because it does change. I know it's subtle changes, but obviously, there are new things. Where do you get the ideas from?
Yeah, just going around, looking at different shows, going to different gardens. There's things that we know from year on year that we thought would work and don't work. So it's trying to find different varieties of plants and just trying to get that bit of impact as well. Purple colours, and so keeps us. You've got to go out there and look about what's going on and what people are using. You get little trends, and it's nice to see those and use them if we can here.
It's definitely got to say purple and green. But what are the changes for this year, if any?
Nothing major really. It was just a few tweaks. We used a bit more of one variety of hydrangea than the other, just to get that splash of colour. We've got some extra plant outs around number 1 court. We didn't want to change too much because of that building works. We wasn't sure how much extra was going to get thrown at us to kind of, they use plants to hide little nooks and crannies that don't look great. It's always, can you put some plants in the way? So we didn't want to get too overwhelmed with stuff. But there's areas out there now that look like they've been planted forever, and they're literally in pots on pallets. It looks great, but they'll come out the week after the tournament.
And you have around 50,000 plants here. What are the main plants used in case people want to go and recreate this look at Wimbledon at their garden?
Yeah, iconically, you've got the hydrangeas. We use quite a lot of hydrangeas. We use an awful lot of a plant called Euronymous harlequin, which is an evergreen, but it's got a really white tip and it gives you a really nice contrast. Actually, that's probably the one plant I buy the most of, and it's not got a flower, but it actually gives you a really good impact plant. So there's a few of them around, show you. So yeah, no, it's just finding those plants. It's not always about the flowering, it's about sometimes leaf contrast, different colours, different shapes. So it keeps us there's plenty around.
Keeps you on your toes. And what happens when the championship finishes? Do you take out all the plants, or where do they go? So
yeah, a lot of the stuff, as I say, is quite temporary. So we have a big kind of decant of everything comes back to yard. We do a plant sale to the staff. So and all that money that's raised goes to the Wimbledon Foundation, which is a charitable arm of Wimbledon. So that's a nice thing to do. And then there is some community gardens, local community gardens, and some charities that come and take some of the stuff that's left. So, take most of it actually. They come and load up and take it away. So it all goes to a good home. There's not an awful lot of wastage.
Well, I'm a massive fan of all the plants and the look of Wimbledon, so I thought I might as well help you out. Have you got a job that I can potentially do?
Deadheading of these companion like the guys are doing, so plenty to do.
So go on then, just have a little go and I can watch.
A little pinch out of the ones that have gone over, and then just leave these really nice ones on top.
Okay, so pinch these little...
Nails dirty.
I don't mind. I'm happy to do that. Right, guys, I'm going to stay picking the plant with Martin. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
It's all the same like previous matches we played. We do have electronic line calling. Please make requests in tongue, manner and verbally, if possible, all right? If you need anything, something wrong, let me know. Any questions, girls? No? Caroline, heads, tails? Heads, please. Okay. Johanna? I will receive. Receive? Stay?
Well, a few nervous exchanges there as the coin toss is made. Plenty of British fans will be paying attention to this one. Johanna Konta, the number 6 seed, up against Caroline Garcia on court number 1. So many British hopes pinned on Konta. She's come through to this stage, the 4th round. She's had to battle very, very hard. Donna Vekic in 3 sets against her, and she's worked her way to this stage. And many people have her as the favourite to win the title here at the All England Club. What a triumph that would be, her first Grand Slam title. Mats, how do you preview this one? Because Caroline Garcia, she's obviously a very solid player. She's made it through to the 4th round here at Wimbledon, but grass not her favourite surface. I'm sure she'd admit that. And Jo Konta, the weight of a nation on her shoulders.
Yeah, hopefully she handles that pressure in these matches where she's supposed to win, Johanna Konta. Yeah, I think she's more of a grass court player than Caroline Garcia, mainly because she has a much better serve than Garcia. Garcia struggles a little bit with that, I always feel. But once the ball is in play, Garcia is very capable. She moves well, she hits the ball hard, she plays very aggressive style of tennis. So it'd be interesting to see with Johanna Konta how she... just how she plays this match and how, because if you take the ball as early as she does, and Garcia takes the ball early as well, so they're going to sort of try and take time away from one another, and there'll be a lot of sort of half volleys and shots hit on the rise, and with the court starting to get a little bit beaten up, it's not easy to be that close to the baseline where Konta usually likes to play from.
As we know, winning a Grand Slam title is a marathon, not a sprint. You have to work your way through 7 matches. How much confidence will that tough first-round match against Vekic that Konta came through? We saw how much it meant to her. She was punching the air at the end of it, and she seems to have improved steadily since then. How much confidence do you think she's drawn from that win?
Oh, I think a lot of confidence. I mean, she lost to her in the finals of Nottingham just a couple of weeks ago. But it's different, you know. Caroline Garcia, she's been one of those sort of stars, upcoming stars, but she hasn't really delivered as much as we thought she was going to, but she's slowly working her way up the rankings. She's had great success in doubles with Kristina Mladenovic. They won the French Open 2 years ago together. She's had good success in Fed Cup, so she is dangerous, and all the players know that she's a solid player, Garcia, when she plays well, but obviously Jo Konta has much better results. Crowd on her side, which you would think helps her, but at some point maybe that's tough as well.
There's an interesting comparison drawn in the match notes for this one about the fact that both Konta and Garcia know about the expectation of playing in front of a home crowd. Obviously at Roland Garros, Garcia has to do it every year, and Konta has to do it now that she's made it to really the top level of the women's game here at Wimbledon. How can that help and hinder a player? What do you have to do to play well with that expectation?
You know, I really think it matters how the attitude is for the player. And I think for Jo Konta, I think she hasn't done that well in Wimbledon in the past, but she's only really become one of the best players in the world in the last couple of years. So you can't really compare what she's done here 4 or 5 years ago. But when you have that attitude, the positive attitude like Jo Konta, the crowd can get behind her because they know they're going to get the best out of Jo Konta. Whereas there are some French players that when they play home in Paris, you can tell that they're nervous and they're not trying to use the crowd because the French crowd is ready to go. Because I played Yannick Noah there in the finals in 1983, and the French crowd, they love their tennis and they love their players, but they're not going to cheer for their player unless the player shows them something in return. And with Jo Konta, you can see that she's going to give her the, her best effort every single time, and that's what the crowd likes. Not saying Caroline Garcia doesn't do that at home in Paris, but you can tell that they get frustrated sometimes, the French players. Kristina Mladenovic, on the other hand, this year at the French Open, she was the home hope. She had some great matches. She played, I think, 2 or 3 setters in a row. One she won 10-8 in the third, and that crowd was loving it because she gave of herself.
As we know, throughout the tournament, the night before each order of play comes out, you put a little tick by each person's name. I'd be interested to see who got the tick from you last night.
This one I have Jo Konta.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that with her winning a few more free points on her serve, I think that she's a little bit of a favorite.
So, 2-all head-to-head. Who will win the 5th encounter between these two on court number 1? We can join the commentators.
Caroline Garcia is one of those players who's coached by one of the parents. That's her dad, Louis Paul.
Ladies and gentlemen, mission a contact to the right of the chair. I want to call St. Josu Racing. Time.
Caroline Garcia, 23-year-old Frenchwoman from Lyon, just outside the world's top 20 right now. Her country's second best player, up against Britain's number 1. In the world's top 10, 7th in the latest rankings. Here is the 6th seed, and sharing top billing here today and the morning's headlines. 2 Britons embarking on their 2nd week at Wimbledon. Andy Murray across on centre court later. Right now, Jo Konta has all the attention to herself. Konta won the toss and invited Garcia to serve first.
Lot 13.
Caroline Garcia's serve is one of her big assets. And she's being taken to the cleaners early on here by Jo Konta. 3 break points right at the start.
15-40. Game is contact.
So a big cheer inside court number one and a big cheer from Henman Hill as well. All the British fans enjoying a good start from Johanna Konta. You can continue watching that depending on where you are on BBC and ESPN. So from one big show court to another, matches on centre and court number one started at 1 o'clock, and this is the scene inside centre court at the moment. Mats, we previewed this one a little bit earlier on. Venus Williams against Anna Konjuh. It's a very, very experienced player who's got so many Grand Slam titles in Venus, and Anna Konjuh, who very inexperienced relatively on this stage and at this high level. How's she going to cope with the weight of expectation today?
I think that Anna Konjuh will be fine. It's just the way that she plays, though. She goes for pretty much everything. And we saw Anett Kontaveit do that against Caroline Wozniacki on Saturday, and it nearly worked. But once it got close in that second set, in the tiebreaker, she basically shot herself in the foot, and she just made unforced errors. So it'll be interesting to see if Konjuh I'm sure she's going to play well from the beginning. She's very dangerous. She's only 19 years old. I hope she told Venus, do you know that you're nearly twice my age, Venus? You have no business being out there playing as a 19-year-old, but obviously a completely different situation. It matters with the serve. If Venus Williams serves well, then that is one of the biggest weapons in the women's game.
I suppose if she's got good manners, she'd never remind a lady of her age. Well, we'll join this one for the first game. The commentators are there on centre court.
15 love. Love.
Venus quite enjoys tucking into teenagers. Made a very good job against the very feisty and talented Naomi Osaka. I went out to watch some of that over on court one. That was back on Saturday. Feels a long time ago now.
And you have a feeling that Osaka may have prepared Venus for what to expect from Konjuh, because she's also a very big hitter of the ball.
Yes, just seen two very good examples, though, of what Venus Williams still does, I would say, almost better than anyone else in the world. That transition ball coming forward.
Well, that's the perfect start for the five-time champion. Venus Williams holding to love. So
first game.
Settled in well.
I've got Sarah Mayer and Kirsten McKenzie from Home Start Wandsworth. It's a charity supported by the Wimbledon Foundation. Ladies, you're at Wimbledon, firstly. What a day.
Absolutely fantastic. We're so lucky. The weather's amazing. We've just seen Murray practicing. Really cool.
But just tell us about Home Start Wandsworth and what exactly it does, please.
Home Start Wandsworth is a charity that helps families who are struggling with young children. We train our volunteers, and they go in and just become friends and help families with practical support, emotional support, and friendship.
And what specifically has the Wimbledon Foundation done to enhance Home Start Wandsworth?
So you have an amazing fund called the Health and Wellbeing Fund, which is perfect for us because one of the things that we really do with the families is make sure that they're healthy, both physically and mentally. So this fund is over 3 years, and we've been able to do some really enhanced training with the volunteers so that they feel confident about how to impart knowledge to the families about physical well-being, but also mental well-being, which has been a really big part of what we do to help families.
Absolutely. And is there any specific family you think have benefited more than others?
It's hard to think of more than others because I think they all seem to be really appreciative of the support they get. But I'm thinking of one mother I visited who had Asperger's. She was a single mother. She had no family in this country at all, and she also suffered from depression. And I went to see her when her little boy was just a couple of weeks old. and she was really isolated, very reluctant to go out. So I chatted to her a lot at home. Then gradually we'd go to mother and baby groups, we'd go to the park. I'd go to hospital appointments with her. We went to the housing department. She was on the 14th floor of a block of flats, and we got that sorted out. So I'm still in touch with her.
How does it make you feel to see her do so well?
Oh, it's great. She's gained so much confidence, and she's fantastic with her little boy. He's doing really, really well. So, yeah, it's been really positive. On both sides, I've really enjoyed seeing her as well.
I know you said you've got a 3-year kind of arrangement with the Wimbledon Foundation, but what's the long-term goal for Homestart Wandsworth as well? What do you hope to achieve long-term?
Right, just to keep growing and to be helping as many families as possible in the area. At the moment, you know, it does take a lot of support though, because we have to train all the volunteers, and it's a lot of work behind the scenes. So as long as we keep getting wonderful funds such as your own, and help from other people, you know, individuals, we could just help as many families as possible and keep growing, and so that we become the go-to charity for helping out families with young children.
And how can families get involved or get in touch with you both?
Yes, we've got websites. They can self-refer. We get lots of referrals from midwives, health visitors, GPs, social services, children's centres. But if a woman feels she's vulnerable, she needs a bit of extra help, she just picks up the phone and rings Homestart. And
yes, the website is homestartwandsworth.org, so it's easy to find, and that we're always at the end of the phone.
And ladies, I want to just bring your attention to Wimbledon. Look behind you at the beautiful flowers. You can see the order of play today. You're lucky enough to be on court 3. Who are you excited to watch?
Oh my goodness, there's so many players.
Yes, I just think anything is fantastic. Anyone
Any game will be fantastic.
Is, you know, just such an amazing standard. So such a treat.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us as well.
Thank you so much for supporting us.
Absolutely. Well, good luck with Homestart Wandsworth as well, ladies. Enjoy your day. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Well, it's an indication of what a consummate professional Novak Djokovic is, that for the last 10 or 11 minutes we've been watching him here get himself ready for his practice session. Andre Agassi is down there in the foreground, the 1992 Wimbledon champion, a new addition to the Djokovic camp. We're just to the left of practice court 3 here at Orangi, and Djokovic, before he started working on his arms with the elastic, he's been warming up, jogging up and down, stretching his hips, stretching his back. It's the most comprehensive warm-up session we've seen down here at Orangi this morning. He looked very relaxed when he came jogging down the stairs. There were a few girls crowding round in the public viewing area. So always nice to start your day with a few screaming girls. And he had a little chuckle to himself, and then he went on court. A couple of French players with whom he started speaking French. I don't know if he's completely fluent, but he seems very relaxed here, just making sure the body is fully warm and ready to take on the left-handed Adrian Mannarino. Mannarino beat Feliciano Lopez. He was up in the 4th when Lopez pulled out of their match. Then he beat Sugita in 5, and his compatriot Gael Monfils. That was also a 5-setter, although Monfils arguably ran out of steam in the last set. So Mannarino, no easy test for the 3-time Wimbledon champion. Djokovic is bidding for his 9th quarter-final at Wimbledon, his 39th Slam quarter-final in all. He is yet to concede a set so far. 3rd set of his straight sets victory against Ernest Gulbitz went to a tie-break last week. And interesting comments from Boris Becker, who was the Andre Agassi equivalent in Djokovic's corner for a few years. He said he felt he saw the fire in Djokovic in that 3rd round match. He had a little bit of a moment with the umpire. And Becker and Djokovic clarified in his post-match press conference. He said Boris has been talking about the fact that he hasn't seen fire. Well, we saw fire today. So maybe in his mind he's exercised the demons of the 3rd round defeat to Sam Querrey 12 months ago that began a 1-year period in his life and in his play that nobody was expecting. So a very, very long warm-up there for Novak Djokovic. 3rd on court 1. His potential opponent in the quarter-final, Dominic Thiem, Thomas Berdych, there 3rd on court 3. And still more stretches and more warm-ups, making sure he is absolutely poised and ready. That's an unusual way of warming up your lower back. And all the photographers crowding round getting some photographs of that one. One of the more unusual ways to get a 12-time Grand Slam champion ready for action. But you can see there, it is all smiles and all relaxation from the former world number 1. Seeded 2 here. Another little flurry of noise from the girls crowding round practice court 3. So Djokovic and Andre Agassi will now use their time down here. It's pretty quiet here. It was absolutely packed down at Arangi. It is arguably the busiest day of the tournament every year, Manic Monday. But a lot of courts now empty, and Djokovic will have the run of the place for the next hour or so. Djokovic against Mannarino, third on court 1.
The second Monday is a day when all the players play at the championships, the ones who are left in, of course. And I found 6 here that you might recognise, but in case you don't, I'm going to go through and get them to say exactly who they are. Who are you?
I'm Dustin Brown.
You're dready, I can tell. He's got the dreadlocks.
Dustin Brown.
Oh, he's Dustin Brown. Next one, I hope you get your name right.
Retro Agassi.
Oh, nice. Agassi, you haven't got denim shorts on, though.
Oh, no, but...
Oh, well, next, moving on.
Luke Steer, a.k.a. Roger Federer.
Oh, you've been doing well, haven't you? You broke a record this week. 85, the most matches ones. How was that for you?
Average.
Do you think you can go for your 8th title this season?
I think it'll be a Nadal Federer final, but I'm going Federer all the way straight set, 6-2, 6-4, 6-3.
Ooh, predicting his final already. And then I think we know who we've got here, but just tell us who you are, please.
Yeah, so I'm Shane Ancorn, a.k.a. Maria Sharapova.
Okay, Maria. You're not playing, so I'm just going to kind of bypass you. Anyway, who's next?
I'm John McEnroe.
How are you, John McEnroe?
Cannot be serious.
And then finally, this chap on the end, we're going to just see who this is.
Rafael Nadal.
Oh, from Spain, I like the accent. I was watching you warm up this morning. How are you feeling out there?
I'm feeling good. My forehand's better than it's ever been. I'm playing aggressive, I'm confident, and I'm ready to compete.
You are back, aren't you, on form after obviously Roland Garros, where you took that title, a 10th one there. Just going to come back and maybe you can be normal people now. Hello, boys. Why have you dressed up as you have done today?
Bit of a laugh.
Yeah, sure.
Fun, isn't it?
Yeah. Different, isn't it? Have a good laugh.
You are indeed. Every broadcaster has had a little interview with you. But tell us about Wimbledon. Why are you here? What are you hoping to see? I'm going to go in here.
I don't know, really. Greatest tournament in the world.
We come every year. We always camp, and this year we just thought it'd be funny to dress up because tennis is known as being quite a straight sport. And we thought we'd mix it up a little bit.
Loosen it up a bit, you know? Loosen it up. Lighten the mood around here and give some people some laughs.
Indeed, you have. And who are you getting to see? Are you going to sit on Henman Hill? Or are you getting inside to watch some proper action?
Court 1.
Court number 1, going to see Joanna Konta first. I think she's got a good chance of winning it. Then Rafael Nadal, big fan. He's got a good chance of winning. And Djokovic.
Well, the guy behind me has just basically said, I need to stop now because Joe Konta is about to play. Guys, thank you so much. Have a great day.
Always great to see people in fancy dress here at the championships, particularly on Manic Monday. Plenty of people to support all the singles players in action. And we've got our first victory of the day. It's Svetlana Kuznetsova. A great performance from her. And Max, you were saying you picked this to win this one against Radvanska. Why were you so certain that it was Kuznetsova who was going to win?
Well, because she is very complete as a player, but she also has the firepower to hit winners, and we saw that in that last backhand, of course, and she can do that off of both sides. With Svetlana Kuznetsova, it's all mental to me, because she's won 2 majors, won the French Open, won the US Open. She should most probably win another one before she's done with her career, but when she's focused, she definitely is one of the best players in the world on any surface, but especially, to me, especially on clay and on grass, because she moves well, she can defend, she can be aggressive, she's a great doubles player, she can come forward. So that's a big win for her, and of course now she can go into the locker room one of these great afternoons where you go in and your other the other opponents that you might face are still out there, and you get a massage and you lay there and you watch the match on TV, and
you can survey the battlefield knowing that you're already through.
It's such a good feeling, such a good feeling.
What's held Kuznetsova back in her career on grass? Because as you said, she's won the US Open, she's won Roland Garros on clay and a fairly slow hard court. Why has she not had the best results on grass?
I think the main reason is Serena and Venus Williams that have held all these players back, especially on grass. because they have bigger serves than most women, the Williams sisters, but also the way they play on grass. It's very difficult to have success against the Williams sisters on any surface, but especially here at Wimbledon.
You mentioned that she would be delighted to be through, of course, to the quarterfinals. She'll be facing the winner of either Angelique Kerber or Garbina Muguruza, who are on court at the moment. Now let's take you down to court number 3 for the warmer of this one. It's Caroline Wozniacki in this match, right towards the bottom of the top part of the draw. They are the very bottom match in the top half of the draw, this one. Coco van der Wey, who's down the other end, the number 24 seed, up against Wozniacki, the number 5 seed. Now, Wozniacki had to work very, very hard. You mentioned it in her last round match. She lost the first set against Kontaveit 6-3.
2 minutes.
Narrowly got through that tie-break 7-6 in the second, and then ran away with the second set 6-2 in the third set. She'll have drawn a lot of confidence from that because Kontaveit was playing well in that match.
Yes, she would have. That's her problem a little bit, Caroline Wozniacki. When she's up against a woman who's playing at their very best, she doesn't really have the variety of shots to bother her opponent. Obviously, with Coco van der Wey, if Coco van der Wey plays at her best, she's also one of the most dangerous players in the world. And the interesting thing there for Caroline Wozniacki, she's never gone past the 4th round. And I know that feeling because I was here in the quarterfinals 3 or 4 times, and I definitely felt like I can't get past
invisible barrier.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's what Wozniacki might be facing. But again, coached by Pat Cash, Coco van der Wey, she is going to be a dangerous player over the next couple of years if she sticks with Pat Cash.
They've only been working together for a very short time, but already have you seen improvements in her game in that time she's been working with Pat?
It seems like she's a little calmer mentally, if anything. And I think that's that's usually the change that you can have on a player early on.
There is Pat Cash, as if on cue.
That's the change you can make a player is mentally, because physically, in terms of technique, it's going to take a little bit longer. The player has to buy into it. But just the fact to have Pat Cash there again, that he can come afterwards and say, trying to impress Pat Cash with your grass court game is basically what Coco van der Wey is going to try and do.
Some very comfortable matches, really, for van der Wey so far. 7-5, 6-2 in the first round, 6-4, 6-2 in the second, and then she beat Alison Riss 6-2 at 6-4 in her third round match. Could a case be made that it's just been too easy so far? She hasn't had anything really of a test, even in a set?
I believe so, yes. I think when you have that kind of style, when you're just playing and you're a confidence player and you're winning and you're playing well, it's not a problem to keep it up. But suddenly, if it gets close and you're trying to hit winners, it's much harder to hit winners against Wozniacki, of course.
Wozniacki leading the head-to-head, have not played on a grass court. Both of those have been on a hard court. Why do you think Wozniacki's been able to get the better out of van der Wey so far in their careers?
Well, I would think that's Coco van der Wey, who's not consistent enough. We've always known that she has the talent. She's got the strength. She's got good technique everywhere. But Caroline Wozniacki, obviously, what's her strengths and weaknesses? She doesn't really have neither a great strength nor a great weakness, except movement and also the mind. I think Caroline Wozniacki is one of the strongest players mentally. But the one big difference for Wozniacki is that on the regular tour, when she is in trouble, she will always have her father, Piotr, come and talk to her in a changeover. And you, of course, are not allowed to do that at the Grand Slams. And I could never quite figure out why they don't look at the majors and say, okay, well, Caroline needs to get used to making her own decisions throughout the whole match. And that makes such a big difference when you know, hey, if I'm in trouble, I'm going to ask my coach to come and just talk to me, tell me, calm me down. Can't do that at the Grand Slams.
Absolutely, very interesting analysis there from Mats Wilander. Plenty more from Mats to come here at the Wimbledon Channel. But the warm-up is done there on court 3. We can join the commentators for van der Wey against Wozniacki.
Play. Love 15.
There's always the thought that the first server could be a little nervous. That's presumably what Van der Way hoped for when she gave the serve to her opponent. Just caught the line.
Love 30.
Wozniacki looks like she just gets caught up in her footwork here. Normally that's just impeccable, but maybe the ball, because it hit the line, just stopped a little.
Fifteen, 13.
She paid the penalty for not volleying that.
15, 14.
Nice touch from Van der Way here. She knows that Wozniacki is going to be closing in on the net and goes up and over. Just lands right on the line. 2 break points.
Game is Van der Way. First game.
Well, there's absolutely no doubting who received the biggest cheer from the members of the public when he arrived here at Orangi. If you look over my right shoulder, it is none other than Roger Federer knocking up on practice court 5 here at Orangi. He has been the last of the big names to arrive, but that's understandable because he's third on centre against Grigor Dimitrov. The winner of that one will face the winner of Raonic against Alexander Zverev. They're also third on court too, but a massive cheer from the crowd gathered round looking for autographs when Roger Federer arrived. We were wondering whether he'd go down to one of the more private practice courts, but he's here on 5, which means there are a few smattering of fans just able to get right up close to the fence. Federer bidding for his 15th quarter-final at Wimbledon. At the moment, he's tied on 14 with Jimmy Connors. He's only played 8 sets so far, courtesy of Dolgopolov's retirement, then beat Lajovic and Misha Zverev. Alexander's brother took him to a tiebreak in the first set, but it was a quick night's work on Saturday for Roger Federer, who I'm sure enjoyed his day off here at Wimbledon yesterday. It's been a fascinating year, back to his very best, taking the Australian Open title and his Grand Slam tally to 18, skipping the whole of the clay court season and then winning his 9th title at Halle. He's looked really good value so far, and there are many people here in Britain who, if Andy Murray is not to make it 3 Wimbledon titles, would love Roger to have the outright record for the number of men's singles titles because, of course, as we all know, he's tied with Sampras on 7 at the moment. He was asked about Dimitrov on Saturday, immediately after his match against Misha Zverev, and he said Dimitrov has got better every time he's played him. Federer's never lost to the Bulgarian, who's seeded 13 here. Dimitrov made the semis in 2014. He's had a good year, Dimitrov. He won Brisbane and Sofia, semi-finals in Australia. But until last year, Dimitrov had never taken a set from Federer, but at Brisbane, last year. It went all the way to a decider, and when they met in the Australian Open last year, Federer was forced to 4 sets, so he will be overwhelming favourite. Both of them, interestingly enough, Wimbledon boys champions. Federer in '98, Dimitrov in 2008, and Dimitrov has that slightly unfortunate, or did have that slightly unfortunate nickname of Baby Fed when he first arrived on the ranks as a senior player. As of yet, he's been unable to follow in the mercurial footsteps of the legendary Swiss player. But it'll be a really intriguing match. And Dimitrov has also only played 8 sets of tennis so far across the first week. Dudi Sela retiring when Dimitrov was in a very commanding position. He'd taken the first 2 sets, I think 6-1, 6-1 against the Israeli, before Sela decided his injuries meant he couldn't finish the match. So Federer and Dimitrov will be fresh and ready for that one. Federer will be the favourite. But maybe this is the day and this is the round where Grigor Dimitrov gets closer than he's ever been to beating the man after whom he has taken a nickname. Both boys champions. Federer will be favourite to march through to a record-breaking 15th Wimbledon quarter-final. Looking cool as a cucumber at the moment down here at Orangi.
So I'm joined by former professional footballer and England footballer, now turned football commentator, pundit. You do a lot of things now, Danny Mills, don't you?
I'll do anything. Anything that anyone will pay me to do, pretty much.
But it is your first time down here, SW19. How has it been so far, and why has it taken you all these years to get here?
It's been amazing. Yeah, it's my debut. I mean, last time I came to Wimbledon, I was playing at Plough Lane against the Crazy Gang. Mick Hartford, Vinnie Jones, Ben Thatcher, Dennis Wise. It's a little bit posher than that today, I have to say. I've even managed to put a jacket on, smart myself up somewhat. No, but I think, obviously when you play, all the lads now are back at pre-season. And then you have a bit of time away and, you watch it on the telly and all that sort of stuff. And I thought, finally, come on, get your act together. Let's do it properly. Let's get down here, have a bit of rosé, bit of Pimm's, some strawberries and ice cream, strawberries and cream, and let's do it.
Have you always been a tennis fan? Have you kind of grown up watching Wimbledon and the world-class athletes and kind of always wanted to come?
I mean, I remember sitting in the garden, dragging the black and white telly outside, trying to put an umbrella over it to try and watch it back in my school days, back 25, nearly 30 years ago, perhaps. I love sport at the top level, no matter what it is, right through from this year, done rugby, done tennis now, done ballet this year. I mean, to appreciate what it takes for these guys and ladies to get to the very, very top, the hours they put in, the training that goes on behind the scenes that not everybody maybe appreciates as much, is phenomenal. And seeing, I always say to people, if you can get up close, if you can sit very, very close to the action and see it firsthand, how quick it is, how powerful it is absolutely amazing. So we've got Venus Williams first up today, followed by Sir Andy Murray, and then the legend Mr. Federer.
You have an absolute day in store. But Danny, I want to actually just ask you one question. Obviously, you're at the top of your game in a team sport. These guys are playing individual sports out here, and they're very close.
So selfish, aren't they?
No, but I was going to say...
We used to share it around. No.
Exactly, but the pressure on you guys obviously was amongst the whole team. And if one person didn't, come out on top on that day, didn't matter as much because you had a backup. But these guys, how do they cope with that much pressure?
Ultimately, you can hide in a team sport. And by me, I'm not, you can have an off day. You can feel a bit under the weather, not quite be 100% fit. And you can do your job and just get away with it. My son's now in sort of athletics at the top level. And it's the same sort of thing as these guys and women. You can't do that. It's you and you alone. You either win or you lose. It's not the team. It's not about anybody else. It's all down to you. So, I mean, to peak, it's like the Olympics. To train for a year, for 4 years, and peak for 1 day, for 10 seconds, for 2 minutes, whatever it may be, is astonishing. And it is. It's all on. There's no other. You can't blame anybody else. With Hawkeye and everything else, line judges, you can't blame the umpires, you can't blame the referee here. So, I mean, and again, that's the part of the mental aspect of sport. And we've seen a lot lately how people have struggled, obviously with mental illness and the pressures and the anxiety and all that sort of thing. And it's no wonder, you know, that the pressure in sport is so high. And everyone goes, yeah, but you get paid loads. It's not one of these players thinking about the money. It's all about winning. They just want to win. And not just about the winning, it's the not losing. Most of these players, the drive of not losing is absolutely phenomenal. They will hate losing, and it will eat them up for months, years, decades, whatever it may be. So yeah, no, you're right. The pressure on these guys is immense.
I'm going to have one quick question. I'm going to go away from tennis and on to fashion. Your first time here, you've got your outfit pretty nailed. Did you kind of tried? Did you ask some of your mates, your footballers, what?
No chance. I went in. I went, yeah, that, and that'll do.
Did your wife help you pick the outfit? Because she looks good. She's off camera, but she looks good.
I always have that, you know, acceptable or go away. No, you're not wearing that. So no, it's Wimbledon. I'm from the north now. I don't do posh. So no, I thought I'd try and make a little bit of an effort, add a little bit of colour with the jacket and the belt.
You are centre court acceptable. Last question I'm going to say, do you think Andy Murray and Joe Conter can go all the way? Andy Murray, certainly. Obviously, a little bit of an injury scare coming into this, but he looks OK so far. I mean, the women's is so open. I'm not quite sure how Angela Kerber is getting on at the moment. She sort of struggled on Saturday. I was listening to the radio while doing a bit of gardening, as you do on these summer Saturdays. But I mean, the women's is so open. Anybody can win that. Obviously, I think Venus Williams is probably now the favourite, although she's 10th seed. So that's how open that is. The men's, I mean, realistically, you're looking at the top four again. Obviously, Novak Djokovic, Sir Andy Murray, Roger Federer and Rafa Nadal. But there's still something I admire so much what Andy Murray has done. But I just think to see Roger Federer win one more Wimbledon, I mean, he's just legendary, isn't he? And if he can get one more, then that will be an amazing turn of events. Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for chatting to us, Danny Mills, and enjoy your first time at Wimbledon.
Enjoy some strawberries, cream, and some champagne, I think.
Sounds perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. Good to hear from Danny Mills, former England defender there, enjoying his day so far, his first experience of the All England Club and the Championships. Blue skies overhead, but as you can see, there are a few darker-looking clouds. There are some showers in the forecast, but they may miss us. It depends on which way they head. But at the moment, it's been very warm and very dry, so a beautiful day so far at SW19. That's the scene on Henman Hill. We can take you to a match point. We've seen two players already through to the quarterfinals, and the young player Jelena Ostapenko has joined them. She took the first set fairly comfortably, needed a tie break in the second. Here she is at match point. And in the end, that attacking style of play that we were talking about, Mats, where she just comes forward and hits everything as hard as she can, is working brilliantly for her on grass, just as it did on clay.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that to me is a really big win, because Elina Svitolina is also young and up and coming, and she's had some great results this year. So Ostapenko winning the French Open is not a fluke, that's for sure by now, because she has the mindset of a great champion. She's sort of smiling on the court. She's laughing at herself a little bit, but she has a really positive attitude. Sometimes a little bit sarcastic, I would think, but a lot of players do that. But she's fearless for sure.
6-3-7-6 in an hour and 44 minutes. We were talking about this before we came back on air, that Ostapenko, I suppose the criticism of her before she won the French Open was that mentally sometimes she went a bit missing in her matches. But she's looked much stronger mentally, and obviously at Roland Garros winning the title there, and so far here at Wimbledon. Do you think that's something she's focused on?
I think that it has to do with Anabel Medina Garrigues, that is her coach, and obviously she is still a player on tour, and I think she's going to have to rethink that. But she started coaching Jelena Ostapenko because she was injured, Medina Garrigues, and now I would think that she's going to have to make a decision or make a choice here, because this is too good. And I actually spoke to her the other day over in the players area, and she said that Ostapenko hates, more than anything, she hates to lose. And that's a great trait, nearly something that you have to have if you're going to win multiple Grand Slams. You got to hate to lose tennis matches.
Absolutely. Throughout tennis, on both the men's and the ladies' side, that seems to be something that all of the great champions, you had it, I'm sure, back in the day when you were playing and winning so many titles, you just hate to lose, and that is something that can divide a player who's a top player and wins lots of tournaments, perhaps gets the #1 in the world, but the ones who win those multiple Grand Slam titles, they absolutely despise losing.
Yeah, you know, the only strange thing is that Roger Federer said a couple of years ago, when people started talking about him maybe possibly retiring, or how long is he going to keep playing, because he hadn't won a major for 4 years until he won this year's Australian Open. And he said that as long as I enjoy winning more than I'm in pain after losing, I'm going to keep playing. That to me is a strange thing to say, because tennis is about not losing, basically. Because you lose, you go home. So winning is just, that's a normal day for Roger Federer. Losing isn't. So, but maybe he's right. Maybe that's why he's so relaxed, Roger Federer.
We'll leave Ostapenko there fulfilling her requirements, taking a few selfies and signing some autographs there with the fans, keeping everyone happy. A great win for her. She is through to the quarterfinals. So now let's take you to another match at the moment, and another winner is Magdalena Rybarikova serving for the match. She's had a brilliant run so far on grass. She dropped down a level to the ITF level, slightly lower to get the confidence back, and she won 2 titles coming into Wimbledon, and she's continued that good form going, beating the number 3 seed in the last couple of rounds. So we can join the commentators for this game.
Love 15.
She really did sense how edgy perhaps Rybarikova was there. Deep court position from the Slovak. She needs to get up the court and stay positive here. But of course she's serving for her first ever Grand Slam quarter-final appearance.
Yeah, that was much bolder.
15 all.
Two points away.
30-15.
Best point of the match. Under the most pressure. Martic just gave everything.
40-15.
And after 1 hour 52 minutes, Magdalena Rybarikova has 2 match points.
Let for serve. Set a match, Miss Rybarikova. By 2 sets to 1. 6-4, 2-6, 6-3.
Well, an absolutely delighted Magdalena Rybarikova there. She let out that scream of joy after she'd won it. We could even hear it up here, high above court 18. A great victory for her, and it's proving that a decision to drop down the level slightly and go and play a couple of ITF events leading into Wimbledon was a great choice. She got her confidence back, winning 2 titles on grass. She continued that here at Wimbledon. She is on a match-winning streak. She almost can't believe it. A great win for her through to the quarterfinals here at SW19, and where she will face the winner of the match earlier on today. Well, it's taking place right now. Coco van der Wey up against Caroline Wozniacki. So whoever wins that one will take on Magdalena Rybarikova in the next round. an hour and 53 minutes, so just shy of 2 hours, 6-4 and 2-6, 6-3 for Rybarikova, the Slovakian player. Now, this was a little bit earlier. Now we can head over to court number 18, same court. We can watch the warm-up for this one. Again, quite a tricky one to predict. Kevin Anderson, the big South African who, as you see, has been inside the top 10 in the world just a couple of years ago in 2015. He suffered a lot of injury problems, other issues, saw his ranking drop back down. He's on his way back up. He's been great so far at Wimbledon this year, dropping just the one set in that first round match. In fact, the first set he played at the championships against Fernando Verdasco. He's been perfect ever since, getting through Verdasco in 4. Then he beat Seppi in straight sets, and then Bevelmans in the third round in straight sets as well. He is up against Sam Querrey, the big American. And Matt's up again. I'd be interested to see who you picked in this one. Who do you think is going to have the edge here?
Well, I think Kevin Anderson has a slight edge, and I'm not really sure why I say that, but it seemed like his serve is maybe a little bit better. But they're very similar. I mean, they're both big, tall guys. They're huge serve, big forehands. Kevin Anderson may be a better athlete than Sam Querrey in many ways, but it was interesting there. Kevin Anderson has played 5 tiebreakers and won all of them. Sam Querrey has played 4 tiebreakers and won 3 out of 4. So the chance of this going to a couple of tiebreakers is very big. So Kevin Anderson, I think he has a slight edge, but it's difficult. Obviously, Sam Querrey loves it here. After last year beating Novak Djokovic, it seems like this is where he plays his best tennis these days, Sam Querrey.
Interesting as well, both of these players, you said quite similar styles. They have the big serves, the big power game, but then they like to stay back towards the baseline. You don't see them coming forward too much in serve and volleying. They sometimes use it as I guess, a change-up tactic, but it's not something they go to much. Why is that? Is that just the way the game's moved on?
I have no idea, to be honest, because they definitely need. I think Kevin Anderson has a better ability to come forwards, and he covers the net a little bit better. He's got better technique at the net, and he will try and come forwards more than Sam Querrey. But I'm not really sure why these tall guys, and we see John Isner also they like to play from the back, and I think it's just what they were taught when they were little, and we focus way too much on ground strokes and not learning the technique and the volleys, because we don't see the pros on tour come to the net that often. And I think coaches around the world, they need to understand that you need to learn every shot there is in the book, because who knows if your player is going to be 6'7" and 6'8", which these two guys are, and then they're going to have to know how to volley as well. So it's hard to learn these things when you get older, but this is going to be a great match, great for the fans as well.
Big crowd in there on quad 18. You might be able to hear on our microphone shouts of USA, USA, and no worries figuring out who they're going to be supporting Sam Querrey. But it's the big man, Kevin Anderson from South Africa, will start us serving for this 4th round match. We can join the commentators there on 18.
Let for service. Off. Sachilov. Love. Yeah, Mendelssohn. First game.
Yep, so it's 1-love in that one, early stages on court number 18. Let's take you inside centre court.
Mr. Saint-Query
At the top of your screen there. Court number 1 is right at the very top of your screen, centre court, with the now familiar white roof on top of it just beneath. And it is Anna Konya against Venus Williams. Konya in your picture there. Venus has dominated the first set. She took it 6-3. And we will be able to join it at the early stages of the second set. Was this, I suppose, what you were expecting, Mats, for Venus to be fairly comfortable in this one so far?
Not necessarily. I mean, like I said before, Anna Konya is very dangerous. She hits the ball very hard, but it is Venus Williams. She's won here 5 times. She's obviously, this is the most comfortable court in the world for her. Not having Serena here, I think, is a big thing for her. She obviously made the finals of the Australian Open, and she lost to Serena there. She's lost to Serena more than she's won, and not having her here gives Venus Williams maybe a last chance to win a Grand Slam tournament. So at some point soon, we're going to have to think that she's one of the favourites to win.
Yep, so she started well, and is continuing that in the second set. 6-3, she's up with a break. We can join the commentators on the centre.
15 love.
I love you, Venus!
That gentleman obviously a big fan of the forehand.
Love.
If Konya was in the draft for Major League Baseball, she'd be an early pick, because she has what we call in the game such a fast arm. She gets the racket through the ball so quickly from back to front. That swing is super fast, which is how she generates such wonderful power. Well, accidentally, that was a return that I was looking for. That little just bunt block return is the only option she has. But again, she didn't really read that Venus is just pretty much tee serving out here. Don't just nudge over. Look, just look where she's standing. And here we have the first break point opportunity.
30-40.
Saved with a big serve.
Use.
And rescued with a switch up in direction. And so Venus's onboard computer is constantly working out patterns of play, service directions, where the return is coming into, and adjusting accordingly. Yeah, she meant that.
Advantage.
That's how she felt
Williams.
about having to save a break point. Not happy.
Let second service. Use.
from Konya, drawing Williams in, forcing the error, and she has herself another breakpoint opportunity.
Advantage, Miss Konyu.
Well, they're pushing Venus back. This is really good court craft from Konyu. He's got a lot of feel. It wasn't the greatest drop shot, and Venus a little clumpy getting after that one.
Use.
Well, Venus Williams loves these first ball backhands, which is what I mean is the first shot behind her serve allows her to get up the court and finish it. That's what allows her to be super aggressive.
Advantage, Miss Williams. Game, Miss Williams.
So normal service has resumed for Venus Williams, but she had to face her first break points of the match. Sighs of relief
Miss
from
Williams
inside the
3 games
Williams
to 1.
box.
Second set.
Holds on to her break and her lead.
The feeling of the grass under your feet is almost like the most perfect carpet. The perfect foundation, play great tennis on. It's inevitable that a living surface is going to change because it's alive. That is such a challenge for the players because there's no other surface that will change so dramatically over a tournament. At the beginning of the grass court season, the ball is going to be skidding through a little bit more. It's going to bounce a little bit lower. As the courts dry out, they get harder. The ball's going to bounce higher. I think grass court tennis is more exciting because there are more variables. That's why I think you've seen some of the best matchups that we've ever seen in the game take place at Wimbledon. Wimbledon is the greatest challenge. Grass court tennis is what it's all about.
Andy Murray, welcome back to Wimbledon. We've got a little bit of a quiz here. I first want to ask you about your first Wimbledon title in 2013. Broke a huge drought for British men's tennis. Who was the last homegrown champion to win the championships, and in what years did he win?
You won all 3 years? Oh God, I don't know exactly the 3 years. Fred Perry, 36, 35, and 33.
34, but we'll give you that one.
In a row.
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Last year, you only dropped 2 sets en route to the final in winning the championship. Who were those sets against?
Songa.
And in what round?
The quarters.
Very good. You made your Wimbledon debut in 2005. Do you remember who you played in the first round? And I can give you options here.
George Bastel.
Yes, very good. You've served a total of 702 aces in your Wimbledon career. What do you think was the fastest? A, 131 miles an hour, B, 133, C, 135, or D, 137?
C.
D, 137.
Really? Wow.
So says IBM in 2010. Your longest match at Wimbledon is 3 hours and 57 minutes. It actually happened twice, in 2008 and in 2009. Against whom?
2008 Gasquet.
Yes.
And 2009 Wawrinka.
Yes, very good. From your longest match to your longest rally, it was 2013, 32 shots. Who was your opponent?
2013.
13. It was kind
the
of...
final against Novak.
Yes. Your brother Jamie is also a Wimbledon champion in the mixed doubles. Do you remember what year and who he played with?
He played with Jankovic, and I think it was 2007.
Yes, Very good. All right, you're the only male player in the open era to have multiple Olympic gold medals in tennis and multiple Wimbledon titles. 2 women have done it. Who are they?
Serena. And Venus.
Very good. You closed strong. We opened with some struggles, but you closed strong. Well done and good luck at Wimbledon.
Cheers.
Thanks. Cheers.
Big serve in the backhand, loves that. Good return, drop shot. Lob, of course, he gets it. Oof, slipped. Comes to the net, drop shots. Forehand, dives. Dive too. He dives as well. Oh! Oh yeah, this is also a pretty important point. I think it's 15-30 or so. I remember this in particular, yeah, because it was definitely one of the most entertaining points I've played on grass. Joe usually dives more than I do on grass. I don't do that too much, too often, so that's why I remember it. Oh, Joe, you should have made this one.
Well, it was one of the highest anticipated matches of the day. They opened up play this morning on court number 2, excuse me. Angelique Kerber and Garbiñe Muguruza, the 2 ladies who've reached the final here at Wimbledon the last 2 years, both of them losing out to Serena Williams. Angelique Kerber is the world number 1 and the number 1 seed here at the Wimbledon Championships. Garbiñe Muguruza, the 14th seed from Spain, not yet dropped a set in the tournament until this match. It is 1 set apiece, and we are joining it at the later stages of the 3rd set to see if Garbiñe, now coached by Conchita Martinez, can close this one out and progress to the quarterfinals here at Wimbledon for a 2nd straight year. Let's join commentary on court number 2.
The crowd rallying for both. Kerber to stay in the match.
Muguruza. I love what she's doing. She's back channeling all those balls back through the middle of the court, forcing Kerber to come up with something a little special. Fortune will favour the brave in this situation. That was a very interesting shot from Kerber under pressure. She's been aggressive from the first shot. Muguruza.
15-30.
Well, that was an interesting shot as well from Muguruza, straight through the middle of the court, not opting for a forehand, just being solid off that backhand.
15-40.
2 quarter-final points.
To 40.
He's going to fall off his chair in a minute, Torben Belts. The match in the crowd is 50-50 too.
Advantage, Miss Muguruza.
Third match point. Look at what it means. The battle of the finalists of the last 2 years is over. Muguruza has won it. She gritted her teeth. She stayed faithful to what she does best. The winning smile says it all. She's through to her second quarter-final at Wimbledon.
Well, very much a woman of conviction.
Okay, so the biggest upset of the ladies' draw so far, the world #1 and #1 seed Angelique Kerber is out of the 2017 Wimbledon Championship. 4-6, 6-4, 6-4 to the 2016 French Open champion. Garbiñe Muguruza marches through to quarterfinals, and tomorrow she will play Svetlana Kuznetsova as she tries to reach the final here for a second consecutive year. It is a busy, manic Monday, as we promised to you. Tennis going on all across the grounds here at the All England Club. So let's take you straight into centre court for some more developing news, where the oldest remaining lady in the women's draw, Venus Williams, has match point against a girl several years her junior, 19-year-old Anna Konjuh, who was only born 7 months after Venus made her Grand Slam debut at the French Open in 1997, is trying to hold on against the 5-time Wimbledon champion. But age does not define one of the greats. 37 years old will not stop Venus Williams marching through into the quarterfinals, and she does it in straight sets. She is the only former Wimbledon champion left in the ladies' draw here at the All England Club, and she will look forward to a match against the current French Open champion Jelena Ostapenko tomorrow. My goodness, Magic Monday, Manic Monday, whatever you want to call it, it always delivers, because we will see every single fourth round match played here at the All England Club today. And with that match completed, Andy Murray will be up next on centre court against Benoit Paire. Well, I'm delighted to welcome you into our set here at the Wimbledon Channel. We're just at the top of Henman Hill, and I, Cara Robinson, am delighted to be joined by Mansour Bahrami, one of the all-time favourites at Wimbledon. Thank you for coming to join us. How are you?
Hello, Cara. Thank you very much. I'm well. I'm good. It's always nice to be here in Wimbledon. Such a great venue, you know, so can be only happy.
Everyone loves watching you, talking to you and listening to everything that you always have to say. I know to you this place means a lot. What is it like every time you return to Wimbledon each year?
Well, every time you come here, you know, just looking at this stadium, which is very unique, you know, the color, this green, you know, all these trees around, and the color of the grass court is just it's fantastic, you know, to see that, to be able to go and feel the grass and play on it is just fantastic. And the crowd is, you know, these are the people, they have very good knowledge of tennis, and they're all tennis lovers, and they're all real good connoisseurs, you know, and that is why it makes also Wimbledon such a unique venue, unique tournament, you know. We all know it's the oldest tournament in the world, you know, and it's just so much history, and it's fantastic.
And they enjoy getting to watch all different levels of the game. You've, I suppose, at a tremendous age of 61, have passed the age of playing in the Wimbledon Championship, so we get to talk to you instead. But a tremendously experienced doubles player, reached the final of the French Open back in 1989. And in case you have never seen this man perform on the tennis courts, let's just remind you what it is that makes Mansour Bahrami so popular. Always a crowd favourite as we take a look back at some of your best bits.
Yeah, these are some of the good moments. You know, just, you know, pleasing the people, the crowd is always fantastic. You see this?
Unbelievable. Who's your favourite person to play doubles with?
You know, there's this guy, Peter McNamara. I love to play against. He's you know, my friend. I love to play against Max Wilander, Michael Penforth. These are the guys. But I just love to play tennis with whomever. But these are the guys I like to play the most.
When did you start to develop this kind of sense of humour on the tennis court that's made you one of the most popular players out there?
Well, you see, Cara, when I was young, when I was five years old, up to age 13, I didn't have tennis racket. I was not allowed to play on the tennis courts because the tennis courts were reserved to the reach. So I was playing with the dustpan, with a piece of wood, and I was doing all this stuff that I do now, just because tennis just was a game for me. You know, I didn't play tennis to become rich or to earn money, because there was no money those years in the 60s. So and it just stayed as a game for me, you know, like I love to go and entertain. I remember I was 10 years old, I was hitting against the wall with a piece of wood or a dustpan, and people would just stop and say, how do you do that? Even today, they say, how do you do that? I don't know. I never had a tennis lesson in my life. I never had a tennis coach. I just learned by ball boying for people and just watching the other people play. And these people were ordinary people, you know, not great tennis players. Yeah, we had once a year we had tennis players coming from the rest of the world to come and play, not professional tennis, but that was just once a year. But the rest of the time I was just in the court 5, 6, 7 hours a day, ball boying for the ordinary tennis players.
It's an amazing story, yours, an incredible story. Some people have called it rags to riches, call it what you want. The fact is you genuinely learned the game with a dustpan against the wall in Iran, and you came on to be one of the most successful players in the history of tennis, in doubles. I know you had some difficulties being unable to play for a long time, and frustrating I'm sure it was, to try and maximise your potential when you're prevented to. Does it almost, not resentment isn't the right word, but does it make you, I suppose, proud to see how many opportunities there are out there for young tennis players now?
Yes, you know, there are players who, you know, today is tennis with the past. Is the difference is that today, as soon as you have a little talent, you are right away surrounded by professionals. You know, they all want to bring you up and make a champion. When when I played, you know, in Iran, I started to play at 13. They allowed me to come and play, and at 16 I was playing the national. I was member of the national team, and then 3 years later, you know, with the revolution and the war, and my career stopped there. You know, so literally between age 20 to 30, I didn't play. So,
and those are really the prime years for many tennis players, as we have seen with the likes of this man, the now world #1 Andy Murray, who is making his way out on centre court. These are live pictures we're bringing you for his fourth round encounter with Benoit Paire. He played him once before, and he beat him. That was actually earlier this year. But a little bit of an unknown opponent, and that's kind of been the case of Andy Murray throughout these 2 weeks of the championship so far. Benoit Paire is a Frenchman.
He's a Frenchman.
Do you know him well?
Very talented. Yes, I know him very well. He's a nice guy. Sometimes crazy on the court, you know, but he's been so far during this tournament, he's been very, how do you say, down in earth and playing very focused on what he has to do and not going crazy on the court. You know, his new coach is Thierry Champion, who was a past player, and he's trying to just teach him how to behave, how to control himself, and that is one of the reasons he's been playing very well in this so far. You know, coming to the last 16, and he is a very good player. He can do everything in the court, you know. But I think he's going to have a problem against Andy, who is, you know, one of the favorites to win this tournament, and he is the #1 in the world. So I think it's going to be a very interesting match.
Well, Andy has a very good record against French opponents, that's for sure. Of course, Benoit is another one of those. You mentioned some of the struggles that he's had, Mansour. The
Andy,
grass here at Wimbledon used to frustrate
Okay, gentlemen, let's go through some important reminders, like always.
Off 3 years ago. Let's just listen into the coin toss.
And Hawkeye, I would like you to use your voice, but it could be timely and clearly manner between first and second serve. Quickly, don't wait. It's not fair for the server to wait, okay? And we have about, look at the grass, looks beautiful, so be careful. Even soft bouncing can damage the court, okay? And the language, like you know, a lot of microphones. We do our best, okay?
We know all about that.
Yeah, you know about that, but it's always good to mention. So, any questions, guys? Okay. Benoit, I will show you. This is heads and this is tails.
Yes.
Okay, tails is called. Tails, your choice, please. Benoit, receive, okay? Yes, okay, so have a good match, yeah.
So Benoit Paire wins the toss, chooses to receive on the opening game. And I was just mentioning before that about how he's had to overcome his frustrations a little bit on the grass. So frustrated that he departed, saying that Wimbledon displeases him greatly back in 2014. But now he seems, as you kind of alluded to, Mansour, to be playing some of the best tennis of his career. And he is looking comfortable on this surface. How difficult is it from a man from France who probably traditionally played a little bit more clay court tennis to get used to the grass court surface when it's not very many weeks a year that they get a chance to play?
Well, you know, this is for every player the same. You know, all the players, they have 3-4 weeks a year to play on grass, and so everybody is going in the same level. You know, so it's not that some guys are playing all the year. No, when there is a clay court season, Andy Murray is playing clay court. You know, and the English players or the Americans, when there's a hard court season, they play hard court, and when it's indoors, they play indoor. So, but there is some of the players, they just put something in their head. They say, no, grass is not for me. I don't agree with that. You know, I think that you just go and play. You have a good practice time. You can always adapt to any surfaces. It's true that in some surfaces you are better than the others, but you cannot just categorically say, you know, because I'm French, I cannot play on grass court. You know, we've had French players who came here in the final, in the semi-final. Right now, we haven't had any anybody more than last 16 or quarterfinal. But that's again, I don't think it's very. It's a bad excuse to say grass is not my thing.
Yeah, exactly. You have to. It seems like for so many of the players, it's a mental obstacle that they just have to overcome. And I spoke about their previous meetings. Really, there's only been one in singles play, that's for sure. And that was actually last year, in Monte Carlo. And Andy Murray did beat him in 3 sets on the clay courts. Andy Murray is looking to try and progress through to another final and win his 3rd straight Wimbledon crown here. We'll have to see how well he does. They are making their preparations, as you can see on centre court. And in terms of Andy Murray, Mansour, what's your impression of him, how he's grown, developed as a player in recent years, and how he's embraced the title of being world #1?
You know, Andy is a player that I really love to watch, and I really think that he's done great this past 3-4 years. You know, taking Ivan Lendl as a coach, I think has helped him a lot. And you know, and being #1, it's very, very good for tennis. You know, to change. It's not. It's been many years we didn't have a English player who been #1 in the world, and it's very good for tennis. And Andy has been very good. I hope his health is going to be. He's going to be healthy. You know, and he can go all the way. He's very, very solid player. He can do everything, you know, drop shot, he can volley, he can stay in the back. He's a very all-round player. And for me, he's a very complete player. He can go again to the last 4 final.
Funny that you mentioned that, because he's actually bidding to reach his 10th consecutive Wimbledon quarter-final here is Andy Murray. That's an impressive statistic for someone that's the hometown favourite year in, year out, and always has the pressure of the home crowd on them. That's something he seems to deal with quite well.
Well, because he's a great champion.
Yeah.
That's why, you know, the playing these guys who are #1 and #5, #10. If you take somebody like number 100 in the world, he can hit the ball as hard as #2 Nadal and Federer and Murray and Djokovic. But when it's become mentally, you know, this is a mental game. You know, the ones who are at the top is because they are mentally very strong, and they can cope with the crucial moments of the match. You know, some players, when it becomes 1 match point down or 1 match down, they cannot believe in themselves as such a players like Murray or Nadal. That's what makes them stronger and more, you know, mentally stronger.
You'll have seen a statistic just come up as Mohamed Liani from Sweden, the chair umpire, just gets the crowd ready for the start of the match. That this is their first meeting at a Grand Slam and their first meeting on a grass court. You also saw their statistics pop up, and actually, strikingly, they're both very tall players. Andy 6'3", Benoit Paire 6'5". I mentioned his name to someone earlier, and the first thing someone said was he's tall.
Yes.
Is height an advantage as a tennis player?
Well, yes, absolutely. If you are 6'2", 6'3", and you're playing somebody who's 5'5", yes, you have a big advantage. But now, if you have 7 foot, then you know it could be disadvantage, unless if you have a great serve like Karlovic, for example. You know, Karlovic was 38 years old. I think he's still 25 in the world. You know, it's 90% is 95% is because of his serve. He just serves and volley all the time, and to be I don't know, he's almost 7 foot, something like that. You know, to come to the net, there are not many players can pass you. So that's why he's still there, and I think he can play until he's 40. And that's not given to a guy who is like 5'6", 5'5" to play until he's 40 against big guys.
Well, we saw Judy Seller beating John Isner earlier on in the week, as we just take a look at Judy Murray, who's in the players' box, ready to watch her youngest son compete and make his way to what we were saying would be a 10th consecutive quarter-final. And, these are both very tall players. We were just talking about the height differences. Dudi Sela was diminutive against John Isner, but managed to break through and beat him. He did lose, though, on Saturday to Grigor Dimitrov. Dimitrov will be playing Roger Federer as the last scheduled match-up on centre court a bit later on today in the match that's being billed against Fed versus Baby Fed, which has been a nickname for Grigor for quite some time. Now we can hear the cheers because the match is about to begin. We've got an extremely packed hill right behind us. I think it's only right to call it Murray's Mount as he is playing.
We're going to see many drop shots, I think, in this game.
You think?
There are going to be a lot of drop shots from probably both sides, mainly from Benoit Paire.
Well, let's take a watch, Mansour, as Murray serves in the opening game of this fourth round match on centre court.
No shortage of eccentric opponents for Andy Murray during this tournament, and he's definitely playing against one in Benoit Paire.
Out. Yeah. Mr. Paire challenger call at baseline. Ball is called out.
One of the earliest challenges I've seen. Second point of the match.
And a call stands. 30 love.
We expect the unexpected today.
And 40 love. Mr. Paire has 2 challenges remaining.
He's just finished a very nice lunch as Henri Lecomte upstairs, coming down to support his countrymen.
Game. Murray.
All right, well, it's a beautiful day here at Wimbledon, and a couple of guys that have made another magical run, Jay Clark and Marcus Wills. You guys go out in the doubles today, but an incredible win on Saturday night over the defending champions and world number 2. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's been a great tournament.
Yeah. Tell me about that feeling, maybe, Jay, for you, because Marcus is familiar with Wimbledon magic. How did that feel Saturday night to get the win over those French guys?
Yeah, obviously, it felt great to win any match at Wimbledon, but to win, obviously, the last match of the night on Saturday, over 5 sets against the defending champions. Yeah, it's huge. Yeah. It's definitely, I think, our biggest win of our career so far.
Yeah, so. Electric scenes out there on number 3 court. And you guys, Marcus, you guys actually won your first round match in the doubles in 5 sets as well. You came back from 2 sets to love down, right?
Yeah, we fought very hard in all our matches. Just came up short today, but no, we've done pretty well.
Yeah. Now walk me through a little bit here. You guys lose today, obviously, but what went wrong against Marak and Pavic? You go down in straight sets. Obviously, a good match there. Only 2 breaks of serve, though.
Well, I think the second serve points one needs a bit of work.
Yeah.
Other than that,
a little low there.
Double faults. We were going for our second serve. They play phenomenally well. 70% of the first serve. They volleyed great. They didn't really miss ball. They got all the line calls went their way. So we were just unlucky.
Yeah. Now, Jay, 18 years old, I think, is that right? Yeah. 18. You get to the 3rd round of qualies, and you pair up with this guy. You guys make 3rd round of doubles. What's your Wimbledon experience been like?
Yeah, it's been awesome. It's so different. Obviously, this is my first men's slam. I played juniors, but it doesn't compare, to be honest. Everything's so much better.
Right. And you were telling me before we went on, you're headed to Italy to play some challengers. It's back to the grind, right?
Yeah, straight back to the grind. I mean, it's not really a grind. They're pretty nice tournaments, so yeah, just get back out there and improve my ranking.
Yeah, good. And what about for you? What's the schedule? There were fans out there that thought Marcus Willis only played Wimbledon. It was the only tournament that you played each year.
Yeah, that's all I do. I just come out of hibernation every year.
Yeah, right.
No, I've just had a kid and be injured after last year. I'm going to play a lot more now. There she is.
There's Martha.
There she is.
She's looking good in
Ready
her
for the
Wimbledon
occasion.
outfit.
Yeah, smiling. Look at that.
Yeah.
Probably 4 o'clock in the morning there. It's good. No, yeah, I'm going to play World Team Tennis and put a schedule together and get my ranking up.
Yeah.
I hope.
Very good, and perhaps a move to the States impending. Not quite yet.
Yeah, not yet, but yeah, we're looking to do that at some point.
So relive this for me a little bit on Saturday night. You guys win in 5 sets, and that is a team defending champions, the Frenchmen. What was that feeling like for you guys?
Yeah, I was after we won. I was in shock.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just the best feeling. Even the next morning, sort of woke up and was like, wow. Yeah, just excitement, pure excitement. I mean, we weren't expecting that.
Especially
thought maybe we'd give him
the 4th set. We
had
3 match points in a row in the 4th. But
Right.
The guy hit 5 lines in a row with his serve, and I think we actually lost like 12 out of the next 14 points from having match points. So.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
And then we bounced
from there,
bounced back amazingly well. Break points to them in the 5th, and then broke them at 1-love, and held on really well.
Tell me for you, Marcus, how has this year compared? Obviously last year, your Cinderella run, but how did it feel this year, especially the success that you and Jay have had together?
Yeah, awesome. It's great to, after my disappointment of losing last round qualies, and for Jay as well.
Yeah, same.
Came in a bit down, but wanting to prove a point, and I think we've done that. Again, prove what we're capable of, and hopefully be in the main draw of singles and doubles next year, because that's obviously what we're capable of.
Yeah. Is this going to be, Jay, is this going to be a consistent, you guys going to play doubles there together?
Yeah, definitely. Whenever we're playing the same tournaments, pair up. And when we're not, keep playing doubles to try and improve our ranking, and then pair up again when we do in the higher events.
Right.
Yeah.
That's tough to do though for a doubles team, because you guys are both, I think, making your own schedules singles wise, and so it's basically when you're able to cross paths, right?
Yeah, I'm sure we'll play a lot of the same tournaments, because you need to play on every single surface. There he is.
There he is. Little ice bath.
Yeah, just trying to sort the knee out. Yeah. Great selfie that.
How cold are those ice baths?
Yeah, 8 degrees, but it feels a lot cooler than that.
Yeah.
First 5 minutes.
And how long do you actually stay in an ice bath?
15 I did yesterday.
15 minutes?
Yeah.
15. Okay, I could last maybe 15 seconds.
Yeah, no, the first bit's the worst, and then you can't feel.
You just lose feeling altogether.
Yeah, essentially after 5 minutes you can't feel anything, so it's fine. But
So Jay, last year when Marcus had his run, where were you watching from, or how were you observing what he did last year?
I was just watching at home. I followed his run through qualies. He came through pre-qualies as well, so saw him at pre-qualies. Said good luck, obviously in the main, because he played really well. Then won the first round against I think it was Berankis. Beat Berankis. So he's a very good player.
Yes,
and, I think everyone had to watch, obviously, on centre. So,
right.
Yeah, you couldn't miss that.
Yeah. Martha
didn't have to watch for long. No, Martha wasn't. Yeah,
Martha wasn't watching quite yet.
She wasn't. Yeah, not yet.
Now, I love this moment. The other night, you guys are standing on the bridge here, and there is a huge crowd down below. Let's replay this. Nice little thumbs up. They were waiting for you, right?
I think so. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we got a nice applause. But,
yeah.
No, it was nice. It was a very good Saturday. Was unbelievable. Really one of the best days of my life.
Right. Yeah. Oh, was it?
Yeah, incredible.
Yeah. Even compared to last year.
Yeah. I mean, I lost to Federer. Yeah. We basically played the equivalent of Federer. They just won the tournament the year before.
Yeah.
I don't really lose many doubles matches.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was nice to A, compete with them, and B, win.
And how does the two of you, how did you guys actually link up and get that and request that wild card into the tournament?
Well, you have to ask the tournament for the wild card, but yeah, linked to just asking if we wanted to play over the grass season. We didn't really see too much of each other before that.
No, yeah, you were on the dirt somewhere.
Yeah, I was playing futures on clay somewhere.
I'm allergic to clay at the
You're
moment.
allergic to it. But not to the grass. You very much like it.
Grass,
yeah. And lastly, I love this one. Little Mario action. This looks like Halloween, but it's posted in December.
It's the darts. It's at the Ali Pali, yeah.
Okay.
World Championship finals, yeah. It's good.
Ah, right.
It's good fun.
So I need to get to the darts at some point.
Yeah. No, it's great fun. You get to dress up. Great moustache as well.
Is it real?
Yeah, I think it's real, yeah. Grit especially. No, it's a great day out, yeah. Should go.
Yeah. Well, Marcus, Jay, obviously congratulations to the two of you. Great doubles wins. And Marcus, you just got to keep writing these magical stories at Wimbledon. You're making it's chapter after chapter, right?
Exactly. I've got to go into hibernation again now, right? Come out in sort of May next year.
I want to say this, Marcus Willis does play other tennis tournaments.
I do. Newsflash, yeah.
All right, Jay, thank you very much. Marcus, thanks.
Thanks. Give you a microphone.
And we're gonna hear from Svetlana Kuznetsova in just a second here.
Wonderful, thank you, Nick. Good to hear from those British boys. And Marcus Willis making noise at Wimbledon once again, always a popular sight here at the All England Club. Well, we promise to keep you updated with everything that goes on, and we're going to take you out now to court number 2.
Find your seats, please,
ladies and gentlemen. After Garbine Muguruza came through in 3 sets to knock out the #1 seed in the ladies' draw, Angelique Kerber.
Ready for play.
Campaign has finished. Garbine has marched through into the quarterfinals, but now this another 4th round decider between Simona Halep. She's a Grand Slam finalist. She's had an incredibly long streak in the world's top 10, but never yet won a Grand Slam herself. She is playing the lady who's become known as Superman. Vika has made a much encouraged return to form. She's a former world #1, has a 7-month-old baby Leo. Hadn't previously played since the French Open last year, but Mansour, she's been progressing well through the Wimbledon Championships so far this year.
Absolutely, you know, she's a young mom, and you know, she's left the tour for having a baby, and she was already like top 3, top 4 in the world, you know, and now she's coming back, and she knows that everybody wants to see her, you know, as a young mom to do well, eventually go to the final or win, and she has got nothing to lose, you know, and she's in a great shape, and it's really nice to see her like a real champion, you know. I mean, she's there, and I think she has a very good chance to give hard time to Halep.
30-15.
Well, she's a dangerous player because she got entry into Wimbledon thanks to her protected ranking. As you say, she was incredibly highly ranked when she left the tour for a little bit to go and become a mother and give birth to her first child. Baby Leo is here, and he has been here for the duration of the championship, spending a lot of time in the creche over at the Orangi practice court. So as you can see, this is the very early stages of her 4th round match with Simona Halep, 30-15 in the 4th game of the opening set. Currently 40-15. Halep now trying to just serve out the game. Simona Halep, though, one of the greatest players, would you say, on the ladies' tour right now without a Grand Slam title?
Yeah, unfortunately, we have had some other players who were #1, you know, on the ladies' side that never won a Grand Slam. And Halep is one of those. She's #2, I think, right now. And
40-30.
You know, I thought even she can become #1. For me, 2-3 years ago, I said that she's going to be eventually #1 at one stage. It's been already 2-3 years too much, I think, but she had a very good chance, you know, winning a French Open, and she went down against Ostapenko, which was a very huge surprise. And now if she wants to become #1 and eventually win this tournament, maybe this is the year, you know. Because, as you know, Serena is not there, and Kerber has lost, so it's a good opportunity for her to take this and try to win.
Yeah, it's a very good point, Mansour. Kerber needed to reach the final to have the chance of retaining her #1 ranking. We now know today Angelique Kerber has been knocked out in the 4th round by Garbine Muguruza. If Simona Halep reaches the semi-finals, she, in all likelihood, could become the new ladies' world #1. So we'll keep you posted with that match going on court #2. Meanwhile, earlier today, Svetlana Kuznetsova on court #3 beat Agnieszka Radwanska, who is a former Grand Slam finalist here at Wimbledon, but the 2-time Grand Slam champion Kuznetsova was too much for the 9th-seeded Radwanska. She has made it through the quarterfinals and will play Muguruza tomorrow. Let's hear what Svetlana Kuznetsova had to say following her victory over the #9 seed earlier.
It's been 10 years since you've made the Wimbledon quarterfinals. Has it felt this long? And how do you explain how you're playing so well?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the statistics, it's amazing. But I felt like I've been there, so it's just another quarterfinals. It's another gonna be a competitive match, so I'm just looking forward to it.
Your performance, you must be delighted. You really got on top of it again, didn't let her get any control, didn't you? Really strong.
Yeah, I was thinking in the whole match, even like in the second set, that I was in control. I felt like I was dictating and I could control. I struggled a little bit with my returns in the second set. I felt like I could break her a little bit earlier, but, she was doing better than first set, and I started to get a little bit tight, so it's normal that these things happen, but I'm pretty pleased with my performance.
So later in the first set, in the first two games, you were down 40-love and you won, and then in the second set you were up 40-15, made 2 errors, she came back to deuce, but then you won again with big first serves. How important were those 2 first games so that you could build more confidence and cruise the rest of the first set, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, the first game was huge. She was 40-love on her serve, and I broke her. Then I hold my serve. That was definitely huge. It's a lot of importance on the first games on each set, so I got confidence and I started to play good, and I was just in control all the time.
You've been playing some excellent tennis for about 2 years now, but it's been since, I think, 2014 Roland Garros that you've broken through to reach a quarterfinal or a major. Does that feel special for you right now?
It feels great, it felt great for me last year to get into championships, and I felt like I've been playing so much better this year, and I felt so much confident, but I was a little bit tired because the ending was crazy for me. I played 5 events in 5 weeks in 3 different continents, so it was really, I was struggling in January, in February, so I skipped Doha, Dubai, and stuff like that. I had to, it was risky from my side, but I had to because I don't want to play without passion. I don't want to play without will. So now I feel great again. I'm happy I took that decision, and now I'm just really pleased and happy with my performance.
So Svetlana Kuznetsova will play the quarterfinals against Garbine Muguruza tomorrow. The 2-time Grand Slam finalist goes up against another 2-time Grand Slam champion, goes up against another champion. Muguruza, of course, broke through at the French Open last year. Meanwhile, Andy Murray is playing on centre court, but another Brit is in action over on court number 1. It has been 4 years since we had 2 Britons in the singles in the 4th round of Wimbledon. Andy Murray and, of course, Johanna Konta playing today. A huge hype as the local favourites to take home this title. In fact, Johanna is trying to become the first British woman to make it into the quarterfinals since Jo Drury in 1984. She won the first set, and we're going to take you out now to the second set, where Caroline Garcia, the French lady, has a chance to try and push this one into a third set decider. Their head-to-head is very even. They're tied at 2 apiece after 4 previous meetings. One of them was in Indian Wells earlier this year when Caroline Garcia beat Konta on hard courts in 3 sets. She's serving now, and we will join this with some commentary to see if she can close out set number 2.
If you get extra nervous at this moment, you keep it simple. Go to simple patterns, more cross-court, good footwork. Continue to target the Konta forehand. No nerves so far.
No, she has been good and strong.
to the delight of her father. Hour and 37 minutes. 3 points to take us into a third set.
Well, Jelena Ostapenko strikes again. The number 13 seed is through to the quarterfinals here at Wimbledon, where she will play Venus Williams. She just defeated Elena Svitolina. Let's go now and have a look how this is playing out. There's the quarters. Right here is the match we just saw, 6-3, 7-6. Now, I've got a question for you. I'm going to do a little comparison on backhands. Who has hit more backhand winners so far in the tournament? Do you want Jelena Ostapenko, or do you want probably the most recognized best backhand in the world in Novak Djokovic? Who do you think has hit more backhand winners so far? The answer is Jelena Ostapenko. Now I'm going to sweeten the deal for you. Over here we have Jelena, and to Novak I'm going to add Andy Murray. Two amazing backhands. Who do you want? Who's hit more backhand winners? The answer is Jelena. Now we're going to get ridiculous. We've got Jelena on one side, and we've got Novak and Andy and Roger combined. Who's hit more backhand winners? Jelena Ostapenko has hit 40 backhand winners so far in the tournament. Novak's at 12, Andy's at 12, Roger's at 8. It's not even a comparison. And as good as Jelena Ostapenko's backhand is, with 40 backhand winners, she's got 57 forehand winners. So let's go through some of the stats. In the match we just saw, there were 17 forehand winners, 19 backhand winners. Jelena is going to change the face of women's tennis. In fact, she's already doing it. And what I want to do is, I've got a clear pad here to work with, and I'm going to help you understand how points are constructed in tennis. So we cut them up into 3 separate rally lengths: 0 through 4 shots, 5 through 8 shots, a kind of a mid-length range, and then 9 plus. So the nicknames I give them: 0 through 4, we call that first strike tennis. 5 through 8, it's more patterns of play. And 9 plus is the extended rallies. Well, last year at Wimbledon, here in the ladies' draw, about 67%, the men were about 70%, but about 67% of all points were in the 0 through 4 rally length. And let me explain 0. You may not know what that is. That's a double fault. The ball did not go in. In the match that Jelena just won, she played 80% of all points were in the 0 through 4. We had 17% right there, and only 3% down here. So when you think of it, if we watch 10 points, 8 out of every 10 points, the maximum amount of shots that Jelena hit or Elena hit was a maximum of 2. That's 2 shots each to get up to the rally length of 4. So points are going to get shorter. Tennis is evolving into a direction where all of the long rallies are fading away a little bit. There's more points being played up here in the short points, which again is going to drive our practice court. Too often we've been back on the practice court hitting so many forehands and backhands, and these days we're seeing more first strike tennis, more points at the start of the point. So I want you to work more on your serve, your return, especially your return, and then the 2 shots that follow that, the serve +1 and the return +1. So we're going to look at a few points here from the last match and get a good feel for what Elena's doing and Jelena and Elena are doing. We've got setting up for the backhand. Now, most players are going to take that rally backhand cross court. We're going to set it up. We're going to show consistency. We're going to show shot tolerance. We're going to play the percentages. This young lady loves to take that ball straight down the line and look for a winner early on. There's one of the 40 winners. The backhand down the line is a massive part of Jelena Ostapenko's game. Once again, We see here, let's have a look down the other side of the court, and we're going to zoom in, and we see Alina, she doesn't know where it's going. The split step is straight up and down, and most of the time you would expect this ball to go back cross court. That ball there typically is going to go right there. And for those of you that love Ostapenko's game, you're going to realize that this shot, the down the line backhand, is going to be something, not that one, but that one right there. Beautiful backhand down the line. The last shot she hit in the French Open final to win the French Open final was a backhand return winner right down the line. Loves to attack, loves to come forward. So far for the tournament, Yelena's 25 of 31 points won at net, and she's won a really high 56% of her baseline points. Here we see the 4 return winners. She's moving around, she steps in straight down the line, right through the line there. And what we see here, this is quite unusual. We see this movement initially over here. It could be she's just trying to distract the server. She's trying to make the server serve where she wants it, which is more to the backhand side. And we're going to see in this next movement, she's coming back. So not a lot of players move around as much. We see that big step, big split, and now she's going to come back to the middle. And even with all that movement going on, she's still able, well, we see it right there again. We're still able to see so much movement and so many winners. So for all of you young girls out there, you're like, where is the future of our sport headed? Where are the players doing so well here at Wimbledon? They're stepping in, they're attacking off the return, they're taking backhands down the line, and as we mentioned before, Jelena Ostapenko has more backhand winners so far than Novak Djokovic, Andy Murray, and Roger Federer combined. If we go to the draw, we see that in the next round, she is going to play Venus Williams. That is going to be a hard-hitting affair. Lots of short points there once again. So it's an absolute pleasure to see her doing well. At the French Open final, I sat a couple of rows back. I saw her play there. She is the real deal. Can she win Wimbledon? I think she can. Cheers from the championships.
That would be quite something, Craig. Back-to-back Grand Slam championships for the 20-year-old from Latvia. And I have to say, she is now the youngest left in the draw after Anna Konjuh got knocked out to Venus Williams a bit earlier on today. So 20-year-old Jelena Ostapenko is into the quarterfinals, whereas Craig said she will face Venus Williams. But this is what's going on now over on court number 12. Marin Cilic won the first set in his match against Roberto Bautista Agut 6-2. Both of these guys are seeded players. And Marin Cilic is now serving for the second set. We'll join this one with commentary.
A little bit too casual.
15 all.
You never know. It's just shots like that that might make a difference. But the forehand that went before that was just a bomb. It was huge. I've heard the short intake of breath from around the ground here, around the court.
Ready, 15.
40-15.
So 2 set points for the number 7 seed.
Net. First serve. Game and second set, Chilich. 6 games to 2. New balls, please. Chilich leads.
So
2
Marin
sets to
Cilic
love.
wins the second set of his match against Roberto Bautista Agut out on court number 12, and we will continue to keep you posted with what is happening across the grounds here at the All England Club, because it is Manic Monday, one of the best days in the entire tennis calendar, and Mansour Bahrami joins me once again. It's a very unique tradition, this, isn't it? Wimbledon is the only slam that takes middle Sunday off, and it creates a day like today where you get to see every single singles match being played. It's fun to watch. It's probably fun to be a part of too.
Absolutely, it's you know, we give 1 day rest of for the grass courts, you know, and the players have one more day of extra day to relax and take it easy, and just come maybe have a little hit. And it's fantastic to see the round of 16, to see the 8 round 16 players, men's singles and ladies singles. It's fantastic to see this crowd.
Unbelievable.
This atmosphere is very unique.
We've had over 40,000 people come to Wimbledon every single day of the first week so far. Today will be no exception. It's interesting, though, that other slams don't choose to do this. The French Open, for example, actually starts a day earlier, and they play through every single day. Why do you think it is that other slams don't adopt that rule as well? Is it purely because of the condition of the court and the surface that they play on?
It's the condition of the court. Is that, for example, French Open, I know that they add one Sunday more. So, you know, French Open is the only one that we play 3 Sundays.
Right.
Here in Wimbledon, we play 1 Sunday. That's the final day, okay? But in French Open, we start Sunday. So maybe just to give chance to more people to come and watch tennis, because we don't have the night session, you know. So they put an extra day for more people to come in. Here in Wimbledon, the tradition, you know, of playing with all white, I think is fantastic.
Yeah.
It's just that is why also Wimbledon is unique. So I don't know why the other tournaments they don't put a Sunday off, middle of Sunday off. Maybe for also is economic reasons. So there's more people coming to watch. It's also good to give opportunity to more fans to be able to come and watch tennis.
Well, the French Open doesn't have any roofs either on the courts at the moment, does it? They are in progress, but there aren't any yet. So perhaps accommodates for any potential bad weather that we know can happen across Europe in the summer. Let's turn our attention, though, to a match that took place earlier today. Venus Williams came through in straight sets against the 19-year-old Anna Konjuh, who'd actually been called Baby Serena, which is quite apt, of course. Venus's younger sister, Serena, not here at the championships this year because she's expecting the birth of her first child in just a couple of months' time. She's still practicing an hour a day, though, we see.
Absolutely.
Would you expect to see Serena return to the game with the same kind of vigour that we've seen from Victoria Azarenka?
Well, you know, Venus, she's a great player. She's been a great champion. Today, 37 years of age. I really admire what she can do, and she gives hope to many other tennis fans to say that, okay, this is a sport for every age. You know, there's no age limit, and you can play as is a sport of life. And to come onto the court and play a level of tennis that she did today and come to make the quarterfinal, I think the fact that her sister is not there, you know, so she said, okay, I have to maybe save the honor of the Williams, you know, and make it as far as possible. And then also that my sister is not there, so it's another chance for me to win this tournament.
Yeah, I think everyone must feel that.
And I think that she's going to be having the favor of all the crowds. People want to see her go as far as possible, and why not to make it to the final? And even though that next round she has Stepenko, who is a great player, she won the French Open, and she just goes for every ball. And if she's going to play the way she did in French Open, it's going to be tougher for Venus. But I think Venus here, the fact that she has all the crowd with her, I think it's going to help her.
Just a 17-year age difference as well between those two. 20-year-old Ostapenko, 37-year-old Venus would become the oldest ladies champion here in the modern era. Martina Navratilova at the age of 37 was a runner-up. She was never quite able to win at that age. Let's join Venus Williams now in her press conference and listen to her thoughts on today's win and looking ahead to tomorrow's quarter-final.
Just wondering what you thought about the fact that world number one Angelique Kerber was put on, not a show court, and you were. Do you think that was the right decision?
I really wasn't aware of what court she played on.
On court 2, yeah.
I mean, I've been in that position before, similar.
Just how happy are you with how you were able to get through that day? She's a tough opponent.
Yeah.
Powerful player.
I mean, she hits the ball hard. All my opponents, though, have served amazing and hit really hard, so I think it was great preparation for me to be able to, kind of get used to that sort of pace.
At the beginning of the tournament, many people were saying how wide open the women's field is. At this point in the tournament, how do you assess the chances for you and the rest of the women in the field?
Yeah, I mean, when I come to these tournaments, my focus is just me, not necessarily the other 127 women. So that is all I can control is my performance, and that's still my focus at the moment.
Yelena Ostapenko just won the French Open. She's next. I know you guys haven't played, but have you watched her? What do you think?
I haven't seen her play a lot. I didn't watch any of the French when I was finished with it. So I know she had an amazing moment there, and she's riding on that momentum and confidence, I'm sure, and it's just been such an amazing result for her. And, so I'm definitely really happy for her.
What does it take to remain nimble at this age? No offense, of course.
I just keep stretching. No, I have no secrets. I'm just doing what I always have done.
Is it more of a part of your routine than it was, say, 10 years ago?
I think I stretch a little harder now, but only because I enjoy it. Yeah.
How well are you playing, in your highly educated opinion?
Yeah, I think I'm playing pretty solid, and for me it's about getting through the round, and you're not going to play perfect every round, so I would like to play, in straight sets every round. That'd be great, but if not, then all that matters is you win.
You compare the enjoyment of advancing here now than with years ago when you were a new player and it was all new.
Yeah, winning never gets old at any stage in your career, ever. And
how about the road to get there?
Always different conditions, different players, different circumstances. It's never the same. It's never the same equation.
If you'll forgive me, the oldest quarter-finalist since Martina Navratilova achieved that. Could you talk to us about how you're maintaining this form, and also 17 years ago since you won your first Wimbledon title, could you compare your strengths then as a player to your strengths now?
I think that the game has changed a lot in terms of the depth and the power. Since the first time I won, I would say that's the biggest difference in the game. And of course, I've matured and learned a lot about the game since that time. It's a really big difference.
On Ostapenko, when someone new, you said you didn't have a chance to watch much of her French Open, but when someone new breaks onto the tour and you think of them as a potential rival for a while to come, do you ever do homework, or have your coach, scout somebody? I guess now she's your next opponent, so maybe it's a little more direct. But how do you prepare for a new phase who breaks on as suddenly as she has?
Yeah, I think that my coach will probably look at the matches more than I will. I think I'll see what happens when I get out there. I mean, I'm sure she hits well off all sides, so I have to see what the nuances are once the game starts, because you can't necessarily plan for those.
Venus, on a lighter topic, Svetlana was just talking about her dog and how so many players have dogs that give them comfort and win or lose are always there for them. Could you take a moment and just talk about the joys of having a dog as a tennis player, and does that help you in all the ins and outs?
Yeah, I travel with my dog, but never here, and I actually have a yard here, so he would have loved that. So we'll be reunited, hopefully. Not too soon, but soon.
What's the name of your dog?
He's very low profile. His name's Harold.
So we'll see the five-time Wimbledon champion Venus Williams back in action here tomorrow against the young French Open champion, newly crowned. Jelena Ostapenko will be trying her luck against the veteran Williams. In the absence of Serena, she's trying to keep the Williams flag flying. Meanwhile, another match that was highly anticipated today was taking place out on court number 3. It was Coco Vandeweghe, the 24 seed from America, against Caroline Wozniacki, the 5th seeded player from Denmark, who is a Grand Slam finalist. Coco Vandeweghe has never made it to final a Grand Slam, but she did progress well here at the Wimbledon Championships last year. She won the first set in a tight tie-break, and she will now have the opportunity to serve out the match at the end of the second set, with the opportunity to play Magdalena Rybarikova in the quarterfinals tomorrow. Let's add some commentary and see if this one has any further story.
Love 15. Wozniacki hits the slice here and comes into the forehand side, and Vandeweghe equal to the task. Nice passing shot cross court off this ball right here.
Fitino. $15-30. Black for service.
Service was so nearly long at the point. Going to Vandeweghe.
15-14.
Anyway, and here she has 2 match points.
match Miss Van de Wey to Sesteval, 7-6, 6-4.
So in 2 straight sets, Coco van der Wey beats Caroline Wozniacki in the 4th round of these 2017 Wimbledon Championships. Caroline Wozniacki was the 5th-seeded player from Denmark, but she has been knocked out to a lady who had previously never beaten her before. They'd had 2 former meetings, none this year, but on hard courts last year and once in 2014. Caroline had come through both of those, but Pat Cash, a new addition to Coco van der Wey's team, plus the US Fed Cup captain, seemed to be a very pleased bunch in Coco van der Wey's box. Don't forget, she progressed to this stage of the tournament last year, but lost in straight sets to Pavlyuchenkova. She has reached the quarterfinals here before, though, Coco van der Wey. That was the year prior in 2015 when she lost to Maria Sharapova in 3 sets. She seems, Mansour, as a lady who has been growing and growing in confidence and form in the last few years, and I think it's becoming a little bit of a dark horse in the tournament in terms of the ladies' singles draw this year.
Well, this match, the result, I was a little bit surprised.
Yeah.
I'm surprised because I thought Wozniacki is going to win this match. Now, Coco van Beek, she obviously must have played very good tennis to win that match. And the fact is that he's taking Pat Cash. I think maybe Pat Cash is, brought some, in this level of tennis, you need maybe 2-3% things you change. You can win, you have just 2% more help from somebody outside. It can make you win. So probably it's the fact that he has Pat Cash, she has Pat Cash, is helped her to...
Well, you know Pat well. You've played with him on the Champions Tour. You play with him a lot in exhibition matches. What is it particularly, do you think, that he would bring to her game? Because he was a passionate, emotionate player as well, and Coco seems to be similar. But have you seen any changes particularly that you think have come from Pat in terms of what makes him a good coach?
Well, just the fact that he has won the Wimbledon, on grass, and coaching Coco can say, okay, this guy is talking to me, telling me how do I have to proceed this match, how do I have to start, how do I have to finish. So he knows something because he's done it.
Right.
So he's done it before, and so everything he says, probably Coco's coach, the one before, previous coach, would say the same thing.
Yeah.
But it would not.
She believes it more.
Absolutely, because Cash has won this tournament, and for these reasons, she can be more receptive, and to take these words more serious than if somebody else is telling them.
And we see a similar thing with Conchita Martinez working with Garbiñe Muguruza. The super coach is such a phenomenon that's sweeping across tennis right now. And in terms of Coco trying to push as far as she could, it's helpful to do so with someone like Pat Cash in her corner. Are you surprised, though, to see a female player take on a former men's player as a coach? We don't see that crossover very often. Of course, Amelie Mauresmo worked with Andy Murray for a bit. Much was made about that in the headlines, but he was very confident in his choice, and it seems Coco is with Pat as well.
Well, now that the girls, they see that we get more and more this great champions of past for coach, like, for example, Stefan Edberg when he was coaching with Federer, Boris Becker with now Agassi, with Djokovic, Lendl. So they say, why not? If it can help us, as I said, 2%, 1%, sometimes you lose a match on 1 or 2 points. And that is that 1%. If you have the right coach, maybe he can say the right things, especially in the ladies tour, that the coach can come into the court and talk to you. That is another thing that is the ladies can go more to the players who have been coached and who have been at the top. It can help them, do better than what they're doing.
All right, well, another lady with a super coach, I mentioned her a moment ago, is Garbiñe Muguruza. She won an epic 3-set match beating the #1 seed Angelique Kerber a little bit earlier today. She is coached now by Conchita Martinez, who was front row watching her in the players' box earlier today. They were out on court #2, and Garbiñe spoke with the media afterwards ahead of her quarter-final match with Kuznetsova tomorrow.
Gabi, congratulations. How would you describe that match? It seemed from our side that it was high quality. What was it like being part of it?
I think it was a good match. I know I won it, but I think it was a good match for both of us. We battle out there. Every point we give our best, and every match that I play against Kerber is kind of like that. I remember 2 years ago when we played here was a quite similar match, and happy that it went my way. Of course, after fighting there for 2 hours.
You're always very much the aggressor when you play against Kerber. Is that a plan you think you have to have against her?
Well, that's the way I play, I think. As always, I like to take my chances, go for it. I'm not trying to hope in anything, and that's what I was doing. And that's part of my game also, to go for it.
Before the tournament began, many people said, without Serena Williams here, the field is wide open. How do you, now that you're into the quarterfinals and have heard of some of the other players getting there and others are still out on the court, how do you assess the field and your chances?
Well, obviously, a lot of people ask me if not having Serena is a big change. Well, I think so, because she's always in the final. So, of course, it's a big change. But I never think about that far unless I am in the final or, I don't know, or almost there, because tomorrow I got to play another tough match. And there's a lot of players still there that have the option. So I'm not going to try to look that far. I just want to be realistic. And tomorrow I got to play and keep it, that way. So I don't have, all these things going through my mind.
But when people say the field is wide open, what's your reaction to that?
Yeah, of course. It's a lot of players have more chances that maybe before was harder, because there were other players that were controlling more. But yeah, everybody knows that. So we'll see who wants it more or who ends up, earning the trophy.
How crucial was that?
So Johanna Konta was bidding to become the first British woman to reach the quarterfinals at Wimbledon since Jo Jury in 1984. She was up against the French-seeded 21 seed Caroline Garcia. Here she is with match point, trying to break Caroline Garcia to move through to the quarterfinals. Caroline Garcia beat her in Indian Wells earlier this year and then reached the quarterfinals in her home slam in France. We're joining this action on court #1. And just like that, the ball in the net, Johanna Konta crashes to the ground, almost unable to believe that she is through to the quarterfinals for the very first time in her Wimbledon career. It was a tight match, went all the way to 3 sets. After winning the first one, Konta lost the second 6-4, but she's come back to win in 3. And I have to say, Mansour, I think looks more delighted than we've ever seen her. This means a lot to an English player.
Well, it's a great news for British tennis, to have, as you said, since Jo Jury is the first female tennis player to break through, go to the quarterfinal, and hopefully for her she can go further than that. And it's great to see English girl come to this stage.
Well, all of our ladies quarterfinalists are now confirmed, except for Azarenka and Halep. The winner of that match will now play Jo Konta tomorrow, and Konta now leads her head-to-heads 3-2 with Caroline Garcia, after I mentioned being beaten by her in Indian Wells on the hard courts earlier this year. She salutes the crowds, and they will be back to see her tomorrow against either Victoria Azarenka or Simona Halep. That match is currently ongoing on one of the outside courts, and we will keep you posted on court #2. Meanwhile, we will take you out to court #12, where Marin Cilic, the 7th-seeded Croatian Grand Slam champion, is up against the 18th-seeded Spaniard Roberto Bautista Agut. We were here earlier. Well, now Marin Cilic has a chance to close this one out in straight sets. He's A tall, big serving man from Croatia. Used to have Goran Ivanisevic in his coaching team. No longer does, but he always seems to play well here on the grass, Mansour.
Well, he always seems to play well on grass, you know, because he has the game for that. You know, he's a big, tall player, great serve. You know, he can volley. He hits the ball so hard. And you know, you mentioned Goran Ivanisevic. Yeah, he asked Goran Ivanisevic to come and help him. He won the U.S. Open when Goran was there, you know, and he's a very unusual player. You know, he can lose his temper, but I think the fact that he had Goran tried to keep him, you know, focused on his match, and he won a Grand Slam. And he can do some damage here.
Well, he's not yet dropped a set this tournament, and he is now serving to try and beat Bautista Agut in 3 straight sets and progress through to the quarterfinal, where he would play the winner of the Rafael Nadal-Gilles Muller match that will be played on #1 court later today. Let's join some commentary out on court 12 and see if Marin Cilic can get it done.
15 love.
Cilic has just been dictating so many points, obviously on serve. That's what he's able to do with consummate ease with a serve like this, but he's been doing it on the returning games as well.
So 3 match points for Marin Cilic. Again, he wanted to win this match in emphatic fashion, spanking that forehand.
Those are just the only 2 points that Bautista Agut has won on the Cilic serve in this set. That's how dominant he's been.
He's continuing to hang around. Just to extend his stay here at SW19. Marin Cilic is going to have to earn this. Bautista Agut isn't going to give away anything. Big serve out wide. A wonderful response and brings up match point for the 4th time. So Marin Cilic charges into the quarterfinals of Wimbledon for the 4th consecutive year. It's the stained barrage of bludgeoning, brutal, beautiful tennis that simply blasted away Roberto Bautista Agut in straight sets. 6-2, 6-2, 6-2 in just an hour and 41 minutes of dominant play.
Well, you heard it being dominant play. Indeed it was. And Marin Cilic is into the quarterfinals at Wimbledon for a 4th straight year after that straight sets victory over Roberto Bautista Agut. He will play the winner of Rafa Nadal and Gilles Muller, who are due next on court number 1 after Johanna Konta just came through in straight sets to beat France's Caroline Garcia. The hill is absolutely packed, Lilo's included, because everybody is trying to watch Andy Murray. Lilo's usually used for swimming pools, but perhaps Murray's mound is welcoming them as well. Well, elsewhere on the grounds, it's also packed everywhere you look. This is Manic Monday, and it is turning out to deliver just that. Jelena Ostapenko is continuing to impress after breaking through in her first ever Grand Slam performance to win Roland Garros at the age of just 19. She is now 20, and she's into the quarterfinals at Wimbledon, where she will face Venus Williams tomorrow. Let's listen to the young lady from Latvia.
Making it into the quarterfinals, how does it feel? Do you feel like you're continuing your French Open momentum, or is it totally different here?
Yeah, I mean, first matches were very tough, like very close matches, but today also was a tough match, but I think I play better with every match also, like at the French, so I hope I can keep it up.
You look so fearless when you're playing tennis these days. I wonder how you feel about your next opponent, Venus.
Yeah, I mean, she's such a great player, and I will just go on court and enjoy the match because I really have nothing to lose.
How did it feel that she was saving all these match points? How did you stay in the zone?
I mean, she was playing really well. She was running well, serving well, and I really needed to stay very aggressive to win the point. And even the match points, the rallies were really long, and I really had to go for it to win the match.
There's scheduling much more matches, men's matches in centre court and court 1, which means high-ranking female players are playing on outside courts. Do you think that's unfair?
Sorry?
Do you think it's unfair they're playing more men's matches in the main courts with the women going on the outside courts?
I mean, honestly, I didn't think about that, but I mean, yeah, I think I deserve to play on a better court than court 12, I guess.
Were you surprised when you saw the schedule?
I mean, yes, because also Elina, she's number 4 in the world, and I think our match was a very interesting match for the people to watch, and they only put us on court 12. I mean, it's still good that it has the Hawkeye, but I thought we will play on a bigger court.
Do you worry also that in your next match, perhaps it's going to be the first time for you to play on center or this tournament or something like that? Is it a bit of a disadvantage for you that your opponent had that experience already and not you?
Not really. I like to play with a lot of people watching me, with the crowd, and I really enjoy that. I don't like when I play and nobody is watching the match, like very few people. It's not fun. It's more fun when a lot of people are watching and the crowd is really loud.
Do you think the fact that you just mentioned you like playing on a big stage, you like playing in front of lots of people, do you think that's helped you sort of step up, win a Grand Slam and reach the quarterfinals here as well? Do you think it's easier for you because you like the big stage?
I think so, yeah. The French, it was really nice. Like, a lot of people were cheering for me, and I really enjoyed to play out there.
What are your earliest memories of watching Venus Williams?
Like her matches, or?
Yeah. On TV, if you can remember when you were a kid or anything, watching her, what you first time you can remember it?
I think I was watching more her sister's matches because she was kind of my idol. Maybe I saw like a couple of finals, like she was playing the Grand Slams, but honestly I don't remember that.
Why did you like Serena more?
I mean, because she's such a great player and playing very aggressive, and she won so many Grand Slams, so I really enjoyed watching her.
With Serena not playing here before the tournament, many people said the field is wide open. Now, approaching the quarterfinals, how do you assess the field?
I mean, still, there are so many good players in the draw, and every match is a very tough match. So I think still without Serena, there are a lot of great players in the draw.
So wide open, or just a couple who can win it?
I mean, it depends how the players will play in the quarterfinals. Somebody may be nervous or tired, but I think every match is a very tough match because we're already in the quarterfinals.
Do you ever get nervous yourself? You don't look very nervous when you're playing. Do you ever get bothered before a game?
I mean, today I was a little bit nervous because I was like 6-3, 5-3 up, 40-15 and serving, and I didn't serve so well. So after that I was a little bit nervous because I also was 6-5, 30 love down and she was serving. But I'm glad that I fight and won the match.
Do you feel confident about your own chances of potentially winning this tournament?
Sorry?
Do you feel like you could go on and win the tournament?
I mean, I will take one match at the time and just play every match. As I said, it's a tough match, so I will just take one at a time.
What do you think the key to the match against Venus will be, just tactically, if you can sort of break down that matchup?
I think the most important is to serve well and return well, and still to play aggressive.
The other day you discussed your name and the other name people call you. As you get deeper in the tournament, are more people calling you by that other name?
Actually, yeah, and today even we were warming up and the chair umpire didn't say Yelena, she said Alona, and I was like surprised about that. And yeah, like people were cheering for me and saying Alona today, so that was nice.
How popular is that name becoming, and how does it make you feel?
My real name? Alona?
No, How popular do you think your name is becoming, and how does that make you feel?
I think it's becoming more popular because it's a very rare name, and especially in Latvia, they put this name in the calendar now. So I have a special day when is my name's day.
What day is it?
I didn't.
All right, guys, all the lines are colored. The machine's calling the net. We have hotline effect, and please make your challenges quick and clear. Any questions? Heads or tails? Heads is calling. Heads. Heads it is. Good match.
So after Joe Conter made her way through to the quarterfinals on court number 1, 7-6, 4-6, 6-4. Now it's the turn of the men on court number 1. Rafa Nadal, the number 4 seed there against Gilles Muller, the 16th seed. Adam Hunt here with you on the Wimbledon channel alongside Anne Kiothevong. And good afternoon. This should be a really interesting match and could be a tricky encounter for Rafa Nadal because Gilles Muller is a great player on a grass court.
He really is. Gilles Muller has a fantastic serve, another lefty, loves coming forwards as well, not afraid to serve and volley and mix it up. And he won a grass court tournament just a few weeks ago in Holland. So he's come into Wimbledon full of confidence and through to the fourth round here again.
Great thing about Gilles Muller, we were interviewing him, he came up and spoke to us here at the Wimbledon channel. He'd hit a game full of aces, 4 aces, so we saw that big serve, the lefty serve. It's quite hard to read as well. And he's enjoyed his best success in his career, as I'm sure he would admit, later on in his career. So he's got a lot of experience.
Yeah, well, he's 34 years of age, one of the oldest guys left in the draw. He only won his first ATP Tour title earlier this year, where he actually beat Dan Evans in the final in Sydney, and then backed it up with his second tour title in Holland just 2 weeks ago before Wimbledon. And here he is at his career high ranking of 26 in the world, 16th seed here though. You know what, I don't know what it is about everyone, whether you're male or female, coming into your prime once you hit your 30s.
But Rafa Nadal, obviously amazing French Open, La Decima he won there, and he's backed it up with some great performances on the grass so far.
He has. He's played incredibly well, bearing in mind he didn't play any of the lead-up tournaments before Wimbledon. You can't underestimate Rafael Nadal on any surface. A former champion here, and the confidence that he brings to the court every time, especially after winning at the French Open. It is something special. He does have an aura about him, and you know, whoever he's up against, they'll be weary.
Traditionally, Rafa's been very, very good against left-handers. He's not often had a trouble against left-handed players. Do you see that continuing today?
Well, when I look at their head-to-head, Nadal leads 4-1, but the one time Müller did beat Nadal was actually here at Wimbledon, although that was back in 2005 when it was Nadal's, second appearance here at Wimbledon, I believe. So I don't even know whether Nadal remembers that match or whether Gilles Müller remembers how he beats him. I mean, I think this match will be Rafa's biggest test so far in the championships, but I do expect him to come through. He's looking fit and healthy. He's not carrying any injury problems like he has done in the past, so you've got to back him.
You look at that time on court, just 6 hours, 12 minutes so far. He's been so ruthless, straight sets victories, and he hasn't really even had a set so far where he's been troubled too much.
I know, and that's, I guess that's the beauty when you look at Nadal. No grass court tennis prior to this tournament, but yet no sets dropped. For Müller, he's up against a big test, but for Nadal, this will be his biggest test of the championship.
As we see Müller's record, there is a good grass court player, and that's backed up by his Wimbledon record. He's got more wins than defeats here at SW19. To just pick up on that lefty thing with Rafa Nadal and up against Gilles Müller, why is it, having played the game as you have, why is it that a lefty against a lefty helps Nadal? Why is it he's able to beat him?
I'm not quite sure, but I don't know whether it has something to do with the fact that Rafael Nadal is actually naturally right-handed.
Right,
I mean, he writes right-handed. Everything else about him is right-handed, apart from his tennis. When you see him throw his sweatbands into the crowd after the end of a match, he does it with his right arm and right hand. So, I don't know, maybe that's part of the reason why his record against other lefties is good. Maybe it doesn't bother him as much when he's taken out wide into the backhand corner. I don't know.
Interesting. But just before we head to commentary, if we are to see an upset today, what's Gilles Müller going to have to do really well?
He's going to have to serve well, and he's going to have to take time away from Nadal. I mean, if he's going to serve and volley, he's going to have to execute that perfectly if he's going to beat Nadal.
See confirmation of their head-to-head record. They're 4-1 to Nadal, but Müller has a victory on this surface a little while ago, way back in 2005, here at Wimbledon. Well, as you can see above court number 1 there, the clouds are starting to move in, although it doesn't look like any really heavy rain clouds. It's set fair for the afternoon, and it should be a really interesting encounter, this one on court number 1. Rafa Nadal up against Gilles Müller, and we can join the commentators.
Tony Nadal on the left there. Rafa's uncle, confidant, coach. He finishes at the end of this year. And Carlos Moya will take over this. Carlos Costa, his agent.
1 minute.
And there's his girl Francisca.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you leave your seats, please make sure you take all your belongings with you. If you have a mobile phone,
Gilles
please
Müller,
make sure it's switched off. Thank you.
coached by Alexandre Liziecki on the left there, and Benjamin Balloy on the right. 2 coaches. Müller, a former junior #1 in the world, and runner-up in the boys singles here back in 2001. Won the US Open, but found it difficult to really break through. He was perennially sort of ranked 50, 40, 50, 60, and then in the last year, like a lot of players, he suddenly found his mojo.
Yeah, and he actually had quite a few injuries and a few surgeries earlier on in his career. I remember being in a lot of challenger events, obviously 1 tier down from the main tour with Gilles Müller, and as you say, he's really in the last 2-3 years, and even this year winning some titles, which has been phenomenal for him at this stage in his career.
As he won Sydney right at the start of the year, his first tour level title, beat Dan Evans in the final, and then just a few weeks ago won at Bosch on the grass, beating Karlovic in the final, and also reached the final in Estoril on clay, lost to Pablo Carreño Busta. But his defeat at the hands of Cilic at Queen's in the semi-final, his only defeat on grass this year. So he'll try and keep the rallies as short as possible, even on Rafa's serve.
That's going to be the interesting thing, because everybody thinks of Gilles Muller as an out-and-out serve and volleyer. I've watched him quite a lot, especially in this tournament. That's not been the case. He doesn't tend to serve volley that much. He's very direct when he gets the chance in the rally, but he doesn't serve volley. Will be interesting to see if he changes that up in this match, because you have to think he's not going to win too many baseline exchanges with Rafa Nadal.
Massive match for him. Lost his last 22 matches against top 5 players. His last big win came in the US Open back in 2008 when he got to the quarterfinal. He beat Nikolai Davydenko then. Since then he's lost 22 in a row. Respected and loved is Rafa Nadal.
Ready for play, first set.
So Muller will not just be taking on whatever Nadal brings to the court, but a large portion of the crowd too. It'll be the Luxembourger to begin.
$15 love. $30 love. $30-15.
He's had 62 service games in this tournament so far. He's been broken 4 times. Both times in the second round match against Russell. A match in which he served 45 aces.
First game.
Okay, I'm going to start off easy, Rafa. You're a 2-time champion at Wimbledon. What years did you win and who did you beat in the final?
2 times. Roger Federer and Thomas Berdych.
We're going to get harder. The win over Roger in 2008 is said by many, of course, to be one of the greatest matches of all time. Can you remember the score?
6-4, 6-4.
Yeah.
6-7, 6-7. 9-7.
Yes! You're the second Spanish winner of the men's singles championship. Do you know who was the first?
Santana.
You know the year?
68.
66. How many winners have you hit in your Wimbledon career so far? 1,207, 1,257 or 1,357?
Second one.
No, third one.
You've
hit lots.
I thought I am less aggressive.
You recently won your 10th French Open title, of course. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Only one other player has appeared in 10 finals at the same Grand Slam.
Maybe Roger here.
Correct. There are two players that you have faced here 3 times. Who are they?
Roger. Andy.
Yes.
I was thinking about Andy or Novak.
Last question. You're one of only 4 players in tennis history to have won the career Grand Slam and the Olympic gold in singles. Do you know the others?
Agassi. Serena.
Yeah. Andre Agassi's wife.
Oh yeah, Steffi. Yeah.
Listen, best of luck chasing your 3rd
Many
title.
thanks. Have been a very hard match, especially what happened in the 4th set with match point and with an advantage in the tiebreak. So always was my dream win here. So finally, when that happens, it was one of the most emotional moments in my career.
There's a new man at the head of men's tennis, Rafael Nadal.
Probably if I don't convert that last game, probably we needed to stop now because it was unbelievable late, and the image of the court with all the flights, all the lights, these flashes, unbelievable.
Federer's magnificent run ends. Nadal is the top man.
It was just an emotional moment. I think for everybody knows how important it was for me win here after losing 2 finals in a row, 2006, 2007. So for me it was very, very, very emotional to see all of them in that situation. Well, it was the prince in that moment, not the king yet. Now he's the king, and in that moment I even didn't realize they are there. No, but somebody told me they are there, so I say, okay, I'm going. And just to say thanks for being there, in that moment.
When we're picking for Wimbledon, we start at first light. We walk our crops obsessively. We go up and down the rows, we look at every plant. It's still quite difficult to time something so it's absolutely at the peak of perfection when you want it. No summer is the same as another. I'm very conscious of the fact that every berry that we send to Wimbledon is a bit of an ambassador for the farm because it's such a high-profile event. Really exciting thing is if you can get a strawberry from the plant to the person who's going to enjoy it within a day. It matters a lot to me. It's something that I take very seriously.
Well, here on court 2, Simona Halep has beaten Victoria Azarenka in straight sets, despite a spirited end to the 2nd set from Azarenka, the 2-time Australian Open champion. Simona Halep wins 7-6, 6-2. It was 5-love in the 2nd set. Azarenka did save 1 match point, and she managed to get to deuce on her own service game, but it is Simona Halep, the tiny powerhouse from Romania, semi-finalist here in 2014. She has moved through to the quarterfinals where she will face Johanna Konta, who came through that big match against Caroline Garcia. Both players stopping to sign some autographs. Azarenka, who's done brilliantly to get this far, having only come back from giving birth to her son Leo in December. But it is Simona Halep who makes it through to the quarterfinals, and that means she is still alive in the hunt to potentially become world #1. Remember, Kerber needs minimum of the final to be in contention. Halep needs the semis. She's now 1 match away, and she'll be facing Johanna Konta. Comprehensive win in the end against the double Grand Slam champion Azarenka, who many people didn't want to meet in the 4th round. But Halep, the 2-time French Open runner-up, is through to the quarterfinals once again here at Wimbledon.
Thanks, Rob. Yeah, really good performance there from Simona Halep. That's the live pictures coming in from Henman Hill at the moment. Really a standing room only. Everyone out there enjoying the brilliant tennis. Watching Murray at the moment on the side of court number 1 there on the big screen, taking on Benoit Paire, the Frenchman, on centre court. So that is the scene from Henman Hill. We're here by the players area, just above court number 14. Great spot here. Lots of passing traffic and people coming in and out, players coming in, because the players' restaurant's not far away from where we're sat, just past those stairs there. Now, and we must talk about Jo Konta's performance, because you were on there in your capacity as Fed Cup captain, watching the match closely. Give us a sense of what the atmosphere was like inside there, if people weren't inside court number 1, and how impressed you were with Konta's performance.
Oh, well, it was brilliant. I mean, there really wasn't anything between the two players until that last game. In that final set, we didn't see any break points until the final game, where the break point happened to be match point in Jo's favour as well. And even at 5-4, with Garcia to serve, you could really feel the crowd get behind Jo here. The noise level went up a few notches after a few serves, and we just sensed Garcia might be getting a little tight. And sure enough, she did. Mid-court forehand, a shot she barely missed throughout the entire match. She did when it mattered. And Jo showing some emotion, so showing a lot of relief there, more than anything, to get through that one, because Garcia has proved troublesome for Konta in the past. She actually lost to her a few months ago, more than a few months ago now, at Indian Wells. That was a tight one, 7-6 in the third. But today, Jo stayed with it. Both women, I must say, served spectacularly.
We see the crowd really getting into the match there, and afterwards, after the match point, applauding Konta, who was delighted with her performance. Do you think that little percentage, you said there was nothing to tell really between the two players throughout the match, and we saw that when we were watching on the screens as well, that little extra percentage that tipped it in Konta's favour, do you think that came from the crowd?
Absolutely. I mean, this is where, as a British player, I mean, the likes of Jo Konta and Andy Murray really have to credit the crowd, because, I mean, the noise, like I said, at 5-4 in the final set when Garcia was serving to stay in the match, the noise level just went up more than a few decibels, and you could really feel the tension in the air that this was going to be a big game for Garcia, and she just cracked, and over 3 sets, they were on court for over 2 hours, just 1 or 2 points that make the difference. And if the crowd can continue to show that type of support for Johanna Konta in her next match, and hopefully until the end of the week, touch wood, she gets that far, I really do think it'll help. And over time as well, Jo will learn how to embrace the crowd and show a bit more emotion here as well. I know that's something her coach has spoken to her about, Wim Fazet. Jo doesn't usually, when you see her play matches, you never see her get too excited or too down. She tries to stay very cool and calm, very even, doesn't like to get too high or low, and that's what she finds helps her. But I don't think it would hurt for her to just show a bit more appreciation and love to the crowd, so they can help her get over that final hurdle.
Speaking of the next match, we saw, as Rob mentioned there, towards the end of that match there, Simona Halep up next for Johanna Konta. How do you preview that one in terms of the players left in the draw? Is she one of the ones she would have wanted to avoid, or she would have looking at that thinking, this is a good chance for me to get through?
Well, I think Jo looks at every player in the draw and thinks she's got a chance. Simona Halep's a player she's beaten. She beat Simona Halep in Miami earlier this year, but she did lose to Halep on clay at Fed Cup when we played against Romania in April. But grass is a totally different test. I don't believe they've met on grass before, and you have to favour Jo, given how many matches she's played on this surface over the last few weeks, given the type of tennis and the crowd support. I do think, despite the difference in ranking, which is only a few spots, Jo actually has the edge. Yeah,
it was a brilliant match to watch Jo Konta there on court number 1. Thanks, and plenty more from Anne Kjothalong to come here on the Wimbledon channel. But for now, it's time for us to send it up to the touchscreen, where we can find Craig and Nick.
All right, well, we just heard about Simona Halep's win over Victoria Azarenka, and that means we've got 8 players into the women's quarterfinals. We're all full there. Let's go around the grounds real quick, Craig, here, and look at our scores around the grounds. Andy Murray, 7-6, 4-all. Benoit Paire playing well, but that first set breaker, little messy.
Matches like this look even, and they are even as they climb their way to 6, but once that tiebreaker steps up, Andy Murray really stepped up his game.
He did.
And you would kind of expect the same thing here in the second set. Kind of even, But then when push comes to shove at the end of the set, expect Andy to get over the line there as well.
All right, we'll see the pushing and shoving out here. Rafael Nadal, king of clay, taking on Gilles Muller, who this season has been very good on grass.
Yeah, you know, the problem here is we've got lefty versus lefty. Now, I'm a lefty. We don't like playing lefties either. Righties don't like playing them. So the angles will be a little bit different. For Rafa, Gilles will be coming in, so he's going to have to be hitting more passing shots. He likes to hit that, but it's this is going to be an interesting one.
These guys have played twice at Wimbledon before. We can't see the 2005 result, but it was actually Gilles Muller who won. That was a very different Rafa 12 years ago. You just heard the cheers behind us on court 18. Sam Querrey with a 2-1 lead over Kevin Anderson. Can the big Kendo get back into this match?
Yeah, that's a good one. I think Sam gets over the line here. He was my pick. We had him up here for an interview. He seemed very relaxed, very confident. He knows what he's going to do in the match. You would look at his size and you think he's going to come forward so much. He doesn't. He loves to stay back. You know, I'm not sure that he realizes how tall he is with the game style that he actually has, but doing very well from the back of the court.
All right, we'll see if Sam Querrey, who beat Novak Djokovic here last year, we've got Thomas Berdych, a former finalist, 6'3". Is this surprising so far over Dominic Thiem?
It's surprising on paper. On paper, it absolutely is. But I've watched Thomas through the tournament so far, and you pick up a little bit of the patterns of play from the point, but most importantly, you pick up the body language between the points and the confidence. He looks good, he's feeling good, and this does not surprise me at all after what I've seen the last few days.
Well, we saw this match finish up. Simona Halep, a little bit of a bump at the end of the road there. We're going to watch highlights in just a minute. 7-6, 6-2. Victoria Azarenka, she's back on tour. We're happy to have her. But I think it would have been quite the fairy tale, Kim Clijsters-esque, for her to come through and win this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Simona, I think the French Open final was a good loss. She got close. She was up a set in 3-love. Very disappointed, obviously, from losing that. And you think, you know, maybe I'm reaching for the finish line. Great lesson for all of you young players out there. It doesn't matter what the score is. The more you think about winning, the less you actually win. Stay in the moment, stay to the game plan. And at the end of this one, she led 5-love. It went back to 5-2. She closed it out, and that was very impressive.
Yeah, cleared that final hurdle, which can be dicey sometimes when players are trying to close out matches. Here it is, our women's quarterfinal lineup, and this is a really, really great. We've got some enticing matchups. Muguruza, Kuznetsova, Rybarikova, who beat Karolina Pliskova in the second round. She takes on Coco Vandeweghe, Venus Williams, and Yelena Ostapenko. We're going to be talking about that match in a second. And then Johanna Konta, the home hope, first British woman into the quarterfinals since Joe Drury in 1984. She takes on Simona Halep.
Would you like to see my picks?
Yeah, let's see it.
Go ahead. This is what I'm feeling. I think we're already on that one.
Other side.
That's the one. Okay.
Yep.
Here we go. Are you ready? Pencil
Craig's
these in.
going to look into his crystal ball right here.
I think Garbina gets through.
Yep, I agree with you.
More offense, confidence.
She was so good today against Kerber. 6-4 in the
That's
third
a
set.
big win over the world number one. Right here, Coco.
Oh, YOLO Coco.
Yeah, Coco's been up a couple of times. I think Pat Cash is doing an amazing job.
Yeah, I think so too.
When you see players stepping up all of a sudden, you know, the coaches don't come up here for interviews. We don't get to talk to them as much, but they're the ones that are out there on the court. They're the ones making sure that the scouting is done correctly. And I think we're seeing a Pat Cash effect here.
Well, and we were talking about the personality of Coco Vandeweghe matched with the personality of Pat Cash. You got two dynamic personalities.
I think it's great.
What about there, Venus and Ostapenko? Careful now.
I think Ostapenko gets through that. Yeah, I think Ostapenko.
Okay.
Now let's talk just for a second about rally length. In the previous round, Venus defeated Ana Konjuh.
Yep, today.
81% of all points in that match were done in 4 shots. That's 4 shots total. So 81% of points were, I serve to you, you return to me, I hit a forehand in, you hit a backhand in, grab the ball, kick it into the stands.
That's grass court tennis.
That's 8 points out of 10. And Ostapenko was 80%. So there's going to be some very short rallies there.
And?
Konta and Halep. I'm picking
you're
Halep.
Breaking hearts out there.
Sorry about that, Great Britain. But I think Simona, again, I put the French Open as a real positive for her.
Yeah.
I love the body language out here. Very, very determined. You know, closing out Azarenka at the end. That's my pick for the semifinals.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to do my picks here. Just one change I had from there. I've got Venus Williams. I think she's going to, I think experience wins out in the quarterfinals.
Okay.
But let's go ahead. We're going to watch some of these highlights today, starting with Garbiñe Muguruza. She had a great match against Angelique Kerber. You called this, actually. She lost the first set. She comes back and wins in 3 against Kerber, the world number 1, who will not be world number 1 at the end of this tournament.
Yeah, I just thought overall, over 3 sets, over that period of time, the weight of offense would dominate the defense there.
What about the offense from Svetlana Kuznetsova? She's yet to drop a set in this tournament. She wailed through, including that winner against Agnieszka Radwanska, 2-time Grand Slam champion. Could Sveta be a champion here at Wimbledon?
Well,
that's a lot to ask.
Yeah,
3 more matches to
but
go.
she's doing great. I mean, you can't take anything away from her. The quality of her tennis is there.
Beats the 2012 runner-up here, and Magdalena Rybarikova. The Cinderella story continues. She plays some very creative grass court tennis.
Yeah, she's been doing well. She's throwing in some serve and volley points. She's doing well at the net. She's solid from the back of the court, as we see there. And
it means a lot to her.
Yeah,
huh?
she's like, did you see that? I can't lose here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just can't lose.
And that was actually just on court 18 behind us, some emotional scenes for Rybarikova. She's dealt with injuries. She's had all sorts of struggles in her career. To see her in the Grand Slam quarterfinals, first time in 36 appearances for her. Caroline Wozniacki, she's had some comebacks already this Wimbledon. It was not to be today against Coco Vandeweghe. She comes through in straight sets against the Woz.
Yeah, this is kind of like the Muguruza victory, where the weight of offense overtakes the defense running side to side. You know, the weight of that ball coming through the court again and again and again. Good job, Coco.
What about the weight of the Venus Williams ball? Playing a player who wasn't even born when Venus made her Wimbledon debut in 1997. That ball long from 19-year-old Anna Kunja, and 37-year-old Venus Williams marches on. There's mom Oracene and sister Isha watching on. What an incredible story Venus Williams is.
Yes. Yeah, once again, Venus wants to keep the points short. Only 5% of total points in this match lasted to a 9th shot.
There were a lot of match points here for Ostapenko, but Yelena Ostapenko, Alona Ostapenko, we should call her. She's through over Alina Svitolina.
Yeah.
Good win there today for the French Open champion.
And as I said, Venus only played 5% of her longer points, which required a 5th shot in the rally. Yelena only played 3%.
All right, well, this last ball, I think 100% of the time Caroline Garcia would like to have back, but look at the emotion there for Johanna Konta. Through in another dramatic 3-set match. The number 1 court really pushed her through, and again, the first British woman into the quarterfinals here since 1984. 2 hours and 12 minutes out there.
Yeah, there's been a couple of these very long matches where it's the focus, it's the concentration, it's the determination coming through, and the relief you saw at the end.
And as you were saying earlier, how determined was Simona Halep today in this match. Wins the first set in a tiebreak, and then comes through and kind of steamrolls Victoria Azarenka. Again, only Azarenka's 2nd tournament back since returning as a mom. So a great win today. What are you going to look at here?
Oh, I'm rewinding this because this just warms my heart. I just love, I've seen too many matches for Simona where she's finished the match and you've just seen the shoulders down a little bit and the head down.
She was really determined today to win this match.
She really was. And again, when we're watching these matches to figure out who's going to win and who's going to lose, you can do it by just looking at the vision between the points and seeing the confidence and the determination.
Yeah,
and that right there warms my heart to see Simona
a champion.
so positive.
Okay, so let's look. You want to dive a little bit into some Venus Williams, is that right? Let's look at a few of these points today. Oh, there's Andy Murray. That's not what we're wanting. That's not Venus Williams.
I don't think it is.
Now, I wanted to point out, before we go into Venus, is that Yelena Ostapenko, this story has come to light that she's actually Alona Ostapenko.
Is she really?
And it's not, because Alona isn't a registered name in Estonia, so it's this interesting story. Go ahead and Google it. You'll find it on the internet. But more and more people realizing that she actually goes by Alona. And Annabelle Medina was saying that she actually has gotten in trouble for calling her Yelena. So it's Alona Ostapenko.
Okay, we'll go with Alona from now on.
Here's Venus Williams. She only goes by Venus. Let's watch some points here.
Yeah, well, just before we do, I want to talk about serve direction and I want to talk about scouting. A lot of you at home are going to think, okay, Coco's got Pat Cash. What's Pat's job? Yes, it is to motivate. Yes, it is to make sure that her mind is right, but it's also to scout the patterns of play. So for a lot of you at home, you're looking at these points. You're seeing forehands, you're seeing backhands. Sometimes they go down the line. Sometimes the players go cross court. Sometimes they go to there. It all seems very random. Tennis can seem like pinball. It's not.
It's very strategic out there, isn't it?
Tennis is a game of repeatable patterns.
Lots of chess.
Exactly.
Lots of chess out there.
We have serving, returning, rallying, approaching. Here's one example.
So this is Venus Williams today against Anna
Venus
Kunja.
serving from the far side, and I'm going to talk about just the patterns of play. Venus served only, these are first serves, only 4 first serves of the match went out wide.
Really?
0 went at the body, and
first serves.
First serves only, and 15 went down the tee.
Really?
This is what the coaches do. They look at players, they figure out the patterns, and when the bigger points come in the match, they're probably going to be going over this.
Is that because she's also targeting the backhand wing on Kunja?
There's a variety of things. You're going to target the backhand wing. You're also bringing the ball back down the middle of the court, but it's also playing into what Venus likes to do. She loves the tee serve.
Who also loves the tee serve is Serena Williams, her sister. Lots of tee serves from Serena.
Exactly right. So for the tournament so far, Venus has 25 sliders out wide. I'm a big fan of that serve. She has 14 body serves, jamming the opponent.
Okay.
But she has 62 first serves down the tee. So this is what you want to know about your opponent.
I think Ostapenko's team will want to watch this very clip.
Exactly right. You want to know everything you can about your opponent. If you know their tendencies, you can be sitting. Imagine if Venus said right before the point started, hey, I'm Alona.
Yes,
hey,
there you go.
Alona, I'm going to serve down the tee. It'll be a massive advantage. Well, in some ways, she's already telling her that because we see these patterns from the previous rounds.
All right, show us some of this. Roll the tape. All right, serve here from Venus Williams. Up the tee.
Got to be on it. Got to be on it.
And Venus really has to serve well if she wants to win this title.
And if she is serving well, you're exactly right. These are the spots that she will continue to target.
Yeah. Really came through an opponent today in Anna Kunja, who a lot of people thought was going to win this match. She won just 5 games today.
Yeah, exactly
David Witt, her coach. Anna Kunja. Nice scrambling there.
Good defense, good running.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, again, it's a sign of confidence, a sign of player that's relaxed and calm, that likes to take the ball down the line, forehands or backhands. Now, once again, we see a player in the middle of the court, and these are the little things that may go unnoticed, but are little things as us as coaches, we like to look at the court position here. I like to see players right around the baseline. In general, the more you play up in the court, the more opportunity you have at better angles. And we've seen with the...
And I also like here, Craig, is that her body looks to be moving forward, too,
exactly right. And we see the player that's playing closer to the baseline, which we see here, against the player that's playing further back, typically wins the point. Now, I'm going to talk to you about primary and secondary patterns.
Right.
Around 7 or 8 times out of 10, Venus will take that backhand cross court.
Right.
That's what should happen. It's the high percentage play. Have you ever heard of a guy named Pavlov and he had a dog? Have you ever heard that story?
No, I have not.
Okay, so this guy, Ivan Pavlov, had a dog and he rang the bell and he fed the dog and he rang the bell and he fed the dog and he kept ringing the bell and the dog goes, I got it. I know what's happening. Every time I hear the bell, I know that there's food going to be there.
Lunchtime.
It's exactly, it's training the mind. So when you go 7 or 8 times out of 10 this way, the opponent starts gravitating over there, anticipating it, and what that then opens up is the secondary pattern over to the other side. So let's see what Venus comes up with there. No, there's the primary.
There's the volley.
And there's the secondary to the open court.
Well, and I think David Witt's done such a good job with making Venus a tactician. Again, another point here where Venus can get in. She's got to get in.
Yes. And I'm just going to pause it right there. The average rally length in this match for Venus, and here's a couple of examples. When Muguruza defeated Kerber, it was 14.1 meters was the average distance covered per point.
Sure.
When Kuznetsova
beat Radwanska,
it was 12.4.
Okay.
This
Yeah.
Was only, for Venus, 6.4 meters per point.
Per point.
Was
not,
the average.
Not moving those feet very much.
I mean, we're about 10 meters apart from it. Maybe not, but it's so close. There was not a lot of movement here.
Right.
There was a lot of early offense.
But that's the kind of tennis that Venus Williams wants to play, especially at the All England Club. That's why she's won here 5 times. Good. And she's still in the draw at 37.
Yeah, good blocking. And again, right here, we see the primary and secondary patterns. In this situation, most of the time, the ball will go there, 7 or 8 times out of 10. You want to run those patterns, you want to condition your opponent, and then you have the secondary pattern that is open the other
direction. Where's this ball going? Oh, that's so pretty. And she hides it well in the hip, too, right?
Does. Absolutely.
Venus Williams, very happy to get through. What does she have to do? We were talking a little bit about her matchup against Ostapenko. They play similar games of tennis. What does Venus have to do to beat Ostapenko? Or, as you picked, Ostapenko beating Venus?
Well, here's one element that we just covered here. We know Ilona Ostapenko is so good at going down the line. Forehand down the line, backhand down the line. She's magnificent. She's one of the best. But in order to hit that, it's easier for her when she's out wide in the court. So we just saw Venus serving extremely well down the middle in the deuce court. That's her number one pattern. So if Venus plays more through the middle of the court serving and also in baseline play, it's going to take that natural angle away. So if I was coaching against Ilona, I would say serve way more middle, and the first 2 times you hit the ball, go dead down the middle, and now all of a sudden it's an angular shot that she's got to hit instead of a straight down the line shot, which she hits so well.
Well, and you know the X's and O's much better than I do, but I think Venus Williams has to have a good serving day, period, to beat Ilona Ostapenko.
Yes, exactly. Stepping in and crushing second serves is what it's all about. And it's going to be very interesting. We saw Ilona move around quite a lot. She was out wide, she's dancing around, a lot of sideways movement. That can put opponents off. It can get into the corner of their eye as they're about ready to serve. Some double faults can come from that. In fact, you know, if it's done too much, you can be called a hindrance. You can't just run around willy-nilly on a tennis court. Now, I don't think she's even approaching that side of it, but it's very interesting the massive amount of movement she is
All right, well, we've got a mouth-watering lineup of women's quarterfinals. Thank you very much, Craig.
Fantastic.
We're going to now hear from a player that went out today, disappointingly, for Angelique Kerber.
And it looked like a very high quality match. What was it like being part of it, and just walk us through it?
Yeah, I think we both play a good match, but at the end I think there are just 2 points that decide the match. But of course I'm disappointed that I lost the match because I was purely playing good. And at the end, I mean, just one can win, and it was not me today.
Do you feel, even though you're out of Wimbledon and the rankings change and so on, that was one of your best matches for a long time?
It was for sure the best match for a long time for me, so that's why I actually said that I lost the match. But I think I'm still on a good way, and when I came here I was telling myself, okay, I was practicing good after Paris, and for me I was I'm still looking for the next months and not next weeks. So I think I'm again on a good way to playing again tennis on a high level.
I mean, your number one ranking will change after this tournament. We don't know who the new number one is going to be, but how different will that make it feel? Do you think you get to be sort of the hunter again instead of the target?
I don't know if it's different or not. I mean, I know the feeling already to being the number one. I know the feeling to being like number 2 in the top 10. So, you know, I think for me now I get so many experience to being the number one, and now I know how it's important again, and it's for me to taking time for myself, practicing good, and just going out and playing good tennis. And I think I show it myself the last 10 days here, and with this positive emotion I will go home.
What was it like for you to be number one, that combination of the honor and the pressures and everything else that goes with it?
Yeah, it was completely new for me, but it was a good experience, and I will try, of course, to coming back and being one day again the number one. But right now I'm really happy that I found my game back, and I'm
on court playing good tennis again, and I think that I can still improve it. But of course, I mean, I don't know if the pressure will be less or no. I mean, we will see.
But when you compare it to before you were number one, now that you can look back on having been number one, what's that comparison like for you?
I don't know. I think I will see it in the next few weeks or few months when I will be not the number one anymore.
There's been many more men's matches scheduled on court one.
A bit of disappointment, really, for Angelique Kerber today. So much expected of the top seed, but losing in 3-6, 4-6, 6-4, 6-4. So play still continuing on all of the outside courts on Manic Monday here at SW19. But the focus of attention on centre court is Andy Murray, the defending champion, up against the enigmatic Frenchman Benoit Paire. He took the first set 7-6 on a tie-break, and here he is about to serve for the second set. We can join the commentators.
How easy is that?
That's why nobody really likes to play pair, because of shots like these.
15.
Mr. Unpredictability in person. He has the best of shots and the worst of shots.
When he shapes up for a backhand, you just know that he's going to do something with it.
Yeah, but Murray was caught in no man's land. He didn't follow through on that backhand drive. Made it easier for Paire to find a passing shot. Love 30. Ivan with his sunglasses. He knows how difficult it is to control your tempo on the center court. Maybe it's noted it was only 113 miles an hour first serve. Missing a little bit of speed right now.
deuce.
Wants the crowd to get involved.
Advantage pair.
I know how it feels.
Went back for a second bite after that as well. He really is uptight, but he knows if he can hang on here, there's 2 sets to love. That is a fantastic point. Off a second serve, not for a moment, not for 1 single nanosecond was pair up in that rally. Wonderful pressure from Murray. 2 points from a 2-set lead again.
The moment he gave pair the initiative back, the Frenchman took advantage.
Stop, Mr.
Yeah, now this time, pair quick to challenge. It was a driven backhand from Andy Murray. He's break point down. If this is out, we're back at 5-all. No. All good.
Call stance.
Steady.
Deuce.
Speculative challenge
remaining.
from Benoit Paire, who has 1 challenge remaining. Back to deuce.
Let for service. Murray.
Set point.
Game, second set. Mr. Paire challenging the call. Left
Well, he's had to battle hard for both of those first two sets. 7-6 on a tiebreak in the first, 6-4 after an epic game there at the end of the second set. So Andy Murray, the top seed, the defending champion, takes a 2-set lead on court number 18. Now, let's check out the players that whoever the winner from Murray and Pair will face in the next round. They're taking each other on court 18 at the moment. The man in your picture there, Kevin Anderson, the big South African, against Sam Querrey, who really shocked the world here at Wimbledon, you remember, last year, beating Novak Djokovic in the tournament last year to knock him out. A great performance from him.
1-0 Anderson.
So far, 2-1 to Querrey, and we can join it for the tie-break at the end of the fourth.
Well, Querrey that time stepped up to the two-hander, hit it aggressively. That's something that Kevin Anderson has struggled to do today. Might just turn out to be the difference between the two.
Well, Anderson didn't hold back on that backhand. That backhand down the line
2-1 Anderson.
may well have decided this tiebreak. I know it's early, but a mini break with two big servers like this. Seen tie breaks decided on one mini break.
Anderson.
Well, this is where he has to decide. What stage will he make his mind up?
Oh, it appears as though he's made it. He's definitely throwing everything at Querrey right now.
I mean, when you get a floated ball like that, you've got to decide whether to go into, out, or down the line. Does he make that decision very early and then just stick to it?
Probably. I think that would be the more sensible thing. And you can get your feet lined up. Was that a second serve?
It was.
117 miles an hour.
Second serve ace.
Anderson.
His second ace off the second serve in the course of this match. He's missed it.
5-1 Anderson.
It's a double mini break for Anderson. And it looks like we're heading to a fifth set.
And the good news is, Chris, we're ready to make history. Come on, 70-68, that's nothing. These guys could go into the hundreds, I bet. Pump it up.
What dinner plans have you got for Wednesday night?
Yeah, exactly.
Anderson.
Well, I've been saying they've been tracking each other in terms of aces throughout this match. They're currently 29 for Anderson, 27 for Querrey. But for the tournament, 97 Anderson, 95 Querrey. Sort of very, very similar tennis players. And very little to choose at the moment. Anderson with two serves. If he converts them both, we have a fifth set.
5-3, Anderson.
Well, he's missed a number of first serves. His second serves have been very good. But they've been good because there's been no margin for error. And that found him out on that occasion. Still has a mini break.
Late first service.
The first serve's gone a bit for Anderson.
Whoa. 5-4 Anderson.
Well, he's blinked. Querrey back in with a chance.
Well, he had a 2-mini break lead to Anderson at 5-1 in this tie break. It's now back on serve. Querrey at 4-5.
All. Querrey.
What do you know? Massive serves from Sam Querrey. And he now stands at match point.
Did so well to stay in the rally. And the forehand that he dumped back at Anderson's feet was very awkward. But in the end, the American couldn't do enough with the two-hander.
Yes, Anderson had to play safe on that half volley.
He had to feel like a sitting duck. Querrey's feet perhaps just a little leaden. Didn't really find himself in a great position to hit the pass.
As he kicked the ground after missing that backhanded Querrey, and there's a puff of soil that came up. 6-all. That's a good volley.
Well, Querrey had the pass on his favorite forehand, but he was well behind the baseline and just didn't aim it accurately enough. Right in the pocket. That was pretty easy for Anderson to handle.
Didn't seem to make Anderson have to guess either. Set point Anderson. Oh, well played.
Wow. What a spectacular shot.
7-all.
The last person in the house who was expecting this one was Anderson.
I kept looking to see when Anderson would go to the backhand of Querrey. He's regretting doing so now. 7-all.
Querrey.
Second match point for Sam Querrey. Like the first, it's on the Anderson serve. Well, Querrey saved 4 break points in the second set, all with aces. Without having done so, I suspect this match would have been finished a long time ago in Anderson's favour.
Anderson, he challenged the call on the left center service line. Ball was called out.
Yeah, this was pretty close. He might have caught a piece of it.
Second serve.
We've been criticising his backhand all day, but
9-8.
that was a very effective backhand.
Not to mention a very aggressive backhand. The few that he has missed have been somewhat tentative. Not then.
Set point Anderson.
9-all.
Well, from 5-all, these guys have both played superb tennis. Every point won with winners, it seems.
It's long.
That's 3 backhands down the line in a row that have paid dividends for Querrey.
So this pattern of alternating match point and set point continues. Third match point for Sam Querrey, again on the Anderson serve. Oh no!
11-10. Querrey.
Only his 4th double fault of the match. And now he's at the mercy of the Querrey serve. It's a 4th match point for Querrey, but the first in his own hands. Well, I wondered if something like that would happen when I saw how far long this first serve was. It was miles out.
They're enjoying this too much. They don't want it to end.
If Anderson wins the tiebreak, it won't end.
Selection, I'm afraid, is the product of a brain cramp.
12-11. Anderson.
Look at him. 3-4 feet behind the baseline. That was just, let's push the panic button now.
He's had 4 match points as Querrey. And here's Anderson with a 3rd set point on his own serve. 12-11.
Anderson 7 games to 6 to settle.
Minute.
From one tennis legend on the court to another one off the court. I'm joined by Leslie McCormack. She is the daughter of the founder of IMG, the sports marketing company, Mark McCormack. And Mark very much had a very, very important role to play behind the scenes at Wimbledon, which has really made it the championship that it is today, didn't he, Leslie?
Well, my dad certainly treasured his relationship with the All England Club. I think it dates back to the late 1960s when he first approached the club about trying to create an official film. He said, don't you have a film that captures the magic of the fortnight of the Wimbledon Championships? And I said, well, no, we don't. So he said, well, let us make a film for you. We'll cover all the costs, and it'll just be a great historic thing to have. And the relationship grew from there.
And just tell us how it grew. Obviously, it's ended up this absolutely world-famous tournament that it is today, but he was involved in making it that, and all the broadcasts that you see today came from his relationship setting them up.
Well, certainly, but you can't underestimate the power of the club and the committees themselves. They do an outstanding job, but my dad was there trying to help and advise behind the scenes and trying to help Wimbledon's value and the commercial value get known around the world and become the global brand that it is today.
And how important was Wimbledon in that relationship to your father?
Oh, very important. It is probably one of his most important and valued clients, and one he continued to work with up until the day he died. So yes, very important.
Because Tennis Magazine, they said he was one of the most influential men in tennis, and Billie Jean King, she said he was the most influential sports marketer. So great accolades from great people there.
Well, he was very lucky. He started out in an era when sports really wasn't the worldwide phenomenon and industry that it is today, but he tended to be there at the right time, at the right place, and he was very lucky that the whole thing grew with his help, but certainly other players were involved as well. And that's actually one thing interesting about this book. We've got some of IMG's competitors are actually mentioned in the book as well and contributed.
And the book we're talking about here is Beyond Harvard. I don't know if you can just get a glance of this down here, which is a book that's just come out recently. Leslie, can you just tell us a little bit about what's in this book, please?
Well, 30 years ago, my dad wrote a book called What They Don't Teach You at Harvard Business School. And it was back in the day when we didn't have email and we didn't have mobile phones, but what my dad tried to communicate was some of his success secrets and ways that he did business that were just old-fashioned advice on how to deal with people, how to negotiate, how to build relationships. And it got picked up by another Profile Books, another publisher, several years ago, and even though it was all full of old-fashioned advice, the reprint did extremely well, and Profile said, well, look, came to the family and said, is there something else we can do? So together we came up with the idea of, my dad passed away in 2003, but trying to see if his legacy still does live on, and so we went back to a lot of people that he worked with. They might have been clients, they might have been on the athlete side or the client side. There's some people in there that actually never met my dad, but we got them to tell the story of what they learned either working with IMG or my dad, and how they went on to apply those success secrets in their everyday lives.
This book consists of 75 contributors, which is great. Have you got one that you're most proud to have got in the book, or one that really stands out in your opinion?
There's so many, and just we're overwhelmed by the support and how generous everybody was with their time and wanting to tell their stories, and I think there was a lot of reminiscing down memory lane. But just delighted with so many people from the tennis world, from Chris Scoringe and John Curry from the All England Club, but Monica Seles, Billie Jean King, and then loads from the golf world as well. Peter Dawson, for example, Colin Montgomery. And then there's a few surprises in there, but a lot of people won't know that Lord Coe was represented by IMG. Barry Gordy from Motown was a great friend. Sir Martin Sorrell was one of the first employees of IMG here in the UK. So there's a few surprise contributors that people might not expect.
And Leslie, obviously you knew your dad probably far better than most people. What do you think his greatest strength was and that made him the man he was?
I think he one of our contributors actually mentions this. They said that Mark McCormack was LinkedIn before there was LinkedIn. And he had an uncanny way of keeping in touch with people and reaching out and networking and bringing different parts of his life together. So we were very lucky growing up, getting to know a lot of these people that were clients, but he liked mingling the two, having his family be part of relationships with some of the athlete clients. So we were very lucky in that respect growing up, knowing some of these great athletes. But he liked connecting people, so I would say that was probably one of his greatest strengths.
And off camera, I just had a little story, I don't know if you know much about it, that he used to also kind of sell merchandise for the back of centre court to try and kind of grow his company. That just sounds like really epitomises the man that he was and what he was trying to do.
Well, I think on the merchandising side here at Wimbledon, for many years he helped the club with their licensing program. He certainly saw the potential for the Wimbledon brand abroad, outside of the UK. So helped the club. There's a good story about the early days of IMG's helping the club license their products and their brand in Japan. And the brand just went global from there.
It is absolutely global. It's iconic. I think everybody knows Wimbledon all around the world. But Leslie, finally, when was the book out and where can they get it?
So the book was available right at the beginning of the championships, end of June. It's available from all of the sellers you might expect. And yeah, really hope it is as well received as the first one was.
Leslie McCormack, thank you so much for your time. And that is Beyond Harvard, the book that's out now.
Thanks, Rachel. Another great interview there. SW19 still a picture here on day 7 of the championships. Manic Monday, as it's known, and it's been a beautiful day so far. The sun's still shining as we head towards the late afternoon on Monday. Let's head over to hear from another one of the fairly early winners on day 7. It's Simona Halep, the number 2 seed, through in straight sets over Victoria Azarenka, 7-6, 6-2. Let's hear what she thought of her win today.
Simona, just thoughts on that match and how you were able to kind of run away with it, but the first set was quite tight.
Yeah, well, I knew that it's gonna be a tough one. Like I said, even she stayed so long. She's back and she's playing great. I think it was a pretty good tennis out there, and I'm really pleased with the way I finished the first set. It was very close. The tiebreak, actually, I played really well. I was remembering the tiebreak terms from Madrid, so I said that I have to win it. And then I can say that I felt more relaxed, and I just stepped in and I hit stronger.
What's the difference in mentality when you play a tiebreak versus a game?
Actually, it doesn't have to be different. It's just every point is important. It's really important, and in my mind it's just that I have to be aggressive, because it's about the points. And yeah, and also I'm not thinking if I lose a serve or I win a mini break, that doesn't mean that much, but it's a little bit different. I cannot explain much, but it's important to win every point there.
You're playing Joanna Konta next. Can you describe your previous encounters with her?
Well, we played on hard court and clay court, so never on grass. It's gonna be a big challenge for me. She's a good player. She's playing well here. If she's in quarterfinals, so means that she feels the court.
I'm here just to give my best. I know that it's going to be a very difficult match, like everyone, but I believe that I have a chance. I'm ready for it, so we'll see what is going to happen tomorrow.
Simona, obviously there was the Fed Cup game with Joanna where she was obviously in tears and that game had to stop. Have you had the chance to speak to her about that episode yet, and do you feel sympathy for what she went through that day?
I didn't talk much about that subject with her. Just after the match in that day, I said sorry if she felt bad, but in my opinion the public was very fair. Was nothing to do. Some other stuff happened there, but yeah, she knows how she felt there, and I don't want to comment anymore about that episode.
But there was obviously the incident with Irina Stasi, which seemed very unfair.
I think you pretty know what was there, and I don't want to comment about that. It's past, and it's very far.
Simona, before the tournament, many people looked at the women's draw as wide open. So many different people could win. Now that we're approaching the quarterfinals, what are your thoughts on the wide openness of the draw?
It's same. It's open, and everyone can win it. I really think that. So we will see what is going to happen in the last day. But it's pretty far, so we have to take match by match.
Simona, you're in position again to be one match from...
So Simona Halep, 7-6, 6-2, her victory over Victoria Azarenka, and she was understandably delighted. Now let's take you back inside centre court, where Andy Murray, that man there, is looking to take his place in the quarter-finals. And that would mean that for the first time since way back in 1973, when Roger Taylor and Virginia Wade did it, we would have a British man and woman in the quarter-finals here at Wimbledon. He's serving for the match against Benoit Paire.
Love.
As Valle will do.
15 on.
Not at this point.
Only the second time he's served and volleyed. This whole match, 2 hours and 19 minutes of it.
Yeah, it's very good timing from Murray. He's seeing the ball big. Remember when we were all panicking at Queen's Club when he lost to Jordan Thompson?
30-15.
Will it affect his build-up? Has his chances at Wimbledon been shattered by this first round loss? No.
Sure, there was a worrying moment, though. It's never good to lose.
No.
But he's a veteran. He's done this many times over.
Perfect.
$40-15. Thank you. Sorry, my bad.
7 match, Murray.
A 10th consecutive quarter-final at the championships for Andy Murray. Straight sets over pair. The perfect start to week 2 of Wimbledon for him. And he continues, does Andy Murray, to put French players to the sword. It's been over 2 years since he's lost to one of them. Benoit Paire was certainly an entertaining man to watch. He had his highlights. He was 4-2 up in the first set. He could have done one or two things perhaps slightly differently, but ultimately he's lost 3 straight sets when the fighting was at its most intense on the court, Boris. There was only one man in it.
Yeah, after the first set was done, you had that feeling that the end is clear and both players get a nice ovation. And the boxing legends enjoyed that match as well.
Well, Murray loves boxing, absolutely adores the mentality, and you can see why. He soaks up all the pressure for an opponent and throws it right back down the other end. Time for a few autographs to be signed, but he's played his way into form magnificently at this championships, Andy Murray, and looks well set to have another run at, this time, a 3rd Wimbledon championship. Defending champion, of course, no British man or woman since Fred Perry, 35-36, has been able to win back-to-back Grand Slams. So there are, of course, some major obstacles to get over in the next 3 matches, but more history, sporting history, beckoning for Andy Murray. And, of course, great news before the championships as well for him and his wife, Kim. They're expecting their 2nd child, so all is set fair. He still continues to walk in a slightly worrying way, but he's moving so quickly around the court, and he'll look forward to playing Querrey or Anderson, whoever it is, in the next round, and will certainly go into that match as favourite. And I'm sure he'll be keeping a close eye on the Nadal-Muller match as well, because he's in that particular section. So much to look forward to, including Roger Federer coming out on this court. That's always special. So is watching Andy Murray. He's won. He's talking to Lee McKenzie.
Well, Andy, congratulations. Benoit Paire's ranking belies his skill set and game. It's a difficult game to read, so you must be pretty pleased with how you dealt with that and in straight sets.
Yeah, I thought I played well today. You know, maybe a couple of sloppy service games in the first set, but that was by far the best I'd hit the ball so far in the tournament, so really pleased with that. And yeah, I mean, he's not an easy guy to play. He's got one of the best backhands, and he can play every shot, so it's not always easy to see where you should be playing the ball. The tactics aren't easy against him, but managed to get it done.
A bit of discussion with the umpire at the start of the 3rd set after a challenge was overruled. It didn't look like it unsettled you too much, and you managed to have a little joke about it later on in another challenge. But how frustrating in the moment is that when that happens?
It's not, I mean, it's not that frustrating. I mean, obviously, it's 1 point. We probably play, I don't know, probably played about 300 out there, and it was the first point of a game. So, you know, obviously you want to try and win every point. That's, you know, the mindset that you have. But, you know, it is only just 1 point, and it was not an important one either. Maybe if that happens at 5-all in the tiebreak or on a break point or something, it's a bit different, but it was fine.
But it's still worth having the discussion, even when you're changing ends as well, just to clarify it.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I mean that happens all the time. Pretty much every match, there's discussions between umpires and players, and yeah, sometimes it's good to just get it off your chest and also get an understanding of what the umpire wants from you in those situations as well.
With the build-up you had into Wimbledon, the uncertainty of the injury, if somebody had said to you at that point that you'd be through to the quarter-finals with the level of tennis that you're playing, would you have taken that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, you know, two weeks ago I was resting, so you know, and was also a little bit concerned. You know, when you're having issues just a few days before a big event is frustrating. But you know, I've managed it well, and I've, you know, I think played some good stuff today. Like I said, was the best that I've played so far in the tournament, and yeah, I'm doing well. So hopefully I keep it up.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Cheers.
So top seed Andy Murray safely through to the quarter-finals, a straight sets victory over Benoit Paire. But could this man, Gilles Muller, be about to inflict the biggest upset, arguably the biggest upset of the tournament so far? Rafa Nadal is in real trouble on court number 1. Muller took the first set 6-3, and here he is serving for the second set at 5-4.
Normally, yes, that did bounce up a little higher than he thought, but normally he'd pick that off without any problem.
Love.
The challenge?
Mr. Miller's challenging a call right far sideline. Ball is called out.
Far side from us, so difficult to get a view, but seemed close. Not close enough.
30-15. Mr. Miller with no challenges removed.
Yes. Well, this has been
40,
as good as that for most of the match. Here are 2 set points for a 2-set lead.
Challenging the call, right baseline. Ball is called in. Game on second set, Miller. 6-4. Miller leads by 2 sets to love.
So possibly one of the biggest upsets of the championship so far is looming. Rafa Nadal is currently 2 sets down over on number 1 court to the 16th seed from Luxembourg, Gilles Muller. We will keep you up to date on that. Meanwhile, Baby Fed, as he's become known, is just preparing to take on the Fed. Yes, King of Grass against Grigor Dimitrov today. They are going to play their 4th round match out on centre court, and actually in the 5 previous meetings that this pairing have had, Roger Federer has won every single time. All of those, though, have been on grass courts. They have, all of those have been on hard courts. They haven't faced each other so far this year, and Grigor Dimitrov will be looking to turn it around. We will join this one with some commentary as they get to the opening stages of their 4th round match on centre.
Their only previous Grand Slam meeting was the Australian Open last year. They have 4 sets. A couple of close meetings there, in fact, in Australia. Take in the Brisbane meeting as well. But they've never met on grass. And there's James Keothavong, who's in charge of this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you leave your seats, please make sure you take all your belongings with you. If you have a mobile phone with you, please make sure it is switched off.
A few dark clouds up there might contain something unpleasant. Tomorrow, however, is when the real weather's supposed to be coming in, so look out for that, but I think we're set fair here.
Time.
A roar on centre court, and it is a match for those who love the beauty of tennis and of sport, but are we to have a contest to equal the aesthetics?
First set. Grigor Dimitrov to serve. Ready, play. Love.
A sprightly start from Dimitrov. A helping hand for Federer's first point.
30-15.
Dimitrov, to me, has a tendency to toss that ball a little to his left, which makes that slice out wide on the deuce court trickier. He likes to pump up the MPHs up the middle. He will often go out wide here. I think that narrows his options ever so slightly, which Federer has exposed in the past.
Let's for service.
Well, seemed to have settled in nicely, Dimitrov, but already under a little bit of pressure.
What you don't want to do is plant your feet as he did there with all the bad hops that can take place. Ended up getting off balance, as he often does.
Let's for service. Mr. Federer is challenging the call on the service line. The ball's good in.
One part of his game where he's not the very best in the world is sometimes at his challenges. Let's see if he's right this time. No.
Second
That's
service.
right.
Yeah.
He preferred Dimitrov here to hit a second serve. And guess what? Gets the double.
Advantage Federer.
So now in the very first game,
Juice. Advantage Dimitrov. Game Dimitrov.
so a good hold in the end for Dimitrov, and a good response to the pressure from Federer.
First game.
So despite facing breakpoint, Grigor Dimitrov holds on to his opening service game in this opening set in his fourth round match against Roger Federer on centre court. Well, the sun is still shining here at the All England Club, and we're going to find out how much Roger Federer remembers about his Wimbledon career so far. All right, Roger, you've won, of course, 7 Wimbledon titles. Do you remember the years?
2003, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 12.
There we go. Can you name the people you beat in all of the finals?
Filipoussis, Roddick, Rafa. Well, Roddick, one more.
Yeah.
Rafa.
Yeah.
Roddick.
Yep.
Murray.
You're correct. You've equalled, of course, the record of Pete Sampras with those 7 wins. Do you remember about your first and only match with him here at Wimbledon?
Yes, in 2001, I played against Pete. I beat him 7-5 in the 5th.
You did. I told you, you got a good memory. It was actually your centre court debut. You were only 19 years old at the time. How nervous were you?
I had ice cold hands. I remember it like it was yesterday.
What did he say to you after the match? Was that maybe a little bit of a turning point for you?
Well, I mean, I was making my move up the rankings, and I think I probably needed a win like this that really gave me belief that I could go much further in my life, in my career. Honestly, Pete didn't say much at the net or afterwards in the locker room. I remember him just seeing him sit there and sort of shell-shocked and sort of sad, reflecting on how did he lose that match. And you know, you shared the locker room with him, and it's just like, ugh, it was terrible because he was my idol and hero, and it didn't feel right, but it was still one of the most special matches I ever played in my life, actually.
Of course, you've now won 18 Grand Slam titles. How special is it that your most recent one came in Melbourne against Rafa, who's been one of your greatest rivals?
It was very special. It was so cool on so many levels. The comeback, and then Rafa's comeback too, and we faced off in the finals, 5 sets. The crowds were unbelievable. They were really loud and into it, and like, I don't know what to tell you. It was just, it was fairy tale for me.
How much does an 8th title here play on your mind?
It would be very cool and very special, yes. And 8 is my favorite number, so I'll give it all I have. We'll see what happens, but I'm more just, if I think of number 8, I see more me celebrating winning the title on the grass probably somehow and then lifting up a trophy. That's what I see.
Be a special moment for the whole tennis world, I'm sure. Roger, thank you. Best of luck again.
Okay, thank you very much.
I mean, obviously, great tennis player on grass. Roger has proven himself more than once, twice, and yeah, out here. So yeah, we all know what to expect, and yeah, let's see who's gonna win, and then from then on, I can think about what's ahead for me.
He's in his prime of his career, you would think right now. So I expect that every time that I have played him, he has become better, and I expect the same on Monday.
We're outside court 12, where, yes, you can see that it says a year in the making, but actually, rewind an extra year, and I met Gareth here, and I probably met Maddie as well, because Gareth was in some crazy Australian supporter group back then, and he's very, very calm 2 years later. I think Maddie here, they met 2 years ago, has calmed him down. He's not boring. Don't say that. No, you're not boring at all. But you're back here to watch the Australians, but they haven't done as well this time round, have they?
No, they haven't. It's unfortunate. You know, that's a great thing about live sport. You never know what's going to happen. And I think in round one, only one Australian made it through to the second round, which kind of sucks for us and all Australian sports fans. But, you know, today we've got Sam Groth in the third round of the doubles, hoping to make his first quarterfinals in the doubles here. So we're here to support him and get around him and hopefully get him through.
Does mean you've still got your voice this year, though?
I do. Haven't been to as many matches as I'd like to. But, yeah, we're here to make the most of it. We love the tournament. It's such a good time here. Everyone's so friendly and nice, and the atmosphere's incredible. And, yeah, we'll hopefully get the crowd going on this court.
And I know how much of a tennis fan you are, because you kind of travel the world to all the slams, don't you? How many have you been to?
I've been to everyone but the French. Hopefully get there one day. I don't know if they'd like us getting rowdy there. It's a little hard getting rowdy at Wimbledon, but the crowd seems to like it depending on the scenario. And yeah, the English fans are great sports fans, and we love getting amongst it.
Well, I'm just going to bring you in, Maddie, as well, because I love a little tennis love story here. Just tell us how you two met 2 years ago. I'm embarrassing them now, aren't I? Maddie, over to you.
I think you made me come and queue up and camp at Wimbledon to get a ticket for you, may I add.
We want an extra queue card.
Oh, so he was bending the rules.
But it was at a game. I think my first reaction was like, be quiet, like, what are you doing standing up? But I think we got used to it, and 2 years later I'm there on the dark side getting rowdy with the Aussies, so I don't really know.
But you are British, so are you backing the Brits? Tell us about Joe Conter and Murray, who is still in it, I think, as we speak.
He is in it, but unfortunately we did actually support against him for Sam Groth, the doubles match.
Yeah, he played Jamie Murray last round, and who's seeded number 3, and it was a huge upset 7-5 in the third. So she's gone to the dark side now. She can never go back.
Good news for Aussies, so I'm going to run to Sydney before everyone sees my face anywhere.
So you've completely converted her.
Yeah, the Queen's going to evict her.
It's all the same Queen, it doesn't matter.
But what's Groth's chances in there? Talk us about what's going on in there.
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, they knocked out the number 3 seeds now, so they've got a pretty good ranking in the draw. They're playing a Croatian pair. I'm not sure what they're ranked, but they're not seeded, so great chance to get through the quarterfinals. Come on, Aussies!
Well, guys, thank you so much for coming and having a catch-up 2 years later, and have fun in Court 12 today.
Anniversary.
Oh, it's your anniversary. Oh, this is so exciting. An anniversary as well. Guys, thank you so much. There we have it, Maddie and Gareth. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, welcome along to the Wimbledon channel. If you're joining us from anywhere around the world, really, we're delighted to be here at SW19. It's a beautiful afternoon. We are in the process of Manic Monday, or Magic Monday, as some people like to call it. It's a day when all of the fourth round matches take place in the men's and the ladies singles draw. That's 16 of them, and this was a moment that was just decided a little while ago. Sam Querrey coming through against Kevin Anderson in what looked like an incredibly tight match. And after a good win earlier on last week, Mark Philippoussis joins me now. Sam Querrey looks like a little bit of a dark horse progressing through this draw.
Oh, Sam Querrey played that was a match with the big servers and the big hitters. They were both serving well, hitting the ball well. I thought that was a great effort from Sam to keep his head, because he had a couple of match points in that fourth set tiebreaker, and to come out and stay cool and to win that 6-3 was a great effort.
Yeah, you said he beat Tsonga on Friday evening. What was an incredible fifth setter. He's had to do another 5-setter, as you can see, and he has come through today against Kevin Anderson. He will now play Andy Murray in the quarterfinals on Wednesday. Don't forget, Sam Querrey was the guy that knocked Novak Djokovic out of this tournament last year in what was a shock defeat for the then world #1. But the American marches through once again. So there's plenty going on around the grounds, and the hill has been packed all day long. We started off with Johanna Konta, a home favourite on the screen. She came through in 3 sets. We then had Andy Murray on. He's just got through, as you know, in 3 sets. And now everyone's watching with anticipation after Rafael Nadal lost his opening 2 sets against Gilles Muller. We will continue to keep you updated with what happens on that. Meanwhile, as some locals enjoy some of the local water attractions, we'll keep you posted on what happens with Roger Federer and Grigor Dimitrov, who are just beginning their game over on centre court. We showed you the start of that one. Grigor Dimitrov just holding on to his serve. It is now 2-all in that opening set. So, hope you're enjoying the tennis coverage. We're overlooking all the outside courts here. Court number 8 behind us, a lot of doubles in action. I'm delighted to be joined by the 2003 Wimbledon finalist, Mark Philippoussis, and we're watching really the scoreboard that's over our shoulder that has court number 1 on with anticipation, because someone like Rafael Nadal has had a dodgy record at Wimbledon the last few years. In fact, he hasn't made it past this round since 2011. So the 4th round's been a bit of a bugbear for him. He's had some earlier defeats with some shot crashes out of the tournament, but really, Mats Wilander said to me on the opening day, if Rafa Nadal can make it to the second week, I think he's a real threat in the tournament. But he's in more trouble than he's been so far this championship.
I would have agreed with Matt. I knew today was going to be a tough match, but I'm surprised he's down 2 sets to love. But he's up 5-2 in the third. Muller is a lefty who really changes his serve really well and kind of keeps you guessing as a return. And I just feel like for the first 2 sets, Nadal was really struggling to find that rhythm on the return of serve, and I feel like he's getting his iron a lot better now, making Muller play a lot more.
They've only played each other on grass twice previously, and both of them have won on 1 occasion each. So I guess it's kind of fairly level on that stand. Overall, Rafa leads the head-to-head 4-1. But you mentioned that Gilles is also a left-hander. What is it like for a lefty playing a lefty? You lose the advantage that you have over a right-hander, right?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the lefties are used to playing right-handers, and vice versa. The fact that 2 lefties playing each other is definitely tough for both of them. But one thing that Muller does, which is kind of a little odd, is he mixes up his serve really well. But normally when someone works on their serve, they have the same ball toss that goes, out wide in the body or down the tee. But he has 2 different ball tosses that he could still do the same thing with out wide, down the tee in the body. So I was actually surprised he mentioned that with an interview we had with him a few days ago.
Yeah.
I didn't know that, to be honest. So. When you have 2 different types of ball tosses and you can still serve anywhere you want, that's definitely keeps guys off their balance.
Makes it hard for the opponent to read,
Absolutely.
right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Because how soon into a match do you think that you've read someone's serve, typically?
Look, it could be one of those days where you feel like on from word go. Other days you might take a set a little bit longer. With best of 5, guys tend to be a little more relaxed and ease their way in. But again, Muller being a lefty, but also he serves and volleys and mixes it up really well. I mean, there's not too many guys out there who are still serving volleying, and he's a guy that serves and volleys first and second serve, kind of at times. I would say kind of maybe he's doing around 80-something% on the first serve, maybe 50%, 40-something on the second serve, and that's a great player. He knows that if he stays on the baseline with Nadal every single time, it's going to be a tough day for him, and he needs to come to net to mix up and put pressure on him, and he's doing that well at the moment.
And how much research, some pre-match research on your opponent, how big a factor is that when you're out on court in terms of doing your homework with their typical trends that they may or may not be implementing in their match against you? Because yes, they may have come up with some different tactics, but it seems that everyone now does their research and tries to figure out pre-match what the tendencies of their opponent might be.
Well, these are two guys that have been on tour for a while now. They know each other's game. They know what to expect. So there really isn't too many secrets. If they do play someone that's an up-and-coming person or that they don't know much of, normally the coach kind of will sit and watch a match of theirs play the round before, or ask someone in the locker room if he's played them and what they think. So word tends to get around very quickly on the tour. When a guy's been on tour for a year is always difficult, but people get on that pretty quickly.
Yeah, I bet they do. And in terms of you mentioned the 5-setter here, you have to get used to that, I suppose, obviously being Grand Slams, you do. But in terms of the different surfaces, how different or how much do players' games differ when you move? We know that Rafa is the king of clay.
Yes.
How different would he play on the grass courts here to the clay courts at Roland Garros?
He would have to adjust his game a little bit. Obviously, every player needs to play their game. I think the number one important thing is you have a game plan, you have your strengths, you need to play to those strengths and whatever that may be. And depending on who you play, you want to adjust your game to your opponent. Whether on big serves, you know, certain guys like to serve in certain areas where it's down the tee or out wide, or they like to hit their big shots cross-court or down the line. So there are things that players know about each other. But again, normally you want to play your own game, but adjust to whoever you're playing.
Well, Rafa Nadal really does have a fight on his hands now. Lost the first 2 sets, up a break in the third. We're going to hope to take you out there in just a moment to see if that he can close out this third set and take it to 4 or even 5 for him to progress through to the quarterfinals. So let's head out now to court number 1. In fact, I think we're going to hang on court number 1 and maybe go to a press conference to listen to one of the ladies who won earlier on today. Johanna Konta is the first British lady since 1984, when Joe Jury did it, to reach the quarterfinals here at Wimbledon. We'll listen to her thoughts after winning her match against Caroline Garcia earlier today.
Hi Joe. Hi. You're the first British female to get through to the quarterfinals in Wimbledon since Joe Jury in 1984. How does it feel?
It's very exciting. It's another step forward to being involved in the event for the full 2 weeks, but it is a massive compliment to me, and it's a great achievement.
I'm wondering what happened when you were 13 that Australia didn't offer you that Spain perhaps did. I'm just wondering what the circumstances was that you left Australia.
That's a little more complicated than one answer to that. I think there were a number of factors. One actually just being geographically how far away Australia was, and my parents and I wanting to be closer to Europe. That's why we went to Spain to be able to be more in the heart of tennis more than anything. And so yeah, that was main move.
Joe, what was the first thing you said on Friday was that Caroline had beaten you just last time you played? What do you think got you over the line this time?
I think again, I think it was a very close match. I don't think there was much in that again today. I think I stayed mentally quite tough. I tried to really just knuckle down on every single point that I could. She was serving very, very well, so it definitely wasn't easy to be active in her service games. So again, I just I guess kept on trying to get some momentum and some points under my belt. When
the home crowd were part of the difference.
Oh, I mean, they were incredible. They were absolutely they were an absolute pleasure to play in front of.
At the moment, you're the British woman that everyone's talking about. How does it feel, the fact that you're sort of inspiring young girls across the country and you're becoming a bit of a role model for those young people?
I think that's something that you hope for, that you can leave for your sport. I think that's something that becomes more than just about me and just about my results, and it's something that if I can put tennis in a positive light, and if I can encourage young children, boys and girls, to play, I think I think that's something that's very special.
With your match kind of tightly poised and
Elena, Katerina, how is it just to meet the fans there, especially the guy at the end who actually had watched you and was wanting an autograph for his daughter?
That's great, yeah. It was a little bit funny because he was like, can you write down for Annabelle? And we were like, nice to meet you, Annabelle. It's great to be close to the fans, and for the fans it's also a good chance, to see us a bit closer than on the court, to get an autograph, because it's not an easy after the match. A lot of people, we're trying to squeeze because there's so many people here in Wimbledon. So yeah, it's just great to have this chance.
And this championships is going pretty well for you both as it stands. Just talk us through the first week and how it has all gone through to the quarterfinals now.
Well, it was very good, and the weather was hot, and the grass is still there, so we are happy. And yes, it's working really good for now for us, and we are enjoying this great championship and looking forward for the next matches.
We know you've got a successful partnership going on. You've got 2 slams already and then the Olympic Games. Out of those 3, what was your favourite?
1, 2, 3. Olympic Games.
Yeah.
Really? Why? Why were the Olympic Games so special?
It was our dream since we were kids. We were always watching Olympic Games, and to have Olympic gold, that's the dream of our life, and I think that's the dream for any athletes and sportsmen in the world. So when we won it, and we still remember this moment like it was yesterday, and we keep our medals at home.
And Katerina, what makes this partnership work so well as well?
I think we're very friendly with each other. Yes.
And you finish each other's sentences.
Yes. Yeah, and we know very good each other, and we sometimes even don't speak, and we know what we're thinking about, and we never put pressure. We just go there, enjoy our game, and yes, and it's working good.
So when you're not practicing or playing together, do you socialise together as well? Like yesterday, we had a day off. Did you guys hang out?
We had kind of lunch together, but yeah, we're not going every day, every night, because Kati, she has her family here, I have my family, so we're trying to spend more time maybe with our dearest one that we're missing so much, during the whole year. But yeah, when we have time, we're easy. We can go and have lunch and dinner together, go to the movie, and yeah, we're just always...
In Lisbon, we will have dinner every single day together.
Yes,
yeah.
And we were not getting tired.
And a question just for both of you about each other. What is Katerina's biggest strength and what's Elena's biggest strength? I'll go with you first, please.
She is really tough in the key moments.
And on Elena?
She's very positive, and even when she did the double fault, she's telling me, it's okay, I'll do this one, and she's doing the ace, and I'm like, well, that's good, yeah.
She does do a double fault, though. Do you get annoyed? Do you kind of go, oh, come on? Or is it that positive between you both?
No, I'm saying, like, that's okay, don't worry, yeah, next point, and we fight until the end, and yeah.
Well, I can see just why you both are so successful, because you get on so well. Thank you very much, and good luck with the next round.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, joining us now is the world #1 singles men's wheelchair player, Gustavo Fernandez from Argentina. Gustavo, you're here as the top dog, and we're looking forward from a British perspective to a great rivalry between you and Gordon Hewitt. You've had some classic matches over the years.
We have, yeah. Gordon, well, he was #1 till last week. We've been playing together since junior, so we know each other a lot. And we, as you say, we have been playing a lot. He beat me in Rio last week in a big battle. He beat me in Australian Open last year in a big battle. I beat him in Roland Garros final, so it's fun to have like a rivalry like that. I like to play him a lot.
And from a British point of view, he kind of did a double last year because he won Wimbledon and then won the Olympic title. Did you feel as though you sort of owed him one at the French because, OK, you know, the Olympics wasn't in Argentina, but you were close to home and he was a long way off?
Yeah, that was tough. That was a tough loss. But at least I had Roland Garros last year, and I mean, he was the better player last year, so he deserved to win that one, and I was happy for him because he deserved it. But, well, I worked hard this year, and hopefully I'll try to get back his title from last year.
And how satisfying was it for you then when you beat him at Roland Garros and you kind of, you knew you were going to reclaim #1 spot?
This year?
Yeah.
Well, it was first round. It was very tough against him. I always know that, so I was ready to do everything. So beat him in Paris twice. It means a lot to me because I think he's a very good competitor. So getting now in world #1 position, it's amazing, and I'm really enjoying it.
Well, as we're talking at the moment, the draw hasn't been made for the wheelchair men's singles, but you've been here a day early. You've been in demand, doing loads of different interviews. How special is it and how important is it that you guys are now, quite rightly, able to compete at these major events, at some of the world's most prestigious tennis venues?
Yeah, definitely it's a big step forward. I mean, we are in that point that we need to get more and more in this kind of event. So I think it's really positive for wheelchair tennis that we are here, but we need more. So we're going to try to keep improving during the years.
I mean, when you were younger, there wasn't the opportunity to come and compete at Wimbledon. So maybe when you were embarking on your career, could you have believed then, really, that all these great venues and all these fantastic tournaments would open up to you? Did you think that the sport would become accepted as quickly as it has?
Well, I was very positive. I always was very positive. I think that now we're getting to that point that you say. But as I say, I think we need more, and we're going to try to go for it. And I think this, as I said, this is a big step forward.
And one technical question I'd like to ask: what are the differences when you're playing on grass in a chair as opposed to on clay?
Well, I mean, the grass is a little bit more heavy to push, and the small wheels with the grass getting in the bottom a lot. So you fall much more, and it's harder to keep the balance because it's heavier. But well, you got to adapt, and I like to play. Grass is fun, and if you accept that it's going to be hard, you start to enjoy it a little bit.
So in layman's terms, is it tougher on the arms playing on grass than it is on clay?
Yeah, definitely, because it's heavier, because the grass is represent a more strong. You need physically to do more strength to push the chair.
Well, thanks very much for talking to us. We will watch the draw with interest to see who you get, and maybe we'll get to see another epic battle between you and Gordon, as he's the defending champion. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
All right, cheers, Rebel. We're taking you out now to court #1, where Rafa Nadal lost the opening 2 sets in his 4th round encounter against Gilles Muller. He is now serving for the 3rd set. We'll join this one with some commentary on court #1.
15 love. Now he's into double figures on aces. Quickly beyond. 30 love. 24 miles an hour, that one. Just 125. Well, he was down that line. He had as good a view as anyone, but he's not getting involved. 3 set points. 40-15. First double for Nadal in the match. Kept on following him, that ball.
40-30.
Wasn't a lot he could do in the end. Set point number 3. Just look at him go.
6-3. Nearly by 251.
All right, we see Rafael Nadal there winning that third set against Gilles Muller, and only twice before has Rafael Nadal come back from 2 sets to love down. He's been handed that situation twice before here at Wimbledon, 3 times in his career, only 3 times for Rafael Nadal. So interesting to see if he can come back. And actually, if you head to our Twitter account, the Wimbledon Twitter account, you can see some footage from 2005 when Gilles Muller beat Rafael Nadal right here at Wimbledon. So interesting stuff, interesting scenes there on #1 court for Rafael Nadal to see if he can come back and beat the grass court expert, the veteran Gilles Muller. Let's go ahead and take a trip through social media. What a win today for Sam Querrey. You remember last year he took out Novak Djokovic in the 3rd round. He hasn't had to go through Djokovic, but he is into the quarterfinals, the American, and awaiting the winner of Gilles Muller against Rafael Nadal. Another big win also for Johanna Konta. She becomes the first British woman into the Wimbledon quarterfinals since 1984. Flying the flag, the British flag, is Johanna Konta. Jo Jury was the last woman to do so. It's actually the first time since 1973 that we've got both a British man, Andy Murray, and a British woman, Johanna Konta, into the quarterfinals. Of course, lots pending with that Rafael Nadal match. Naomi Brody sending out a tweet there. Amazing to Johanna Konta. Very cool there. Obviously, excitement around that. Marin Cilic looking in fine form. Look at the scoreline today for Marin Cilic, blazing through that match against Roberto Bautista Agut. He's into the quarterfinals, the 2014 U.S. Open champion. Obviously happy about his progress. Venus Williams, we talked about Andy Murray reaching the quarterfinals. It's the 10th straight year that he's done it. Venus Williams, her 13th Wimbledon quarterfinal. She takes on Yelena Ostapenko, the French Open champion, and it's just incredible to see Venus out there, 37 years young, and she's into another Wimbledon quarterfinal. A great win for Magdalena Rybarikova with 17 grass court wins this season. She gets her 4th at Wimbledon this week, and she is into the quarterfinals. It's actually the first time that she's into a major quarterfinal in 36 appearances. Think of that, starting a major 36 times, and on your 36th, you get to the quarterfinals. Svetlana Kuznetsova moving on, as did Coco Vandeweghe. She's yet to drop a set, winning in straight sets 7-6, 6-4 over Caroline Wozniacki. So that Pat Cash, Coco Vandeweghe dynamic is working very well. What about tomorrow? We can look ahead. It's women's quarterfinal day. To start on first, center court, Venus Williams taking on Yelena Ostapenko, and then Johanna Konta will do battle to follow against Simona Halep. And then on #1 court, it's Garbiñe Muguruza taking on Svetlana Kuznetsova, and Magdalena Rybarikova meeting Coco Vandeweghe. And lots going on. Naomi Brody lighting up social media today, talking about some absolute epics on the women's side. And how about this? The women's #1 ranking is up for grabs here. Could it be Karolina Pliskova, who's out of the tournament, or Simona Halep. I think Simona Halep's got to go all the way for a chance to have that #1 ranking, but Angelique Kerber was knocked out today, finalist here last year, world #1. She will not be #1 in 1 week's time, so that is up for grabs. And then, of course, Jelena Ostapenko. Craig and I talking earlier, we got to start calling her Alona. That's what she usually goes by to her family. Miss Ostapenko moving into the quarterfinals. Now, here's a lighter moment from social media today. We had Marcus Willis and Jay Clark up on the roof earlier today, but check out this ball right here. Jay Clark is going to hit a volley, and it's going to go, well, let's just roll the tape. There's one. Here's the volley. Oh, Oliver Merrick, the Austrian, down for the count. Jay Clark hits him where it counts. Ouch. Replay. That does not feel good. I will tell you, in the end, it was a feel-good story. Yes, Oliver Merrick back down there. Oof, grimacing. But he's going to get up here, and I love this. The two British guys coming over, helping him up. And then he goes on to beat them. Little payback there. Nice little moment for those guys out. Well, not for Oliver himself, but nice little moment out there on court 14 today. We go back over here to our social media hub, and on Instagram, lots happening. Andy Murray, 10th in a row. Yes, for Mr. Murray, a good win today over Benoit Paire. We talk about Coco Vandeweghe. Second week feels, well, now she's got quarterfinal feels. Coco Vandeweghe was a quarterfinalist here in 2015. Now Coco back, feeling happy about that. Now, this is a video that is blowing up on social media. 800,000, almost 800,000 views in just a couple hours. Watch Rafael Nadal doing his pre-match jumps here. Here he goes. Oh, that hurts a lot. One more time. Oh, Rafael Nadal may blame that little bonk in the head for those first 2 sets lost. He's able to laugh it off there with Gilles Muller, but obviously a little hurt there. A little love here. Novak Djokovic and his wife Jelena, they're celebrating their anniversary. Another anniversary for the two of them. The Djokovic's. What about this happiness for Johanna Konta? It's one of those situations I dreamt of as a little girl. Nice moment there for Johanna Konta to move into the quarterfinals. Dreaming of that day. Another dream here for Garbiñe Muguruza. She was a finalist here in 2015. She's back into the quarterfinals. That was a great match. Find the highlights on Wimbledon.com of Angelique Kerber against Garbiñe Muguruza, because that was quite the moment. Here's some happiness from Miss Ostapenko, of course, into the quarterfinals. Great win for her today in 3 sets. And then this is our social media post of the day. Morning coffee for Craig O'Shaughnessy. Courtside. There's no better cafe, I don't think, than center court. Hanging out with Grant Canton there, who's head of grounds. He makes sure everything looks nice. All the courts are working out there. Very cool. And how about this? It was just last year on this day that Andy Murray hoisted the Challenge Cup here at the All England Club. Can Mr. Murray defend that title? He's got 3 more matches to go. But another British player, as we were talking about Johanna Konta, she dreamt of this as a little girl. This is the first time Johanna Konta into the second week at Wimbledon, and she's into the quarterfinals. Great effort from Konta. Let's actually watch that match point today for the seed. Look at that reaction there. Means a lot to these players coming through, playing at the Grand Slams. That's a lot of emotion for Johanna Konta. Coming through another 3-setter, beating Caroline Garcia today. And she said that she really needed that support from the #1 court crowd, obviously. Thanking them, moving on to the final 8. Nice moment out there for Johanna Konta to do what she did today. Very good win there for her against Caroline Garcia. Can I find my home screen? No, I can't. That's all right. Thanks, guys. There it is. And let's look at, before we go, let's look at the quarterfinals if we can to see who Johanna Konta is going to take on. Check out, obviously, a great quarterfinal lineup, but look at here. Johanna Konta is right there against Simona Halep. That match is going to be one to watch, absolutely. Great effort for Johanna Konta today to move on Very well done. All right, that's our trip around social media. We're now going to check in with Rachel Stringer.
Everybody left in the tournament has played or will play today. So it's a pretty cool day to come down to Wimbledon. And these three, they've been down, they've seen quite a few good matches already, and we're only halfway through the day. Tell me exactly what you've seen so far.
So I saw Murray versus pair of...
We'll just go with Murray. You saw Murray?
We saw Murray.
On centre?
On centre court, yeah.
How cool was that? Just tell me how cool it was in there and the atmosphere.
It was really good. There were loads of people and yeah, it was just really cool, the view and everything.
You seem pretty chatty. Was it quite difficult to stay quiet in there when he was playing so you didn't put him off?
Yeah, I kept talking to my dad asking like, what did the umpire say or something.
And just seeing him in person, was it so much better than seeing him on TV?
Yeah, when I went in I thought like, when I watch him on TV, it was just really cool to see him like properly in person.
Absolutely. And what did you guys see? Were you in centre court as well, watching Murray?
I was in centre court as well.
And how was it in there for you?
It was really good.
What was the best part of being in centre court? Because it is probably the most famous tennis court on the planet.
I don't know.
Was it as good as you expected it to be?
Yeah, better.
Better. We loved it. It was better. And then I'm going to bring you in as well because you saw our British female in action, didn't you? Tell us who you saw.
I saw Konta.
And how good was Konta?
She was really good. Her shots went so fast.
And are you a tennis fan? And do you think maybe one day you could be like Konta?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
You're not sure? We want confidence for you guys. But what else have you done today at Wimbledon apart from the tennis? Because that has been awesome. Tell me about what else you've done.
I also watched up here. We watched the Konta game on the screen.
And what are you guys calling this here? Are we having Henman Hill or are we having Murray?
Henman Hill.
Oh, I didn't even need to say what it could have been. Murray Man, what are you calling it? Henman Hill or Murray?
Hill.
And you over here?
I don't know.
She doesn't know. Maybe Konta Kilimanjaro. We had that at one point throughout the tournament so far. And guys, I want to know, have you had the one and only strawberries and cream yet?
No.
Are you going to be allowed it? Oh, he's looking over because the parents are over there. He's going, are we allowed strawberries and cream? They're nodding and saying yes. Guys, have you had strawberries and cream yet?
No.
But you want some strawberries and cream?
Yeah.
And you?
I've had plain strawberries without cream.
Oh, well, where were you guys? And she was having her strawberries.
Probably in centre court.
Probably in centre court, because that's the best place to be at Wimbledon. Anyway, guys, enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much for chatting to us.
Well, beautiful early evening sunshine up here on the broadcast roof, but it's not all sunny if you're a Danish sports fan. Camilla Martin is here. She's been following Caroline Wozniacki as she has been for so many years. And Camilla, for love nor money, she just can't get into a Wimbledon quarter-final.
No, for some reasons. It's the fourth round that stops her every time. I don't know if it meant a lot today. I think she met a better player in Coco. But yeah, what can I say? It's difficult to get past that fourth round.
When you were chatting to her in the early rounds and in the lead up to the 2017 championship, did you have a feeling that she was in the right place mentally to finally get over this last 16 barrier?
Yeah, I did, because she's had a good 2017. She's been playing good. Her mood has been good. She has a new boyfriend, or he's not that new, but to the public he's new. And I went to visit her in Monaco just before we went to Wimbledon, and she was in great shape. She practiced good. She seemed to be in a very, very good position. But still, if you meet a good player, it depends on the day. And I think Coco did some great things today with the first serve. When she needed it, she had it. And then maybe in some of the rallies, Caroline wasn't enough aggressive. But it's also difficult when you know you have to be on the spot every time in a match. And that was what happened today. And the other day, Saturday, she met a young player, get nervous. Coco doesn't. She has been doing this for a long time, so she knows how to stick with it, and she did today.
Well, I mean, Coco is a really, really good player. And I think there's no doubt she's benefiting from her newly formed relationship on court with Pat Cash. And, you know, she had a fantastic run in Australia. And Pat himself said, listen, don't judge Coco on the early exit of the French. Things are moving in the right direction. We're working on her mental strength. She could really feature now. Well, I mean, she is featuring. She's in the last 8. So it's not as if Caroline lost to someone who crawled over the line. Coco is one of the form players at this year's championship.
Yeah, I think she played well today, and I think Caroline did what she could. Of course, you can always be better, but you have an opponent, and the opponent doesn't want you to be good. And I think today, Coco, she enjoys playing. You can see she's having fun here. You know, she's playing a really difficult game, going for the first serve, going for the second serve, not afraid to play. And I think maybe for some rallies today, some moments, maybe Caroline was not afraid, but didn't add up to what she can. But it's also the way of Coco playing. She's a good player.
Okay, so going forward, it's great that you're still here until the end of the championship because, you know, the Danish broadcasting and the Danish public are not just interested in Wozniacki, but which of the other matches and which of the other players in the women's draw do you think the Danish public will warm to and will want to do well?
Well, I think it has to be entertaining. They like that in Denmark. But I also think, I don't know 100% if that's correct, but I would go with Venus as well, because she has had such a tough time leaving the press conference, being in this accident, and now she's just playing and enjoying herself on court, and she's a bit under the radar. So no one is really interested in her yet. It will come, I think, but it would be, imagine a fairy tale it would be if she was the winner on Saturday.
Well, it would be arguably the greatest of all her Grand Slam triumphs. And what a quarter-final against Ostapenko, who shocked everyone at Roland Garros.
Yeah, I know a little bit about being the old one going up against the young ones. So, of course, for Venus, it will be having fun, playing a good match. For the young one, you really have to prove yourself now. And it is not easy in this tournament. For some reason, in the 3 other slams, it seems easier to make a good result. I still feel, coming here for 5 years now, when the players go into this Wimbledon, it's history, it's all the big names, it's this surroundings. It has something they really want to have, and that is why I think we sometimes see players get nervous, cannot make their goals, and it's like there is something, I don't know about this Wimbledon, but it is something very, very special. Venus has tried it, Ostapenko, young, can reach it for the next 10 years if it is. So I actually want to go with Venus in that match.
And it's interesting that you've picked up on that, because I've reminded people who've watched the Wimbledon channel, and I did so on Saturday, that I know not to embarrass you, that you're an Olympic silver medalist, that you've performed to the very top in badminton. So you know a lot about the psychology of top-level sport, and it's interesting that you feel that now as a broadcaster and a journalist.
Yeah, I think it is maybe the difficult stuff coming to the other side of the table. Because when, you know, the common Danish people say, oh, that is too bad, she's not good enough about Caroline. But really, she has been on the tour for, 12 years? She's been the world's #1. Yeah, I know she didn't win a Grand Slam, but does that have to define her career from a country where we are not into tennis that much? We have only had her, really. She has had such a great career, and it is tough. And it's difficult, I think, for people outside of that table to understand what it takes. It takes a lot to go in here. Even me, I've been to some stadiums and some stuff around the world, the Olympics. Even me, when I come into this area of Wimbledon, it's like, wow, I watched that when I was little on telly. I watched Boris, he's here. It has some great history. And when you go into that center court, you can be the best player when you go in, when you warm up, but 100 things can happen during a match that you cannot control. And it really comes down to who can handle that. And that is not easy. So the young against the old, in this one, I would go with the old. Sorry, Ostapenko.
Wow, it's great analysis and brilliant insight from someone who has achieved at the very highest level. Just finally, in Britain, of course, we're so excited about Andy Murray and Johanna Konta. We cherish these years because Murray himself has said he's not a million miles away from finishing, even though the likes of Federer has proven you can win slams 35, 36. As far as the Danish public are concerned, Do they still have a romantic feeling for Roger? Do they like Rafa? Do they want Novak to come back to the kind of form where he held all 4 slams at the same time? Or do they like Andy? Who do the Danish public favour or want to win in the men's draw?
I will probably be very unpopular now because it is Federer. For some reason, the Danish people think he's such a great player. He is. I watched him train the other day. It's amazing what he can do with the tennis ball. But I also think there's something about Andy coming into this tournament, not been playing very good. His hips doesn't look that good, but he's fighting. And I know that's something Danish people like. It's athlete fighting. So that can be a bit twist, but they love them all 4. They think they're great players, all 4 of them. But if they have to choose, I think most of them will go with Roger still.
Well, and I would probably say that if it wasn't to be Andy, a lot of people in the British public would love to see Roger hold that record on his own at 8 as opposed to sharing 7 with Pistol Pete. Camilla, we could talk to you all day. Thank you very much indeed. We will see you for the quarterfinals and all the great drama still to come. Thanks.
And remember to come and get me when Venus has won her quarterfinal.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That's the big tip. It's Venus, according to the Olympic silver medalist from Sydney.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we'll keep it to that. Thanks very much, Rob. Let's take you inside centre court, just past 6 o'clock local time here in the UK. Grigor Dimitrov up against Roger Federer, and it's all pretty much going Federer's way so far, taking the first set 6-4, and he is leading in the second set as well underneath blue skies on that beautiful arena centre court. And we can join the commentators on there.
Against a guy this good. He just handed it to him. 2 doubles and a forehand 10 feet long. You're like, how in the world is he going to beat this guy? He isn't.
Stefan Edberg, who was a coach of Federer, well, advisor, consultant, friend for a couple of years, but still comes and lends his moral support. And there was Anna Wintour alongside, was it? Fashion editor extraordinaire for many years. The great and the good, they all come to watch this man play, and he has the break in the second set.
Let's for service.
Imagine it's tough for Grigor to see the serve at this point, where the way the shade is, the sun. Tall order in the first place, which is made more difficult at the moment.
All.
There's another ball to me that you got to make him earn that, hit a volley.
30-15.
I mean, I'm not saying it's, Lord knows it's not easy playing this guy. There's a reason he's won 7 of these.
40-15.
It's all happening too quick for Dimitrov right now, that's for sure.
Game Federer. New balls, please. Federer leads by 4-2, second set.
All of the focus at the championships this year in the men's draw has been on the big 4. Can Roger Federer win an 8th title here at Wimbledon? Can Rafael Nadal win in Paris and follow it up with another victory here at SW19. The other one that's coming up is Novak Djokovic. He hasn't been at his best, but he's won Eastbourne and he's looking very, very good here. And there's one more. Oh, that's right. It's Andy Murray. He won last year. He's the #1 seed. Can he back up another victory? Well, as all the focus goes on the Big Four, it allows other players to sneak through the draw without a lot of attention. And let me tell you this, there is a wrecking ball moving through the draw, and his name is Marin Cilic. Cilic is through to the quarterfinals. He will play the winner of the Nadal-Muller match, and we don't know which way that's going to go. Let's go and have a look at exactly what's been happening. The first round, he beat Philip Kohlschreiber. Philip's a fantastic player, can upset, anyone in the draw. Then Florian Myers, a little unorthodox, but does well. Steve Johnson, fantastic top 20, top 30 player. And then Roberto Bautista, good. He hasn't dropped a set. He's playing so incredibly well. Let's go over here. He's made the quarters in 2014 at Wimbledon, made the quarters in 2015, made the quarters in 2016, and he's done it once again. Let's have a look at some video of his match against Bautista Agut to understand exactly what he's doing so well and why he is so incredibly dangerous. Serving, down the tee to the backhand. He's got an excellent backhand. He plows that cross court, and he's just attacking that ad court corner. It's called the backhand cage. Now, in this situation, he's done his work. When you go down the line in tennis, we can make so many errors there. Tennis is a cross-court game. But if you can move up to the baseline, if you can be in this position, and what I like to tell players is you earn the right to take that backhand down the line if you can put 1 foot on the baseline. So there's kind of a saying on the tour that your forehand will buy you your $1 million house, but your backhand down the line will put the Ferrari in the driveway. So right here, we see Cilic moving up. He's done the work. And a lot of times when you see winners, which this one will be, the work was done early. He's moved his opponent off the court. He's pushed him back initially. He's pushed him wide, and he's created a hole. And right now, Marin's moved up to the baseline. He's ticked all the boxes, and there's that backhand down the line. It gets all the credit, but it's those early shots. There it is again, the early shots to the backhand. Lovely touch. We've seen that shot missed a lot at the championships this year. It's very difficult to take the low backhand volley off. He did it very well on that occasion. Cilic loves to go cross-court with that backhand. Now, in this situation, we've got the runaround forehand there. Marin's back. We're up here. Does it go down the line? Do we pull the trigger? Does it go cross-court? That's the advantage of the runaround forehand. And when you run around, look at Marin. He doesn't know where this is going. He's in mid-split step and just clubs that backhand cross-court. And now moves his way to the net. Well, he actually says, you know what, I'll just hit a winner. Why go to the net when you've got a forehand as good as mine? Serve +1 forehand, moving in. He's just powering that forehand there. Looking for another forehand. We know he's got a great backhand, but his forehand will hit more winners. It's a lovely little sneak in. Very, very well played. The volley will get the credit. It's the backhand down the line sneaking in that really won him that point. Once again coming forward. Now here is where I get to put my coach's cap on once again. When you approach to the opponent's backhand, that is better than approaching to the forehand. A lot of times when we approach the forehand, we see the running pass, the flick of the wrist. So we've done step 1, is approach to the backhand. We like that. Now, Roberto has done the right shot on going cross-court and going low. A lot of you, and let's just zoom in here, will see this open paddock over here on the juice court. We've got so much room. Like, of course the volley has to go to that area. No, it doesn't. It is much easier once that ball gets low to take that volley, touch, back over to here. We saw the volley go down the line earlier, but this one here is gorgeous. It's actually my favorite shot, the touch angle backhand volley. Serve +1 forehand, crushing, and Marin Cilic says, thank you very much. I'm through to the quarters in 2014, in 2015, in 2016, and once again in 2017. So I imagine Marin loves the fact that the big four are getting all the attention. He doesn't have to answer the questions. He doesn't have to feel the pressure as he's moving through the draw. Very well done, Marin. Right now, let's go to Andy Murray and see what he has to say in his press conference.
Congratulations on your victory. How does it feel to play tennis on a Manic Monday?
The same as most days, really. Obviously, in in the slams, all of the days feel maybe a bit different to some of the other matches and days that you play during the year, because these are the biggest events and the ones that you want to perform your best at. So you feel a little bit more pressure. But I don't feel much different today than I did last Monday.
And you talked a lot before the tournament about your lack of grass court preparation time, concerns about the hip pain. Do you feel more confident now than you did a week ago about your ability to give of your best all the way to Sunday if it gets that far?
Yeah, I mean, like I said at the beginning of the tournament, I'll be able to get through 7 matches if that's that's what I have to do. Obviously, I want to try to get to the final. And yeah, I've done a good job so far here. I mean, today was by far the best I'd hit the ball, the cleanest I'd hit the ball. And I was happy about that. The last couple of days' practice have been really good as well. I didn't feel great during my last match. I didn't feel like I played so well, and not loads of rhythm in the first 2 matches. So I definitely felt better today, and that's positive moving into the last few days of the tournament.
Kind of going back to Manic Monday, what did you make of the scheduling of kind of the women's matches, particularly the fact that Kerber, the number 1, was out on court 3 against Muguruza?
I mean, I wasn't paying loads of attention to the scheduling outside of my own matches, but it's pretty much always been the case here. That they got 2 men's matches and a women's match on the centre court. I think that sometimes varies on the other courts. Obviously, I think ideally you'd have 2 men's and 2 women's on centre. Potentially starting the match a bit earlier would allow for that. I think there's also situations, I think, like at the Aussie Open, where there's 3 women's matches, 2 men's, pretty much every day on the stadium court as well. So we'll need to maybe find a way of allowing for an equal split of the men's and women's matches across the tournament, rather than just looking at one day. If there's better matches on the women's side than the men's side, then you can flip it. If there's better matches on the men's side, then then that has to go first as well. But it's not. I don't make the schedules. I don't create them. It's just not up to me.
And I think you mentioned coming off court that his backhand is probably better than his forehand. I mean, you have to reprogram yourself for a guy who's. Most people are the other way around, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, it's just more the way that he. Some guys might have, better backhands than forehands, but most players generate more power and try to hit their winners off the forehand side, just because it's a little bit easier. You tend to have a little bit more power on that side, but he doesn't. He hits the ball bigger off his backhand side. He has great timing on that shot, great feel, and he also moves. Most guys move around their backhand to hit forehands, and he moves the other way. So it's quite rare to see that. It takes a bit of time to adjust to that. So yeah, had to play slightly differently than maybe I would against some other guys.
Henman Hill looking nicely busy as usual because there's some epic matches being played on all courts today, and I've dragged these three chaps off the hill because they're very well branded. All of them are supporting some nice Wimbledon merch there. But this chap in the middle, I'm going to go to him first because you actually won your cap, didn't you? Tell us how.
Yeah, a bit of a nice surprise on the way in on the coffee stand. Just pulled the lever and matched 3 in a row. So
Oh, it was easy as that. I thought we actually did some skill out there.
Yeah, easy as that, and then Seb had to pay for his, which made it even better later on.
Fortunate for myself, but yeah, this man's very lucky. So.
And tell us, yeah, absolutely, great day for you, winner, winner. And just tell us about how you came to be here today. How did you get into Wimbledon?
So we came in the queue this morning. We started about 5 a.m. this morning. Yeah, and queued up, and then here we are, sat on the hill. So.
That's why he's got his glasses on, because he's looking a bit tired under there. How was it in the queue? Was it fun? Did you make some friends?
Yeah, it was good actually. So the weather was out, so that was very nice. So yeah.
And guys, is this your first time at Wimbledon, or have you been here? Any of you lucky enough to have been before? I'm going to go right over to the end here.
I came here about 10 years ago, but not since then, and I had proper seats then, so not on Henman Hill. So, but no, I've enjoyed out here. The atmosphere's great out here. It's a bit better than inside, I think, because inside's a bit too hushed, and out here you can actually chant and stuff like that. I think it's good.
This guy likes to chant on Henman Hill with his Pims. Classic Brit over here. But guys, what have you seen on the hill today?
We saw Andy Murray earlier, so obviously won. These guys had a particular debate actually about Andy Murray, so yeah.
What's the debate about Andy Murray from you three then?
I personally think Andy Murray's got probably the best backhand in the game at the moment, and Henry here
hasn't got the best backhand in the game. I think he hit one backhand winner all match, so
on that.
I'm just going on the evidence that we've seen by the game today. So
who would you say then is better than Murray?
Better back?
Yeah, because if you're saying that he's not that good, who are you saying is better than him?
David Nalbandian's got a fantastic backhand. It's lovely. And I'm also a big fan of the one-handed backhand as well. So Roger Federer's is just lovely back for me.
I mean, these guys, having debates on the players, they seem like experts. You know how everyone becomes an expert when they watch Wimbledon?
I really think he's picked that one out of the back pocket there. I'm not sure he knows anything about that player.
Well, I'm going to ask you now then. I'm going to stop you and just go, if you are such an expert on tennis, I'm going to say who you'll pick to win both the men's and the ladies' singles titles, because this guy should know.
Well, I want Roger Federer and I want Conte to win.
But do you think they will, though?
Of course I do. I've got the courage of my own conviction, so I do. With Murray's backhand, he's got no chance, has he?
Well, you heard it here. This guy is very sure who exactly is going to win. It's going to be Federer and Conte. You heard it here from the guys on the hill.
Thanks, Rachel. Interesting to hear a David Nalbandian fan there. I think he retired about 2 years ago, but living in the past there. We can go out to court number 1 at the moment. This is the scene in the sunshine there. Rafa Nadal, he's on his way back against Gilles Muller. Having lost the first 2 sets, he took the third, and here he is serving for the fourth at 5-4.
15 love.
He still dropped just 1 point behind his first serve in the set. And that is a super volley. And generally, he's missed 1 or 2 here. He's one of the best volleys in the world.
30 love.
He's really good at picking the right time to come in and finishing off, and when you think of the work he's put in to that area of his game throughout his career, just fantastic.
Magical Nadal.
40 love.
3 set points.
Well, we just heard from Andy Murray a few minutes ago, and I've got his next opponent here, Sam Querrey, into the quarterfinals. 2nd straight year just behind us. You had that win earlier today over Kevin Anderson. You lose that fourth set after having, what, 4 match points? How do you reset after losing match points?
It was tricky. You know, that was definitely on my mind for the first few games of the fifth set, but I was able to kind of put it behind me and move forward, and fortunately got a break there halfway through the fifth and held it out at the end.
You do actually think about it, because we always hear from tennis players, oh, I'm just focusing on that one point, but it's got to be running through your mind, right?
You tell yourself not to think about it and move on, but it's literally impossible not to think about what just happened.
Sam, you had that great win last year over Novak Djokovic. Obviously, a lot of people remember that. You followed it up by getting to the quarterfinals. Do those memories come back when you return here, or is it just kind of like, all right, I've got 2017 in front of me?
It's more about 2017. Last year was really fun. It was you know, a really exciting moment in my career, and
sure.
This is a new tournament, a new year, and I love playing here, love playing on the grass, and so I'm you know, just trying to take the confidence from this year through the tournament.
Yeah, you were here the other day. Craig O'Shaughnessy was drying all over the screen, breaking down your game. What's working well right now? I mean, a great win over Kevin Anderson in 5 sets.
Yeah, I mean, mostly just hanging in there. I've had two tough 5-setters, one with Tsonga, one with Kevin. I feel like I'm playing well, but I feel like I'm just kind of battling and playing the big points tough and just kind of scrapping by, honestly, a lot of these points.
Yeah. We would guess, we're not sure, but we would guess on Wednesday that you take on Andy Murray on center court. Last time you were there, you played Roger Federer. How was that experience?
It was fun. I've also actually played Andy on center court before.
Have you?
In 2010.
Okay.
So you know, hopefully we're out there again. If we're not, I'm totally fine with playing him on court 1.
Right. Yeah. So if we look at the draw here, at the men's draw, obviously you've got Andy. Talk to me a little bit about that matchup for you. It looks like he's got a little bit of the better of you here, 7-1, but you've got that one win, which I think players say, you know, you have that confidence from, I know I can beat them because I've done it before.
Yeah, it was one win. It was in a final, which was kind of exciting too. And you know, all you need is a little bit of confidence, and anything can happen. I'm just going to go out there and try my best and play big, and hopefully can come through with a win.
Now, do you guys always stay at the same place when you're here at Wimbledon every year?
No, I've basically stayed at a different place for 10 years.
Okay, but tell me about home life, because I think a lot of the players like to be relaxed here, maybe have a kitchen and be sort of not in the hotel routine as you are in the tour.
Yeah, it makes a big difference, because you know, I've been over here. I've played the Queens tournament before this.
Yeah.
There was a week in between Queens and here, and so it's been about a month, and it's nice to be in a house with a living room, with a kitchen, you know, with your family and friends with you, and you know, you don't have to go out for breakfast every day. You can cook at home, and it's you know, it beats a hotel any day.
What's for breakfast in the Query house?
It's different every day. My girlfriend Abby's been cooking most of the food, but
okay.
Eggs, fruit, cereal, we'll switch it up every morning.
Yeah. All right. Now I love this little dog that you said travels with you. This is Lou, right?
Yep. She's a French bulldog.
Okay. And how old is Lou?
Lou's about a year old.
Okay. She travels domestically. She doesn't travel internationally.
It's just tough to take the dog internationally, but she's been coming with us all for all the tournaments in the U.S., and it's been a ton of fun.
And now tell people about what's Lou up to right now.
Lou's on week 6 of her doggy training course. And week 6. So I'm hoping when I pick her up, she'll be nice and obedient.
Yeah. And when you're on the practice court, is she chasing tennis balls around, or is she not allowed on the practice courts?
No, I bring her out to the practice court sometimes. Sometimes when I'm home in L.A. and occasionally at tournaments, she'll come out and hang around. She'll, you know, we got to keep her on a leash, otherwise she will run around and try to grab the balls.
Yeah, yeah. Now, it looks like you and Abby have quite the fun life. Here's you guys, it looks like in Cabo.
Yeah, we went there November last year with 15 friends during the off season. 15. We had a blast.
Yeah. And for you, what are the interests? Because I know you're a SoCal guy, grew up in California. What are the things you like to do away from the tennis court when you're not hitting a tennis ball, essentially?
I live in Santa Monica, so you know, go to the beach. I'll ride my bike around. I'll honestly go on walks, just kind of around town. You know, go to concerts, golf. Nothing too crazy or too exciting, but you know, I like to kind of get out and be pretty active.
Right, right. This is obviously not Lou, but a little...
That's a sedated kangaroo from Australia last year.
Keyword,
sedated. Yeah, we were at like some kangaroo koala park, and you could just go right up to him and pet him.
And where in Australia was this?
I think that was in Adelaide at the...
Okay.
Did I?
Yeah.
I was hoping
early Jan.
I was hoping I wrote it on here, but I don't know what the place was called.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sure. And once again, Lou, it looks like you and Lou picking out some
pumpkins. Lou's all over the Instagram. She's really popular.
Lou even has her own. Is that her own account?
It is her own account.
And do you run that, or that's Abby's?
No, Lou runs that.
Lou runs it. Of course.
Abby runs that. And yeah, if you want to get more pictures of Lou, you can follow her.
Oh, I love Lou. Now tell me about this. Now, did you actually? This is an LA Dodgers game. Did you actually do the first pitch?
Yeah, this was last year after Wimbledon. I went home and got to throw the first pitch.
Looks like a year ago. Yesterday?
I was so excited. I'd thrown one other first pitch out, but it was for a Mets game, and I'm a Dodger fan, so to throw it at Dodger Stadium was really cool.
Yeah. Now tell me, the nerves walking out there. Vasek Pospisil did it at a Blue Jays game last year when I was there. Tell me, when you go out there, is it anything compared to walking out to a tennis court?
No, I played baseball growing up.
Oh, you
I'm
did?
pretty confident with throwing a baseball, so I wasn't nervous at all.
Really?
Yeah.
No nerves?
No nerves.
Okay. That's pretty cool. Now...
That's my sister.
Yeah,
and myself.
And you. And we're dressing up there.
That was Halloween, I think, and I think it was just kind of like a last minute, throw outfits together, because that's what I had in the closet.
Right. I like this key posting time, 4:30 in the morning. You guys
that must be a typo. I don't know what.
You've never stayed up that late.
No.
What about one more here? Here's the Mets game you're talking about.
Yep.
You can pick any of these. We kind of just.
All right.
What's going on?
Well, there's me and
Fishing.
Steve Johnson, me and John Isner, me and Tanasi Kakanakis. I got a lot of tennis guys on here. There's me at the White House.
Yeah,
which is pretty fun to.
President Obama.
Yeah.
This is cool though. I want to know who's the best fisher. It looks like you guys get out fishing quite often. Is that Ryan Williams or who's that?
No, that is Matt Fawcett.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Agent.
Yeah.
No, that's the one time I've been fishing in the last
it's the
5
one
years.
time.
Yeah, I look like a good fisherman.
I thought you were going to take down Johnny Isner's a pretty good fisher, right?
He claims to be. He catches like these small bass that it's not exciting. If I'm not catching something that's at least that big, I don't want to go.
Okay, now Sam Querrey, we've got a social segment here, so we had to pull up, obviously, I think the most famous social moment in Sam Querrey social media history. These are some good dance moves.
4 or 5 years ago, when I was living with my buddies and we were just messing around and making stupid videos one night. We found those horse masks and it just kind of took off.
Yeah, because you just have horse masks lying around.
I don't know where we saw them online and then instantly got 2 on Amazon because we just felt like we should have some at the house and it'd come in handy.
I love it. Well, tomorrow I've been promised that Craig O'Shaughnessy is going to do these actual dance moves right here on the Wimbledon channel.
I'll come up to watch.
All right, Sam. Well, we wish you the best of luck, of course, Wednesday against Annie Murray. And now we've got Rob Walker chatting with Kevin Anderson, who Sam took down earlier today.
Well, we're joined by Kevin Anderson, who's had a cracking week, a cracking run into the second week here at Wimbledon. But Kevin just coming up short there in an epic match against Sam.
Yeah, I feel I can take a lot of positives from the week and put myself in the 4th round and an opportunity to make the quarterfinals here for the first time. And definitely played a good enough match. I felt I created a lot of opportunities those first 2 sets. Let that second set tiebreaker slip away a little bit. I think that put him back in the match, pretty firmly, and he's able to take advantage of that. Go up 2-1. Sort of fought as hard as I could. I managed to get that 4th set. Obviously, a very close, tiebreak, and just in the end, a small slip up, and he won a sort of string of points the next minute from clawing my way back in the match. I'm down 5-2. So, it's a tough match. Obviously, I knew it was going to be just a matter of, who could take their chances. I felt I created, quite a few break points. Sam played amazing points. I mean, he served very well when it mattered most. So, yeah, it's obviously bittersweet. I think I can take some positives, but it's definitely a tough match to lose there.
Yeah, overall, it has been a good run. You beat Verdasco in the first round, and that tiebreak in the 4th was absolutely epic. When you started the decider, you must have felt as though the momentum had shifted back towards you because there had been such a massive effort to level the match.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I felt towards the end of the 4th, I'm sort of, started fatiguing just a little bit. My serve maybe wasn't as, as effective as it had been starting out the match and the rest of this week, but I just kept on fighting, and as I was saying, created that breakpoint opportunity in the 5th set to go up 3-2. Sam played another good point, and he then the next game at 3-2, me serving, he had a couple of good returns. Next minute I'm broken. He played a good serve game, so now I'm sitting on the change of ends down 5-2 after feeling I was pretty in the match. So that part was tough. There's a couple tough lessons to learn from that. But that's why it's not easy, and making the quarterfinals, is obviously, you know, a big accomplishment.
And that's the second slam in a row where you've made the fourth round. So, you know, there's good momentum for you heading into, you know, the back end of the summer and the autumn in the US Open.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I was, you know, had my fair share of challenges I faced last year. You know, wasn't able to start the year off down in Australia. Needed a bit more time to recover. Had a small little injury leaving the French Open. You know, but that's healed up very nicely. So definitely feeling a lot more confident out on the court. I feel like I'm playing great tennis. My body's feeling, you know, healthy and strong. So, you know, just got to definitely take the positives. And, you know, I think if I can keep doing that, I'm going to put myself in a good position to finish the year off strongly.
And will you be watching a little bit of the cricket at the end of the week after the South Africans lost the first test, or are you already on a flight back off somewhere else for training in the next tournament?
Yeah, obviously it was a tough first match for us. I think we'll probably head back to Florida in the next couple of days, so unfortunately we'll miss, you know, the next test. But as always, I'm a big cricket fan, a big follower, so I'll be watching, you know, all the boys, you know, playing the rest of the series.
And just finally, I hope you don't mind me asking, you know, you know these guys that you compete with and against day in, day out really well. If you had an instinct as to who you think might take this men's title this year, where do you think it is, or who do you think is going to be in the final?
Oh, geez. I mean, it's always tough. I mean, I think there's a lot of guys who are playing, you know, very good tennis right now. You know, just coming up here, I see, you know, Nadal's clawed his way back to 2 sets all, so it'll be interesting if, you know, if he can get through that. I think, you know, he was definitely, I think, ready, gearing, and, you know, pretty keen to make the finals here, and it'll be tough. I mean, you know, looking at Andy's match against Sam, you know, Andy's, you know, terrific counterpuncher. He makes a lot of returns. I think that's going to be a very interesting matchup. And then, you know, in the bottom half, you know, Roger's looking very good. I think he's very confident on the grass. But then you have Novak also trying to, you know, prove a lot. I think, you know, he's also had a bit of a tough stretch by his standards. So, I mean, I'd just be, you know, my guess is as good as anybody's at this point. I think there'll be a lot of great tennis left. Would have loved to be part of it, but, you know, just going to have to sit back and sort of see what happens now.
Well, good luck to the Saffers for the rest of the cricket, and well done getting to the second week. Thanks for your time and being so gracious.
Thanks so much. Thank you
very
guys.
much.
Good stuff from Rob Walker there. We wish Kevin Anderson safe travels back to his home in Florida. Disappointing loss today to Sam Querrey. Now let's show you a match point. This was how Thomas Berdych booked his place in the quarterfinals. He had to work very, very hard for a 5-set victory on number 3 court, which is just a short distance away from Claire and I, over Dominic Thiem, the number 8 seed. He won the first set 6-3, lost the second set 7-6, 6-3 to Berdych in the third, lost the 4th set 6-3, and they managed to take that 5th set 6-3 to move through to the quarterfinals. It was a long, long match, Claire. We'll talk about how that might impact him going forward, but just to start with, to beat Thiem on any surface is impressive, but particularly on grass.
Yes, and especially because he's been around for so long and he's one of the hardest working guys on the tour. He's kind of the nearly man that's never made it, and he'll know that Dominic Thiem is the up-and-coming superstar along with Alexander Zverev, so that was a big match for him, and he's gone kind of under the radar throughout the whole tournament. He's just quietly been going about his business. He played very well to beat Thiem today, so it's that's a great day for him.
Yeah, there's a few players, isn't there, in the draw that we haven't really spoken too much about that have kind of gone under the radar, and Thomas Berdych is one of them, making the final here back in 2010. He lost to Rafa Nadal, who's on court right now. If he's going to win a Grand Slam, is grass his best opportunity, do you think?
Well, it probably is, because one of his weaknesses is his movement, and on grass that's neutralised slightly more so than on the other surfaces. But he's got a very tough match if he gets through. He's going if Djokovic gets through today. That's probably the last person that he would want to see in a quarter-final based on their record and their previous meetings with each other. But do you know something? He's been working hard, and he constantly works hard to try to evolve his game, but the movement has been the really difficult thing. And the other aspect of that is that maybe sometimes he's just been a little bit stiff on his ground strokes, and whenever you're playing out there in the grass especially, you want to have that feel the way that you see that Federer does and Murray and Nadal does, that they can really manipulate the ball around the court. He doesn't do that as well.
We've seen that hamper players in the past, almost being too big for a grass court, because it's quite difficult for them to get down low. I know he plays a lot from the baseline, so he's not struggling with the low volleys, but he is such a big guy. He's a big old unit, isn't he? And he's got to get round.
Yes, and he's trying to get into the net more more, and that's one of the big things for him. It's trying to make the points shorter and try to find ways that he can get forward more often, because when he gets involved in those baseline exchanges against the very top guys, especially a Djokovic, who's so aware of his patterns, he doesn't really have another level to go to, and I think the very top guys, they know that, and they're comfortable playing against him.
We heard from Kevin Anderson just there, and before that, Sam Querrey was up there on the touchscreen with Craig, just talking through some of his points. Another great win for him today, and to work hard against Kevin Anderson, a player he knew very well. That win last year against Djokovic seems to have given Querrey so much belief here on these courts.
Well, yes, because also if you think about it, at that time, Djokovic was indestructible. Nobody was getting anywhere near him. Nobody saw that coming. So he'll have great memories from last year, and he's brought those back to the championships. And I mean, I guess some players have those types of experiences, and then they can go into a shell a little bit. And he's obviously embraced it and starting to play some very good tennis.
Did you get that when you were playing and watching other players and working with the players as you have, that it can be something like that, a good win or a good memory at a particular place that then sets you well for that place every time you come back? It's a bit like a golfer having a favourite course that just suits their eye.
Yeah, well, I think absolutely, and I think so many kind of players have that, and it's not just the event. Sometimes it's things that they do off the court. It's little things, and maybe something like Wimbledon. You've got so many things going on in Wimbledon, but also so much, I don't know, nature and all these other things, smells, different things. You kind of remember those things, and whenever you get out there in the court, you feel good about those, and you start to think less about maybe the things that were worrying you about your game.
I suppose also a place as special as this, that are really iconic in tennis, even the world over, whether you come from Britain or you don't, to have that kind of warm memory every time you walk in the gates can serve you well for years to come, as it seems to be doing for Querrey.
Yeah, and I think when we're talking about that, it seems to happen a lot more for the people that love the grass courts, because there's obviously some players that come to Wimbledon that find it really difficult for quite a few years to actually really embrace this surface, especially the clay court players.
Absolutely. Thanks, Claire. It's been a great Manic Monday so far. Time for a little review of the day with the guys by the touchscreen.
All right, thank you very much, Adam Hunt. Now, Craig, we just had Sam Querrey up here, and I showed his infamous horse dancing video from social media and promised that you would do that dance tomorrow. So you've got the night to practice it.
Wow, okay.
You're going to have to review. You're going to have to review.
I wasn't aware that was happening.
Oh, and our director, our producer, is going to find you that horse's head somewhere at a shop in London. What about number one court? Rafael Nadal hit his head on his way onto number one court, a little bonk. Yeah. But so far he seemed to shake that off, and he's into that fifth set. Can he win this match against Gilles Muller?
Yeah, absolutely. He's so good. When the match gets extended, 2-0, it's kind of like Leighton Hewitt, as Leighton rose to number one and stayed at number one for over a year. I remember being at the Australian Open, standing outside, and Leighton was down 2-0 and talking to a guy. He's like, Don't worry. Don't worry. Leighton's got this. And, you know, you've got to think that Rafa, dominating those last two sets, he's getting more and more information about service patterns. You know, I think to finish this match, Rafa plays the level he's at the moment. Gia's got to find another level. I think Rafa gets through this.
Rafael Nadal, 3 times in his career has he come back from 2-0 down. He's actually come back twice here at Wimbledon. So those are good numbers for him. On center court, Roger Federer in cruise control. This, to me, Craig, is rather surprising, the scoreline itself. I thought Grigor Dimitrov, now he's just broken back. So, do we have some plot twists? I thought Dimitrov was going to put up more of a fight today.
Well, he may have. You know, as we've been commentating here and bringing the good news to you all over the world, we've been up and down, and we haven't seen a lot of this, or I haven't seen a lot of this. I popped in and saw a little vision and a few stats, but, you know, this speaks not so much that Grigor may not be bringing his A game, but Roger's bringing his A+ game in order to enforce that scoreline.
Yeah, well, we'll look at here, a little Craig O'Shaughnessy dive into the stats. What's jumping out at you? 23 winners for Roger, but this jumps out at me. 22 unforced errors for Grigor today.
So when you look at stats, don't be enamored with winners. So in general, winners are about 30% of the total points. So you can win the 30%.
Sure.
It's the 70%, it's the errors that matter the most. So we see more winners here for Grigor at 27, but 22-10, that's really the tail of the tape right there.
Big stuff there. So we'll see, can Grigor Dimitrov now, he was down a break in this third set. Can he turn it around? And then out on the number 2 court, looking at Milos Raonic is going to have to come back from 2-1 down against Sasha Zverev.
Yeah, this was one that I picked earlier, if I can remind everyone of that.
Okay.
And it's not over yet. Milos still has...
Who'd you pick? You picked Sasha?
Zverev. I picked Sasha. You know, his body of work coming in is better. Milos has had time out with injury, and you just don't waltz in or swan into Wimbledon and say, I haven't had good performances coming in, but I'm going to take the title. I like Zverev's body of work. Yeah. Winning Rome was a big deal, just grew in confidence. I think he gets through that, but, you know, he's got to find a way to break here or take it in a tiebreaker.
I like that. Swan. You don't swan in.
I've heard it
Only you can swan
here.
into Wimbledon.
Exactly.
All right, let's look at some match points around the ground, starting with Marin Cilic. He loses just 6 games today against Roberto Bautista Agut.
Yeah. I mentioned it, I just did a review of him, and I called him the wrecking ball. He's under the radar. All of the... Thank you so much.
Yeah, this is your favorite part, right?
Yeah, I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, here we go. Little dance. The Marin dance.
So all of you, watch his feet.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Watch his feet down there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Now, it's he's, as you rightly mentioned, he is taking more steps than he lost service games. As soon as you hit that serve, pump your feet, get them going. Way too many players will make a serve +1 error because the feet aren't working. You know, he's 6'6", I think at least, and he moves his feet like he's 5'6". That was fantastic.
Yeah,
footwork.
absolutely. A pumped up Marin Cilic. He awaits perhaps Rafael Nadal. Here's Andy Murray. He was also a straight sets winner. A little more complicated against Benoit Paire. Wins the first set 7-6 and then 6-4, 6-4 against the Frenchman. A 10th straight quarterfinal for Mr. Murray.
Yeah, look at the determination there. It's like we had a goal and we got the goal. Mission accomplished. Nothing too extravagant.
And there goes the beard. Yeah. The beard exits.
Yeah, we're not winning
Wimbledon.
The tournament in round of 16, so let's just get the job done and get off the court.
Here's Sammy Querrey. Sam Querrey moving through in 5 sets. Very happy to get through. And he's got a chance now to face Andy Murray. We would assume on center court. He said he's played him there before. Has 1 win in 8 tries against Mr. Murray. Here's Thomas Berdych. Was this a surprising win for you? 3-2, 6-3 in the 5th set for TB.
Yeah, no, I believe I picked Thomas here as well. Again, I go back. It's not his form yesterday. It's his form over the last few months. And the body language is getting better. The belief is getting better. He's a player that will go up and down a little bit. He's a player that focuses more on himself, but I like the body language. I like what he's doing, and I thought he could get through this one. And Dominic Thiem, for all of you young players out there, when you improve and you get better, it's like I can put a good result, you know, I can have good results for a week, and then after a little while, you get better, and it's like, okay, I can hold it together for a month, and then before everything kind of falls off a cliff. And I just kind of had that feeling that Thiem, this was about his time to just dip a little bit.
He's played a lot of tennis.
He talked about it at Rome when he lost to Novak Djokovic fairly convincingly. I think it was
1 game, right?
So Thiem said in the post-match interview, I don't like playing somebody who rushes me, but most importantly, he said, I've been playing really good tennis now for a while, and I ran out of gas physically, mentally, emotionally. And I feel he's been rising again. I didn't think he could win here, and this doesn't surprise me.
It's a good win for Thomas Berdych.
I think Berdych caught him at exactly the right time.
Yeah, good. So Thomas Berdych into the quarterfinals, could face Novak Djokovic there. You also got Marin Cilic awaiting either Rafael Nadal or Gilles Muller. And then this match that we were talking about just a couple minutes ago, there you go, 7-1. Murray leads this head-to-head. I think it was way back maybe 2010 that Sam Querrey won their only meeting. But a few slots still to be pulled out. Obviously, Federer, Nadal on court, Raonic on court right now, and then Novak Djokovic still to come.
Yeah. Again, everyone's talking Murray. Everyone's talking Federer. Everyone's talking Djokovic and certainly Nadal, and we'll see if he can squeeze through. It's the other guys that are taking advantage and saying, you know, there's a spot for me, Sam Querrey. Maybe Gilles Muller gets up here. Marin Cilic, can Zverev make a Wimbledon quarterfinal? Dimitrov looks like it could be tough for him.
Yeah.
And then Manarino, he's only been to a second week match one time in his career. Can they take the next step and elevate their game and bring incredible defense to stay in the point, but most importantly, incredible offense to make their higher-ranked opponents uncomfortable.
All right, well, tomorrow we promise either the Sam Querrey horse dance, or I'll make it easier on you. You can do the Marin Cilic one-step dance, the Marin Cilic shuffle.
Yeah, I think I'll go for option 2.
Just a little bit of, yeah, get ready for that forehand. Now we head to watch some more tennis. It's the HSBC Play of the Day.
Quiet, please. Play.
Of the tournament. What a get that was at the back from Muller. Oh, it's in. 1 millimetre apparently. He doesn't deserve that volley.
Very quickly, Claire, before we get off to centre court, your reaction to HSBC Player of the Day there, because we don't see Rafa hit the tweener very often. Why is that?
He's too big a workhorse for that. That's too easy a shot, but that was absolutely outstanding. And to win in the end, to actually not only win the point, but also to win the Hawkeye Challenge was, I mean, pretty special. Unlucky, Gilles Muller.
Brilliant point there on court number 1. Now let's take you inside centre court. It's been fairly comfortable so far for Roger Federer up against the man they know as Baby Federer, Grigor Dimitrov. Federer took the first set 6-4, took the second set even easier 6-2. Here he is about to serve for a place in the quarterfinals at 5-4.
Did I hear you correctly and him say 15th Wimbledon quarterfinal? I mean, I wonder how many players have played 15 Wimbledons. No stress game here so far.
30 love.
Another number to astound and amaze you is that it would be if Federer were to go through his 50th Grand Slam quarterfinal.
Thank you very much. On to the quarters.
He's played so quickly, we still don't know his
40 love.
quarterfinal opponent, Raonic or Zverev, but it will surely be Roger Federer in the last 8. Two more. And Roger Federer does it again, as he has done so many times before.
6-2, 6-4.
Moves through, moves on at Wimbledon. Centre court still belongs to this man. Grigor Dimitrov humbled. Perhaps he will have his day in the future, but it is not this day. This day belongs to Roger Federer again. So quick, seemingly so easy. Of course it wasn't, but he makes it look so. And Grigor Dimitrov just wants to get out of dodge. This is not the way it was supposed to turn out for him. And he's more talented than that, but today he has been destroyed by Roger Federer.
Yeah, that is the master at work, giving another lesson on center court. No question about that. It's not the first guy, if you and Grigor feel a little better, or the last, and he presumably will do it too.
Just smooths the hairs back into place, and a few signatures and he'll be off, and they will have their moment captured of one of the greatest sportsmen of all time in any sport. He'll have tougher tests, of course, to come as he moves into the quarterfinals. It'll be either Raonic or Zverev on a collision course, perhaps with Djokovic in the semi-finals. A very different matter that will be. And it's nice that he's hanging around a little bit, because they very briefly saw, and he was quickly conquering and off. 1 hour 37 minutes.
That's what the doctor ordered. For the guy had a bit of a cold, so he looks like, listen, you saw how sharp he was.
So there we go, as the evening sun sinks over centre court. Things are done here in terms of Roger Federer moving through with a win over the number 13 seed. Federer the 3 seed over the number 13 seed, but what a scoreline over Grigor Dimitrov. 6-4, 6-2, 6-4. Roger Federer through to the quarterfinals, and giving us his thoughts, talking now to Lee McKenzie.
Well, Roger, congratulations. Yet another victory on centre court. Some excellent play from yourself. A few costly errors as well from Grigor. Yeah. And you certainly don't need a second opportunity when you see one.
Yeah, he did give me some opportunities, and I was happy to take advantage of them. But most important was for me to really focus on my game and do the right things out there. And then hopefully it's going to match up with maybe some bad play by him, or that he would feel the pressure and that I would just keep playing really well. I thought it was a terrific match for me. Didn't expect it to be going that easy. It wasn't that easy as it maybe looks like. When you were watching in the stadium, you always know how close things were.
There's some huge battles raging around on the courts at Wimbledon here. The fact that you've got to the quarterfinals in straight sets, the fact that you chose to miss the clay court season, how high are the Federer energy reserves just now, maybe in comparison to some of your opponents?
Well, I'm not sure, you have to ask everybody, but I think when you're going on adrenaline, you can go a whole lot further. And I think Rafa's shown that in the past, and Novak and Andy and everybody else. So, and they all seem, in the running still and doing well. So, it's going to be a tough one regardless of if I played the French Open or not, or the clay court season for that matter. To win this, you need a bit of luck maybe, you need to feel great. The good thing is that I'm not trying to heal something like last year's knee. It's more free, more happy times right now, and I'm just so thrilled to be back in another quarters. And match's going to be tough. It's going to be either Zverev or Raonic, who I lost in the semis against last year. So we'll see how they slug it out now, and therefore all in the fourth. So we'll see what happens there, and then hopefully I'll be ready for Wednesday.
John McEnroe made a good point. It's not just the fact that it's a 15th quarter final for you here at Wimbledon, but not many players have probably played 15 Wimbledons. Does it still feel special to you? It
is very special, yes. And playing on Monday here on centre court, I feel very privileged, because I know they could have easily put in, Rafa or Novak or another women's match on centre court today, but they chose to put me instead as well. So I'm very happy. It helps maybe to have played so well here over the years, and I try to pay it back by playing good tennis and hopefully exciting the crowd.
Congratulations.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Roger Federer, cool, calm and collected as ever. Let's have a quick look at the order of play for tomorrow. It's the turn of the ladies. So we'll start off on centre court, that arena there. First up, Venus Williams, number 10 seed against Jelena Ostapenko, the French Open champion. Claire, hard to pick this one, because if Ostapenko plays her game, it looks like she's unstoppable.
Well, she is. I called that match actually today with Ostapenko whenever she was playing out here earlier on. And she does have a couple of weaknesses, and I'm sure Venus, although Venus says she hasn't really watched her play, I'm sure maybe Serena will have a word with her and say, make sure you attack that second serve. I actually see that match being in favour of Venus, because she comes to the court with her weapons and she'll be very aggressive. And I don't know how Yelena Ostapenko will deal with that, because today's match she was playing a counter-puncher and she found it easier to attack.
And then the second one, the home crowd really looking forward to that, Johanna Konta, number 6 seed up against Simona Halep, the number 2 seed. Halep, of course, wants to win that first Grand Slam title after what happened at Roland Garros. Has Konta got enough?
Well, this is a massive match for her because she's lost her the last 2 times on the clay courts, but prior to that, on the hard court, she was beating her. So you feel that the grass is kind of a 50-50 between the two. Who wants it more? Halep going for her first Grand Slam as well, and for the world number 1 spot. And obviously Johanna Konta, well, the British crowd, and I'm sure the world are quite aware of who she is now, because it is a massive deal that finally a British woman has got to the quarterfinals of Wimbledon. And could she go on to win the championships?
Could she? Claire, it's been a pleasure as always here on day 7, Manic Monday at the Championship. It's been a brilliant day so far. And for the rest of the day's play, we'll leave you in the capable hands of the radio team.
He didn't hold back. 103 miles an hour, that second serve. But fatally, is it to be? Is he going to pay the ultimate price? Muller with 2 match points to take out Nadal. Serves down the middle. It's an ace.
Ace number 18, just one shy of his record ever on grass, which was 19 against Russell.
30-40.
Where's he going here, Nick? I think he's got to go wide.
Got to be the old faithful, isn't it?
I think he's got to go wide, yeah.
Muller on the far side, swaying on the cusp of the biggest win of his life. Nadal serves down the middle. He'll get another go because he does go body.
Great return, though. And he got a good play on that, Muller, and he blocked it back.
Now where does he go? He's shown his hand here, Nadal. Does he change it up? Second match point. Nadal serves out wide. Forehand from Muller's into the net. Was a makeable return, I think, Barry, but he just snatched at it a touch.
Yeah, makeable, but at this stage against a great champion, just getting him in play is probably not going to get it done. So he took matter into his own hands. He looked to be aggressive, but just in the net. Wow, this is just everything you would want. Great tennis match.
Back to Deuce. Nadal serving out wide. The backhand slice. Nadal hooks are coming in, but the block return from Muller drifts wide, and he's now creeping to the far side, kind of nodding his head.
Well, it was interesting because Nadal was serving volleying and almost a little skip as if to wheel the ball out on that return to the sideline.
So much talk in recent months about whether to reduce the majors to best of 3. Well, this has been a lesson, and certainly not. And Nadal has delivered an ace down the middle, and they are on their feet here on court number 1. Nadal has won 4 straight points, and we're level at 5 apiece.
Well, when he won the French Open, La Decima, he went on his back. I mean, he hasn't quite gone on his back after that last serve, but it's almost, for Rafa, as big a moment for him. He's skipping as if he's ready. It's like the final round of a heavyweight boxing contest. He wants more of this, Nadal. Now is a bit of a test for Muller after not being able to win, having had those couple of match points.
His entire bench got up off their feet as well as that ace was delivered down the middle. As Muller has to regroup, he has to reassess. It's 5 apiece as Nadal's hit a forehand down the line. It's a backhand cross-court. Muller scrambling off the backhand. Muller's hit a backhand down the line that he had absolutely no business in making, and Nadal has just watched it creep into the corner.
Well, the best matches, it doesn't matter where they are, but when a player raises his level and then the other one can respond, and we absolutely seen that from Muller in that opening point. That's a bit of a heartbreaker for Nadal.
Nice little blow at the start of this game for Muller, who must have been feeling it a little. To volley now, backhand cross-court. Nadal's on the lob. Muller's going to watch it drift long. Good cutting first volley from Muller.
Well, he did well, Muller, because he actually hesitated after the serve. He thought it was a winning serve. And he was caught in no man's land, halfway between the service line and baseline, but he did a brilliant job to generate the pace with that first volley.
So 30 love. Nadal again, standing very deep as he returns the backhand. The volley from Muller's into the corner. Nadal with a forehand pass, but he was just asking too much of himself. The ball was low, it was moving away from him, and he's missed it long.
Yeah, and at times in the recent years, I've been a bit of a critic of the long set. In a match like this, you want a long set.
Most
I
definitely.
wouldn't want it decided by a tiebreak.
7:05 now as the shadow is drawn fully across court number 1. Muller serving down the tee. The backhand is a little mistimed from Nadal as he returns it short. And what a half volley from Muller. He has hit an absolute stunner. Incredible feel and touch off the forehand half volley. And I think Nadal gave him the nod as if to say, great shot, mate. It's 6-5.
We'll be right back to that match on number 1 court shortly after we've had an update from Richard Connolly, who's on number 2 for us.
Yeah, I can tell you, we're all kind of following the Nadal score here. It's flashing up on the scoreboards. Everybody's aware of just how tense that is, but it's tense here too. Zverev is 2-1 up here against last year's beaten finalist Milos Raonic, but he is serving to stay in the 4th set at 5-6, and with a gorgeous stop volley on the backhand side, he moves to 30 love, so it's odds on a tie break here. There's nothing between these two at the moment. Zverev up by 2-1, deep in the 4th.
Exciting stuff there on number 2 court. The winner of that will meet Roger Federer in the quarterfinals after he had a very comfortable straight sets win over Grigor Dimitrov. But out on number 1 court, well, which way is this going to go? We are into the 5th set and Nadal is coming out to serve at 5-6 against Gilles Muller, and it's very, very tense. And still waiting to come out, Adrian Mannarino and Novak Djokovic. How much longer are they going to have to wait before they can get on to number 1? Just looking up the monitor here, and nobody is wanting to leave their seat. Understandably so. Let's return to Barry Cowan and Nick Lester.
Muller's 5-set record, a good one. He's won 13 of the 19 that he's played in his career. Nadal, on the other hand, has won 19 of the 28 over the decade plus that he has been out here. Once again, serving to stay in the match at 5-6. First serve coming down at 113 miles an hour. Seemed to be heading in the direction of Muller's body. But it'll be a second serve for Muller to look at, and the backhand return is onto the baseline. Good length. Muller's going to attack on the forehand to the Nadal forehand. Muller again attacking. He's in control of this point, and it's Nadal that's netted forehand cross court.
Winning the opening point again, Muller.
Love 15.
Building pressure.
Hasn't beaten a top 5 player, remember, in a decade, Gilles Muller. He's taken a lot of hits, 22 straight matches, in fact. He's lost against the elite 5 players in the world as the serve from Nadal slides wide.
Please.
Bit of humour as that one just caught the lines person and down beneath us here. Second serve from Nadal into the body, backhand is back short. Here's Nadal with a drop shot. Muller's going to get there with a lob, and Nadal's going to hit the backhand. Beautifully done from Nadal. That ball seemed to be going over his head, but he had the strength to snap the arm back at the ball at Muller, who could only watch it clatter into his legs.
Yeah, that was not only good, sensible tennis, but highly skilled tennis. And if he hadn't have gone as low as he did on that high backhand volley, it was amazing. He was able to get the ball up and down. He could have lost it, given Muller's reflexes at the net. Every point is a celebration from Nadal when he wins it.
Backhand return from Muller down the line. Here's the forehand from Nadal cross court. Muller with a forehand down the line to that backhand of Nadal. Backhand slash from Muller, keeps low. Nadal's in here, and Muller will try a pass, but it's not going to make it. That's way wide. He handed the initiative to Nadal, whose forehand was up to the task.
Well, I think when you look back at this 5th set as a whole, I think Nadal would have been disappointed with the opening 7 games. Maybe played at times of playing not to lose, but when he has been massively up against it in the last couple of games, hasn't he come out fighting, showing the spirit and the belief of a great champion?
It shouldn't be forgotten that Nadal can rise to the number 1 player in the world this week as well. If he can make the final on Sunday, he is guaranteed to return to the top of the world rankings. Second serve, though, as the forehand comes down the line. Backhand from Nadal to that forehand of Muller. Cross court, half volley from Nadal's netted. Good defence from Muller, and Nadal just didn't quite have the hands on that occasion. It's 30-all.
And we talk about the importance of the first point. It can count for so much. This game, remarkably, the 8th game in a row, Muller has won the opening point.
Such a stern examination Nadal has faced today, having annihilated the field at the French Open a couple of weeks ago. There's a backhand slice back, a forehand from Nadal down the line. Muller on the forehand is stretching. Nadal's in at the backhand volley, and how good is he at putting those sorts of volleys away? A backhand angle, to be honest, all the work was done before.
Yeah, because he knows what a great forehand he has. He knows he's going to put it within a whisker of the sideline, so more than likely the reply from his opponent is going to be high and floating, and then Nadal, as always, has great footwork on that volley.
Nadal's won 26 of his 34 points at the net today. As always, excellent numbers. Serve out wide. No, Muller had got that one wrong because he was looking for the one down the tee there, but Nadal missing that one by a sizable margin. 40-30. Second serve to the backhand of Muller, and Muller's missed the return. A weak return from the Luxembourger. The ball was on the racket, but he fails to make a play. And it's 6 games all in this 5th and final set.
6 games all, final sets.
And still nothing to separate these two in this final set. No breaks of serve. In fact, just a couple of break points for Muller. Of course, those were 2 match points.
Not just the fans that are enjoying this. I noticed the bench in the far corner is full of all the officials. There's a backhand drop shot from Muller. It was well played. Nadal's not going to get there. I don't think he did, actually, but Muller's still able to put the ball away. He's just asking Ali Neely whether it was a double bounce. No call. So I can assume Nadal picked it up.
Yeah, I think he did get it up. But because he had so far to run, he just couldn't get any sort of pace on it or angle. Cool as you like for Muller.
There are 6 seats in that far corner. I can see all 6 officials. It was pretty empty earlier on, but they've made their way out here to get an eye on this one as Nadal hits a forehand return low. Muller's hit a great volley. Oh, that's an extraordinary volley, because the return on the forehand was hit with pace and spin and low, and Muller at full stretch has had the control and the deft touch to finish him off.
Well, there were times in the 3rd and 4th where he looked a little weary. But that was physically an amazing volley. How, as you said, Nicky, able to get low, and the strength in the wrist as well to put that volley down the line, because it was a great return from Rafa.
Something very special after 3.5 hours from Muller. 30 love. Second serve. Backhand return from Nadal down the line. Here's Muller on the forehand, cross court, and he's hit the line. Oh, it's called wide. And they took it on.
Of course, when you get to 6 games all, they're reset in terms of your challenges. So they're both back at 3 each. And maybe just deciding to not challenge, not waste one there, Muller.
Both guys have only lost serve twice in this match. Forehand return from Nadal. Wow, he was so far out of court. He's tried to hit a forehand angle. It's caught the tape and veered off. And had that been an inch higher, he may have made it, Barry.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Well, certainly by Nadal's reaction, he thought he made it when it left the racket. He's like a little kid, isn't he, at the moment, Nadal?
Applause and support from Francisco Roig, and of course his uncle in the far corner as Muller looks to serve and volley once again.
And I say a little kid, he's like, the excitement is there. He's, of course, nervous, but I think he's loving it as well, to be involved.
Marin Cilic awaiting the winner in the last 8 on Wednesday. Second serve. Backhand from Nadal, cross court. There's Muller with a backhand slice from Nadal as Muller hits the backhand cross court again. The backhand slice from Nadal. Muller going cross. No, Muller's missed a backhand down the line. Didn't like that. That was an ugly looking sort of short swing from Muller. And here's 40-30.
Well, you've got to make sure, of course it's easier said than done in the commentary box, but you've got to make sure you commit to every single shot. And for Muller in this 5th set of 56 minutes, a set where they've played 70 points, he has more or less every single shot, but not there on that backhand.
40-30. Nadal very deep again. Serve out wide from Muller. Fails to land and get the free point. Nadal again takes a step back to return the second. Will Muller come in an attack here. Second serves it to the backhand side. He stays back. Muller, the forehand drop shot. No. Didn't give it enough elevation. Never looked really on. And it's crashed into the net. It's back to deuce.
Well, I never have been a fan of a drop shot on the first point. And as well, when it's not comes from a racket of someone who's not known to having a great drop shot. And that was maybe just a sign of a little bit of panic there from Muller.
Problems on serve for the 34-year-old. Serves out wide. No, it's missed. Again, he was looking to serve and volley behind it. Where does he go now? Nadal will surely try and put in some sort of meaningful return and put some pressure on here. Muller serves to the forehand. Good serve right in the corner. And Nadal has missed a forehand long. Well, it was a serve of high quality, but Nadal has his hands on his hips because he's missed the return, and that's out of character.
And maybe he missed it because maybe he thought that he was going to serve and volley, and that's why it's always important to mix it up. Keep your opponent guessing. Oh, he's struggled for first serves, hasn't he, this game?
Struggling for 3 points, isn't he, as well, as a result. Muller with the second, delivers it down the middle. The backhand from Nadal is short, but forehand from Muller, and Muller's missed a forehand going into the net down the line. A couple of errors in this game, Barry.
Yeah, sorry, Nick. I mean, Rafa's got a decision to make. If he gets a look at another second serve, part of him's got to think, I'm just going to put the ball in the middle of the court and ask the question. Because Muller has definitely tightened up from the baseline. And maybe to combat that for Muller, maybe the best thing is to just come forward, both serves.
Is he going to attack? Back to deuce. Nadal threatening in this service game. Forehand return from the Spaniard. It's short. And Muller with a forehand. It's wild. It's loose. He's attacked. He's gone cross court and he's missed it by a considerable margin. And Nadal has break point.
Yeah, and all Nadal did was push that return back in play. It actually landed in the service box. But his arm is tight at the moment, unfortunately for Muller. And Nadal will realise that this is his moment.
What he would give for a 3 point here. Muller serves down the middle. He gets one. An ace. 25 on the day. And Muller, for now, has a respite.
Oh. And that was the serve that he hit right at the beginning of the match when Nadal had his first break point, the one down the middle.
Gets himself out of trouble. Gives himself a bit of breathing room. Back to deuce, not much. Backhand return, backhand volley from Muller. Back behind, Nadal puts up a lob, but he couldn't get anything on it, Nadal. And Muller's backhand volley finishes the point. That's classy.
Yeah, and great that he's still thinking clearly. It was exactly the right place to hit that volley into. Maybe Nadal had just started to move to his left, thinking that he was going to hit the running pass. Got enough cut on that backhand volley, Muller, for it to stay low.
Point again to lead 7-6. Serves down the middle. Backhand from Nadal is shanked long. The first serve came to his aid. He flicks the ball out of his pocket. There's Gilles Muller. What an effort. He stood tall under the severest of pressure in that game. And the man from Luxembourg enjoys a 7-6 lead in the fifth set.
Absolutely fascinating stuff on number one court. We will be back there very, very shortly. And they're into a fifth on number two court because a short while ago this happened.
And a set point for Milos Raonic here to level the match at 2-all. Zverev serves at the far end. Raonic has made the return. Forehand from Zverev goes long. And Milos Raonic has squared this match at 2-all. And all of a sudden, perhaps the big Canadian is now the favourite. Zverev got a bit tight and a bit tentative in the latter stages there. And Raonic comes through to nick it by 7-5. And this one is going all the way as well. It's 2-all.
So some fantastic matches going on the second Monday, day 7 of the championships. And that one, the winner of Raonic or Zverev, well, they will face Roger Federer, who very, very comfortably eased into the quarterfinals. Straight sets win, 6-4, 6-2, 6-4 over Grigor Dimitrov. But on number one court, well, fascinatingly poised. The winner of that will meet Marin Cilic, 6-2, 6-2, 6-2 for him today over Roberto Batista Agut. Which way is it going to go on number one court? shortly. Nadal will be coming out in the 5th set to serve at 6-7 against Gilles Muller, who is hanging in there and playing some superb tennis. Let's return to Barry Cowan and Nick Lester.
So the Spaniard once again having to serve to stay in the match as he delivers a first serve down the middle, but he'll have to have another go as that ball takes a little bit of the tape on its way through. Man who was able to win a 10th French Open last month in such emphatic fashion as he serves to the backhand side. It's a good return from Muller with length of backhand cross-court from him. Nadal on the backhand side going cross-court with some width, and here's the forehand from Nadal, runs around it but nets the forehand. He was deep in the backhand corner. He was going inside out, but he fails him.
Well, he missed the easiest shot of the rally. He actually did a remarkable job the first couple of shots to stay in it. Nadal, 10th game in a row he's won the opening point, Muller.
Love 15. Nadal serving out wide, and first serve at 100 miles an hour. Again, eluding him, a critical stage. Muller will try and step in off the second, surely here. He does on the backhand side, a slice return. Forehand from Nadal, down the line, backhand slice from Muller. Oh, that wasn't far away. It was an angle backhand cross-court slice, and it's just caught the tape. I don't think Nadal would have been there, Barry.
No, I don't think he would have done. And I love 15-second serve. Muller would have said, I want to be aggressive, but I'm not sure he was allowed to. Good second serve from Nadal into the body.
15 apiece. Nadal serving down. What a serve. An ace down the middle of 119 miles an hour as Nadal flexes his muscles.
Up to 20 aces now. And we talk about Muller of having one of the best serves in the men's game currently. Nadal only 4 aces shy of Gilles.
Nadal hasn't made the quarterfinals of 3 straight majors in nearly 4 years. You have to go back to the start of the US Open in 13, then Aussie Open, and then the French. That's the sort of levels of consistency this year that he has produced. Many people thought that the best days of him were behind him, but how has he proved them wrong? Second serve, forehand from Muller to the back end of Nadal. It's a little short. There's Muller on the forehand. He's put a clinical forehand away down the line.
Well, we've been praising Nadal's second serve, but I'm afraid not there. That was short, it was slower,
30-all.
And it got the treatment it deserved. Because for Muller, he put a good return in, and then he was able to remain on the front foot. I mean, it's one of those matches where you have to make good decision after good decision.
Tantalizingly close. The man from Luxembourg, yet again within sight of victory as Nadal fires a first serve out wide. He should smash this away. Muller's there, but he's beaten by the force of the smash of Nadal. It almost hits him in the midriff, and it dribbles wide.
Yeah, he stayed at home there, did Gilles Muller. I think he knew the inevitable was coming. Nadal certainly didn't hold back on that overhead.
Forceful play from the current world number 2. 40-30. Serves down the middle, a backhand return, full stretch. He's been forced to do a 360 because the pace of the serve was too much, Muller, and his backhand drifts too long. And Nadal runs to the chair. He'll change rackets. It's 7 apiece.
Yeah, and we had a great shot of Nadal's camp with his father and his girlfriend, and his father smiling, but you know, that's a nervous smile. Sort of say, wow, relief. My son's held on to another service game, and on we go, keeping Djokovic and Mannarino waiting. The ball change now.
And it was a frank conversation at the end of last year with Tony Nadal and his nephew when they reassessed where his career was at. They knew they had to make some changes. His career was declining, injuries were kicking in. But it was those honest conversations they had and the improvements they've made to his game this year. And have seen Nadal back to his very best. Muller has given him a major test, 7 apiece, and who knows, perhaps he will end up on the right side of this. The serve here is being called good. Nadal, I think, is challenged.
Yeah, he's already waiting for the next point, so he knows it's in. And of course, the coach is only good as the material that you have to work with. And the will has always remained there for Rafa.
Of course, they're based now at his own academy in Manacor, the Open last year, as Muller serves down the middle. Enormous facility. Love 15 love. Here's a second serve from Muller. Down to the backhand. The backhand is, oh, that's way wide from Nadal. He got that all wrong. And straight away he turns up towards his camp and vents towards their corner.
Don't often see that from Nadal, do you?
No. It was a poor miss. It was really a loose return that had a real lack of control on it. As Muller serves out wide, and that's another ace, almost exactly the same spot where the previous one went. On that serve in the opening point, and Muller up to 26 aces. .40 love. Looks as though it's going to be a relatively comfortable hold of serve for the 34-year-old. He's had a career best year on the ATP World Tour, playing the best tennis of his career in his mid-30s, like so many players these days. There's a second serve to the forehand side. It's a cross-court return. Muller is going to hit a forehand. It's just landed inside the baseline. Nadal, though, has crunched a forehand away cross-court. He mopped up the missed-time forehand from his opponent.
Bit of controlled anger there from Nadal. I was a little bit off. Wow, I'm still disappointed with that return at 15 love. That was never going to come back, that last forehand. 99 miles per hour from Rafa.
As you say, penny for the thoughts of Novak Djokovic and Adrian Mannarino right now. As Muller serves down the middle, that's too deep. They probably warmed up about 4 times. Nadal will look at a second serve here. Muller at 40-15, the backhand return on the feet. It's a cross-court return. Didn't seem to be too far away from Muller there, but he didn't offer a volley. 40-30.
He didn't split step, did he? He just ran forward, almost. He's just sort of hoping that Nadal was going to miss that return. Nadal's still believing that he can get back to deuce, or take Muller to deuce in this game.
Clawing his way back here at 40-30. Muller with the serve down the middle. A good return at full stretch from Nadal. It's just going to drift long. And Muller delivers a telling first serve to get himself through that service game that was becoming sticky. And he moves ahead 8-7 in this 5th set.
So you still can't separate them out there in the 5th set on number 1 court. But, Richard Connolly, there has been a break in the 5th on number 2.
Yes, and it's gone the way of Milos Raonic, who is serving in front of me now at 3-1 in the deciding set and 40-30. The first serve down the centre, an off forehand from Raonic, right onto the baseline from Zverev at the far end, who's attacking now with a cross-court backhand. Zverev with a backhand slice. This is one of the longest rallies we've seen for a long time. Raonic with a forehand into the net, so it will go to deuce. The breakthrough came in the 4th game, a forehand pass from Raonic. A minute ago, a forehand volley that he had to make. He made it off the top of the net. The margins are so fine, but it's Raonic who has the break at 3-1 deuce in the decider.
Thank you, Richard. We'll be back to number 1 court shortly, but we have got a result on court 18. Rob Northman.
Yes, in the men's doubles, the partnership of Matkovsky and Mirny are safely through to the quarter-finals. They've beaten Monroe and Sitak in 4 sets, and Max Mirny, at the age of 40, is into the quarter-finals of the men's doubles.
Thanks very much indeed, Rob. A very thoughtful-looking Gilles Muller on my monitor here on number 1 court. So let's return once again. A fascinating 5th set here between Rafa Nadal and Gilles Muller. And Nadal is coming out to serve at 7-8. So let's pick up once again with Barry Cowan and Nick Lester.
And Nadal in a perilous position, not for the first time in this match. He has been staring down the barrel. A remarkable comeback in sets 3 and 4. Full credit to Muller, who's kept the pressure on in this 5th. He has not wilted. Can he find a way through? Nadal serving at 7-8. Down the backhand side. Good return from Muller. Nadal on the forehand is cramped up. There's a big forehand from Muller, and Nadal gets it back somehow. A backhand slice from Muller. He's in the net. There's a lob, and Muller's going to put the ball away with a smash. And that was some point.
That was a real statement from Muller. As if to say, I'm coming to get you.
Love 15.
But because Rafa's so quick, he had to hit 4-5 excellent shots to eventually win the point, Muller. That last rally, 8 shots, so 4 quality shots from Muller.
Nadal, love 15. Forehand is chipped back short.
That was tight. He was actually almost beaten by a slower serve there. Thought it was coming onto him quicker than it actually did.
Just to emphasise what we were saying, Nadal has never played more than 16 games in a single set. So if he holds here, he'll be into uncharted waters from his perspective. 15-all, serves down towards the body. A forehand's a good return with length from Muller. Here's a forehand now to that backhand side of Nadal. Goes cross-court, forehand from Muller. Back behind Nadal, who's stretching here. Muller's got control of the rally. Forehand cross-court. No, he's missed it, Muller. And there is a bit of wind out there. You might just be able to hear it in the effects microphones, and Muller's kind of suggesting the ball is just blowing around a little bit.
And it's also 8-7 in the 5th. And you've been on court 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Just waited, Muller, didn't he? There was a little opportunity to get in.
Playing with the wind as well, Muller.
Good defence from Nadal, though. There's a serve out wide. It's actually a little deeper than perhaps he would have wanted, and it's just missed long from the Spaniard. Twice a former champion here, 2008 and 2010. Second serve, backhand from Muller. Nope, he's missed that one into the body. That was a return. He was looking to flatten out down the line, but that's a shank wide.
40-15.
Yeah, probably for the first time in this set, Muller, he's just looked a little weary on a couple of shots, and that can often happen. It's so tough to keep that incredible focus every single point.
Forehand return, long. And Nadal has once again reeled off 4 straight points. With Muller having taken the first, Nadal shuts the door firmly in his face. And it's 8 games all in this final set.
12 games in a row, he's won the opening point. It's remarkable. It almost feels like as soon as Nadal wins the first point, potentially on a Muller serve, he might just get the break.
Thank you, players are ready.
Ali Nili having to step in as the crowd made themselves heard once again. What a treat it has been for the court number 1 crowd as the serve from Muller down the middle. That bending serve moves away from Nadal's forehand and he spoons it wide. Love for the 34-year-old. He's won his first tour title in Sydney earlier in the season. Very emotional scenes. Had his problems with motivation early in his career, did Muller. He used to get very down on himself, very critical of himself, but he's learnt in recent times that it's best to let things happen as a forehand rips cross court for a winner from him. It's 30 love.
Well, there's only positive signs about that last forehand. That came back to Nadal really quickly.
Beautiful strike. Early, pacey, back on Nadal, and 30 love. As Muller, again, with that big first delivery.
Bending serve down the middle.
Just 118 on that occasion. Nadal will have a good look at a second. No, he won't, because Muller's double faulted. That one was going out wide. Finds the net.
That was almost the case. It certainly looked from the commentary box that that ball toss got a little bit too far out in front and just pulled down on it. Just his second double fault of the set.
Muller didn't quite get up to the serve, did he?
Yeah, and sometimes when you are a little tight and serve and volleying, you do tend to want to get in so quickly to the net, you actually forget to focus on your serve.
Second serve down the middle, the backhand from Nadal struck well down the line. Muller's missed the backhand going cross court, not by much, but he's just hit it a little too deep.
30-all.
It was a well-struck return from Nadal, though.
Yeah, he's having to fight his emotions the last couple of points, Muller. But time and time again in this match, when there have been a few doubts, he's been able to come out with flying colours, generally with big serves.
30-all. Luxemburger serves out wide, and it's a good serve. Nadal with the backhand, just stabbing at the ball. Couldn't get a clean hit on it, couldn't get his weight behind it, and his backhand only finds the net.
Well, as you said, Nick couldn't get his weight behind it because he thought the one was coming to the down to the forehand. So he'd already taken a step to the left.
Something causing some amusement, someone in the crowd providing a little bit of comedy at such a dramatic moment as the serve from Muller again off the tape, and that one going beyond the far service line from us. Second serve down the middle, backhand from Nadal is the middle of the court, backhand from Muller cross court, Nadal with a backhand of his own, backhand from Muller down the line, forehand back from Nadal, forehand down the line from Muller, he's taking it on but he's missed it. He didn't hesitate, he saw the opportunity, he saw the opening, but he's drifted it wide.
Well, when a game really starts to develop, as this one has done, peg back to deuce, and you sort of start to get in a bit of a rut, and certainly for Muller, it's the back of the court. He needs the old faithful again. Needs that big first serve.
Nadal on the far side. Returns the backhand, but it's a fine serve. Should put the volley away, Muller, he does. And again, he needed a first serve. He found it, and Nadal simply not able to respond.
Yeah, that one, 125 miles per hour out wide. His quickest of the day, 126. The adrenaline most certainly flowed through his veins there.
To go ahead 9-8, and he's got it. It's a brilliant ace, moving away from Nadal. No chance for the Spaniard, and the man from Luxembourg edges ahead again in this thrilling final set. 9-8.
Straight to number 2 court, Richard Connolly.
Fifth set's gone past in a flash. Here's Raonic serving at match point. 5-1, 40 love on the number 2 court. At the far end, Raonic serves, it's an ace down the centre, and he clenches the right fist, removes the headband and walks slowly to the net. Congratulates Zverev on an excellent match. Zverev had the inspiration, but Raonic had an iron will. He would not be beaten, and he's raced through this fifth set in just 23 minutes. He waves all around the number 2 court, applauds the support. It's Raonic who has set up a repeat of last year's semi-final against Roger Federer. He's come from 2 sets to 1 down to knock out Alexander Zverev. 6-1 in the fifth set here.
Richard Connolly with the commentary there. Thanks very much indeed, Richard. Yes, so as he said, we now know who Roger Federer will be facing in the quarter-final. It will be last year's finalist Milos Raonic, but we still don't know who Marin Cilic will be facing in the quarter-final, because this match on number 1 court is an epic. As Nadal comes out to serve at 8-9, so let's rejoin Barry Cowan and Nick Lester.
These two left-handers have put on some show today as we approach the 4-hour mark. Two players of very different styles, two very different personalities as well, but when they have clashed out here, it has produced something very special. Nadal 8-9, forehand return down the middle. Nadal with the forehand cross court to Muller's forehand with a bit of angle. Short, Nadal on the forehand crossed as well. He stretched Muller. It's caught the line. Muller forehand back from him, back to Nadal's backhand, who's gone back down the line. Muller with the forehand stretch, short ball for Nadal. Drop shot, well played. Some point, given the circumstances. Nadal has come up with a wonderful finish.
Yeah, and it was some point. But I think if Muller had that chance again, I think he probably would have been in on maybe his penultimate shot when he had Nadal on the back foot. And Nadal still moving absolutely magnificently, even though they've 7 minutes shy of the 4-hour mark.
Outstanding first point of this 18th game, and it's an ace from Nadal. Number 21 of what is now the evening here, to move him ahead 30 love here. Spaniard with a serve down the middle. Good return from Muller down the line. The backhand slice from him now to the forehand of Nadal. It's short. Muller on the forehand cross court. Nadal's forced wide, and Nadal has missed the forehand into the net.
Yeah, and Nadal not happy with himself because he knows how hard he's had to work to win the opening point. 13 consecutive games in a row where Muller's won the first point. So he gets up 30 love. He wants to slam the door shut quickly. Because if you win a quick service game, then the pressure's straight back on your opponent.
Just 6 defeats all year for Nadal as he serves out wide. The forehand is back down the line and long from Muller. Wasn't the quickest of the day, but he just had enough turn on it and just caught Muller by surprise. Spaniard with a serve again out wide. Flat return from Muller, and Nadal's mopped up with the forehand going back behind him. That was a 1-2 that's familiar. And Nadal moves to 9 apiece.
And how many 1-2s has he hit of that serve and forehand?
I don't know, but
in his career.
They put a lot of zeros on the prize money. That's all I know.
They certainly do, yeah. Oh, 82 minutes this last set. Still, neither player, or both players, refusing to back off.
There's a serve down the middle, really good from Muller. It's right in the corner. Nadal's so frustrated that his inability to make the return as he sends it long.
Yeah, and given how much better he started to return in sets 3 and 4, Muller has won 29 of 32 points on his first serve in this set. Remarkable.
Serves out wide, forehand from Nadal. Down the line, yes, what a return. He's found the line. It was a beautiful return. Wasn't much room to work with, but Muller can stop and stare and watch that one.
Well, you reckon, Nick, it's best of the match?
Yep.
I think that might just be... That is a bit of a dagger to Muller's heart.
Though I have to say, Muller has responded to everything.
He has.
That's been thrown at him in this 5th set. 15-all. Serve down the middle again, a lot of turn to it, and Nadal at full stretch has missed it wide.
And the reason it's been so impressive, because right now, in big points, if they do trade from the baseline, you would back Nadal 80–85% of the time. So when he needs it most, he keeps finding big first serves. Steal.
Muller serving again out wide. What a serve, a beautiful first serve. Caught the line, if not just the inside of the line. Moved away from Nadal's forehand, and he could only waft at it, and the ball long.
I think right now he's in such great rhythm, he can almost throw the ball up and hit a big serve even with his eyes closed.
40-15. Muller serving to the backhand side. Good return from Nadal. He stung that right on the shoelaces of Muller. And Muller can only just miss the volley. It was such a hard volley for him to pick up. And it's just dribbled in front of him.
That was world class from Nadal. Extra strength, use of the right hand there. Got a really good flick on that return. How good's this game been?
I don't think Isner and Mahou are in any danger. But we could still be here sometime the way this match is panning out. There's a serve out wide from Muller. No, that one just had a little too much bite to it as it veered into the tram lines. 3 minutes shy of the 4-hour mark here as Muller serves down the middle. The backhand from Nadal. First volley is a drop volley from Muller. Nadal's got a backhand down the line, and Muller has tried to be cute with the forehand volley angle cross court, and he's netted.
But wasn't Nadal smart with his shot? It's so easy to overplay that when you're running forward, but all he did was just put it to the feet of Muller and say, what have you got, mate? And what a recovery this has been. 3 excellent points from Nadal.
Gave Muller so few options there, didn't he? Back to Juice. Muller serving down the middle. And the call of fault.
Nadal's been waiting for this. Is this his first serve he's missed in this game? Almost feels like it.
Where will the second go? It goes to the backhand, the forehand of Nadal, down the middle. It's a high return, a backhand cross court. There's a slice from Nadal, it's short. Muller's going to come in off the forehand. He's not quite got it properly. He's missed it, his feet got stuck. The forehand approach left him, and it's gone 6 or 7 feet beyond the baseline.
Yeah, it's always those nasty little slice backhands that you have to deal with, because a little indecision creeps into your mind. Nadal was smart. I reckon that was intentional from Rafa.
Well. Nadal with break point. deep in this 5th set. Muller serving down the middle. The backhand has got back with good length from Nadal. Forehand from Muller. He's pushed back. Nadal's come in. Backhand pass from Muller. He's made it! He's made a stunning backhand pass down the line. Nadal asked him the question. Muller had the answer.
Well, I don't want to criticise Rafa because the adrenaline's flowing and he's a champion, and the reason he's a champion is he takes matter into his own hands, but I think he stood more chance to just stay back and say, I'll rally with you there.
Back to deuce. Good serve from Muller, and Nadal's missed. Oh no! Nadal's made the forehand. Well, for all the world, it looked as though the return was going long off the backhand, but it dropped like a stone on the line. And here's break point again.
Wow, how did that drop in? I mean, remarkable. Did he leave it? I'm not sure he did. I think it just went over him.
It was just a little too high, wasn't it? Muller with a death stare up towards the ball. Break point again. Forehand return. Low volley from Muller. It's low. Nadal's there on the backhand pass. No! Muller's done well. That was a difficult low volley, and he's got the most out of the first volley.
Yeah, and crucially for Muller, he just got enough cut on the volley to just keep it low. It's one of those shots where on the run, you've got a decision to make as you're running to it. Do you go line, do you go cross? Nadal would have fancied both, but he went line, just missed it.
Back to deuce again. Muller, the 34-year-old, with a good serve down the middle, sliding Nadal on the full stretch, and Muller's missed a forehand. It was a short forehand. He was going to Nadal's forehand, but it's found the net.
Well, it looked, and only he will know the answer, but it looked like he might have just changed his mind and maybe just shaping up to hit a drop shot, then elected to hit it, and maybe that indecision cost him. Is this third time lucky for Nadal in this game?
Can Nadal get the crucial break? Serve down the middle, backhand from Nadal onto the baseline. The forehand from Miller, he's forced back. Nadal's hit a forehand on the baseline, it's long. Nadal's going to challenge.
Well,
but I think it's more out of hope than expectation.
This, he can scarcely believe it, Nadal. Only he would have put everything on it, that he wouldn't have missed that forehand. Did the hard work, got the return in play, and a shot that he prides himself on of putting it with safety. Missed it long.
Not by much. Muller hanging on here. Serves down the middle. The forehand volley is a drop volley. Nadal's going to get there with a forehand. Pass down the line. He's made it. The arms are down from the linesman. And Nadal has threaded the needle in the best possible fashion there.
Well, there's no doubt Nadal elected the harder shot. I thought for all the world he was going to hit it cross-court. He had such a small space to hit that shot in down the line, and he found the accuracy.
He has put that ball on a dime. So little room to work with. Nadal with another break point as the serve down the middle from Muller. He can't get out of jail with a free point. Is he going to crack here? Under the weight of the Spaniard. Nadal's forehand return. No, it's a double fault.
Oh, it's overruled. He's overruled it.
Wow, Ali nearly stepped in. People have got their arms up around us. They think the game's over. Well, Muller's standing there looking befuddled. It's good. It's on the line. So Muller not only gets the point back, he gets a first serve.
Yeah, and it's why I'd like to see this rule changed. For me, it's unfair on Nadal. It's unfair on any player that he should get a first serve. I mean, can you imagine what Rafa will be like if he comes down and hits an ace here, Muller?
And did I just hear no challenges remaining for Nadal? It says one on the scoreboard, but I'm sure I just heard Ali say no.
Yeah, none left.
Wow. No challenges for Nadal here. Still break point. Serve down the middle. It's an ace from Muller. What guts, what courage from the 34-year-old.
Yeah. Yeah, what courage, and I feel for Nadal, though. He has served incredibly well under pressure in this set.
Serve down the middle. No, that was wayward. Haven't said that too often off the first serve. Has to be fatigue for both. And that one looked a little tired. Here's the second. Backhand from Nadal. He's down the middle. It's short. Muller on the forehand. Goes cross-court and aggressively. To be fair, it was a weak return. Nadal's not happy about something, but Muller has punished him with a big forehand.
Yeah, I don't know what Nadal isn't happy about. But sometimes when you are tired, actually, you just get into that zone, zen-like state where you just throw the ball up. You've done it so many times in this match.
Ah, here we go. Okay, the nose is bleeding. I've just heard Ali Nili say. Someone's nose is bleeding. Don't know what that's all about. Point for Muller to move ahead again. Serves down the middle. It's an ace. It's exactly the same serve he hit on break point. Gilles Muller stares up towards Benjamin Balleray, his coach in the corner. That was super impressive once again. Muller stays ahead, 10-9.
And still we go on number 1 court, and the time is 10-8 almost. They've been on court for over 4 hours, but I bet those people on the hill aren't going anywhere, Faye.
No, they're staying exactly where they are, and faces of disbelief up here, Mary. One lady shaking her head. I've heard another lady here screaming every single point. Yes, I can hear you from over there, madam.
Sorry.
What a match. Is this the match of the championships?
Oh, it's excellent. It's great. It's just I can't really see it very well.
No, but you can just about
I can see the score in the corner, and every time it changes, you're just trying to go on tiptoes just to see.
And the reason for that, Mary, is because this lady is in the resale queue, hoping that this match goes on for as long as possible so she could possibly get in to watch it.
But we don't want to go too long, because if there's a light issue, then we might not get much of the next match anyway.
Well, that's very true, very true. Ladies, you've been making a heck of a lot of noise over here. Are you enjoying this?
It's a great match, but we need to get inside the court now.
Well, fingers crossed for you. They're all desperate to get inside, but the people who are over on the hill to my right, which is standing room only at the moment, are just glued to this screen, Mary.
Faye, thank you very much indeed. So we continue back out on number 1 court. It's Nadal who's coming out to serve at 9-10. So let's pick up once again with Barry Cowan and Nick Lester.
Absorbing tennis, it really has been. It's been a spellbinding final set here on court number 1. Nadal has been playing catch-up right from the off, as Muller in that previous game showed some real guts, serving to the backhand side. But Nadal unable to muster a first serve of any note. Muller will take the second serve on the forehand. The backhand comes cross court. Muller with a short backhand. The backhand slice from Nadal as Muller runs around the backhand to hit a forehand down the line, and Nadal's missed a forehand, a routine forehand down the line.
Well, in this sport, if you have breakpoint opportunities, you don't break. For one reason or another, you're always vulnerable the next game, especially when you lose the first point. So mentally, that's a really strong start from Muller, just to keep the pressure on his opponent.
Once again, takes the early advantage in a Nadal service game. Can he extend that advantage here? He will get a look at another second serve. Nadal stares down the other end. These two lefties have put on an incredible show, and a forehand big from Muller. The backhand stretch from Nadal. There's a drop shot cross court. Nadal's going to get there with a slice down the line. Muller will put up a lob. Nadal with a backhand overhead. It's wide. A backhand overhead. It was a difficult ask from Nadal, and he's missed it into the tramps.
Well, he hit a brilliant one earlier on in the set. He just went for too much. He got a good strike on it. Just too much angle there from Nadal.
The drop shot was a dangerous play, but he hit it finally. Soft touch. And he got Nadal into an uncomfortable position on the court. Love 30. Nadal with a big serve out wide. What's all happening here? Muller's got his hand up. Nadal's less than impressed. He's got no challenges left. He thought he'd made it.
It looked wide, though.
Yeah. And Muller was immediately had his racket up. Second serve. Love 30. Nadal down 10-9. Final set. Muller, can he keep pressing? Short return. It's Nadal on the backhand cross court. That was a poor return, and Nadal has mopped up.
Poor return, great serve. 100 miles an hour, that second serve right into the body.
15-30.
He's almost sprinting in between points, Nadal. course, he'll take a lot more time when he gets to the line.
The longest set in the history of his career, Nadal. Can he extend it a little further? Serves down the middle.
And he's had a lot of long sets.
He most certainly has. I'd won 28 straight sets, remember, at majors prior to today. Second serve, forehand from Muller, down the middle, the backhand from Nadal, back behind Muller. He hits a forehand short, Nadal on the forehand goes to Muller, who's stretched. It's a little, should have chopped forehand, and the forehand from Nadal's big cross court from the backhand corner. That's a clinical strike, and Nadal's back at 30 all.
Well, confidence breeds confidence, that breeds confidence. And that forehand, which at times has caused him all sorts of troubles in big moments in the last couple of years. But that French Open title behind him, there was no doubt in his mind where that shot was going, and it was right to the line. Clutch tennis from Rafa.
So down the middle, the forehand at full stretch from Muller. Good length here to backhand cross court. Nadal with a backhand down the line. Muller on the baseline with a forehand cross court. Nadal thinks about stepping in. Does it, and Muller's hit a forehand winner down the line. One of his best ground strokes of the set has given him match point.
Well, that winner came from nowhere. Nadal was in control. 55 minutes since his first match point.
The match of the tournament by a considerable distance. Nadal at the far end, on the edge here. Serve comes down out wide. It's a forehand block back from Muller. Nadal on the forehand goes to the Muller forehand. Down the line he goes. The backhand from Nadal cross court onto the baseline. Muller with a backhand slice. Forehand from Nadal. He comes in, Nadal. He puts the volley away. Brilliant from the Spaniard. He took it into his own hands, and he is firing up the crowd as if they need it.
Well, when we first saw this kid from Mallorca turn up at Wimbledon, he was a baseliner. And how he has evolved his game, how he has, his mentality has become very much an aggressive player, and that was brilliant, aggressive tennis to win that point at the net. Magic.
Outstanding. And the foresight to make the move forward, take it into his own hands. Back to deuce. Serve out wide. The backhand returns off the tape from Muller. The forehand from Nadal. Wrong foot, Muller. It's unfortunate for the Luxembourger. The return was going cross-court with a bit of angle, but it held up, and it allowed Nadal to take control.
Well, anyone that's played this sport at any level knows how hard it is to remain aggressive when you are right up against it. And hasn't he done that in this set, Nadal? As has Muller.
Here's a serve to the forehand of Muller. Great return down the line. He's in as well. Nadal's found a pass down the line. Good stretch volley from Muller. And again off the forehand. Absolutely remarkable. Defence of the net of the very highest order.
This is crazy, Nick, isn't it?
And he kept his balance.
Yeah.
And it was
it's
so difficult
isn't it
to
hard
do.
mentally when you've had a match point, you get it taken away from you, but you still come back to play the point that he played.
Once again, we're at deuce in this lengthy 20th game of this fifth set. It's fast approaching 8 o'clock here in London. No one on court number one is leaving their seats anytime soon. Serve to the backhand of Muller, cross-court, backhand half volley from Nadal, forehand from Muller, back behind Nadal, cross-court return, the backhand from Muller, stepping in, Nadal's under pressure, Muller on the forehand, cross-court deep, Nadal stretching, he's down, and the volley from Muller's good. What a point. Gilles Muller, once again, within a point of victory.
Well, Muller doing to Nadal what Nadal has done to so many of his opponents over the years. Almost flooring him with great, sustained, attacking tennis there, Muller.
A wild number two, staring down the barrel yet again.
Thank you, pleasure.
One of the greatest competitors ever to play this sport. Is he about to be knocked over here? Serves down the middle. heavy, big first delivery, but frustratingly for the Spaniard, it's off the tape and it careers long. Muller with a look at a second serve. Forehand return, shank long. He's mistimed it and he's got it all wrong. And Nadal survives for now.
Well, what didn't work for him in the opening couple of sets was that serve into the body, but it's worked well for him there. Oh.
Live?
Hi, I'm Rick Edwards and welcome to Wimbledon Watch.
Joel, no, we've spoken about this. Get in there, please.
I'm Rick Edwards.
Get in there. Give me the mic. Give me the mic.
Sorry.
You're I love you, but you're unbelievable. Welcome to Wimbledon Watch Live. It's Manic Monday. We're back again for our alternative look at all the action here in SW19. And as you know, it's not just the tennis. Evening, everyone. How are we all? All looking radiant, as in slightly sunburnt. It's not just us here in the suite, though. It's you guys at home. If you've been watching, get in touch, leave a comment for us. We'll look at them. I like it when I can sort of sense the emojis floating across my face. Even when they're the bad ones, I like it. We're going to be playing water pong once again. I need to redeem I do, of course, need to redeem myself after Saturday. Was it Saturday? I've lost track of the days. Whatever the day was, I didn't do very well. I don't want to talk about it. The boys are back. Valley's here. Obviously, I was concerned that, with respect, Valley was dead, and he isn't, and that's great news. Eagle-eyed amongst you will notice that we now have 2 fetching pink umpire chairs, and the reason for that is we have 2 fetching guests. The wonderful Lisa Snowden and Joel Dommett. Hi, guys. Give me a kiss. Hi. Give me a kiss.
Oh, guys.
There we go.
Guys.
How are you?
Good.
Have you had a nice day?
I've had a worse day and I've had such a great day.
It's been
Great day.
Like the best atmosphere.
This is the business end of the tournament now.
Yeah.
It's heating up, isn't it?
I feel like today's tennis on centre court was like the red button stuff, you know? Like I've been picking
just the really good stuff.
Just the good stuff. It was
Incredible.
The big names.
Magic Monday, it was massive.
What was the most Wimbledon-y thing you saw today?
What's the most Wimbledon-y thing? I think...
You can't say tennis. You
tennis.
can't say tennis.
I mean, that was...
Just like bucket loads of strawberries, I guess.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So many strawberries.
Just gorging on strawberries.
So many strawberries. I mean, I hate to make it dirty, but I'm going to be defecating for days. It's going to be...
But they're quite good. They're cleansing, aren't they?
It's a real detox.
Enough.
Now, we were, of course, watching the tennis together today, and I was sitting directly behind you, Joel.
Yes.
And much as I was enjoying the tennis, I was constantly distracted by just how creased your T-shirt was. It's an absolute disgrace that you would come out with a T-shirt this creased.
I'm
just show the back.
It's
show
just,
the view that I have.
It is a bit of a neck, isn't it?
I was so upset that me and my friend Tim made a meme for you. Here it is.
Well, this bit's fine.
Yeah,
the
but
jacket.
listen, that bit's lovely.
Thanks, mate.
Put the jacket back on.
Okay.
I can't be looking at that for another hour.
I ironed that bit because time is money.
Yeah, who are you paying to iron? So we've obviously seen a lot of great tennis action today. Venus this is just stay like that. Just stay like that. It's fine.
It's great.
Venus Williams. Now the only lady still left in who has won the tournament before. It's wide open. She played extremely well. Here she is.
Brilliant.
I don't remember this point because I was just staring at Joel's T-shirt, but...
Game.
And there it is! Also, Venus does a nice little twirl here. Something for the crowds. And, of course, for the first time since, I think, 1976, 2 Brits in the quarter-finals. There's Ponce there going through, feeling quite emotional, understandably. And then, obviously, Andy Murray through in straight sets. That was absolutely
with a limp.
He did. I wonder if he's putting a limp on.
I know. It's a great.
Come on, hop along.
He's playing so well that
yeah, and then just limps between points.
Yeah, it's a good thing. I think it really sort of catches people off guard. You know, if you limp when you're not playing and then play amazing, it's like.
The French guy didn't know what to do with it.
He had no idea. It's like, I'm really funny off stage, and then on tour, I'm hilarious, guys. So if anyone serious,
it's clever. It's very clever.
Clever stuff.
I don't know if you saw this, but Nadal, who is, I think he's playing at the moment. It was 10-all in the 5th set. I don't know if I can get an update on the score from anyone. Maybe someone will tell me in the. They're not going to. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's 11-10, but I don't know who to. So to Muller. Sorry, guys. But as he was on his way out to court, he was in the corridor and he was doing a bit of limbering up, as they do, and this is what happened. Yeah, just check your socks, have a little bounce. Good place to bounce. I love the fact he styles it out. It's just like, no. I mean, the sound that made, like a full, like, boom! And then he goes out and still is playing rallies like this. And he's in the 5th set. And they've played 21 games in the 5th set, even after that head hit.
Oh, my God.
The guy's extraordinary.
That is incredible.
I would have just been crying for days.
Just seeing stars, haven't you, after that?
Absolutely wonderful stuff. Now, you've both been in the jungle, of course. Both suffered with extreme conditions, so I imagine you can empathise with the kind of stuff that the crowd have been going through, because it's been mid-20s, and we cannot handle it. It's the people just doing what they can to get through this trying time. So fans, yeah, fair enough. Get a shirt over the head. Lovely. Oh, classic. Seaside stuff.
Great stuff.
Yeah. To be honest, better than wearing it. Little towel over the head there.
That's great.
And then here's the guy from Right Said Fred. Just smearing. The slow-mo is like...
There is so much cream.
Surprisingly sexy.
That's too close to his eyes, that cream. It's going to suffer. It's going to be streaming.
It's going to be... It's going to be stinging. It's going to be stinging. But he won't get burnt eyes.
Safe sun.
So it's not all bad. Do you want a quick spray, by the way? Are you too hot?
I would love.
Okay, here we go.
Mist.
Just a mist here. That's nice. And then here.
Oh, so refreshing.
And actually, guys, you can keep this between you. So just maybe do a day on, day off. Yeah.
All right, I'll have it on weekends.
Yeah. Because I know how sweaty you get on weekends.
Let's not talk about
You're not just here to chat and fan yourselves. You're here for the serious business of competition.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Would you like to play some water pong?
Yes, please.
Come on, then.
Let's do it. This is like
really nice.
He's like taking you down. I'm just going to be like this because I'm not sure.
So obviously normally it'd be one-on-one, but it's going to be 2v1. I think Lisa, you'll take the first throw and you will then alternate. Much like with the Mister. Yeah.
Right.
Last time, I don't want to really dwell on it. The first time I absolutely smashed Lee Mack, and then Vo got quite lucky, I think. But I have been practising all day and yesterday. I didn't leave. There was nothing happening yesterday. I just stayed here. So, these little tiddlers at the back score you 1 point.
Yeah.
Big guy at the front, the
Sweet.
Holy Grail, scores you 6.
Okay.
I thought these were going to be full of water. They're not full of water.
You don't even need to drink anything.
Oh, I was ready to get fully hydrated.
Points.
And you just bounce it and then
So
it
you
just goes in.
you bounce it my side of the net and just take it away.
So I bounce it over there.
You've
okay.
got to bounce
Yeah, bounce it and then into a cup is the
Into a cup,
idea.
obviously.
Into a cup.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Go on, Lee.
Okay.
Yes, mate! Come on!
I've never
In your
seen
face,
it double
mate!
bounce.
In your face!
3 points. That double bounce was a thing of beauty.
Yes.
Actually. Never seen it done like that before.
Great stuff.
You won't again.
Okay.
Here we go, Rick. Here we go,
Take
mate.
out the Holy Grail. Oh, yeah! That's right, baby! 4.
Come on, Joel.
4
Come on,
points.
Joel. Come on, Joel.
Here we go. Right.
So, Joel, your turn. 4-3. This is the standard. It's incredible. Do you want to get your arm up again quickly?
Just a little stretch.
Stretch it out,
Don't want to
stretch
pull a
it out.
hammy.
Go on, Joel. Give me the hole.
It was off the rim! God damn it!
You don't get any points for off the rim, Joel.
No.
Okay. I feel amazing. No points for the rim.
No points for the rim, mate.
No points for the rim.
No points for the rim.
Lisa, final ball.
Come on,
You need something here, Lisa. You need something.
It was a bold move.
It was just too. I went too for it
This
too
one
long.
doesn't even matter, but look me in the eyes. 4-3.
Here we
That
go.
concludes water pong.
It was great boxing.
I really enjoyed it. Let me pop the scores up.
Not bad, not bad.
We did all right.
You got 3. I'm just going to put an asterisk by your name, Joel, because you didn't contribute any of those points.
That's absolutely fine.
And then, there we go. But still,
Not bad.
in second. Not bad. Would you care to join me over at the bar, guys?
I would love to.
Come on. So, as you can imagine, people are watching this literally right now, and they are commenting. And I've got some comments here.
Great stuff.
Alexos/Dave, 2 people. I mean, I don't understand how that works. They're both saying the same thing. Loving Nadal match and Wimbledon watch. Double screening.
Wow.
I like that. Gion says still can't tell the difference between Rick and Joel. I'm Joel, he's Rick, if that helps. Flick
I
says...
just want beer, some water pong. That's what it is.
We would never play anything like what you just mentioned.
No.
We're about hydration here.
Yeah. Sorry,
Flick
guys.
says, can't take eyes off Rick's shirt. Yeah, because it's so creased. Edwina says, love today's matches and Manic Monday. And Rebecca says, great show. Lisa, looking great.
Yeah!
All right, Rebecca. The boys are here. So
How's it
the
going?
boys, great.
It's really good.
Obviously, very nice. So Valley wasn't here on our last show, and we were concerned because Joe just had a portrait of him that made it seem like he might have did. But he isn't, so that's good. So you've been out enjoying the... One cheer for that. Just one person happy with that.
Thank you, Mum.
What have you been seeing out there today?
Well, we've been, all the the favourites have gone through today.
The favourites have gone through.
Yeah,
some of the fan favourites. Federer, people happy about that.
Yeah.
Very happy.
Murray got through. Big weight off everyone's mind. My tan has started to blend.
Really nice. It's coming along nicely.
It's got a slow start, isn't it?
Hot topic of Wimbledon today. Everyone was talking about Henman Hill, Murray's Mount, but what to call it when the wonderful Joe Conter is playing.
Oh.
So we've had a few ideas.
Got to be careful, haven't you? You've got to be careful. Please be kind to me. What have you got?
We've got Mount Joden.
Mount Joden.
That's terrible.
Mine's no better. Kilimanjaro.
I like it. I like it. It's got legs.
Kilimanjaro. Okay. Anything? No. No, good.
Contribute to
I'm
that.
fairly glad that you haven't contributed to that.
The people's consensus seemed to be Conter's Knoll.
Yeah, that literally only works written down.
Yeah.
That's awful. That is awful.
But the big highlight was...
Yeah, so we saw a rally earlier, but our highlight is Saturday's rally between Donaldson and
Team.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, which was a fantastic
Can we have a look at it, or are you just going to reenact it? I don't mind either way, to be honest.
There it goes.
Here it comes. Or does it? Yes, it does. Oh. Oh, yeah. Points over, surely. Oh, it's done now. Great rally.
Highlight.
Now, let's talk about you two, if I can.
We're not a couple.
You can still be
we not a
two
couple?
people. Yeah. Also,
That was the worst way we've broken up with.
Joel is literally welling up. What a way to find out.
We were a thing.
Sorry, I should have told you before. Sorry.
How's it been since you left the jungle? Have you stayed in touch?
Yeah, we have actually.
It's been great. We've got like a WhatsApp group. She's really good friends with my mum now.
Yeah. Penny is amazing.
I'm nearly friends with your mum on Twitter.
Yeah, she
I'm
tweeted
getting
it
there.
today.
Yeah, she did, yeah.
She really loves to get involved.
She does get involved.
Especially when it's about ironing.
Yes. Yeah, she was fuming about that. Rightly so, as was I. What have you been up to since you left? Busy?
Yeah, it's been busy.
I've just been touring ever since, basically, and it's been really fun. It's just nice to not be eating bugs anymore, really.
And to eat proper food. Like, we've literally been feasting, haven't we, for the last sort of 7 months.
And now the problem is that as soon as you get out, you just want to eat everything.
Yeah.
Like, everything. So here, you just see strawberries and you're like...
Yeah.
You just eat everything. It's just insane. Like, your just appetite is just... Oh, everything's... everything.
It's like your taste buds are just, like, reawoken.
That's horrible.
It's like... It was really close to my ear as
Someone
well.
get Johnson food. I
that
can't.
eating sound.
And
Yeah,
what's in your respective pipelines?
Are you talking about the strawberries again?
That's what it is, the strawberries.
Yeah, I'm on tour to the end of the year, and then, yeah, just got lots of various stuff going on. It's good.
I've been getting a bit of work as your professional lookalike, so I'm happy that you're doing well.
We get literally a tweet a day.
Do it for each other, you know.
We really do. Like, everyone tweets us. I mean, to the point where it's slightly boring.
Yeah, but we have now got the photo.
We've got the photo. Yes.
Really sort of proves
we
the
can
point.
go, look, we're not the same. We should go on the road like Jedward. Guys.
Joel Edwards.
Yeah, I'll take that. Joe Jedwards.
Yes, okay. It's quite bad. That's
It's
quite bad,
bad,
isn't it? Now, boys, this is quite a big moment for you because, of course, you've got Lisa Snowden and Joel Dommett here.
We do.
And they are totally at your mercy.
Okay.
So, do with them what you will.
Well, I don't think the people at home will know this, but our best asset is completely wasted.
Waste time.
We have fantastic legs.
Ah.
What do you think?
Yeah.
Good.
So I think it's
I don't
only
know where
right
this is going.
we take
We take this opportunity to challenge you guys to a walk-off.
I think these guys are happy about that. Get round here then. Go on. Am I? No, yes, I'm just going to start feeling. Okay. Now I'm going to... What? They were not lying.
Look at that.
Yes.
So basically, I've never officiated a walk-off before, so I don't quite know how to
Right on. Up and down the happiness.
In principle, you'll take it in turns to walk, and then the crowd will adjudicate.
Yeah.
I'm just making this up. So, Lisa, you are
Is
the
that-
professional. You're gonna. That's your camera there.
Okay.
And I guess we're just sort of clapping along. Oh yeah.
Go for it, Lisa.
Take centre stage, and then I guess we get a clap going, do we? Here we go. And walk. Forward, Joe. Okay. Joe. Get in there. Yes, please. Don't milk it, Joe. Don't milk it. Valley. Oh, sure. Yes, very nice. Well, there we go. You absolutely would not get away with this on television. So, just by cheering, do we think that Joel and Lisa won? Yeah! Or do we think Joe and Valley won? Yeah! I'm going to give it to the boys. You did well. You've lost everything so far, but we've got another game. Those two pink chairs have got your names on them, not literally. Let's get in them. You look absolutely fantastic.
This is
King
great.
and Queen.
Oh, this feels wonderful.
So we're about to play Evie in or Evie out. So I'll show you a sequence of clips, and then you've got to tell me whether it's Evie in or Evie out.
Okay.
You've got paddles. Everyone's got paddles. Everyone will get involved. So, clip number 1. There it comes. Ooh, tight. That's tight. What do we think? Evie in or Evie out? Evie in from these two. Okay, let's have a look. Fire play, very good play, guys.
Guys, technology.
Number 2. Clip 2, please. Kyle Edmund there whacking it. But was it Evie in or Evie out? Oh!
Guys.
Split decision up here.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Evie in or Evie out? Oh my!
My gosh.
Oh my gosh, it's so close.
This is like Brexit all over again.
So, this final clip is a bit different. It's a fashion one. It is also related to Hawkeye. Tell me if this is Evie in or Evie out. I mean, it's not easy to say. The fact that he's made the claws out of marigolds, and then I don't know what the tips are. I don't know what the tips are. I didn't dare ask. I think Evie in.
Evie in.
Evie in. Evie in for the Hawkman. What do we think, everyone? Fine, it's Evie in. I mean, I'll be honest. I'm saying that's Evie out, but it doesn't matter. Okay, can I get you down from the chairs? I know you've enjoyed it.
That's been fun. I've always wanted to feel like a lifeguard. No heavy petting. It's wonderful. Or an umpire.
Down you come.
I think that's what it's supposed to be like.
First of all, I've got a huge tennis ball that I'd like you both to sign.
Yeah.
So just do that.
Exciting.
And then I've just got questions from social media. The first one is from Felicity, and weirdly it's for me. Rick, who would you choose as your doubles partner from Lisa or Joel? Probably...
Think back, think back.
I would say probably Lisa, but the opponents would be very confused if they were playing against me and Joel.
Yeah.
Target the one with the beard. Oh, I don't know. And then Jane says, Lisa, who would you rather take on a date, Rick or Joel? I've invited you here to my suite, Lisa.
Want to have you both?
Well, I mean, you dumped him literally 5 minutes ago.
That's
Okay, I've had him. I'll have you next. Yeah.
Good stuff. And Joel, this is a question from Toby. What is your best tip from the jungle to survive the queue?
Just take Carol Vorderman with you.
Yeah.
She really knows how to skip a queue.
Not an option available to everyone, of course. She's famously picky.
Give her a shout. Yeah. Give her a shout. She's great.
Have we got any questions from anyone in the... Oh, yes, lovely. Let me just get this in... Yeah, you hold it. Why not?
I'll have that.
Yeah.
Hi. If you were going to be a type of tennis shot, what would you be and why?
Oh! Am I on blind date? This is...
Yeah.
Suddenly.
Blimey. A backhand, I guess, maybe?
Oh.
Yeah, because I think, you know, a bit cheeky, a bit strong, a bit of a tricksy little... Yeah.
Bit of a tricksy little backhand. Joel, what are you?
A fault.
People love self-deprecation. Any other questions?
Yes,
oh, yeah, there you go.
Could you show me your best service action, please? Oh, yes!
Oh, yeah, very nice.
Yeah.
Do you want to use the big ball or not? Bear in mind, you are a fault, so...
I like the arch of the back when they do the... Come on! Come on!
Not enough tennis players roar immediately afterwards. Yeah. Lisa, what you got for me?
Do a little bouncy.
Yeah, bouncy.
Just get in the mood. For it up.
Very nice. Is there a better way to end the show? Don't answer that. Don't answer that. That is all we got time for. You're both tremendous people. Don't boo me! They're tremendous people. Give it up one more time. We will be back on Saturday, ladies' final day, same time, 8 o'clock, with the front man from the Kaiser Chiefs, Ricky Wilson. We'll see you then on Wimbledon Watch.
Something to work with, perhaps, for Nadal. Turns the backhand low. It's a fine delivery off the first serve, an unplayable first serve.
15 love.
Nadal sprinting almost to the other side. Love. Again, you might just be able to pick up the wind on the court microphones. Certainly supposed to be a sizable weather front coming in here overnight. Second serve. Backhand is short from Nadal to the forehand of Muller. Cross court. Forehand from Nadal. Muller with a forehand driving Nadal back, and Nadal's picked up the backhand pass, and Muller on the first volley off the forehand has missed into the net.
Yeah, and was it the wind that just affected that second serve from Muller? Because actually Nadal ended up from his deep return position actually having to take a step forward to reach it. Any type of rally that he wants to get involved in. Type of rally the Muller doesn't.
15-all. Forehand return from Nadal is completely mistimed. Now, serve came at him. He was deep. He had a look at the return. He got his racket on it, but for whatever reason, didn't find a clean contact on it. Muller again looking to serve and volley. 30-15. Serves down the middle. 34-year-old. Second comes down to the forehand. It's a serve and volley again. The backhand volley behind Nadal, and then Muller has forced the error. Nadal's forehand pass spinning well wide.
Yeah, and that would have surprised Nadal. That would have caught him by surprise. That serve and volley on the second serve there from Gilles Muller.
Never made the run of 16 here before, Muller, until this year, as he serves out wide. Just in the second round a year ago, one wonders, when you see him play in the manner he has done and with the aggressive nature, how he hasn't done as well as in the past. As a backhand from Nadal, stays on the backhand volley, and Muller puts it away. Nadal couldn't get it low enough. It was a comfortable first volley for Muller. And it's 14-13 in this final set.
We will, of course, be back to number one court shortly. 4 hours and 43 minutes they have been on court alongside me, Richard Connolly and Peter Marcato. And a warm welcome to those of you who are joining us on Wimbledon.com. You're with the Wimbledon radio channel as well. So, Richard, at the beginning of the day, would you have picked this?
I would not, no. Nadal has been playing so terrifically well at these championships, even though Muller is a renowned excellent server with a fine grass court record this year particularly, you would have said no. But for these two to be playing at this level for as long as they have been now, you have to applaud the levels of skill and the level of concentration, neither of them willing to give an inch. It's hugely impressive.
Yeah, hello. Yes, 10-1 win-loss record on grass this year. We should go through the numbers. Won his first grass court title, won 2 titles already in 2017. The time's running out for him. He's 34 years of age. Win or lose, this will be one of his greatest moments in his career.
Well, those are some of the numbers. The most relevant number right now is that Nadal is coming out once again to serve at 13-14. Barry Cowan and Nick Lester.
Well, I don't think there's going to be much doubt about what the match of the tournament's been here. It's going to take something else to eclipse this, isn't it, over the course of the next 5 or 6 days here at Wimbledon. And Nadal serving at 13-14 on the far side. Gilles Muller beneath us. We'll get a closer look at the Nadal second serve. Spaniard wipes away the sweat from the brow. The second serve coming down to the backhand side. A cross-court return off the tape. Backhand slice from Nadal. It's the backhand pass down the line, and Muller's forced the error off the forehand volley from Nadal.
Yeah, anytime you're in a difficult position, as Nadal was on that low backhand, you've either got to go very short or right to the baseline, and he just didn't get enough length on his chip backhand, Nadal, so Muller was able to just get on the front foot and direct his pass down the line. Another good start to the Nadal service game from Muller.
4 3/4 hours this match has been underway. Muller delivers a return, but it'll be a second serve from the 2-time former champion, the current world number 2. Goes into the backhand of Muller, down the middle. The forehand from Nadal to the Muller forehand down the line. Nadal's under pressure again. Muller with the first volley. Back behind Nadal, rewarded for his aggression. It's love 30.
Yeah, and that's absolutely where he wants to be, Muller. He made the mistake the last time he was on love 30 on Nadal's serve. He went for the drop shot. And almost got to just tell himself, keep reminding himself, be aggressive, but be aggressive and get forward. A lot harder, surely, for Nadal to hit passing shots at this stage of the match. 13-14 in the 5th.
Muller with another huge opportunity here as he returns the backhand cross court. Nadal's pushed back. Muller with a backhand down the line. Here's Nadal on the forehand. Muller's got a backhand. Oh, just long. Stern defence from Nadal again.
I think he could have come forward, though.
15-30.
Again, because we're going on what we've seen from Nadal this year, which is an absolute mental giant in the big moments. If you get the return in play, just come in. Certainly the odds are with Rafa if you do have a baseline rally.
Just how many times can Nadal keep pulling himself out of these situations?
Well, normally you'd say, well, time's got to run out, but with Nadal, he'd probably keep on going.
First serve into the net from the Spaniard. Nadal has a second that he goes to the body. The forehand return down the middle. Nadal's missed the forehand long. It's a complete shank from Nadal. And here are 2 more match points for Gilles Muller.
Well, he's had 4.
15-40.
Good return. It's always difficult, those shots, when you hit a return straight back down the middle. You've got to react and stay with the shot, and Nadal didn't.
Nadal, yet again, staring at defeat. Serves down towards the forehand of Muller. Forehand from Nadal. Muller's got a chance to attack. He goes to the backhand of Nadal. Short again. Muller on the forehand cross court. There's Nadal picking it up. It's long! And Gilles Muller has pulled off a remarkable upset here on court number 1. The world number 2, Rafael Nadal, is sent packing. It is the biggest win in the career of the 34-year-old from Luxembourg. who takes out the two-time former champion. Gilles Muller comes through, an absolute epic. He wins 15-13 in the 5th set.
Well, well, well. A quite stunning match where both players gave their all. Both players were so courageous. And as for Nadal, it's not to be this year at Wimbledon 2017. He was arguably the form player in week 1. But today, he was up against a player in Gilles Muller who served brilliantly, played brilliantly under pressure. Nadal kept fighting as only he knows how, Nick. But eventually, I guess by the fact he had to chase, he still having a standing ovation, but the fact he had to chase counted against him in that last game.
And Nadal, classy as ever, has been waiting for at least 60 seconds for Muller to pack his bags. He will not leave without the man from Luxembourg. Pure class as always. He's out. Muller is in the last 8.
Thanks to Nick Lester and Barry Cowan on number 1 court. What an absolute epic. Just shy of 5 hours, 15-13 in the final set, in the 5th set. And Richard Connolly, every championships has an epic match, and by golly, we got one there.
An absolutely extraordinary match. Nadal is signing autographs after that, Mary.
What a
He's
classy
lost
individual.
15-13 in the 5th, looking to reach the quarterfinals of the Wimbledon for the first time in 6 years, and he's still signed autographs on the way off. What a mark of the man. But for Gilles Muller, for all that there are so many Rafa Nadal fans, and we'd love to have seen another Nadal-Federer final, what a day for Gilles Muller. So pleased for him.
Absolutely, yes. 15-13 in the final set. 4 hours, 48 minutes. So let's hear from Gilles Muller.
Congratulations. How do you feel after that epic match against one of the game's great players?
Tired. I mean, it was a long match. Yeah, it was 2 sets up. I played really well in the first 2 sets, and then Rafa stepped it up, and yeah, then at the end it was just a big battle. And yeah, I mean, I had match points. I believe I had 4, and then didn't make him, so it was getting really tough. I was watching also a little bit in the sky because I was kind of feeling that was going to be over pretty soon. And when I had this last 2 match points, I just said, just give it a shot, just go 100%, and great feeling to be winning that match.
As you can imagine, when Rafa came back after 2 sets down and it's now 2 sets all, a lot of people thinking, well, Rafa's going to go on and win this. How did you keep your composure and your belief in that 5th set?
Well, you know, I didn't feel like I was playing bad in the 3rd and the 4th set, so I just told myself, just keep it up, and I mean, if it's not happening, then he's just too good. And started serving a bit better maybe, and then, yeah, like I said, I mean, at the end it's just a matter of a few points here and there, and it's tough to say what exactly made the difference at the end.
And when you won it, what was the feeling like knowing that you'd done it in such a big match with so much at stake?
I don't know, to be honest. I haven't really realized what just happened. Yeah, I mean, it's a great feeling. I mean, obviously, like I said, I was kind of worried that it was going to be over pretty soon. I was already thinking what to do to come back the next day and finish the match. But yeah, I'm just glad it's over and that I'm in the quarterfinals now.
Were you aware of Prince Felix of Luxembourg up in the stands watching?
I heard it, yeah. I heard he was going to come, and I mean, we know each other. He's a big tennis fan. The whole family is actually a big they're tennis players, and they like tennis, so it's fun to have him here.
It was a magnificent match for us to watch, and very well done for you coming through. Well played.
Thank you.
And Gilles Muller there speaking to Richie Prasad and Peter Marcato. I'm not surprised that he started off by saying, how do you feel? Tired? And he hasn't quite realised what he's done just there.
Interesting. Nadal leads the head-to-head 4-1. The only time that Gilles Muller has beaten Rafael Nadal was here, back in 2005. So that would have given him some sort of confidence. High tide's a beautiful thing, isn't it, Richard? He won in 4 sets then. A completely different story here. And his magnificent season just continues on. 34 years of age, ranked 26. He's had a magnificent grass court season, and it continues. And that the focus that he showed all the way through, he wasn't fist pumping or anything like that. He just held it all the way. He trusted in his game, and he came up with the result because he was under all sorts of pressure. He was making inroads in the Nadal service games, so he was getting to love 15, love 30. Nadal was able to come back, and that's got to have a wearing effect. Doesn't matter who you are. We know Rafael Nadal has been playing Australian Open finals for 6 hours, so he can stay out there for long haul, but the mental strength that Gilles Muller showed and all of his experience, well, he won the match. Even if he had lost, it would have been the greatest moment, I think, in his career, and now it's been backed up because he managed to get the win. 52 unforced. Now, Rafael Nadal hit 17 unforced errors in total for the match. Muller made 52, but he also made 95 winners to 77. That is incredible. Is that a typo?
No
17 unforced errors for 5 sets, almost 5 hours on court.
Which is pretty extraordinary if that is the case. Peter, I just must give people a bit of a public service information. If they're wondering what has happened to Djokovic's match, well, it's not happening today because it was due to follow on number 1 court. So the decision has been made that that will not happen today. It is 8:38 now, and yeah, we've probably only got about 40 minutes of daylight left. So that won't happen today. That will be on Tuesday. So, Richard, I mean, Peter was just rattling off some of the stats there. Whatever numbers you apply to it, that is an extraordinary result for Gilles Muller, because right at the beginning of this championships and throughout the first week, so many people were saying how utterly sublime Rafa Nadal was looking.
Yes, and he'd won 28 consecutive sets, hadn't he, in Grand Slam tennis coming into this tournament. And he was starting to feel like he was going to go through Wimbledon in the same way that he'd gone through the draw at Roland Garros. In the 2 previous times he'd won the French Open without dropping a set, he'd come to Wimbledon and won it, and it was definitely on the mind of people. He was impressing to that degree. But, you know, for Gilles Muller, at the age of 34, he's seeded at Wimbledon for the first time. To have a year like this when he's pushing back up the rankings, for somebody who's been right down, whose tennis career was all but over, he's come right back up from nowhere. He's got a young family. He's spoken about, you know, the difficulties we can all relate to. Between, you know, our working life and our public lives. And it's just so wonderful to see him come back and invest all that effort and have a moment and a result like this in one of the great matches at the biggest tennis tournament of all. I just couldn't be happier for him.
So Richard is excited, Peter is excited, I'm exhausted. How are the people on the hill feeling, Faye?
Well, I've tried to find some Gilles Muller fans for you, Mary, and on a couple of occasions I've just gone, do you know what? That looks like an awful lot of empty champagne bottles. Well done to your man, but I'm not going to chat to you, I'm afraid. I'm looking
probably wise.
Yeah, I'm looking across the hill at the moment, and everybody's packed up their picnics and are heading towards the exit at the moment, but they were treated to such an incredible match. Nobody was moving. Everybody I've spoken to has thoroughly enjoyed it. I just spoke to a Nadal fan who was absolutely gutted, but said at the same time that Gilles Muller so deserved it, and he fully was backing him towards the end, even though he's a massive Rafa Nadal fan. I'm just going to ask this young lady standing in front of me, who were you supporting?
I have to say Nadal. I know Muller was the one that was, you know, I guess is the dark horse, but I'm such a massive Nadal fan, I'm absolutely gutted.
Oh, I know, there are lots of people gutted, but when it's a match like that, and somebody like Gilles Muller from somewhere like Luxembourg comes through that, you kind of just go, yeah, I'm really chuffed for him.
Yeah, I have to say, Muller played absolutely fantastically, and it seemed like he was dominating Nadal towards the end. Like, I feel like even though Nadal has been, you know, a champion here many times before, it just wasn't good enough.
And what was it like watching it on the hill? Because it was absolutely ram-packed. The atmosphere was fantastic.
Yeah, it was incredible. I think there was lots of us trying to do the Mexican wave in between to get the atmosphere going. Yeah, it's quite hard to see at times because everyone was dying to sort of crane a look, you know, getting up and standing up to try and have a look. So it was quite hard to see what was going on some of the time, but it was the crowd atmosphere made up for it, I think.
Yeah, it very much did. And to be honest, you didn't really have to, Mary, even see the match. You could just hear the roars from the crowd to give you an example of what was going on, and Vamos Rafa being chanted around as well. But anyway, the fans on the hill have been treated to a spectacle this evening, and they're all packing up now and heading home.
Thanks very much indeed, Faye. I think I'm going to join them in that darkened corner, actually, because, I mean, that really, you are put through the ringer. But what fabulous entertainment we've had here on day 7 of the championships. They call it Manic Monday. They don't come much more manic than that, do they? What an absolute epic. They will be talking... It was awesome, Faye, you're quite right. They'll be talking about that for some time to come here at Wimbledon and beyond. I really hope you've enjoyed that here on the Wimbledon radio channel. I'm going to leave you in the more than capable hands of Richard Connolly and Peter Marcato. And there is still action going on here. We haven't forgotten about you, Richard Kaufman.
Well, talking of darkened corners, it's starting to become a bit of a darkened corner where I'm sat right now on number 3 court. It's still a bit of sunlight out there, and crowds still actually coming through. A lot of people obviously making their way from where Faye was from the hill to come and watch what should be the conclusion of the 3rd set here in this men's double. Won't be the conclusion of the match. Of course, we're coming up towards 8:45, maybe 25 minutes worth of play, but you'd think they see this through to the end of the set. Just to remind you the score, it's Ken and Neil Skupski, the 2 gentlemen from Liverpool in England, up against Marcus Daniel and Marcelo de Modena, the New Zealand Brazilian duo. It was the Skupskis that took the first set on a tiebreak 7-6. Their opponents bounced back in the second 7-5, and we're still on serve in the third. In fact, we have only had 1 break of serve throughout the whole of the match, although just now Marcus Daniel, the New Zealander, was serving at 3-4 and had 3 break points against him. Unable to take it, the Skupskis, but that was the first time in the whole match, and we're now just over 2 hours into it, that the Skupskis actually had a break point on their opposition serve. At the moment, Marcelo de Modena, the Brazilian, is serving at 15 love and at 4-5, but crowds are making their way. I can see them still streaming down outside number 1 court, coming down the hill towards the exits, and some of them actually to number 3 court, because, as you say, this now the last staging of tennis on what's been a magnificent Monday. I think we're calling it Manic Monday, but magnificent given that 4-hour-plus match we saw on number 1 court that ended 15-13 to Gilles Muller. 15-all it is on the de Modena serve.
15-all.
And just to remind you, if you are tuning to us on the Wimbledon app, on the official Wimbledon website, wimbledon.com, and of course listening to us around the world, wherever you are, the match between Novak Djokovic and of course Adrien Manarino of France, that was due to be the 3rd match on number 1 court, that has now been moved over to Tuesday. 15-30 now on the de Modena serve, so 2 points away, the Skupskis here, potentially, of taking this 3rd set. Remember, they knocked out the number 8 seed, Zedouard Roger Vasselin and Rohana Bapana in the previous set in round 2. It's as far as they've got as a pairing, the brothers, in a Grand Slam. 15-30, looped up and smashed away quite comfortably by Marcus Daniel.
30-all.
So 30-all it is, but tension at this time. I wouldn't say it's dark, but it's a little gloomier. It's been a gorgeous day again. Fingers crossed the weather forecasters have got it wrong for tomorrow. Serve down the middle and into the net from the younger of the 2 brothers, Neil Skupski. Marcus Daniel and Marcel de Modena have made it through to the 3rd round of every Grand Slam this year. This is the 3rd round at Wimbledon, but they've never got beyond quarter-final place up for grabs against Lucas Kubot and Marcelo Melo, the number 4 seeds. First serve is long from de Modena. Of course, Mary and the guys up on number 1 court will be wrapping up the day. What a day it's been in a short while for you. And if you want to get in touch, as that's netted from Neil Skupski, and we're at 5-all. If you want to get in touch with them, you can do so usual methods. You can email them, radio@aeltc.com, or on Twitter at Wimbledon CHNL. So 1 set all, 5 games all. It won't be concluded here on number 3 court, Mary.
Richard, it's Richard back here. I can't pretend Mary Rhodes has left the building, but we're still here and preparing to wrap up the day. How much have you got in the way of crowd there on the number 3 court, Richard? Is it still busy out there? Sounds pretty atmospheric still.
Yeah, no, it's a decent crowd. It's not full. There are seats for some if anyone's listening, and I can see still thousands making their way down from the hill around centre court and coming around the other side of number 1 court. Of course, the bars become quite popular this time of the evening, but there are seats to be had. But I don't think they're going to see too much more in the way of action. Of course, with 5 games all, I would think they'll see it through to the potential tie-break that's coming up, and then they will call it a day after that.
Were the crowd there following the scoreboard updates from the Nadal match as well? Because when I was wandering between number 2 court and here on centre court earlier on, people were crowded around the Wimbledon complex in front of scoreboards as it ticked over. It was like the old days watching football scores on CFAX or something. People were crowded around watching the points tick over one to the other and groaning and oohing and ahhing, literally watching no action but numbers changing.
Yeah, no, that was the case here actually, because I would say probably 2/3 of the crowd can see the scoreboard from number 1 court, and there was a lot of pointing and nudging and talking, and of course it wasn't just the scoreboard ticking over, the noise that was emanating as well on certain points. You know, particularly remember that match point that Nadal saved, and then he went to the crowd and started really revving them up even more. There was a few knowing looks, and then that's when people even more start to look to see what the score was. And you know, it was a match that looked like it might last forever, and in fact I think there was a few on number 1 court that wish it could have gone on forever, but as we know, in the end, and unless it's a British Lions New Zealand match, there has to be a winner, doesn't there? And it was the man from Luxembourg that came through, incredibly so. I've got to say, a big... I don't think anyone really was expecting that today. By the way, the Skupskis have hold on to their serve, so they're 6-5 up in this 3rd set right now.
Richard, we'll pop back to you very shortly. It's Richard Connolly here with you and Peter Mercato alongside on centre court here at Wimbledon as we prepare for our roundup of the day. And what a day it's been. Incidentally, if you are thinking of coming to the Championships tomorrow, or you have time to listen to us on the Wimbledon radio channel, this unexpected bonus for you tomorrow in that Mannarino and Djokovic, because of the exploits of Nadal and Muller, has been held over to tomorrow. So not only the 4 ladies quarterfinals and 4 fine matches they promise to be, but also the Mannarino-Djokovic match in the men's 4th round. So an extra showpiece match, an extra match to work into the schedule for the tournament organisers. But Peter, we've got the 4 ladies quarterfinals, and I do wonder, as Gilles Muller and Rafa Nadal were going deeper and deeper and deeper into the 5th set there, kind of whoever came out on top, Marin Cilic, who won 6-2, 6-2, 6-2 today, would have been perhaps quietly chortling to himself, if indeed he was still awake.
He finished at 3 in the afternoon today, Marin Cilic. I was out there having a look at that one, and he was just so comfortable by the time he got to that final set. It was a bit more of a struggle in the 2nd set. Bautista Agut had plenty of break point opportunities, but just couldn't capitalise. But in the final set, he just ran over the top, Marin Cilic, and he's looking and certainly doing all the right things as he moves his way through, and I reckon, yeah, he would be smiling at the moment. Gilles Muller, I mean, riding the wave of emotion, not that he showed too much of it in the post-match there. He riding the wave of emotion versus having to prepare for another big match, a quarter-final on presumably court 1 or centre, whichever way they decide to schedule it, in a couple of days' time. So it's a matter of his powers of recovery, because he's not 19 years of age, he's on the other end of the scale. So for Marin Cilic, who's just been quietly going about his business and has been pushed a little bit at times but still hasn't dropped a set, he'd have to be liking his chances, and obviously we'll know the Gilles Muller game particularly well. The other ones that we know about too, Richard, we might as well just continue on. Andy Murray and Sam Querrey. Sam Querrey, good win over Kevin Anderson earlier today, and then against Andy Murray, you suspect that Murray would be favoured there. Raonic, Federer, you suspect Federer, but again, everything's sort of all up in the air. When you get to this stage of the tournament, players are obviously in great form to be able to get there. They don't just fall in to this stage, and Burdick, well, has got the extra day over Djokovic and Mannarino.
Yeah, it's been